Early one morning, as everyone was arriving at school, a student lay motionless on the school grounds. His name was Park Dae-soo. Although he and this student, Kim Kyu-min, had never spoken to each other, anyone who was a student at this school knew Park Dae-soo, because his nickname was the Outcast. With that nickname, Kyu-min could vaguely guess the reason he decided to do such a foolish thing. Kim Kyu-min was the first person to witness the upperclassman's death with his own eyes. In the moment he faced the senior's tragic corpse, he smiled. Do you think he's a psychopath? If Senior Dae-soo was the outcast of the second year, then he was the outcast of the first year. Naturally. At first, he didn't just sit there and take it. He reported it to the teachers. And his homeroom teacher understood the situation very well. He insisted that he would resolve everything smoothly. Naturally, all the teacher did was scold them in front of the whole class during homeroom. And from that day on, Kim Kyu-min became the outcast. You ask, if he knew the result would be like that, why did he tell the teacher? He accidentally overheard a conversation between the teachers. Because of the laws prohibiting corporal punishment of students, the teachers were being walked all over by the students. Now, they couldn't do anything to them. If they ignored it, parents would run to the school and make a scene. At most, they could only reward or give them minor punishments. The teachers told each other to just focus on teaching. No need to interfere in the students' lives. So they ignored everything. Kim Kyu-min stood at the vending machine, bitterly realizing that homeroom session was just an act they put on. The teacher's message to him was, don't come looking for him to whine about them anymore. There was no one on his side. Now, the only thing he cared about was whether he should transfer schools or endure for 3 years. But at this moment, the situation had changed. The police had arrived at the school and started investigating Senior Park Dae-soo's death. Any student at the school knew how that senior was bullied. One day, the reality of violence in this school would be exposed, piece by piece. All the bullies who had tormented the senior would have to pay the price. The culture of ostracism at this school would disappear, and bullied students like him could return to a happy school life with dignity. That was what Kim Kyu-min hoped for. He had thought so too. But when he heard the bullies talking, he learned that the police had concluded the case was suicide due to academic pressure. A few days ago, the police went back and forth investigating the second years. And the result was nothing. No one turned themselves in. The students were told by the teachers to keep their mouths shut and blame it all on the victim. Kim Kyu-min felt despair, like falling into a deep pit. He was beaten to a pulp by the bullies venting their anger. After that, the guy forced him to go buy spicy chicken for him. Kim Kyu-min was hopeless. He went up to the rooftop and looked down. Tears fell uncontrollably. He couldn't change anything. This was probably the only method to make this environment suffer. At the same time, it was the most comfortable path for him. But just as he was about to do something foolish, someone stopped him. The person who stopped him was the protagonist, Na Hwa-jin. He was leisurely sitting on the roof, smoking a cigarette. He told Kim Kyu-min not to do that in front of others. Whoever was unlucky enough to witness this wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Kim Kyu-min asked if Na Hwa-jin was a teacher. What was he doing up here? Na Hwa-jin held the cigarette in his hand. He didn't want to explain much, but being called a teacher was fine. He said he came up here to witness the filthy, true face of this school. Na Hwa-jin jumped down. He told Kim Kyu-min to jump tomorrow. Today, lead him to the faculty office. Kim Kyu-min reluctantly followed. Na Hwa-jin looked around as he walked. Suddenly, he turned and asked Kim Kyu-min why he wanted to jump. Bullying or academic pressure? Why not endure until everything is resolved? Kim Kyu-min clenched his fists and lowered his head. He just needed to endure for 3 more years, and it would be fine. But right now, he couldn't endure even 1 more day. Kim Kyu-min screamed. No one would help him. How the hell could he take it anymore? Suddenly, the bully, Kim Ha-ki, rushed over from out of nowhere. He kneed Kyu-min straight in the stomach. Kim Kyu-min fell to the ground, clutching his head. The bully, Ha-ki, didn't stop stomping on him. He asked where his chicken was, and why the hell he hadn't brought it back yet. The bully beat Kim Kyu-min relentlessly. He couldn't fight back at all. Na Hwa-jin, with cold eyes, grabbed the bully by the hair. He raised his hand and slapped him smack across the face. The bully was slapped so hard his face twisted and he flew backward. Na Hwa-jin sneered in contempt. Those screams suit you. I guess I have to beat you to wake you up. The bully rubbed his jaw and sat up. Kim Kyu-min also rubbed his eyes to look. How could a teacher dare to do that? Na Wajin didn't want to give a long explanation about his identity. Knowing he was a teacher, the bully acted arrogant and defiant. He challenged him to hit him right there at school. As he spoke, he thrust his stinking face forward to provoke Na Wajin. The protagonist didn't back down either. He laughed coldly and slapped the bully repeatedly in the face. Since he invited him, he'd oblige. The bully couldn't believe Na Wajin was actually doing it. He was getting slapped continuously. He threatened Na Wajin. His brother was a YouTuber. He would tell his brother to expose Na Wajin online. But the protagonist wasn't scared. Even better, then he would become a star. He struck 77-49 poses he thought were handsome and elegant while slapping the bully. The students and teachers standing around kept raising their phones to record. None of them liked the bully anyway. Seeing Na Wajin beat him like that felt great. The bully, beaten senseless, finally fought back. He swung his fist to punch Na Wajin. But the protagonist swept his leg. Before the bully could touch a single hair on him, he fell flat on the ground. Na Wajin shoved the bully's head between the sliding doors. He pulled the doors shut. The bully screamed in pain, telling him to let go. Na Wajin didn't like that. He pulled a long stick from his clothes and whipped the bully's butt. He said when he was young and got beaten by a teacher. He bowed his head and said thank you. These damn ungrateful brats. Na Wajin beat him until his hand was tired and the bully had fainted. At that moment, the vice principal arrived. He questioned him on how he dared to hit a student. Na Wajin shook his tired hand. He retracted the stick and put it back in his clothes. He told the vice principal that he had just received the appointment decision for this school. The vice principal had never heard of that information. Na Wajin pulled a card out of his pocket and slapped it onto the vice principal's face, telling him to read it. He was an inspector from the Ministry of Education, belonging to the Educational Rights Protection Bureau. The vice principal finally saw Na Wajin's identity clearly. He said, since the incident where a teacher was beaten to death during class 2 years ago, at that time, a steering bureau was established, headed by the Minister of Education. They passed a proposal to amend the Teachers' Rights Protection Law. In short, that is the Educational Rights Bureau where Na Wajin works. He told the vice principal to wait. The official dispatch would arrive tomorrow. Basically, schools that harbor teachers who avoid student issues, and those who take bribes, and police who shirk responsibility like this school, will be handled by a special agency. Trash schools like this will all be on the chopping block. Na Wajin looked at the vice principal threateningly. The vice principal slapped his hand away. He guaranteed his school was always upright and just. If he wanted to investigate, go ahead. Na Wajin pulled out his stick again and swiped a hair off the vice principal's balding head. He said an educational rights officer like him had a very special authority. That is, not being limited by any educational method. This legitimate authority had been approved by the government. Na Wajin declared he would reform true education in this school. Na Wajin was solemnly invited into the principal's office. The two old men, the principal and vice principal, hurriedly explained to him. It was all just a misunderstanding, and so on. Park Dae-soo committed suicide due to academic pressure. Their school had never had any violence or ostracism. 3 years ago, their school was even honored by the Korea Scholarship Foundation as an excellent school. The two old men competed to praise the school. Their school produced many elite students. For example, Congressman Lee Gwang-pil, leader of the ruling party. The two old men hinted, asking Na Wajin to put in a good word for them with the Ministry of Education. Na Wajin watched the video of himself beating the bully while stroking his chin. He remained silent, saying nothing. The principal signaled the vice principal to take the stuff out. The vice principal pulled an envelope out of his pocket. The implication was for the protagonist to take it and shut up. Na Wajin put his feet up on the table. He stepped on the envelope. Only then did he speak up. Although he belonged to the Ministry of Education, he wasn't an inspector nor did he have a teaching degree. He had no ability or authority to evaluate this school, so giving money was useless. Na Wajin stood up and picked his ear. He told the two old men to stop these useless bribery tricks. The two old men were older than his father. Acting like that was unsightly. The two old men were furious but couldn't say anything. Na Wajin asked which class the student Park Dae-soo, who committed suicide, was in. The principal nervously scratched his chin and had to confess. Second year, class 5. The students were running wild. The class was in chaos. They were playing bullying games again. This guy, Kim Ha-ki, was pouring alcohol down Park Bae-soo's throat, forcing him to drink it all. Park Bae-soo choked on the water. He coughed and spat the water out. Kim Ha-ki took advantage of that to lunge at him. He beat the other student relentlessly. While he was beating him, the guy in the floral shirt, Lee Jun-hyuk, told Kim Ha-ki to stop. He reminded him that the bell had rung. Kim Ha-ki was afraid of this Lee Jun-hyuk because he was the congressman's son. No teacher would dare to punish him unless they were blind. The video of Na Wajin punching the bully had also spread widely. The female students in the class were also buzzing with gossip. Suddenly, Na Wajin forcefully opened the door. He walked into the class like a god. He was wearing a pair of intellectual glasses. As soon as he entered the class, he laughed heartily. The students looked at him like, "What the hell? Who is this crazy guy?" Na Wajin cheerfully introduced himself as the temporary homeroom teacher of the class for the time being. Yesterday, the class's homeroom teacher caught a severe cold and took leave for a few weeks. The students below didn't care. Ignoring whatever nonsense Na Wajin was saying, they continued doing their own thing, chatting loudly like a market. Na Wajin smirked. He took out a notebook and announced he would take attendance to memorize the students' faces. He walked around reading each name and looking at their faces. When he read the name of the deceased student, Park Dae-soo, he pretended to be stupid and didn't know, reading it over and over again. He even looked around the class asking where Park Dae-soo was. Lee Jun-hyuk saw Na Wajin repeating that name too many times, so he had to look up. His expression wasn't good at all. Kim Ha-ki sneered. He kindly reminded Na Wajin that there was no Park Dae-soo. He fell and died already. Na Wajin gave a smile that wasn't a smile. He casually thanked Kim Ha-ki for letting him know. He said he would take attendance again. He read Park Bae-soo's name while walking to his desk. He was groggy and didn't seem very sober. Na Wajin kindly asked how he was. He leaned down close to Park Bae-soo. He smelled a strange odor. Kim Ha-ki shouted accusingly that Park Bae-soo had been drinking soju in class earlier. He burst out laughing. He blamed Park Bae-soo, saying he was too stressed this morning, so he downed a whole bottle of soju. Before he could finish, Na Wajin put his face right up to Kim Ha-ki and sniffed. With a nose as sharp as a dog's, he smelled alcohol on him. He pretended to be dumb and asked if the two of them drank together. Kim Ha-ki absolutely denied it. He claimed it was just the smell rubbing off because he sat above him. But Na Wajin wouldn't let it go that easily. He kept smiling and said, "The smell of alcohol consumed and the smell of alcohol rubbed off are completely different." He stated bluntly that Kim Ha-ki definitely drank yesterday and still smelled, then forced Park Bae-soo to drink to shift the blame. Kim Ha-ki, having his dark secret exposed, jumped up. Na Wajin didn't stop. He took off his glasses, stared at Kim Ha-ki, and asked if he killed Park Dae-soo this way too. Kim Ha-ki couldn't take it anymore. He directly insulted Na Wajin's parents. As soon as the words left his mouth, Na Wajin grabbed his snout, dragged him, and threw him into the corner. He had intended to let this school be quiet today, but it seemed these guys were too insolent. Na Wajin called the class president and told him to take Park Bae-soo to the infirmary. He picked up the attendance book and smashed it straight onto Kim Ha-ki's head, knocking him unconscious. He said he investigated this school yesterday. The result was that 3 trashy traditions exist in this school. First, teachers ignoring student matters. Second, a school-wide culture of ostracism. And third, being indifferent even when a classmate dies. A school that is heartless and neglects students, leading to suicide out of resentment, needs to be rectified. Na Wajin got on the teacher's desk. He reintroduced himself as a supervising inspector, an employee of the Educational Rights Protection Bureau under the Ministry of Education. And this school had been chosen as the first case for the Educational Rights Bureau to handle. Na Wajin said if they wondered why this beggar organization appeared, try searching for True Education Legal on YouTube. Some students did so, and the search results had over 30,000 comments. Many people agreed with this. Na Wajin's face darkened. He threatened the students. If they were smart, they'd better behave. All of this was brought upon themselves by the students. Na Wajin shouted for the students to stand up if they understood the situation. The students looked at each other nervously. Na Wajin pointed at Kim Ha-ki lying in the corner. If they didn't stand up within 3 seconds, they'd end up like that guy. The students started to get scared. Na Wajin started counting. They slowly stood up. Suddenly, Lee Jun-hyuk, sitting at the back of the class, shouted for everyone to sit down. He went crazy, so the students were afraid too. They ignored Na Wajin's words and sat back down. Jun-hyuk sat up straight, leaning back in his chair. He looked at Na Wajin arrogantly and defiantly. They seem to be more afraid of me than you, teacher. Na Wajin checked the list to see who this guy was. He darkened his face and told Lee Jun-hyuk to come up here. But that guy wasn't easy. He didn't move his ass an inch. Na Wajin warned him first. If he had to go over there, it would be a big deal. Jun-hyuk still wasn't scared. He tilted his chin up, hands in his pockets. Na Wajin walked down with a smile. The atmosphere became extremely tense. Na Wajin walked past Lee Jun-hyuk and kicked the back door shut with a bang. The 2 old men, the principal and vice principal, were lurking outside. He asked what the hell they were doing here. The 2 old men laughed and explained they just wanted to learn educational methods from the person from the Ministry of Education. The principal approached Na Wajin. He whispered a reminder to him. Jun-hyuk is the son of Congressman Lee Gwang-pil. He reminded him not to do anything foolish, or it would affect his career path later. Jun-hyuk's group also walked out of the class at that moment, arrogantly tilting their chins up. Na Wajin just said, "Oh." He switched back to playing dumb mode. He almost made a huge mistake. If he touched the congressman's son, His Excellency might get angry. He would be blamed, punished, and the principal would be implicated too. The principal was a bit surprised to see Na Wajin's attitude change like that. He happily played along, reminding him to finish the investigation soon. Jun-hyuk was smiling smugly when suddenly Na Wajin grabbed his face with one hand. Lee Jun-hyuk was in pain and couldn't pry the hand off. Na Wajin squeezed harder. Now he knew this kid was the boss here, because high-ranking people in the school, like the principal and vice principal, had to run around catering to him. That's why he was so insolent, treating teachers like a joke. Also because this kid acted that way, the other students didn't respect the teachers either. The trashy tradition of this school stemmed from that. He had to wipe out that tradition to restore educational authority here. After squeezing, Na Wajin threw Lee Jun-hyuk to the ground. He gritted his teeth and threatened the principal. He would educate the teachers too. Na Wajin put his hands in his pockets and walked away. He ordered the vice principal to call all teachers to the gymnasium. He had something to announce. Lee Jun-hyuk fell to the ground. Being humiliated like that was unbearable. Na Wajin met the teachers in the gymnasium. He introduced himself as an inspector from the Educational Rights Bureau. He got straight to the point. Although he had only observed the school for 2 days, there were too many problems. He couldn't manage all the students alone, so he wanted to cooperate with the teachers. He announced that during this time, all teachers had the same authority as him. Therefore, if any incident occurred, he would take full responsibility. He guaranteed he wouldn't let anyone suffer any damage. Na Wajin opened his locker. Inside were many whips and sticks of all kinds. He told the teachers to help themselves. Take whichever one they liked. Some teachers were still a bit hesitant. They didn't dare hit students. Even if students didn't listen, they couldn't do that. However, some older teachers didn't hesitate to step up and choose weapons. One man chose a stick that fit his hand. His spirits were high. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. The golden age of peace and order is about to return. Many other teachers also stepped up to choose weapons. A week passed since Na Wajin arrived at the school. There had been many changes in this place. Especially the teachers over 40 were disciplining the bad students with very strange methods. They seemed to be competing to punish the students, coming up with all sorts of different punishments. Some lined them up for spanking. Some made them carry wood. Naturally, not all students accepted this sudden change. Some arrogant students still stubbornly resisted the teachers. Those rebellious kids who resisted the teachers' discipline were personally re-educated by Na Wajin in the special counseling room. No one knew what happened, but after they came out of that room, each and every one of them seemed to become a different person. Lee Jun-hyuk's class was no exception. The students were disciplined by the old female teacher so much they didn't dare lift their heads. During break time, Junhyuk's group gathered on the rooftop to complain. Kim Ha-ki was the most bitter. Is this school a prison or what? Recently, he couldn't even go outside. Every time he sat down to study, it felt like his butt was going to tear apart. Kim Ha-ki told Lee Junhyuk to call his dad quickly. Spread these violent tricks online to handle it. Junhyuk smoked a cigarette. He scolded Kim Ha-ki for not knowing anything. His dad's aide said this school was chosen by the Ministry of Education as the first pilot. The Ministry of Education definitely anticipated every situation. Even if they spread fake news, they had already prepared a script to deal with public opinion. The public opinion that Junhyuk's dad, representing the ruling party, directed and passed 2 years ago was also implemented very vaguely. This story is all over the internet. Public opinion says bullies must be beaten. At this point, there's no other way. Kim Ha-ki whined. So now we have to bow our heads and endure it? Junhyuk was bitter too. Why would he sit still? He was just enduring for a bit. He had prepared for every situation. Suddenly, the rooftop door opened. A student called by Junhyuk arrived. At this moment, Kim Kyu-min was staring at a cup of noodles. He happened to meet Na-Wajin. The two sat on a bench and confided in each other for a bit. Kim Kyu-min was much happier than before. He bought this cup of noodles himself, and now he was enjoying it. Na-Wajin smoked and sat next to him. He asked him if this school was worth studying at now. Not yet. Kim Kyu-min was truly grateful to Na-Wajin. Thanks to him, he wasn't bullied anymore. Recently, he had felt the school atmosphere, even if only for a moment. Kim Kyu-min also shared frankly. Now, thanks to Na-Wajin, the bullies had become more obedient. But their way of thinking couldn't be changed. When Na-Wajin left, this school would return to how it was in the beginning. Na-Wajin heard this and slapped Kim Kyu-min on the back, shaking his lungs. He told him not to think so negatively. He wasn't an idiot. How could he not know that? He told him to take it easy and wait for the results. Don't jump to conclusions. Just sit there and watch his plan. While they were talking, a student who had been beaten black and blue suddenly came to Na-Wajin asking for help. With a face like a pig's head, he said he'd rather die. Na-Wajin dusted off his butt and stood up. He told the student to follow him. Tell him the whole story clearly. The student gritted his teeth nervously. He thought of Junhyuk's plan. He ordered the student to stab the teacher, then used the excuse that he couldn't stand the punishment. The student trembled. Closing his eyes tight, he stabbed Na-Wajin in the side with a knife. He turned back to look at the knife stuck in him with surprise. Blood dripped onto the floor. Kim Kyu-min was also scared by this scene. The male student panted and trembled. Na-Wajin grabbed the student's hand and twisted it back. The student screamed in pain. Na-Wajin coldly pulled the knife out of his side. It didn't even go in 1 centimeter. If you're a man, you have to stab decisively. Na-Wajin dragged the student into the special counseling room. He threw him inside and told him to sit down. Na-Wajin took off his outer shirt. He took tools out of the drawer. He threw a mirror to the student and told him to hold it. He told him to help hold the mirror while he stitched the wound himself with a needle. The student obediently followed. Silent, not daring to utter a word. Na-Wajin asked him who told him to do this. Clearly, the student had no intention of killing anyone. He knew who was behind it, but he wanted the student to say the name himself. The student stubbornly refused to reveal the mastermind, insisting it was his own fault. Na-Wajin stabbed the knife into the student's hand, threatening him, asking if he wanted to rot in jail. Premeditated murder like this would mean sitting in jail for quite a while. After Na-Wajin threatened him, the student remained silent as a clam. He was out of options. He waved his hand and told the kid to get lost. Opportunity came knocking, and he didn't know how to grab it. Even if he helped kids like this, it wouldn't change anything. The student, his pride hurt, felt bitter. He screamed in resentment. If he spoke up, they would kill him. Before, Park Dae-soo also resisted and ended up like that. The student bitterly recalled. Park Dae-soo was different from kids like him. Dae-soo studied well and was loved by everyone. Conversely, Junhyuk was close with the upperclassmen. From there, he became the top bully in the whole school. Park Dae-soo and Junhyuk had absolutely nothing to do with each other. Their interests and hobbies were different, so they never clashed. Until one day, Park Dae-soo stood up and criticized Jun Hyuk's insolent behavior and physical aggression toward a teacher. Then he even punched him. From that moment, Jun Hyuk held a grudge, and Park Dae-soo's miserable life began. From that day on, the ostracism regime began to appear, and Park Dae-soo wasn't treated like a human being. Not only that, his father ran an interior design business, mainly dealing with public officials. But suddenly, the business collapsed simultaneously, and the family went bankrupt. Their house was also sold. After that, unable to bear the pressure, Park Dae-soo jumped off a building. After he died, Jun Hyuk silenced all the teachers. The police didn't dare touch him because he was the son of a National Assembly member. The student recounted the story with resentment and helplessness. But while he sat pouring his heart out, Na Hwa-jin had already taken a few naps. He didn't hear a single word. When the student finished, he vaguely woke up. Na Hwa-jin complained sleepily. "It's just a story about an insolent high school brat. Why make it so long?" The student shouted in frustration. "Or is it because you see you can't handle Jun Hyuk, so you pretend not to hear?" Na Hwa-jin took out his phone, opened the news screen, and shoved it in the student's face, forcing him to watch. At this moment, Lee Jun-hyuk's group was on the rooftop waiting for a commotion. They waited forever but didn't see an ambulance arrive. Jun-hyuk also anticipated that the student wouldn't be able to do anything. He had 2 or 3 other guys as backups. He'd continue tomorrow. While the group stood there waiting, suddenly Na Hwa-jin and the student opened the rooftop door and walked up. Na Hwa-jin put his arm around the student's shoulder. With a cheerful face, he pointed at Jun Hyuk and mocked him. "Look at those lackeys discussing national affairs on the rooftop." Lee Jun-hyuk's group also realized that the student had sided with Na Hwa-jin. They shouted threats, asking if he wanted to end up like Park Dae-soo. But this time, the student wasn't afraid anymore. With Na Hwa-jin's encouragement, he stepped forward and punched Lee Jun-hyuk straight in the face. The other 2 were also surprised. They grabbed the student's collar and questioned him. Na Hwa-jin supported from behind. He grabbed the collars of the other 2 and threw them to the ground. He praised the student for the great punch, hitting from the chin up and knocking him down. Truly talented. Jun Hyuk crawled up from the ground, cursing. The student didn't bother fearing him anymore. He held up his phone showing the news. Jun Hyuk's father, Congressman Lee Gwang-pil, was involved in a sex scandal and bribery corruption. Jun Hyuk stood frozen seeing that news. Going back to the beginning, the Minister of Education had picked the first target, Congressman Lee Gwang-pil's son. Na Hwa-jin even complained about why the first mission had to be a congressman's son. The teachers were afraid of his dad, so they wouldn't cooperate. The Minister of Education lit a cigarette. He told him to stop complaining and just do it. He would handle the small matters. Now, Congressman Lee Gwang-pil's scandal plastered all over social media was also the Minister of Education's handiwork. Jun Hyuk couldn't believe it. How could his father end up like this? Kim Ha-ki furiously grabbed Lee Jun-hyuk's shirt. At Jun Hyuk's house, he was trash. He was just a shameful son of a National Assembly member leading a region. But outside, it was completely different. With his father as a solid backing, everyone cowered before him. He used his father's power to ensure that those bold enough to challenge his power could never lift their heads again. Seeing them suffer and squirm like insects was his greatest joy. But then a problem appeared. One of the insects he often played with committed suicide. He trembled like a leaf when he entered the counseling room. Inside were the police. But contrary to what he thought, even the police competed to flatter him because of his father. At that moment, he realized, no matter what sins he committed at school, they would all be forgiven. He was the king of this school. But now, the times had completely changed. The person soaked like a drowned rat, looking pathetic and cowardly, was Jun Hyuk. If his father fell, he fell too. He was bitten back by Kim Ha-ki's group. As much as they catered to him before, they bullied him that much now. Jun Hyuk still refused to lose and fought back. He had faith that his father wouldn't be taken down so easily. In 3 or 4 months, this case would sink. Then he would return to the peak. Kim Ha-ki spat in his face with contempt. He didn't even consider him worth looking at. Jun Hyuk sat in a heap in the restroom. He harbored hatred in his heart, muttering curses. Just then, Na Hwa-jin walked out of a stall. He just went to relieve himself for a bit and encountered a dog-eat-dog scene. He leisurely washed his hands. Hyuk saw him and screamed. He questioned why he didn't stop the bullies. Na Wajin turned off the water and shook his hands. He calmly said that wasn't his job. As of today, he was done at this school. The Educational Rights Bureau's mission had ended. From now on, there would be no more unreasonable punishments. Everything would return to normal. After this incident, the students should know better and listen to the teachers so this wouldn't happen again. Na Wajin left the school. And just as predicted, the culture of ostracism at this school returned. And this time, the bully's target shifted to Hyuk. But this wasn't over yet. The video of Hyuk insulting teachers and committing school violence was widely spread on media outlets. All the bad things he did were exposed. His father beat him without missing a beat, beating him while criticizing him, wishing he would die. That night, Hyuk lay in bed but couldn't sleep. Like a soulless person, his mouth kept muttering, "Kill, kill." He brought cans of gasoline to the school and poured it around. He intended to burn the whole school down. While pouring the gasoline, Na Wajin appeared from nowhere and kicked him. Gasoline spilled all over him. Na Wajin lit a cigarette, asking if Hyuk was crazy. At this point, he still hadn't realized his mistake. If not, he had to give this kid some true education. Hyuk was startled to see Na Wajin. Even more startled to see him waving a burning lighter. Na Wajin smirked. Looking down from above, he threw the lighter straight into the gasoline. Lee Hyuk screamed. The fire blazed up. He squealed like a stuck pig, running to escape. But after running a short distance, he tripped. He fell flat on the ground. The fire spread right to him. He had no way out, so he held his head and cried for help in despair. Na Wajin watched for a while before taking a fire extinguisher to put out the fire. Hyuk still hadn't recovered, trembling uncontrollably. Na Wajin finished extinguishing the fire. He reminded him not to play with fire. Playing with fire will get you burned one day. He sat down in front of Hyuk, sincerely teaching him. This is the first lesson of life. You have to experience it directly with your body, not just empty theory. That is true education. Na Wajin grabbed Hyuk by the collar. He spoke sternly to his face. Bullying others thanks to factions. Oppressing others thanks to power. Because of those things, a person's normal life suddenly turns into hell. And when you realize what you've done, that's when you face similar retribution. You have to take responsibility for your own actions. That is truly the true education Na Wajin is pursuing. Na Wajin let go of Lee Hyuk's collar. He stood up and dusted off his pants. But even if Hyuk stood up to take responsibility now, student Park Dae-soo could never come back to life. But at least this would make him face the court of conscience for the rest of his life. Hyuk sat there silently. He collapsed, sobbing in despair. The next morning, Na Wajin appeared on the news. He clearly introduced his position under the Ministry of Education. During the past time, he had collected evidence of Hyuk's crimes. Immediately, the police arrested the bullies who had bullied Park Dae-soo, including Hyuk. After that day, news that Hyuk's father was removed from the Politburo spread everywhere. He couldn't withstand the pressure of public opinion, so he held a press conference to announce his resignation from the National Assembly. But because of this, the whole country knew about Na Wajin's educational methods. On media outlets, public opinion severely criticized the existence of the Educational Rights Bureau applying corporal punishment. Many conflicting opinions appeared online. But even so, Kim Kyu-min couldn't do anything. He could only silently pray that Na Wajin was okay. In a car leaving the chairman's office, a secretary reported to a man about the questions in the press conference. Mainly questions attacking the Educational Rights Bureau. The man heard half of it and waved it off. No need to predict and draft such trivial scripts. Facing it directly is more effective. The secretary was too used to this man, Choi Kong-soo's, working style. Suddenly, the driver braked hard. Some congressman was standing in front of their car. That guy was Congressman Lee Gwang-pil. The secretary intended to go out and check, but Choi Kong-soo told her to stay seated. He went out directly. Gwang-pil and this old man knew each other. He questioned Choi Kong-soo why he did that to him. Weren't they family? It was Choi Kong-soo who let the press know about his scandal. Choi Kong-soo coldly held a cigar. He took a puff and then pressed it into Congressman Lee Gwang-pil's shirt. He wasn't close with Gwang-pil at all. With all that trash spreading on the internet, He still had time to come here? Choi Kong-soo sternly told Congressman Lee Gwang-pil to go raise his son properly. Choi Kong-soo, 26 years in politics, 6-time National Assembly member, former representative of the ruling party. Currently, he is the Minister of Education. Choi Kong-soo is currently 69 years old. He first entered politics when he was 43. His political style is not caring about things like face. And no matter who the opponent is, he speaks frankly without hesitation, using harsh and indiscriminate words. But unlike other politicians, he isn't fake and doesn't go against the people's will. He is a politician with such strong support that he is called the next presidential candidate. At the same time, he is also the politician reporters want to avoid the most. Currently, he is answering reporters' questions at a press conference. Reporter Cho Shin-woo of the Gabriel newspaper raised his hand first. After beating around the bush, he asked if Choi Kong-soo was the one who proposed the bill supporting corporal punishment. Choi Kong-soo didn't give him any face. He asked the reporter back why he asked that. Stupid question, go study more. The amendment to the Educational Rights Protection Law was passed 2 years ago. Why ask again now? The reporter went silent. Choi Kong-soo mocked him again. 2 years ago, you guys were busy chasing celebrity drama, right? Didn't study when young, grew up to be a reporter. Basically just looking for clickbait news. Choi Kong-soo affirmed he didn't support corporal punishment. But the Educational Rights Bureau is an organization to rectify schools that are seriously violated. They only teach extreme schools that cannot be improved by normal teachers. Although implemented nationwide, it is not an abolition of the ban on corporal punishment. Another reporter from Channel A turned to ask a question. Does that mean children have to be beaten to listen? Doesn't that stem from outdated thinking? Choi Kong-soo laughed coldly and asked back. After beating them, hasn't the atmosphere in schools become much better? Reporter Yoon Yun-suk of the Spotlight newspaper raised her hand to ask a question. She held up the results of the investigation on the bodies of students taught by the Education Bureau. She asked Choi Kong-soo a question, asking if he thought such human rights violations could happen in 21st century education. Choi Kong-soo annoyedly asked the female reporter back, who are human rights for? While the ban on corporal punishment is applied in the name of protecting students' human rights, and in reality, education is neglected, and a certain student lost his life. All students have the right to be educated in a safe environment. We must immediately rectify the reality of education being violated by some ignorant students and teachers. The job of education is to protect students who are well-behaved and listen to teachers. Choi Kong-soo cursed straight at the reporters' faces. They only knew how to ask the same questions all this time. If you are a reporter, ask diverse questions from a reporter's perspective. Choi Kong-soo strongly declared. He is the Minister of Education. No matter how much opposition there is, he will push the activities of the Education Bureau. So parents, stop frantically calling him. If he receives any more calls related to the Education Bureau later, don't blame him for being nasty. Na Wajin sat watching the video broadcast online and exclaimed, "This old man is truly crazy." He said he would go explain. And now he's declaring war, damn it. How did this person become a 6-time congressman? While muttering curses, Choi Kong-soo appeared behind him at some point. He was his father. He kicked Na Wajin without missing. A while later, Choi Kong-soo ate snacks while complaining they were cheap. Na Wajin knelt down to weed a grave. He asked him, "Is the Education Bureau's action okay?" It looks like reporters and parents have completely become enemies. Choi Kong-soo licked his fingers. He didn't care. If he said it, it would be done. Na Wajin finished weeding and stood up. The two stared at the tombstone of a person named Jie-soo. He asked if he would like it if they did this. Choi Kong-soo was also contemplative. They weren't doing this to avenge the dead, but so the living wouldn't have to suffer anymore. Choi Kong-soo didn't want to talk about this topic anymore. He turned and left. Na Wajin told him to go ahead. He still had work to do. Choi Kong-soo asked where the next school was. He said it was Go Tech in Anson. The principal there directly requested instruction. Normally, if a problem occurs at school, they naturally cover it up. But the principal had to request it directly. This meant that place was already that dark. Na Wajin went to that school. Just walking up the stairs, he saw two guys punching each other. They punched each other very hard. The students seemed used to this, so they hurriedly ran away to avoid being involved. This afternoon, there were two gangster factions that didn't like each other. They clashed on sight, rushing in to fight fiercely. Na Wajin laughed heartily. Time for him to end this battle. Kim Hyuk-do had liked and been crazy about cars since he was small. He didn't care about toys like robots. He always focused only on cars. He chose his future dream earlier than others. Because he wanted to become an automotive engineer, he came to this school. But here, they fought every day. He was forced to fight, but he couldn't beat anyone. Every time he swung a punch, he got hit back 10 times harder. Kim Hyuk-do shed tears of sadness. Every day happening like this was truly boring. He lay on the ground, not wanting to get up anymore. This technical school was truly a trash school. If there was a time machine to go back to the past, he wanted to scream at himself back then to stop liking cars. The first day of school, the class ranking battle took place. A week later was the school ranking battle. A month later, fighting for the top spot of the first years against the second and third years. The ranking battle between departments officially began. A weak anchovy like Kim Hyuk-do, of course, ranked last for 3 consecutive years in the automotive department. Yet he managed to endure until his third year. Although beaten black and blue, he still held on because the department's practical classes were really interesting. He thought the fighting would end in the new semester, but no. That bastard Lee Ho-sung, the bastard with the lowest IQ in the automotive department, was the ringleader of the fighting. He said before graduating, he would definitely climb to the top of the department. Kim Hyuk-do was that guy's loyal errand boy for 3 years. He was beaten like a child by him. He felt he was very useless because he couldn't fight back against anyone. Lee Ho-sung grabbed Kim Hyuk-do by the hair, screaming in his face. The long history of this technical school was built by fists. How the hell did a useless guy like Kim Hyuk-do get into this school? Na Wajin, after finishing talking in the principal's office, went to the gymnasium. Just in time to hear those words. Living this long, this was the first time he heard such bullshit logic. School is a place to study, not a place to fight. Lee Ho-sung saw Na Wajin and tilted his chin up, unafraid. He approached with hands in his pockets, asking who he was. Na Wajin introduced himself as someone from the Educational Rights Protection Bureau under the Ministry of Education. He introduced himself, but Lee Ho-sung was a guy who never watched the news, so he didn't know. Without saying a word, he swung his fist to attack Na Wajin. He smirked, quickly swinging his hand to slap, hitting Lee Ho-sung in the face, knocking him to the ground. The others gaped. Na Wajin beckoned Kim Hyuk-do over. At the electrical department. These were the guys who just fought with the automotive department. Their leader was Ro Hong-ki, planning a strategy to ambush the automotive department. While discussing tactics enthusiastically, the loudspeaker announced, "I am Kim Hyuk-do, ranked last in the automotive department. For guys like you, just me is enough to handle it. Meet for a fight at the gymnasium." Ro Hong-ki and the electrical department crowd were furious hearing that. They flocked to the gymnasium. Just as they aggressively pushed the door open, Na Wajin hit them on the head with a stick. He ordered them to sit down. The automotive department crowd, after being disciplined, was seated in their places. Na Wajin combined the electrical and automotive departments to teach. The subject name was mental education. Whoever was dissatisfied, take off your badge. Come up here for a solo fight. The electrical department crowd hadn't been taught yet, so they were still insolent. Na Wajin briefly introduced his identity to them. This Ro Hong-ki guy was a bit more knowledgeable. He watched the news, so he knew Na Wajin. But he wasn't scared either. Intending to turn around and leave the gymnasium, Na Wajin threw the stick at his head. Ro Hong-ki felt blood rush to his brain. He picked up the stick Na Wajin just threw and pointed it at his face. He had held back enough. Don't provoke him. Na Wajin kept his hands in his pockets. He told him to just take off his badge and come solo. He was hoping he would do that. Mental Education Period 1. Lesson name. In life, you must know who you are. Ro Hong-ki exploded. He swung the stick to hit Na Wajin. But with just one blow, he knocked him away. Na Wajin used his foot to retrieve his stick, clicking his tongue. Still too green and inexperienced. The electrical department crowd panicked and went to check on Ro Hong-ki. He was unconscious, not knowing. What the hell happened? The number 2 of the electrical department, John Ki-hwan, didn't learn from experience either. He and the rest rushed up simultaneously to attack Na Wajin. Lee Ho-sung and the automotive department crowd sitting on the bench could only sigh. Truly new mats just laid out. 30 minutes ago, they were like that too. The result was Na Wajin whipping each of them on the butt. The electrical department crowd didn't escape that fate either. Every single one of them clutched their butts screaming. Na Wajin put the stick on his shoulder, looking at John Ki-hwan, asking why he didn't come up. John Ki-hwan knew fear. He nervously backed away. Na Wajin didn't let him off. He grabbed his neck and lifted him up, not sparing words to humiliate John Ki-hwan. You look like the waste of the electrical department. When war breaks out, the commander must stand up and take responsibility, right? Na Wajin swung the whip and hit John Ki-hwan's, but a few times. After being hit, he lay with his butt to the sky in pain. Na Wajin turned back and cheerfully asked the electrical department if there was anyone else. If no one else, obediently sit at the desks. Knowing fear, they sat down. Na Wajin handed out a stack of exam papers for them to distribute. He put his hands in his pockets and educated them. School is a place to study, not a place to fight. He ordered them to do it carefully. Their fate would be decided by this exam. Kim Hyuk-do read the questions. These questions were all their school standards. But here, this wasn't anything glorious, so he couldn't tell anyone. Regarding studies, he was the top of the whole school. Kim Hyuk-do quickly finished the paper and submitted it, while the others were still scratching their heads. The next day, those with an average score from 0 to 59 were classified by Na Wajin as slaves. He made them run around the school, running while dragging car tires, and constantly repeating the sentence, "School is a place for learning. No fighting allowed." Average scores from 60 to 90 were nobles, allowed to sit on the platform, and an average score of 100 sat on a soft chair high up. Called the emperor, the slaves, after running 20 laps, had to kneel before the king to report. Kim Hyuk-do was the king. He gloated and ordered them to run 10 more laps. Somewhere else, there was a suspended student who had just finished a fight. He took down everyone there. This guy was an acquaintance of Ro Hong-ki. Suddenly, he received a Kakao Talk message that his suspension was lifted. At first, the school suspended him indefinitely, but it had only been 2 weeks, and the order was lifted. He was Jang Kwan-hyuk, 3rd year, electrical department, rank 1 in the whole school. After hearing the news from Ro Hong-ki, his face darkened, angrily breaking his cigarette. The combined class of electrical and automotive departments had new rules created. First, class rank is decided by academic performance. Second, you can challenge the warden at any time. Third, absolutely no tolerance for acts of defiance against superiors. Every issue, including eating and such, was also differentiated. The higher the rank, the better the food. Low rank got nothing. Many kids resisted and went to find Na Wajin to solo. But the result was just failure. Some insolent guys even planned to beat the king, Kim Hyuk-do. But those guys were all rectified by Na Wajin. They were punished by crawling on the ground and had to shout loudly. Studying is the only path to elevate status. Absolutely will not oppose the king. Kim Hyuk-do boasted loudly, but was also very scared. If Na Wajin left the school, he would be done for. He pulled Na Wajin's pants, begging him not to make him king anymore. He had gritted his teeth and endured for 3 years, so he couldn't die like this. Na Wajin patted his shoulder to comfort him. Same age, wearing the same uniform, there was no reason to be so afraid. If the education course ended, this technical school would return to how it was at the beginning. Even if Na Wajin caught their weakness, this school wouldn't change anything. Na Wajin asked Kim Hyuk-do if he knew who created this school's ranking system. The next day, Jang Kwan-hyuk came to school. His face wasn't pleasant at all. Ro Hong-ki and Lee Ho-sung's group also awaited his return, because they thought that, as long as they had Jang Kwan-hyuk, Na Wajin's time was up. The gymnasium door was smashed open. Jang Kwan-hyuk walked in arrogantly. He was holding a hammer, looking like he wasn't afraid of anyone. Kim Hyuk-do saw him and was scared witless. Jang Kwan-hyuk looked at the rules board and the situation around him. Na Wajin also held a stick, happily welcoming him. He heard the principal say this guy was the mastermind behind the mess in this school. Na Wajin was also the one who lifted Jang Kwan-hyuk's suspension. He showed no respect upon meeting. First day back at school, and already late. Must be punished. Na Huajin told him to drop the hammer and lie face down. Stick his butt out. Zhang Quanhyuk threw the hammer, put down his bag, swung his hand to punch Na Huajin straight in the face. But how could that blow take down Na Huajin? He raised his hand and blocked it. His expression changed completely. There was a bit of blood at the corner of his mouth. With the force of that punch earlier, Zhang Quanhyuk's shoulder wasn't any better. Na Huajin switched to serious mode. He smiled. Now it's starting to smell like education. Na Huajin threw the whip to the ground. The king, Zhang Quanhyuk, set a condition. If he won, Na Huajin had to leave this school. He cheerfully agreed. Zhang Quanhyuk swung his fist at Na Huajin. Na Huajin was a step faster. Punched Zhang Quanhyuk in the face. But he wasn't average either. He used momentum to slam Na Huajin's head onto the floor. Na Huajin lay still, not moving anymore. The first time Zhang Quanhyuk stepped into the ring was during the battle for the top spot of the first years. Back then, Rohan Ki was beaten to a pulp by him. Gradually, Zhang Quanhyuk became the new legend of this Gogong Technical School. Not long after, Zhang Quanhyuk successively defeated both the second and third years. After 8 years, a first year held the top position of the entire school for the first time. Zhang Quanhyuk's influence didn't stop within the school, and he quickly achieved the title of top in the whole region. 8 years ago, their school was Gogong Specialized Industrial High School. Back then, the seniors were called the Mongol Army of Gogong, and they were extremely angry when called that. But Zhang Quanhyuk had far surpassed the legends of Gogong Specialized Industrial High School from 8 years ago. After he knocked Na Huajin down, those bastards were so happy they jumped up and down. They kept cheering for Zhang Quanhyuk. Of course, the most terrified person right now was Kim Hyuk-do. He trembled, sweating bullets. My life is freaking over. Zhang Quanhyuk suddenly punched Li Ho-sung and choked Rohan Ki. His face wasn't good at all. Are you kidding me? The teacher told you to take off your badges, so you took them off? So many of you couldn't beat one old guy, and got beaten up instead? Zhang Quanhyuk annoyedly kicked each of them once. The two didn't dare fight back. He took out a cigarette and lit one. He said he would take the troops to reconquer the region. 2 years ago, he had suppressed this region. But currently, more and more guys were eyeing their school's position. This time, they would resolve it thoroughly and rebuild Gogong's status. The ranking battles in school recently were practical training for this reconquest. Zhang Quanhyuk's ambition was to completely erase the legend calling seniors the Mongol Army of Gogong 8 years ago. Na Huajin, lying on the ground listening to Zhang Quanhyuk's plan, laughed so hard his body shook. He couldn't hold back his cackling. Young brats wanting to be legends suppressing the region. Just barely grown up. Na Huajin stood up, snatched the cigarette from Zhang Quanhyuk's mouth. This impulsive punk must be at the age of eating and growing, right? Na Huajin mocked. If you master this region, will your mommy buy you ice cream or something? Zhang Quanhyuk heard this and went mad with rage. He swung his hand to hit again. But this time, Na Huajin wasn't gentle like before. He pushed lightly, and the sound of ribs cracking was heard. Zhang Quanhyuk sat down clutching his stomach, screaming in pain. Na Huajin leisurely smoked the cigarette. Hearing that sound, a few ribs must be broken. According to Newton's third law of motion, the greater the applied force, the stronger the reaction force. Zhang Quanhyuk's attack power was too strong, so it backfired like that. Basic law. Don't even know something so basic. Go study more. Na Huajin approached Zhang Quanhyuk, educating him about the truth of the world's existence. Give money, pay back money. Use power, pay back with power. Use strength, get hit back with strength. That is also the principle of true education that Na Huajin pursues. He sat down happily poking Zhang Quanhyuk to see which bone was broken. He was in pain and couldn't fight back. Na Huajin turned back to call Kim Hyuk-do. He said from today, Zhang Quanhyuk would be the king's close eunuch. Try experiencing the lowest level of the ranking system to see what's fun. At a certain restaurant, the group opposing Gogong High School was discussing. A few days ago, Zhang Quanhyuk wiped out the Seorok School guys. They predicted that Quanhyuk wouldn't stop at Seorok School. They invited each other to go to the capital to beat Gogong first. Those guys seemed scared. They were very afraid of Zhang Quanhyuk. He alone could defeat 20 Seorok guys without a scratch. They had to discuss a strategy to take down Jang Kwan-hyuk first, then figure it out. While discussing enthusiastically, the top one of Seorok High School, who was beaten by Jang Kwan-hyuk a few days ago, walked in. He also planned to beat Jang Kwan-hyuk like that, then ended up beaten to a pulp by him. The Seorok guy told the group to pool money to hire gangsters to handle it. As long as there's money, nothing is impossible. The following days, the scene at Gogong School was unimaginable. Kim Hyuk-do was served by the school's strongest, Jang Kwan-hyuk. Of course, at first, he didn't obediently listen. He intended to give Kim Hyuk-do a beating. But after being disciplined by Na Wajin, he resigned himself. He gave Kim Hyuk-do a cat feather duster. Just a wave and Jang Kwan-hyuk would sneeze. And sneezing would hurt the 3 cracked ribs. Painful as hell. Jang Kwan-hyuk had also mobilized his brothers to rush in and beat Na Wajin. But those guys didn't dare. They were disciplined long-term, so they were much better behaved. They even dared to challenge Jang Kwan-hyuk to do it if he was so good. He gradually lost his power and could no longer demonstrate authority in front of others like before. And it wasn't just Jang Kwan-hyuk alone who changed. Those bullheaded guys like Ro Hong-ki and Lee Ho-sung also studied harder. Instead of fighting, they exchanged knowledge. This scene of class division had been going on for over 2 weeks. The boundary between the electrical and automotive departments nearly disappeared. With this situation, even if Na Wajin left, everything would be fine. The principal was also very satisfied, thanking Na Wajin profusely. Jang Kwan-hyuk had also become much more obedient. Seeing the students reform was the wish of an educator like him. Contrary to the principal's positivity, Na Wajin didn't believe Jang Kwan-hyuk would truly change. Leaving school, Kim Hyuk-do trembled, telling Jang Kwan-hyuk he didn't need to take him home. But he insisted on taking him home because this was the current rule at school. Kim Hyuk-do felt both happy and scared. After being educated, Jang Kwan-hyuk truly changed a lot. He was ignored by all those who followed him before. Jang Kwan-hyuk touched his ribs. It had been 2 weeks. His bones had nearly healed. Since birth, he had never endured such humiliation. Even in his dreams, Na Wajin's face appeared. He was determined to defeat him tomorrow. After taking down Na Wajin, he would get the rest who dared to betray him. While escorting Kim Hyuk-do home, they met the Seorok group that Jang Kwan-hyuk beat up the other day. They mocked him for carrying the bag for a nerd. Today they came here for revenge. Jang Kwan-hyuk didn't take them seriously. 30 guys couldn't do anything to him, let alone 3. The Seorok boss was confident for a reason. Today he had called 3 gangsters to teach Jang Kwan-hyuk a lesson. These 3 came from a bully cleanup business. Nickname: the Scary 7 Uncles. Jang Kwan-hyuk wasn't scared yet, but Kim Hyuk-do was already trembling with fear. The 3 uncles saw the target was a high school kid and were contemptuous. While they were still babbling, one was punched in the mouth by Jang Kwan-hyuk, bleeding. After hitting one, he turned to another. But Jang Kwan-hyuk's fist was easily caught by that uncle. The uncle sneered. This level, and you're top one in the region? That uncle wasn't mediocre either. He punched him in the ribs. Jang Kwan-hyuk vomited blood and collapsed. The uncle indifferently smoked a cigarette. He didn't want to hit kids either, but since he took the money, he had to. He didn't want to hit a junior from the same school at all. Previously, he also studied at Gogong Industrial School. Graduated 8 years ago. Back then, the kids in this region often called Gogong the Mongol army, and he was the one they hailed as the Great Khan. This guy was the top one of Gogong Industrial School 8 years ago. Jang Kwan-hyuk heard the great name and found it interesting. The Great Khan was the one who wiped out this region 18 years ago. Just in time to meet now. He wanted to see who was stronger. Jang Kwan-hyuk continued to rush up to attack. The Great Khan leisurely threw away the cigarette. Looking without even looking, swung his leg and kicked, making Jang Kwan-hyuk's mouth go numb. The Great Khan sneered. These dirty brats. Let me teach you guys a lesson. The Great Khan swung his fist and punched Jang Kwan-hyuk hard in the throat. He was in pain and had difficulty breathing. Jang Kwan-hyuk started having violent tendencies in 1st grade. Back then, a group of rude kids insulted him and his family. Jang Kwan-hyuk didn't hold back and rushed in to fight them to the death. Although later his mother had to apologize to the other kid's family because he beat that kid black and blue. At that time, Jang Kwan-hyuk realized, as long as he was good at fighting, he would never be inferior to others. Those who looked down on others for having no money. Those who looked down on others for being uneducated. He made them scared enough to wet their pants. No one could bring him down. Because he was always at the top. That was before. But this was the first time Jang Kwan-hyuk encountered this. His punches didn't hit the Great Khan. He was beaten until his head spun. For the first time, he felt fear. He was forced to beg the Great Khan to stop and not hit him anymore. He humbly begged the Great Khan to stop. He promised never to touch anyone again. Also never to fight again. Seeing that, the Great Khan stopped hitting. Turned to ask the client what they wanted next. The Seorok guys happily told him to stop. They were quite satisfied. However, the Great Khan didn't think so. He saw that a type like Jang Kwan-hyuk would absolutely not repent. If he recovered, he would definitely cause trouble again. The Great Khan enticed the Seorok group to give more money. He would guarantee to resolve it smoothly until graduation. Jang Kwan-hyuk was dragged to a construction site. Kim Hyuk-do was also dragged along to prevent snitching. Jang Kwan-hyuk had his arms held by another guy. Although he cried and begged for his life, the Great Khan ignored him. Kim Hyuk-do sat aside, pale-faced. Before this happened, he had never spoken to Jang Kwan-hyuk. Because of the ranking system he created, he had to suffer for 3 consecutive years. Just because he couldn't fight, he had to live worse than a dog. He always resented and cursed Jang Kwan-hyuk. But witnessing this scene, Kim Hyuk-do couldn't take it. He used all his courage to rush up and shield Jang Kwan-hyuk, begging the Great Khan to spare him. Kim Hyuk-do was kicked once and vomited blood, coughing violently. No matter how much he hated Jang Kwan-hyuk, he didn't want him to end up like this. Kim Hyuk-do trembled like a leaf, but still begged the Great Khan to spare Jang Kwan-hyuk. But the Great Khan was a responsible worker. He evaluated Kim Hyuk-do. Jang Kwan-hyuk also didn't understand why he stood up to beg for him. They had no relationship. Why do that? The Great Khan beat Kim Hyuk-do senseless. His heart rate increased. The watch on his hand sent a warning to Na Wajin's phone at home. After beating him for a while, Kim Hyuk-do was still stubborn and decided not to give up. The Great Khan was also tired, asking what the reason was for Kim Hyuk-do to do this. Being tormented by him so badly, didn't he hate him? Kim Hyuk-do lay dying on the ground. He truly hated Jang Kwan-hyuk. But he didn't deserve this. Na Wajin arrived just in time. His face wasn't good at all. Looking at the situation around, he told Kim Hyuk-do to briefly explain the situation. He quickly summarized for him to understand. They were the uncle service, accepting money to deal with bullies. A gang of thugs. Na Wajin heard this and laughed out loud. A bunch of old guys bullying kids? Being called old, they jumped up. They were only under 20. How were they old? Na Wajin looked at their faces to evaluate. Faces saggy like they were soaked in acid and claiming to be under 20. A thug put a knife to his neck, threatening Na Wajin. But before his eyes, he broke the hand holding the knife. The guy fell to the ground screaming. Na Wajin swung his hand and slammed his head onto the floor, bleeding. Just in time for this bunch to be here for him to relieve his mood. Lately, he was too stressed, so his hands and feet were itching. The king. I'm not a student, so feel free. Na Wajin had seen this uncle service group a few times on the news, saying there was a gang of thugs specializing in taking money to punish kids. Actually, this job was similar to what he was doing. But the difference was Na Wajin was recognized by the state, and they were just a bunch of thugs. The Great Khan saw Na Wajin's lightning-fast handling and felt scared, moving fast as lightning. After hitting someone, he remained as calm as nothing happened. Reason told the Great Khan that Na Wajin was not average. He pulled out a knife preparing to attack. Na Wajin kindly reminded the Great Khan to put the knife down. He only intended to exchange a few moves with him like dogs in the neighborhood tearing at each other. But if he held that, he would have to play for real. The Great Khan ignored the warning and rushed up. Na Wajin assumed a stance, calmly hitting the Great Khan's wrist holding the knife. He felt something was wrong, but stubbornly attacked. The Great Khan kept stabbing at Na Wajin, but he blocked every move. The Great Khan started to feel tense. Screwed, messed with the wrong person. When he first joined the organization, he heard the big brother mention something. When the opponent uses this stance, even if you have a knife, avoid fighting that person. That stance is a specialized combat technique for dueling against knives. Before long, the Great Khan's knife was knocked away. He was punched in the face by Na Wajin, dislocating his jaw. Now the Great Khan vaguely realized that technique was defense and offense, without being limited or affected by anything. The combat technique of the Special Forces. Manga. Na Wajin beat the Great Khan like a child. Not joking. He was pumped. He grabbed the Great Khan's hair, telling him to stand up and crow some more. He said he would fight him for real. One of the two must die. Only then could it end. Na Wajin beat the Great Khan relentlessly. Kim Hyuk-do, Jang Kwan-hyuk, and the other guy could only stand watching, pale-faced. The Great Khan saw the murderous intent in Na Wajin's eyes. He didn't want to die, so he hurriedly hugged his leg begging for mercy. But Na Wajin didn't listen. He swung his leg and kicked the Great Khan in the face again. The Great Khan flew over to Kim Hyuk-do. He quickly clasped his hands begging him to stop Na Wajin. Now the Great Khan was as cowardly as a dog. To live, he would do anything. Na Wajin pulled a cigarette out of his pocket to smoke. Only now did he stop beating. He looked at the Great Khan with contempt. If you want to beg for forgiveness, don't beg the person beating you, beg the person you beat. That's the right way. Na Wajin told him to piss off. The Great Khan didn't dare linger. The three helped each other leave. Na Wajin approached Jang Kwan-hyuk, sharply asking if he saw clearly. This is what he had caused all along. The next day, Na Wajin left Gogong School, and just as predicted, Kim Hyuk-do was cornered by Lee Ho-sung and Ro Hong-ki's group. They united to beat him up for revenge. Kim Hyuk-do was gagged, trembling. Just then, Jang Kwan-hyuk kicked the door open and entered. He declared whoever dared to touch Kim Hyuk-do would have to deal with him. Lee Ho-sung and Ro Hong-ki's group were chased out. Jang Kwan-hyuk untied Kim Hyuk-do. He laughed heartily, thanking him. Although laughing, inside Kim Hyuk-do was still scared to death. Scared that Jang Kwan-hyuk would handle him personally. Yesterday, Jang Kwan-hyuk was thoroughly educated by Na Wajin. If hitting those weaker than oneself to humiliate them, blatantly trampling on others' self-esteem by dividing ranks. If never experiencing that feeling, one would never understand. Na Wajin stomped down between Jang Kwan-hyuk's hands, scaring the soul out of him. He could be called lucky. If those thugs hadn't appeared today, Na Wajin intended to educate him the way he just did. Also, Jang Kwan-hyuk was also lucky, thanks to Kim Hyuk-do's character. In that situation, he could have totally stood watching his hand be crushed or gloated because the person who turned his school life upside down was being beaten. But Kim Hyuk-do chose to sacrifice himself to save his enemy, Jang Kwan-hyuk. If it were the other way around, surely Jang Kwan-hyuk wouldn't have done that. Human rank doesn't lie in strength, but it is decided by their character. Living in this world without knowing this, then one will have to receive a fitting lesson. Jang Kwan-hyuk, after being educated, was enlightened. He told Kim Hyuk-do. He saved him not because he was threatened by Na Wajin, just that yesterday he was very stupid. Kim Hyuk-do was very happy hearing that. Later, he wasn't bullied anymore and graduated smoothly. Jang Kwan-hyuk didn't fight anymore during the rest of high school. He diligently interned and prepared plans for the future. After graduating, the two went their separate ways. 10 years later, they joined an electric car company together. Na Wajin just returned and was handed the next case by the Minister of Education. He even heartlessly handed him a pile of documents and information, forcing him to research. Choi Kong-soo criticized him for working too long. Handling one case took 2 or 3 weeks. Na Wajin was annoyed too. He wasn't a gangster hired to fight. If he could, he would have beaten them to a pulp and ended it already. But the number of applications sent was increasing. Na Wajin alone couldn't solve them all. Choi Kong-soo said new personnel would arrive soon. Na Wajin read the information from a school. He was astonished. Couldn't believe these things happened in the same school. Na Wajin looked at the name again. It was a girls' high school. He turned to Choi Kong-soo to complain. He could handle other things, but a girls' school was a bit sensitive. Choi Kong-soo told him not to worry. He had recruited a very capable female employee. Just then, the new employee arrived. As soon as she entered, she saluted and introduced herself. She was Sergeant Lim Han-rim, belonging to Special Task Force 707. Na Wajin gaped upon hearing that. At first she looked familiar, but now he recognized her. He asked why she came here. Lim Hanrim laughed heartily. She came to catch a deserter. Na Wajin was a captain as well as her team leader. At Soyun Girls High School, a group of girls pinned down and bullied a male teacher. The leader was Han Se-ri. She held clippers wanting to cut her teacher's hair. The teacher grabbed the hand holding the knife, telling her she shouldn't do that. Don't joke like that with a teacher. Han Se-ri screamed. She asked the teacher back how he dared to touch a female student's body. The teacher, flustered, hurriedly let go. When the teacher returned to the break room, his hair ended up being shaved bald. The other teachers could only sympathize. They could only sigh, not knowing what to do with those insolent kids. If this continued, they didn't know if they could keep teaching. Song Sanjang was the homeroom teacher of that unruly second-year class 4. She silently prepared documents to go into class. Today's victim was Mr. Nam Sang-wook. But Mr. Nam was still better off. Joking like that meant they still considered him human. As for her, they treated her no differently than a ghost. Song Sanjang entered the class, and no one cared. The students still ignored her and did their own thing. Na Wajin and Lim Hanrim shared a car to Soyun Girls' School. Lim Hanrim was annoyed why Na Wajin didn't recognize a comrade who had eaten from the same pot, played in the same group with him as her. If she said that, he gave up. It would be strange for a normal person to recognize her. Grab a passerby and ask, you'll know immediately. 2 years ago, Lim Hanrim was just a black-haired lady with a bun. 2 years later, she transformed, letting her hair down and dyeing it mouse gray. Only God would recognize her. Lim Hanrim touched her hair. She said she dyed it in high school. Now to deal with the kids, she wanted to return to that feeling. Na Wajin rubbed his chin in disdain. Are you dreaming? Lim Hanrim annoyedly asked him what was with that long hair. Na Wajin said he was in mourning. Lim Hanrim stopped joking too. Na Wajin told her to let him off here. He reminded her to first take the position of a trainee teacher. Until he arrived, keep the atmosphere good. Lim Hanrim said yes, sir, obeying orders. After the car left, Na Wajin went into the police station. Lim Hanrim arrived at Soyun School as a trainee teacher. The principal asked Ms. Song Sanjang to help Lim Hanrim. Lim greeted Ms. Sanjang warmly. Sanjang led the trainee teacher Hanrim to teach together. Contrary to Sanjang's worried look, Hanrim was in a very good mood looking around. It had been 7 years since she returned to school. Previously, she was also a student at a girls' school. Before entering the class, Sanjang reminded Hanrim not to act rashly. Second year, class 4. Again the familiar scene. The female students did their own thing, basically not caring about the teacher. Homeroom teacher Sanjang led Hanrim in to introduce to the class. Obviously, no one cared. Sanjang helplessly told the students to be quiet for a moment. But none of the students bothered to follow. Lim Hanrim glanced and figured out the brat's trick. The air game. Not speaking, acting, or bullying at all. This evil method aimed to isolate, treating others like air. The scary thing about this air game is, the person who dares to break the rule and talk to the isolated person becomes the next target. If anyone dared to talk to Lim Hanrim now, obviously that person was the mastermind. Lim Hanrim cheerfully greeted the students. Then Han Se-ri raised her hand, praising her hair color as beautiful. She asked where she got it done. Give the detailed address. Lim Hanrim pretended not to know anything and gave the address where she did her hair. If needed, she would give the business card. Han Se-ri asked how old Lim Hanrim was. She replied she was 26. They asked if she had a boyfriend yet. Lim Hanrim still answered politely that she didn't. The girls looked at each other and giggled, obviously having no good intentions. They asked how much money Lim Hanrim spent fixing her face. They publicly bet to see. Lim Hanrim wasn't fazed at all. She burst out laughing, saying she had surgery. But it was reduction surgery. Her hobby was sports. She had reduction surgery because moving was too inconvenient. Unlike someone who has no chest to reduce. Might even have to pump it up. The girls heard this, and their faces weren't pretty. They swore, calling her bad luck. Lim Hanrim asked who just said that. A female student in the class spoke up, saying she just watched a ridiculous streamer on YouTube, so she swore. That streamer dyed her hair red like a crazy woman. Lim Hanrim showed no respect, smirked and cursed. This little girl is truly rude. The girls heard this and were startled. The girl who was just cursed immediately stood up and screamed. Lim Han-rim, leisurely, said she wasn't talking about her. Getting startled for real? Suddenly, the recess bell rang. Lim Han-rim arranged to meet the students when class started, then went out. Han Se-ri laughed coldly. She found Lim Han-rim truly interesting. She would definitely give her a taste of education. Outside, Sanjang snapped, asking if Lim Han-rim didn't hear what she said. She told her not to act rashly. Lim Han-rim didn't seem to mind much. She found these kids a bit too mischievous. Didn't expect them to treat teachers like that. She used to attend a girls' school, so she knew. Teacher Sanjang screamed in frustration, saying Lim Han-rim knew nothing. Kids these days are too formidable. While they were talking, suddenly a flower vase fell from above. Lim Han-rim pulled teacher Sanjang away to dodge. Sanjang trembled in fear, speechless. The group that threw the flower pot down was Han Se-ri's group. They weren't scared at all, and even laughed loudly. Lim Han-rim whispered in Sanjang's ear that she was an inspector from the Educational Rights Protection Bureau. She was dispatched here because of this matter. Tell her the reason why this school became like this. Originally, the person in charge of homeroom for second-year class 4 was Mr. Go Young-soo, teaching Korean history. He said there were no bad students in the world and always treated them very warmly and friendly. He was an exemplary teacher that a 3-year teacher like Song Sanjang needed to follow. Mr. Go Young-soo's misfortune began when he became the homeroom teacher of Han Se-ri's class. He gently reminded Han Se-ri not to smoke anymore, and misfortune befell him. The principal stormed in and announced he just received a call from the Minister of Education. An anonymous letter accusing Mr. Go Young-soo of sexually harassing Se-ri was sent to the Department of Education. The Department of Education and the school processed and disciplined Mr. Go Young-soo by removing him from his position. He protested that he was innocent, but he worried it would affect the student who reported him, so he didn't investigate. He received much criticism and contemptuous looks. But compared to that, he suffered because he was betrayed by the very students he trusted. Result: Mr. Go Young-soo committed suicide. The police entered the investigation. They interrogated the students involved in the incident. Han Se-ri's friends said that day standing outside the counseling room, they heard Han Se-ri say she was sexually harassed by Mr. Go. Han Se-ri flipped, saying it was just a joke. She didn't expect her friends to report it like that. All of that was the girl's scheme. If something happened, they would deny it and say it was a misunderstanding. Even knowing the news that Mr. Go Young-soo died, Han Se-ri remained indifferent as if nothing happened. She also found the teacher pitiful. But there are other people who suddenly die from traffic accidents. It had nothing to do with her. Na Wajin finished watching the investigation video of those 2 students. He was silent, not knowing what to say. Lim Han-rim walked into the class. As soon as she opened the door, they popped party poppers to celebrate. Even prepared a cake to welcome her to Soyeon School. They surrounded her, acting apologetic because earlier was just a joke. Lim Han-rim was no stranger to these brats. Even taking the name of the Educational Rights Bureau, catching these kids wasn't easy. The ringleader was Han Se-ri. Didn't show her face to do anything. She still sat in a corner holding her phone. The student holding the cake urged Lim Han-rim to blow out the candles. She leaned down intending to blow. The student holding the cake laughed coldly, intending to smash the cake straight into her face. But unexpectedly, in a flash, the cake was on Han Se-ri's head. Lim Han-rim lowered her leg, smiling happily and apologizing. Her leg just raised by reflex. Who knew it would fly in her direction? The cake fell on her head, causing Han Se-ri's head to bleed. She was furious. Lim Han-rim worriedly asked if she was okay. Han Se-ri gritted her teeth, asking how Lim Han-rim intended to take responsibility. She looked at her defiantly. Dare to hit a student? But too bad. You messed with the wrong person. Lim Han-rim grabbed Han Se-ri's head and slammed it hard onto the table. Inside the cake, they had hidden many razor blades. She questioned them why the cake falling on the head caused bleeding. Intending to slash her face with this? Han Se-ri struggled and screamed. She said she didn't know. Lim Han-rim laughed coldly. She reintroduced herself as a field inspector of the Educational Rights Protection Bureau. You kids who always hold phones probably know how Na Wajin taught the guys over there on YouTube, right? But too bad. Lim Han-rim here isn't as nice as him. Lim Han-rim went to train to relieve stress. Na Wajin bought drinks and came over, asking what happened at school that she looked so tense. She took the can of drink and said nothing happened. She asked if he had watched the investigation video at the police station. Na Wajin also opened a can. He watched it and saw that girl's thinking was beyond his comprehension. Even though someone died, she still casually giggled as if nothing happened. Moreover, it seems her mind is also smart, flexible with bad things. In this slander, she pushed the responsibility of accusing Mr. Go to her subordinates and created a perfect safety net for herself. This time they needed to seriously think about the educational method. If only using normal methods, they couldn't make them feel guilty. Lim Hanrim told Na Wajin to leave it all to her this time. Even if the opponent was evil, he wasn't someone who could treat women cruelly. Moreover, she also graduated from a girls' school. She knew well what she had to do to solve types like this. Na Wajin saw Lim Hanrim punching the sandbag and shuddered. She even challenged him to a solo match, but he refused. The female students, after hearing Lim Hanrim belonged to the Educational Rights Bureau, were also scared. Even the son of a National Assembly member was thrown in jail. Han Se-ri remained calm. She told her friends to just act normal. According to her research, the working time of the Educational Rights Bureau was only 2 weeks. During that time, just ignore them. See what Lim Hanrim does. As soon as she finished speaking, Lim Hanrim was behind Han Se-ri at some point, who said the working time of the Educational Rights Bureau is 2 weeks. The working time of the Education Bureau will last until the school returns to normal. Lim Hanrim snatched Han Se-ri's phone. It's just that teacher Na Wajin is too good, so he solved the work within 2 weeks. She didn't have much experience yet. Maybe she'd be here until graduation. Han Se-ri jumped up demanding her phone back. Lim Hanrim slammed the rot tin stick onto the table, making the students shrink back. She glared at Han Se-ri, told her to speak properly and politely. She didn't like being spoken to rudely and insulted. Lim Hanrim glared. Han Se-ri broke out in a sweat, not daring to utter a sound. She was forced to bite her lip and endure. Han Se-ri pointed and ordered the other students to put all phones in their bags. She said during the working time of the Educational Rights Bureau, students school-wide were banned from using phones. The students seemed to resist. Lim Hanrim still smiled and told them to check the announcement on the bulletin board in front of the school gate after school. The following periods, teachers constantly called Han Se-ri to the board to solve problems. She was called so much she angrily slammed the table. She said she didn't know. Why the hell was everyone targeting her? Just as she crowed a bit, Lim Hanrim hit the cabinet standing behind with a stick, cursing like splashing water in her face. Not knowing how to do it, what is there to be proud of? Teachers kept yielding, so time after time, she only knew how to scream she didn't know. Do you know how to read the textbook? Lim Hanrim ordered Han Se-ri to kneel down. Hands up. She frowned. She flipped her hair, approached Lim Hanrim, and asked what evidence she had to prove she harassed teachers. But Lim Hanrim didn't bother listening to her nonsense. She kicked her knee, forcing Han Se-ri to kneel. She put her thigh on her 2 knees, using one hand to restrain her 2 hands above her head. Han Se-ri screamed like a stuck pig. Lim Hanrim snorted, demanding evidence. The teachers all have evidence exposing you harassing them, not going crazy like a mad dog because of being suspected. Lim Hanrim turned to the homeroom teacher. Now she would add one more rule. From now on, as long as any student has a hooligan attitude in class, all other students will have to suffer together. Lim Hanrim ordered the whole class to kneel down. Hands up. At break time, the girls gathered in the restroom cursing Lim Hanrim. They didn't do a damn thing, but were treated like dogs. Han Se-ri was equally annoyed. She took a puff of her e-cigarette, then suddenly went crazy, raising her hand to slap her subordinate So-hyun. So-hyun was slapped until her nose bled. Han Se-ri had thought of a new plan. So-hyun was beaten by the crazy woman from the Education Bureau, so her cheek was swollen and bleeding. She ordered Sundi to use the public phone opposite the school to call. A while later, the president of the Parent Association aggressively arrived at the school. She stormed into the class questioning who dared to beat her child until bleeding. As soon as she saw Lim Hanrim in the class, she lunged to slap her, cursing profusely in her face. She told her to stay in her place as a teacher. How dare she hit her child? Not long ago, she was the one who kicked that perverted teacher out. Before she finished speaking, she was slapped across the face by Lim Hanrim. The students in the class gaped. The teacher in the class also sweated, warning Lim Hanrim that she was the president of the school's parent association. Lim Hanrim didn't know how to write the word fear. She looked at her with contempt. Being the parent association president doesn't give you the right to lay hands on a teacher without knowing the situation. If you feel so wronged, call the Minister of Education to decide right and wrong. The parent association president screamed. Don't think I dare not do it. Lim Hanrim laughed coldly, challenging. If you're good, go ahead. Do everything possible, even better. But the more you do, the more miserable it will be. Han Se-ri sat in one place, biting her nails, nervously thinking about what to do next. The Educational Rights Protection Bureau had been working here for 10 days. Han Se-ri had truly changed. Of course, at first she didn't give up. After the visit of the Parent Association president, she continued to plan actions. They couldn't use phones, so they played the note-passing trick. But just then, that note was seized by Lim Hanrim. In the note written, "From tomorrow, students school-wide will not come to school." Lim laughed coldly, requesting all second-year students to gather at the gymnasium. Everything was stopped by her. All second-year students were punished. Ultimately, all students in the school blamed full responsibility on Han Se-ri. Han Se-ri, their former queen, had fallen from her horse. But even those blaming Han Se-ri had no right to be proud. Weren't they her accomplices? So Han Se-ri learned to behave. She obediently studied in class, not daring to utter a sound. At the Hanrim Sports Center, she and Na Wajin soloed with each other. He asked if that Han Se-ri girl had learned to behave yet. She said she was more obedient now. Now she was completely isolated. After fighting, the two greeted each other and stopped. Lim Hanrim took a towel to wipe herself. Leadership once lost is hard to regain. Even if the bureau left the school, Han Se-ri couldn't manipulate others from behind like before. Na Wajin suddenly swung a surprise attack. Lim Hanrim raised her hand to block. He reminded her not to be subjective. If that girl surrendered so easily, they wouldn't have needed to come here in the first place. The reason for the existence of the Educational Rights Bureau is because of the appearance of such perverse monsters. Ms. Song Sanjang went home. Currently, no teacher was ignored. Classes also became more comfortable. But she didn't understand why she felt so uneasy. Before, Han Se-ri was heartless, ruthless. As a teacher, she shouldn't have such thoughts about a student. But that girl was truly a demon no one could teach. But today she showed such a weak appearance. She felt something was wrong. With those wrong prejudices, they had abandoned Han Se-ri. This might lead to things out of control. Ms. Sanjang walked up the stairs. Seeing Han Se-ri sitting there hugging her knees crying, she asked what was wrong with her. She cried and said, friends and teachers all blamed her. They thought because of her, the new teacher rights came to the school. Everyone treated her like vermin. She knew it was her fault. She was also reflecting on herself, but she didn't know how to apologize. She didn't know what to do for everyone to forgive her. Ms. Song remembered Mr. Go Young-soo's words. There are no bad students in this world. They do bad behaviors definitely for a reason. Understanding that reason and coaxing, leading students on the right path, is the teacher's duty. Ms. Sanjang softened, helped Han Se-ri stand up, invited her into the house to talk. When she turned to press the code to open the door, after opening, Han Se-ri revealed her true face. She pushed Ms. Song Sanjang down and covered her mouth. On the page of the Educational Rights Protection Bureau, there is a section for providing anonymous information. The meaning of that sentence is that the Education Bureau is a place where anyone can enter to point out bad things. Han Se-ri assumed Ms. Sanjang was the one who did that. She screamed that it was all just a joke. How dare she do that? Ms. Sanjang, gagged, could only shed tears. Both she and Mr. Go Young-soo thought wrong. These children, they couldn't be human, they were monsters. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The neighbor complained why Ms. Sanjang was so noisy. Han Se-ri annoyedly shouted for the person outside to shut up and get lost. Everything was about to end. Lim Hanrim stood outside telling Han Se-ri to open the door quickly. If she counted to 3 and didn't open the door, don't blame why the sky is blue. Han Se-ri heard Lim Hanrim's voice and was scared stiff. Outside, Lim Hanrim started counting. Back to a while ago. Ms. Sanjang opened the door and realized Lim Hanrim lived right next to her house. Temporarily, she would live here because it was close to school. Nawajin also reminded Lim Hanrim. Human psychology is very interesting. When realizing one cannot resolve the object of one's resentment, then naturally one will pour all that anger onto an unrelated object. Nawajin was certain that Han Se-ri would definitely find every way to make things difficult for Lim Hanrim. Next step, she would find the person who reported her to the Education Bureau. Surely she would think the informant was the person bullied most by her. Nawajin reminded Lim Hanrim to determine who would become Han Se-ri's next target. Reality proved Nawajin was right. Outside, Lim Hanrim was counting. Inside, Miss Sanjing gently advised Han Se-ri to open the door. Lim Hanrim came to give advice. She wouldn't do anything. She would speak for them. Han Se-ri absolutely refused to listen. She pulled the box cutter from her friend's hand, raised it intending to stab down. So-hyun beside her stopped Han Se-ri. Initially, they came here just to threaten Ms. Sanjang to make the Education Bureau inspector get lost. Han Se-ri pulled her hand away. Holding the box cutter, she slashed So-hyun's arm once. So-hyun held her bleeding arm and cried out. Ms. Sanjang hurriedly went to check So-hyun's wound. The other friend saw Han Se-ri crazy like that, so she hurriedly opened the door. Lim Hanrim walked in with a dark face. She had counted past 3. Han Se-ri cowered in fear. Hurriedly opened the balcony door, jumped down to escape. Lim Hanrim also chased after her. Han Se-ri ran to the main road. Saw 2 policemen patrolling there. She played the victim, crying for help, accusing Lim Hanrim of wanting to kill her. The 2 men saw Han Se-ri pitiful like that, so they protected her. Lim Hanrim tried to explain she was her teacher, but they didn't believe it. Demanded she show her ID. But unfortunately, she didn't bring her wallet and phone now. Han Se-ri smiled smugly. She ran away. Lim Hanrim saw she couldn't wait anymore, so she used special techniques to quickly slip past the 2 men. She said she belonged to the Educational Rights Protection Bureau. Tomorrow she would come to talk. Saying that, she ran off. Ms. Sanjang bandaged So-hyun's wound. She looked through the records and knew So-hyun and Han Se-ri attended the same middle school. She asked if Han Se-ri was like that in middle school. So-hyun said in middle school Han Se-ri wasn't like that. She was beautiful. Her personality was also sociable, so she was loved by many. Han Se-ri was also smart, so she studied very well, to the point she could attend an international school if she wanted. But at that time, something happened that made Han Se-ri completely become corrupted. Han Se-ri was chased until she was out of breath. She tried to run to the rooftop and close the door, but wasn't fast enough. Lim Hanrim had chased up to place, her foot on the door in her face. Han Se-ri was cornered. She burst out laughing like a maniac. If she did this, both Lim Hanrim and that damn bureau would be finished. Han Se-ri didn't hesitate to jump off the rooftop. Han Se-ri and So-hyun's middle school homeroom teacher was named John Sang-yeon. That old man did a terrible thing that changed Han Se-ri's personality. After Han Se-ri jumped off the rooftop, Lim Hanrim jumped down after her. She caught her, clinging to the air conditioner outdoor unit. But Han Se-ri was a crazy girl. She determinedly struggled, causing both to fall. Lim Hanrim's one hand couldn't bear the weight of both, so they fell. That girl Han Se-ri even intentionally let Lim Hanrim lie underneath as a meat cushion. Lim Hanrim fell to the ground vomiting blood. She coughed violently. Han Se-ri stood up laughing ha 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 like a lunatic. She beat Lim Hanrim's face relentlessly. Ms. Sanjang and the 2 students went looking for the 2. They witnessed Han Se-ri beating Lim Hanrim. She even intended to pick up a brick to smash her head, but was stopped by Ms. Sanjang. She struggled, telling her to let go. Ms. Sanjang tried to enlighten Han Se-ri. She heard So-hyun tell everything. The actions that old man caused were truly disgusting, but the actions Han Se-ri was causing now weren't right either. Despite Ms. Sanjang speaking, Han Se-ri was congenitally defective. She didn't listen, holding the brick intending to throw at Ms. Sanjang. She thought Ms. Sanjang was a fake person, so she hated her extremely. When she was about to throw the brick, Lim Hanrim woke up and grabbed her hand. She punched her in the face once, knocking her to the ground. Han Se-ri backed away in fear, quickly knelt down begging Lim Hanrim for forgiveness. promising from now on not to play the air game with teachers and to listen. Just then, the two patrol policemen from earlier also caught up. Han Se-ri acted like she grabbed a lifeline, hurriedly ran over to cry for help, again playing the old trick blaming Lim Hanrim for abuse. Lim Hanrim turned back to wake up Miss Sanjang. Han Se-ri is beyond saving. Miss Sanjang made up her mind. She went to talk to the police. Miss Sanjang told everything, from Han Se-ri trespassing and threatening her, to the things the kids isolating teachers at school. After that, the truth about the slander against Mr. Go Young-soo was also found in Han Se-ri's phone. So-hyun was also investigated for being an accomplice in this case, framing Mr. Go Young-soo, ordering others to isolate teachers, behind school violence cases, trespassing, and threatening. Currently, Han Se-ri is awaiting the court's verdict at the Juvenile Classification Review Institute. Currently, she is sitting in the detention room meeting Lim Hanrim. Lim handed her a stack of papers, explaining the question she had always wondered about. There were 62 reports of Han Se-ri's behavior to the Education Bureau. Most were reports from students angry about Mr. Go's death. Ms. Sanjang didn't send a single report. Han Se-ri finished reading and bluntly tore it up. She smirked. Fake things acting nice. She directly told Lim Hanrim to piss off. She didn't want to see her. Lim Hanrim darkened her face, mentioning the name Han Se-ri remembered for life. John Sang-yeon. That teacher was the one who contributed to making Han Se-ri have the evil appearance she is now. She also understood why she lived so deviantly. Human personality is usually formed in middle school. Encountering those things, it's understandable. But even so, she couldn't sympathize with Han Se-ri. There is no law saying all bad people are criminals. Lim Hanrim finished speaking and stood up to leave. But rest assured, that trash John Sang-yeon will be specially taken care of by Na Hwa-jin. John Sang-yeon wiped his hand on the windowsill. Seeing there was still dust, he turned to question student Choi Hyun-gu. Why clean like crap? He stuffed the dusty finger into the student's mouth. Choi Hyun-gu coughed and spat. John Sang-yeon asked him why he spat it out. It was because he didn't clean properly that there was dust. Must eat it all. He stood in the middle of the class cursing Choi Hyun-gu for working half-heartedly. No wonder he's forever cursed as trash. Break time, John Sang-yeon was in the teacher's room. A female student came to give him a gift. She thanked him for counseling her last time. That student expressed her satisfaction and happiness after that counseling session. She was truly grateful to him. John Sang-yeon took the pink letter on the gift box lid. He said he only accepted letters. Told that student to go back. Later he would counsel more. Next time no need to bring gifts. Other teachers saw John Sang-yeon receiving gifts from students and admired and flattered him. John Sang-yeon answered the other teacher while opening the letter. Inside was money, not a letter. Suddenly there was noise outside. Na Hwa-jin stormed in, ignoring the vice principal blocking his way. The vice principal insisted that there were no students with problems in his school. Na Hwa-jin said he received a tip, so he wanted to come here to verify. If there really were no problems here, he would leave quickly. Na Hwa-jin introduced himself to the teachers in the school. He belonged to the Educational Rights Protection Bureau. Came here to investigate. In Choi Hyun-gu's class, he was doing his work when a blonde guy put his foot on his notebook. He looked to see what he was doing. He urged him to stand up and clean quickly. Next period was homeroom teacher John Sang-yeon's class. Ignoring the guy barking, Choi Hyun-gu calmly and quietly told him to put his foot down. But that guy was persistent as a leech. He rubbed his foot, tearing a page of Choi Hyun-gu's book. He clicked his tongue mocking him. Why do ragged guys go to university? He even insulted Choi Hyun-gu's grandfather as a trash picker. Couldn't stand straight, so he had back pain like that. Choi Hyun-gu heard the bully insult his grandfather and couldn't take it anymore. Na Hwa-jin walked with old John Sang-yeon into the class. On the way, he asked him about the school's problems. He thought for a moment and said, "In this world, every school has students with problems." He said his school had 100 students. Maybe only one had a problem. Na Hwa-jin smiled politely. He told John Sang-yeon he misunderstood. The subjects he handled weren't just students. John Sang-yeon turned back to him. Students who didn't understand reason in this world looked like trash scattered on the ground. And that trash had to be beaten to wake up. Na Hwa-jin heard him bark and was surprised. The two opened the door and entered the class. Inside, Choi Hyun-gu and the blonde guy were fighting. Of course, Choi Hyun-gu was beaten without landing a hit. John Sang-yeon shouted stop. He asked what the blonde guy was doing. The blonde guy's name was Kim Kong-sik. He stood up apologizing to John Sang-yeon, then explained. He reminded Choi Hyun-gu to clean, but he hit him. Choi Hyun-gu retorted. He couldn't leave it be. He scolded his grandfather first. But John Sang-yeon didn't listen at all. Told him to kneel before Kong-sik and apologize. But Choi Hyun-gu didn't submit. John Sang-yeon patted his shoulder saying, violating instructions. Then hitting a classmate. Trash is always trash. He laughed coldly in contempt. Those picking trash for a living can only give birth to trash. Choi Hyun-gu couldn't take it anymore. He angrily grabbed John Sang-yeon's shirt intending to punch him. He screamed in resentment, questioning why he treated him like that. He didn't treat other kids like that. Why only him? John Sang-yeon laughed faintly, grimacing to accuse Choi Hyun-gu. Student speaking rudely and grabbing teacher's collar. Are you destroying educational authority? Na Wajin grabbed Choi Hyun-gu's raised hand. The students in the class also recognized him. They had all seen the news online, so they knew he was from the Education Bureau. Everyone thought Choi Hyun-gu was done for. Na Wajin looked serious. Told John Sang-yeon he would hold Hyun-gu for a moment. He sighed and adjusted his shirt flap. So unlucky. Na Wajin grabbed Choi Hyun-gu's wrist. Reminded him to clench his fist tight. Then he grabbed Choi Hyun-gu's wrist and punched John Sang-yeon straight in the face. He was punched and surprised. The students in the class also gaped. Na Wajin looked at John Sang-yeon, smiling defiantly. He had to beat the trash to wake them up. A teacher calling students trash. Is that any different from trash? Lim Hanrim showed Han Se-ri's birth certificate and transcript to Na Wajin. In middle school, Han Se-ri was a very good student. Until before John Sang-yeon became her homeroom teacher, she was always in the top 10 of the school. Na Wajin asked about Han Se-ri's family. Lim Hanrim said Han Se-ri's parents divorced when she was in first grade. Currently, she lives with her father. Don't know why Han Se-ri's father's business suddenly went downhill, so he didn't care about his daughter's schooling anymore. Na Wajin heard this, and his face became serious. Han Se-ri's situation was very similar to the student John Sang-yeon was targeting, Choi Hyun-gu. That boy was an excellent student, always ranking 3rd or 4th in the whole school. Orphaned, he lived very hard with his elderly grandfather. Lim Hanrim felt annoyed. What the hell? That old man John Sang-yeon felt uncomfortable with good students who were orphans? She didn't have a mother either. Crazy. While standing talking, over there an old teacher was scolding 2 students. The 2 tried to explain they didn't skip class, just sneaked out of school to buy tteokbokki to eat. But the old teacher didn't listen. He swung his hand, slapping a student's face, then grabbed his hair, beating him relentlessly. Mouth constantly cursing. Leaving school violates regulations. Like filming, huh? Film it, and let's see. The Education Bureau came here to punish students legally. Na Wajin sighed. The teachers of this school were misunderstanding the Education Bureau's visit this time. Before catching John Sang-yeon, they had to change their trashy thinking first. John Sang-yeon, after meeting Na Wajin, was scared witless. He didn't know what was happening. John Sang-yeon never asked his name, but he knew his name and dragged him everywhere. He suspected Choi Hyun-gu reported him, but said no. He had only just started touching Choi Hyun-gu. He hadn't done anything excessive enough to come here. John Sang-yeon saw students peeking into a classroom. In the class, a female teacher was forcing a male student to solve a problem on the board. If he couldn't solve it, the class wouldn't have a break. That student was nervous and didn't know how to do it. The teacher angrily hit the boy's head with a book repeatedly, constantly cursing the student as stupid. Learned it all, but couldn't solve the problem. When she lectured, he didn't listen. If not listening to lectures, quit school and go work at a construction site. John Sang-yeon laughed. Ms. Kang Hui-suk must be stressed because she hasn't eaten yet. That's why she vented on the students. John Sang-yeon muttered. Other teachers were trash like that too, but why did Na Wajin keep targeting him? But he didn't know. Na Wajin stood behind recording everything. Back to the story at the gymnasium. A male teacher was questioning a female student why she dared to dye her hair. Planning to go to a club to seduce men? The male teacher poked the female student's chest with a stick. The girl was startled and jumped, covering her chest with her hands. The male teacher acted like nothing happened. Carelessly said he was unintentional, planning to say he harassed or what. The male teacher challenged the female student to report him if she was good. He would hang himself in front of her house. The female student was so scared she covered her face and cried. The male teacher still stood beside mocking. Na Wajin still stood aside taking notes. In the school from top to bottom, teachers were like that, competing to scold and beat students. Lunch break arrived. The teachers prepared to eat lunch when they received an announcement from the school loudspeaker of the Education Bureau. Na Wajin said the teachers whose names he was about to call should gather at the gymnasium. He read a list of teacher names, including John Sang-yeon. Those teachers quickly gathered in one place. Na Wajin gave each person a set of clothes. He said yesterday he inspected around the school and saw the teachers' educational methods had problems. Therefore, during this time, Na Wajin requested everyone to drop the teacher position and stand in the students' shoes to feel what it's like. The teachers obviously didn't agree. They retorted it was impossible. Midterms were coming soon. Why play this game? Teacher Kang Huisuk pointed directly at Na Wajin's face and criticized. What is the duty of the Educational Rights Protection Bureau? Isn't it a place to protect teachers' rights? Now your action is damaging the teacher's dignity. Na Wajin corrected her. He said educational rights are teachers' educational rights, parents' educational rights, and also students' learning rights, with subjects being ignorant teachers. Touching students' learning rights and violating educational rights would also be handled. Na Wajin laughed heartily, telling those teachers if they were too dissatisfied, don't wear it. Instead, tomorrow, disciplinary papers with the Minister of Education's seal would be placed on the teachers' desks. The teachers heard this and were angry but couldn't do anything. The next day, they were forced to put on student uniforms to cosplay as students. John Sang-yeon was ashamed, not knowing where to hide his face. He stood in front of the class, introducing himself as John Sang-yeon, a transfer student. Na Wajin stood beside, telling the class John Sang-yeon was just like a student. Like friends, so no need to be formal. Just act comfortably. The students below covered their mouths, holding back laughter until they shook. They held phones publicly taking pictures, standing in one place laughing heartily mocking, making John Sang-yeon even more ashamed. Choi Hyun-gu placed a rag in front of John Sang-yeon, telling him to clean the window. During Korean history class, the teacher turned to the class asking if anyone could name about 3 documents recognizing Dokdo as Korean territory circulating in Japan. This week was John Sang-yeon's turn to answer, but no teacher dared to call him. She asked the class if anyone else could answer. Choi Hyun-gu raised his hand. He answered fluently, detailed including the year. The history teacher praised him for being very good, surely achieving a perfect score in Korean history this time. Old John Sang-yeon kept staring at Choi Hyun-gu unceasingly, even during lunch break, sitting jealously. He ate while learning new English words. John Sang-yeon kept poking at the food, forever not eating. Na Wajin came to his table, sat down, and mocked. Eyes look like they're emitting lasers, huh? He sat down opposite him to eat, eating while talking. Choi Hyun-gu is a very exemplary student. Although he has a difficult background, he studies much better than students going to cram schools. The boy is also very friendly with teachers. Na Wajin asked John Sang-yeon why only a homeroom teacher like him didn't realize that and acted annoyed. John Sang-yeon pulled the chair and stood up. He said he didn't discriminate against students. He said that and left, not wanting to stay a moment longer to hear Na Wajin speak. In a corner somewhere in the school, there were 2 students secretly smoking and making one watch for the inspector. But the inspector wasn't seen. Old John Sang-yeon was seen. They saw him and were startled. John Sang-yeon told them to give him one. He also joined the smoking group with this bunch. John Sang-yeon asked student Kim Kang-sik why he didn't do the work he assigned properly. Why let Choi Hyun-gu live with his head held high? Must make him mentally collapse before midterms. Kim Kang-sik sighed, saying Choi Hyun-gu's spirit was very strong. More importantly, Na Wajin was at school, so he didn't dare do it. John Sang-yeon asked them who said to do it in school. There are plenty of ways. After school, dragging him somewhere is fine too. Kim Kang-sik refused, saying he wouldn't do it. If he wanted, he should do it himself. John Sang-yeon pulled Kim Kang-sik back, saying just do it, and he would pay. Kim Kong-sik wanted to refuse again, but John Sang-yun threatened him. He whispered something in Kim Kong-sik's ear, making him startled. The story the two whispered about just now was seen by Na Wajin, standing on the rooftop. Choi Hyung-goo's grandfather was pushing a cart. Today he was helped by someone, so his mood was very good. Telling himself tonight, he would buy half a kilo of meat to cook soup for Hyung-goo. He pulled the cart step by step without knowing 3 masked brats were following behind. John Sang-yun and a student's parent sat in a cafe together. She heard her daughter tell briefly about the school story. It was that inspector from the Educational Rights Protection Bureau pressuring John Sang-yun. She asked if he was okay. She worried for her daughter Yi-won. John Sang-yun took a sip of coffee. He told her not to worry. He had prepared everything. But the parent was still uneasy. Choi Hyung-goo kept fighting, but his grades were still high, so she was very worried. John Sang-yun smiled deceitfully. He firmly guaranteed surely this midterm Choi Hyung-goo would fail. This wasn't the time for him to focus on studying. On the other side, something happened. Grandpa Choi Hyung-goo's cart was vandalized by 3 guys in black. They kicked it over and destroyed things on the cart. Choi Hyung-goo's grandfather pulled their shirts asking them to stop, but they heartlessly punched him once. One guy dusted off the spot on his shirt Choi Hyung-goo's grandfather just touched. Filthy hand dared to touch him. Know how much this outfit costs. 50 of these carts combined aren't enough. The guy in black kicked Choi Hyung-goo's grandfather. Choi Hyung-goo on the way home from school saw his grandfather pulling the cart on the road. He happily ran over wanting to help his grandfather, but he refused fearing his friends would see and he would lose face. Choi Hyung-goo didn't care about that. He wanted to help his grandfather. At this moment, he noticed the wound on his grandfather's face, so he worriedly asked who hit him. Choi Hyung-goo's grandfather comforted him not to worry. Occasionally this happened. He didn't want to talk about that anymore, but boasted today he was very lucky. A young man passing by beat the group hitting him and chased them away. Grandpa Choi Hyung-goo taught him no matter what bad things happen, don't get angry. Otherwise, only you suffer. In this world, there are bad things and also good things. The 3 guys were beaten black and blue by Na Wajin. They were caught kneeling silently. Na Wajin questioned Kim Kong-sik, what John Sang-yun gave him to do this shameful, shameless act. On John Sang-yun's side, he gave the parent a USB to ensure if anything happened. He told her to remind her daughter Yi-won if she watched. Only watch alone and not let anyone know the content inside. The parent asked what this was. This is the midterm exam, what else? John Sang-yun also gave Kim Kong-sik's group a similar USB. They confessed everything to Na Wajin. He smirked. The purpose was to make Choi Hyung-goo's grades drop, right? The main targets were defective families, so the school couldn't investigate if problems occurred. Na Wajin clenched his fist. Pretty good. Turns out it's all for academic performance. Everything was clear. Evidence was also obtained. Now start true education. Na Wajin came to Lim Hanrim's training center again, training while talking. She held the USB exclaiming, John Sang-yun bullied students with difficult circumstances just for ranking grades? And dared to leak exam questions too. If they handed this to the police, John Sang-yun would be gone with no return date. Na Wajin said no. If so, John Sang-yun would only be charged with leaking exam questions. He definitely would teach him a lesson. He was pissed off. The teachers cosplaying as students, after receiving the midterm exam, turned pale. The midterm exam simply had 5 questions. Question 1. Clean the classroom. Get 2 points a day. Question 2. Support preparing group meals. Get 2 points a day. Question 3. Greet students friendly. 0.1 point per person. Question 4. Read aloud all regulations on student human rights. 2 points a day. Last question 50 points. Apologize to the students below. The teachers asked Na Wajin what the hell this was. He announced from now on they would start the midterm exam. Exam time is until 9 a.m. next week. Within a week, any student not getting over 60 points would be immediately expelled. And being expelled also meant being fired. The teachers heard this and panicked, sweating. Na Wajin looked at the teachers smirking, telling them to pay special attention to the last question. Even if they did other things well, if the last one wasn't done, it would be useless. The first teacher tried to apologize to the female student he bullied the other day. just uttered the apology sentence when he was held back by students poking his chest with a stick. That female student held a grudge about that, and today had the chance to fight back. That teacher turned red with anger. Poked until it hurt, tears falling but couldn't do anything. Even mocked by students. Truly no chili is hotter. The female students didn't give up. Continued poking that teacher. John Sang-yun saw this and gritted his teeth in annoyance. What the hell is this? He had to bow his head to apologize to trash like Choi Hyun-gu. He opened the exam to look. He would deal with that later. The special thing was in the group of students he had to apologize to. There was Kim Kong-sik. He intended to start with the easy one first. John Sang-yun arrogantly met Kim Kong-sik, demanding he sign here. He asked if Kim Kong-sik finished handling Choi Hyun-gu's old man yet. His attitude wasn't nice at all, looking like wanting to punch. Of course Kim Kong-sik felt the same. He jumped up and punched John Sang-yun straight in the face. He punched John Sang-yun repeatedly in the face to relieve anger. He demanded he beat Choi Hyun-gu's grandfather until hospitalized, but no one is that bastardly. What kind of teacher orders students to do that? Kim Kong-sik kicked John Sang-yun, once making him fall to the ground, then snatched his paper to read. He laughed loudly sarcastically, then took a cigarette, pressed it onto his signature spot, and threw the paper back at him. John Sang-yun scrambled to get up. Na Wajin had stood watching everything all along. He also clicked his tongue, mocking John Sang-yun for knowing how to ask for signatures. He congratulated him that now there was only one person left. Good luck. Na Wajin looked at John Sang-yun with contempt. Only 2 signatures, but so burdensome. John Sang-yun went to do work for points. He found it hard to understand why Kim Kong-sik changed his attitude, wondering if the fact he leaked exam questions was exposed. He thought this wasn't necessarily the worst. Na Wajin couldn't do anything to him, because he gave last year's exam. The teachers struggled to clean trash around the school, then students standing on the upper floor competed to throw trash down. They laughed happily. Hearing these teachers would be fired if not enough points, they were very excited, throwing trash even more enthusiastically. Ignoring teachers telling them to stop, students didn't listen. The result was Kong Hui-suk submitted a resignation letter. She realized no student wanted her to stay. That was her price after causing so much damage to them. She said whether resigning or not, she would still apologize to the students. But a teacher who doesn't receive students' respect has no qualification to stand on the podium anymore. Kong Hui-suk bowed, thanking Na Wajin for helping her realize this important thing. Na Wajin pulled out Kong Hui-suk's exam paper, telling her to wait. This morning her 2 students signed it. Although sometimes she got angry and scolded students, she didn't necessarily have to submit a resignation letter like that. Kong Hui-suk got 62 points, so she passed the exam. Na Wajin told her to take off the student uniform and return to the podium. Kong Hui-suk heard that and was moved speechless. Na Wajin turned to tell the remaining teachers to keep it up. The students of this school are all on the side of justice. As long as teachers sincerely apologize, they will forgive. How sincere, don't know. John Sang-yun gritted his teeth, kneeling to apologize to Choi Hyun-gu. He told him if he had any resentment, just vent it all on him right here. He played the pity card, saying if Choi Hyun-gu told him to quit, he would quit immediately. John Sang-yun's mouth said that, but in his heart he thought Choi Hyun-gu wouldn't dare say that for real. Choi Hyun-gu silently ignored him. John Sang-yun nervously repeated the apology again. He said it was because he couldn't control his anger that he grabbed his collar. Choi Hyun-gu still had no expression. He wrote while speaking. If Na Wajin hadn't come and handled John Sang-yun then, his life would have ended. He told him if he wanted to quit, just quit. He didn't care. Caring about a type like him only wasted his time. He absolutely wouldn't do things affecting his life just because of a type like John Sang-yun. The next day, John Sang-yun trailed Choi Hyun-gu buying food for him. He stood in front of him, handing him a hamburger. He thought usually he didn't get to eat these things, so he dangled it in front of him. Choi Hyun-gu ignored John Sang-yun. He put on headphones listening to music while doing homework. John Sang-yun was extremely bitter. He threw the hamburger bag on the ground, extremely annoyed because Choi Hyun-gu dared to be arrogant with him. Na Wajin picked up the bag of cake, just thrown on the ground, telling John Sang-yun wasting food wasn't good. The other day, he threw away a piece of tonkatsu. Na Wajin took the hamburger out of the bag eating while showing John Sang-yun's test paper. Until now only he and a teacher named Chan and the PE teacher hadn't passed the test. And the deadline was tomorrow morning. John Sang-yun annoyedly went home. He opened the door and flopped onto the bed. Suddenly, he received a call from his daughter. John Sang-yun happily picked up. His daughter boasted she was at Cristiano's birthday party. It was very fun here. She said next week she would go camping too. John Sang-yun heard his daughter confide and was very happy. Wished his daughter fun. His daughter said over the phone that mom needed some money, about $2,000. Demanding he send it tomorrow. The smile vanished from John Sang-yun's face. He cursed his wife for putting herself above her children. However, he still promised his daughter he would send money tomorrow. After the call ended, John Sang-yun made up his mind. He staked out in front of Choi Hyun-gu's house. He just returned from the city library. Choi Hyun-gu saw him and didn't react. John Sang-yun confided when young, he also lived like Choi Hyun-gu, being looked down on and such. But now looking back, he saw such negative things were motivation for him. At such times he was determined to study to show others. Choi Hyun-gu ignored John Sang-yun's bullshit. He walked past not caring. John Sang-yun held up a yellow USB in front of him. He played the old trick again, requesting a transaction. He said this was the midterm exam file this time. John Sang-yun guaranteed from now until graduation. All his achievements and rankings would be taken care of by him. He was certain a smart person like Choi Hyun-gu would know how beneficial this was. Choi Hyun-gu's face darkened. He took the USB from John Sang-yun's hand, threw the bag in his face, and walked away. He despised his action. Thanks to him, he knew how important studying was. He realized in this life he must never live like John Sang-yun. He saw he couldn't get it, so he started playing dirty. John Sang-yun grabbed Choi Hyun-gu and pinned him to the ground. He pulled a red stamp out of his pocket, held his hand, and stamped it on his test paper. John Sang-yun looked at Choi Hyun-gu with contempt. He thought what he was enduring was nothing compared to the girl 2 years ago he tormented. He challenged Choi Hyun-gu to tell Na Wajin if he liked. At worst, he'd be fired. But in exchange, Choi Hyun-gu's family wouldn't be peaceful either. He threatened to do exactly the same to Choi Hyun-gu's grandfather. Too bad for him. All the things he just did were witnessed by Na Wajin. He had been squatting on the porch for a while. Na Wajin jumped down, kicking John Sang-yun straight in the face. Student cheating gets 0 points. He turned to Choi Hyun-gu saying he must feel it's a waste of time for this kind of person. He would handle him. Na Wajin told him to go home and study quickly. John Sang-yun saw his hope extinguished. He rushed to hug Na Wajin's leg, begging for forgiveness. He begged him not to fire him. He still had an 8-year-old daughter. Without this job, his family couldn't survive. Na Wajin took a drag of his cigarette and exhaled. Again the excuse of work, family. He told him if he wanted forgiveness, state his fault clearly. Why did a person harming others like him only think of his own situation and not the victim? Finally, he begged for forgiveness not because he thought of the person he harmed, but only for himself. Na Wajin picked his ear. This is his job, so he had to do it. But saying what needs to be said, taking away the job of a breadwinner, made him feel guilty. So he would give John Sang-yun a chance. He acted like he struck gold, promising to do it seriously. Na Wajin smirked. He would give him a chance to return to the podium. He led Han Se-ri to stand in front of him, asking if he remembered her. Thanks to his excellent teaching, Han Se-ri's personality was destroyed and she became a criminal. John Sang-yun, seeing his old student, was very surprised. Han Se-ri was still wearing handcuffs. Frowning, glaring at him. John Sang-yun saw Han Se-ri. Although extremely tense, he still had to pretend to be happy, greeting her, asking about her health. Han Se-ri didn't answer a word, directly raised her leg, kicking him in the face. Na Wajin didn't stop her either. Han Se-ri kicked John Sang-yun relentlessly. He begged her for forgiveness, but Han Se-ri didn't care. How could she forget how he treated her? Back then she also begged for forgiveness, but he didn't care. He made her clean the floor right before midterms and didn't let her go home. John Sang-yun was so cruel, he made her clean until not a speck of dust remained. An hour later he came back to check. If there was any left, she'd be in trouble with him. Han Se-ri was bullied by other female students. They cut her hair. And all this was John Sang-yun's work. Nitpicking students. Abetting bullying. intentionally deducting points. At that time, Han Se-ri didn't understand why John Sang-yun bullied her to that extent. After receiving the notice of failing admission to foreign language high school, Han Se-ri was very sad. The sisters at her part-time job comforted her. Han Se-ri held back tears, bringing water to customers. Just as she brought it out, she saw John Sang-yun and 2 other students eating at an outside table. A female student gave him an envelope thanking him because thanks to him, she passed the foreign language school. The 2 female students sitting with John Sang-yun were twins. Until 9th grade, their grades were still lower than Han Se-ri's. They were extremely happy hearing Han Se-ri failed. John Sang-yun also joined in. At that moment, Han Se-ri understood. She was the puppet he used to boost others' achievements. At that time, she decided she wouldn't let him use her one more time. Back to the present. Han Se-ri picked up a rock on the ground, intending to smash John Sang-yun. She screamed in hatred. It was all his fault. He ruined her life. When the rock was about to fall, Na Wajin stepped in to stop it. He asked if she intended to become a murderer too. Turns out she likes eating prison food for life. Na Wajin threw the cigarette on the ground, telling Han Se-ri to smash freely if she liked. Do it yourself, bear it yourself. Han Se-ri heard that, and obviously didn't dare go too far. John Sang-yun took the opportunity to run like a dog. Running down the stairs, he slipped and rolled down. Na Wajin asked Han Se-ri if she really wanted to ruin her life for a type like that. Han Se-ri screamed. Her life was already messed up. She already had a criminal record. What could be done now? Na Wajin said having a criminal record or not wasn't important. The important thing is whether there is any hope left in the heart. Teacher Go Young-soo died because of Han Se-ri. Surely she understood better than anyone the feeling of a person suffering injustice. However, the injustice she had to endure couldn't compare to his. His family was grieving many times more than her. Na Wajin put his hands in his pockets and turned away, not discussing having a criminal record or not. But those who indirectly took others' lives still lived well. This life was already too wrong and unfair. Trash like that is everywhere. But if Han Se-ri now had the will to start over, then beg for forgiveness from teacher Go Young-soo's family. Han Se-ri said nothing. She stood there silently. The next day, new news was broadcast on the loudspeaker. Teacher C, unnamed, of Jukmyeong High School accepted bribes from parents and leaked midterm exam questions. Today, the police quickly arrived at the school and arrested him. Teacher C's dirty act was exposed by the inspector of the Educational Rights Protection Bureau. According to the inspector's report, in the past 10 years, Teacher C accepted bribes from many students and raised their academic achievements. To do that, C leaked exam questions and discriminated during evaluation. Not only that, Teacher C also did shameless acts like oppressing and intentionally lowering the academic achievements of students with difficult circumstances. Recently, M, considered a victim of Teacher C, is serving a sentence at a juvenile detention center for causing an innocent teacher to commit suicide. Student H, because of Teacher C, had to suffer much injustice leading to committing such a crime. Currently, she is repenting for her actions and writes letters to the victim's family every day. This accident made everyone alert that teacher's wrong education could push a student's life to a dead end at any time. Na Wajin and Lim Hanrim sat in the room drinking tea, watching the news. Lim Hanrim also admired him for making Han Se-ri repent. Na Wajin drank a cup of tea. He said there is something called learning from mistakes. Humans shouldn't only learn from good things. In the end, that trash John Sang-yun got true education. 3 months later, Han Se-ri was still persistently writing letters. One day, when she received a letter from teacher Go Young-soo's wife. After reading it, Han Se-ri cried sobbingly. Finally, his wife sent a message hoping she would live well and be a kind person. Han Se-ri had never felt this relieved. She cried like a child. Switching scenes to a new map. On a certain bus, a group of students looking like street thugs sat talking loudly without respecting anyone. They swore and cursed, laughing loudly like crazy people, taking pleasure in bullying, stuffing a keyboard into another student's mouth. People on that bus looked at them, too tired to speak. An old man couldn't take it anymore, so he spoke up, reminding them to stand up and give seats to the elderly. Stop swearing in public. No one at home taught you. A student stood up from the seat, just opened his mouth to say sorry. The next sentence, he raised his leg, kicking the old man's knee, making him fall to the ground. The student snatched the old man's cane. Arrogant attitude, pointing at the old man. Messing with them? Even asking what his parents do. Student John Hyunchul asked if the old man just drank alcohol. If drinking, don't talk much. Arrogant attitude, fearing no one. People around whispered, telling each other to call the police. This student was the stubborn type. He wasn't scared, even challenging others to call the police if they dared. He wasn't even 14 yet, so he challenged anyone to touch him. Na Wajin saw Lim Hanrim to the car. Supposedly today, she had to return to the unit. She only stayed here to work at the girls' high school. But life is unpredictable. The other day, Lieutenant General Lee Diakin of the Special Command came to meet the Minister of Education for a drink. The two attended the same high school before, so they were close upon meeting. Drinking together like soulmates. Just with a few words, the Lieutenant General transferred Lim Hanrim to the minister. This morning before opening her eyes, she received a call from the Lieutenant General. He said she would stay here until the Minister of Education retired. So from now on, Lim Hanrim would work with Na Wajin. The video of the student bullying an old man on the bus was posted on social media and attracted over 1 million views. The main character in the video is John Hyunchul, the person who is his junior. Right now, John Hyunchul was beating his junior to a pulp for daring to post the video online. He beat the junior relentlessly. After beating him enough, he took off his gloves, saying the endurance training exercise ended here. John Hyunchul shook the junior he just beat. His name was Park Si-han. He shook him forever, but he didn't wake up. John Hyunchul mocked him for being weak, beaten a little, and couldn't take it. John Hyunchul and his friends ignored him and left. One guy seemed a bit worried because Park Si-han seemed unconscious, wondering if he was okay. But John Hyunchul didn't care. Humans don't die that easily. Even if he accidentally killed someone, he wasn't afraid. He wore boxing gloves to beat him. No one would know. At most, handled under Article 8 of probation. Sent to a juvenile detention center for a month. Hearing John Hyunchul speak, the other guy wasn't scared anymore. This year was their last chance to kill someone. Apparently Article 10 is the heaviest, but only up to 2 years in juvenile detention with no criminal record. They walked laughing, ha ha ha. John Hyunchul asked where they should go play now. The girl with them scrolled and showed demanding to go to the beach. She saw someone on social media skipping school to travel abroad, so she wanted to follow suit. She was extremely excited, wanting to go to the East Sea to see the sea and sky. The other guy in the group cursed her for being delusional. What time is it now to demand going to the beach? Where's the money? Over there, 2 idiots were arguing. Suddenly, John Hyunchul saw a man hurriedly running out of a car, looking for a restroom. He came up with a bold idea. Na Wajin and Lim Hanrim were on the way, moving to the next location. The next school they had to handle was a sports club. According to documents, this place was extremely chaotic, undisciplined, and very ridiculous. Also bribery and such. Rotten from top to bottom. All of it. Lim Hanrim sighed. Because of them, the whole sports world was dragged into being cursed. The two were driving on the road when suddenly a car sped past. Na Wajin saw the 3 kids driving that car. None other than John Hyunchul's group. Lim Hanrim muttered, cursing the crazy driver. Na Wajin told her to chase that car quickly. He recognized the driver was a middle school student. Exactly the kids he needed to educate soon. Juvenile delinquents. According to Article 4, Clause 1, Item 2 of the Juvenile Law. Minors between the ages of 10 and 14 who commit illegal acts will be subject to juvenile probation. This means that as long as you're under 14, no matter what crime you commit, you won't face criminal punishment. No matter the crime, it won't go on your record. Not even murder. The car driven by John Woncheon's gang sped down the road, fearing no one. They didn't even care if they almost hit someone. The more John Woncheon drove, the more reckless he became. He slammed on the gas, accelerating to over 160 kilometers per hour. His friends in the back cheered him on enthusiastically. At this speed, they would reach Kangwon in an hour. As they were driving, a car suddenly cut across their path. John Hyuncheon couldn't brake in time and could only swerve to avoid the car, causing them to crash straight into a utility pole. The other car's front end was also scraped. The person in that car was a middle-aged man. Knowing they had just caused trouble, the gang hurriedly got out to flee. As he ran, John Hyungcheon shouted back, cursing at the person in the car he had just hit. "Learn how to drive, you asshole." As they were running, another car blocked their path. John Hyungcheon banged on the window, demanding the car move. "Na Woojin." He pushed the door open from the inside. The door slammed right into John Hyungcheon's face, knocking him down. The other two kids acted tough, demanding a fight and compensation money. They were grabbed from behind by Lim Ha-jin. She asked Na Woojin how he planned to deal with them. "Should we take them to the police station?" Hearing this, the girl laughed smugly, daring the two to take them to the station. Their birthdays haven't passed yet, so even if they go to the station, they won't be punished. Na Woojin knew they were right. If we take them to the police station, they'll be released immediately. Na Woojin took a cigarette from his pack and asked them what school they went to. News of John Hyungcheon's gang reached his friends. They sat around eating and gossiping about how John Hyungcheon was dragged into the teacher's office and then just vanished. Mingyu spun his keychain. He had been silent the whole time, just listening to his friends talk about the inspectorate bureau. He suddenly spoke up, cutting off the conversation, asking if the inspectorate bureau was really that scary. After all, they were only 13. "Can't we just take on the inspector?" Hearing Mingyu's words, his friends were terrified and asked him what the hell he was talking about. The Institute of Technology is one of the top 3 public schools, and even they got beaten to a pulp by the inspector. The news said one inspector took on 300 people. "There are only a few of us. How could we possibly win?" Suddenly, a girl sitting at the table shouted. Her heart pounded when she saw the latest model of Beat Hunter shoes. She begged her friends to chip in and buy the shoes for her. "Those shoes are damn expensive." The other friends were speechless. They were discussing something important, and she was looking at shoes. Unbelievable. After they finished eating, they got up to leave. That girl was still staring at the shoes, unable to look away. She sighed as she walked, complaining about how her dad only gave her 300 for spending money. Not enough to buy the shoes. They passed by a small, closed convenience store. Mingyu smiled slyly. He approached the store's glass door. He spun his keychain and then smashed the glass. The others were shocked, not understanding what Mingyu was doing. He told them to put on their masks. "Put on your masks to cover your faces." He turned back to his friends and said he wanted those new shoes too. The students went inside the convenience store to loot it. Mingyu directed them to take all the medicine, and they would sell it for 4,000 won. One of them was eating while gathering items. He found a phone on the ground. He held it up and asked Mingyu if he wanted it. Mingyu saw the phone. It's unclear what he was thinking, but he urgently told his friends to drop everything and get the hell out of there. As soon as Mingyu stepped out of the store, he was blocked by a large man. The man looked at them, boiling with rage. He was the owner of this convenience store. He had been working out at the gym for over 20 years. He had just forgotten his phone and came back to get it, only to find this happening. Mingyu swung his keychain and hit the store owner in the face. Who knows what was in that keychain, but it seemed heavy enough to make the owner's face swell up. However, this man had 20 years of gym experience. He threw a punch that sent a shockwave through Mingyu's entire skull. The kid was knocked to the ground. The store owner's face turned purple with anger. He threatened to send this whole bunch to jail. But Mingyu wasn't scared at all. Mingyu's group was taken to the police station by the store owner. They were still nonchalant, casually taking pictures and checking in. The police officers there got a headache just looking at them, because this wasn't the first time they'd been brought in. The officer in charge told his subordinate to call their guardians. Once the guardians arrived, the police would release them. The store owner clearly disagreed upon hearing this. Of course, the police couldn't do anything else because Mingyu's group were still minors. The police asked the store owner if he had hit Mingyu. If so, a report would have to be filed against him. The store owner was furious when he heard that. He cursed, saying the country's laws were shit. Acting in self-defense gets you a police report, but the thieves get to go home. While the store owner and the police were arguing, Na Woojin walked in. He looked at the kids, smiled, and asked if they had caused some trouble. A moment later, Na Woojin was the one who bailed them out. They were very obedient and well-behaved, lining up in front of him and saying, "Thank you," in unison. They were about to go home when Na Woojin called them back to follow him. Mingyu didn't like that. He stuck out his tongue and defiantly flipped his middle finger. The rest of the group also ignored him and ran off. Na Wujin thought to himself that these kids were a real handful. He ran after them. At the turn, just showing his face. Min Ji-woong held a knife wanting to stab him, but Na Wajin nimbly dodged. He held the knife looking at him defiantly, asking if he ever stabbed anyone. As for him, he dared. Min Ji-woong threatened Na Wajin if he didn't want to die, then piss off out of the school quickly. Na Wajin laughed coldly defiantly. Crazy kid. Acting like you've stabbed someone before. Min Ji-woong being challenged like that of course couldn't hold back. He swung the knife stabbing at Na Wajin, but was pulled out by him with handcuffs. Just one basic move handcuffed his hands behind his back. Min Ji-woong was easily controlled by Na Wajin. He struggled hard but couldn't escape. Haven't stabbed anyone yet, so shouldn't be so proud, kid. Na Wajin pulled a frog eye mask out of his pocket, tied it over Min Ji-woong's face. He couldn't see, so only knew to grit his teeth struggling. The rest saw their friend like that, so didn't dare be insolent anymore. Every man for himself, running away, ignoring Min Ji-woong, still screaming behind. The others just ran a short distance when blocked by Lim Han-rim. She gave each one a basic move, knocking them to the ground. She told Na Wajin the prisoner transport vehicle would arrive in 5 minutes. He looked at Min Ji-woong, coldly declaring he and 4 others were arrested for theft and attempted murder. Min Ji-woong was blindfolded, so knew nothing. He didn't know where Na Wajin was taking him. After going for a while into the deep forest, Lim Han-rim took the girls down. Then the car continued. When stopped, Na Wajin told Warden Lee to remove Min Ji-woong's blindfold. Only now did he see the surroundings. In front of them was a group of people locked in iron mesh. Min Ji-woong and the others lined up being led away. This place was Gimcheon Juvenile Correctional Institution. Min Ji-woong was put in the same cell with John Hyun-chul, who disappeared a few days ago. John Hyun-chul wasn't doing well here either. He was beaten by another group until he couldn't lift his head. That group saw Min Ji-woong and didn't have a good attitude. One guy arrogantly demanded the 3 new guys, including Min Ji-woong, state their names and crimes to enter. The other 2 were scared witless, obediently declaring carefully. Min Ji-woong's face hardened. He gritted his teeth, thinking this was just acting. He wasn't judged, so couldn't be locked in a cell. He was sure Na Wajin planned true education to scare him. The guy finished asking the 2, then asked Min Ji-woong. But Min Ji-woong didn't listen to his orders obediently. The fat guy annoyedly stood up in front of Min Ji-woong, threatening, "Don't be insolent." The other day he buried a guy out there. But ignoring the fat guy spitting saliva, Min Ji-woong didn't care. In his eyes, this bunch was just someone's errand boys. He firmly believed the fat guy wouldn't dare touch him because he wasn't an official criminal. But before he could gloat long, he was punched by another person. This guy was annoyed with Min Ji-woong's attitude, so didn't hesitate to beat him to a pulp. The guy choked Min Ji-woong, pressing him against the wall. Min Ji-woong felt hard to breathe. He looked familiar. Before thinking who this guy was, Min Ji-woong was kneed in the stomach by him. Min Ji-woong screamed in pain, kneeling down. The guy sat down in front of Min Ji-woong, saying the discipline of this juvenile correctional institution is very strict. The prison term will increase equal to what the criminal cost. But even if he stabbed Min Ji-woong now, his prison term would remain the same. By this time, Min Ji-woong remembered who the person in front of him was. He had appeared on the news. Last year at this time, a guy with multiple personality disorder stabbed 7 people. But he still said he was innocent and calmly smiled. He was Mario, 19 years old. He is receiving the highest sentence for a juvenile case, 20 years in prison. Mario looked at Min Ji-woong, smiling contemptuously. In here is very different from out there. Here no one protects you. Min Ji-woong stood frozen, not daring to cough or anything. At the same time, at Chongju Female Prison, the female students were enjoying a fun time with Han Se-ri. In the past, Min Ji-woong was sent to juvenile detention a few times. But sometimes running to detention was fun and cool, because there it left no criminal record and there were many interesting people. However, this is a juvenile prison. Everything in this prison is completely different. Min Ji-woong was taken care of very specially by seniors 19-20 years old. The prisoners here weren't human. This is a gathering place for the dregs of society. Hell on earth. Daily. Min Ji-woong had to eat rice mixed with tears. 8 a.m. is the start of a new day. Note number 1. Don't stand in front of the boss. Otherwise will be poked with a pen until hemorrhoids pop. 3 p.m. is sports time. Today the sport is Sepak Takraw, and the target is John Hyun-chul. Note number 2. You will become a target if you look stupid. 4 p.m. is shower time. Note number 3. Don't bend down to pick up soap. 7 p.m. is free activity time. Note number 4. Sit straight strictly. Place hands neatly on knees. Because the ringleader of the prison is more brutal than the military. So for rookies, free activity time is the most terrible time of the day. Just moving slightly will be beaten with a plastic bottle filled with water. Because it won't leave wounds on the body. Min Ji-woong noticed the prison manager standing outside watching. But he had no reaction. He realized, Korea's worst prison is this place. Juvenile prison. A minor committing a crime likely only gets sent to juvenile detention. But he was specially brought to this place. All prisoners here are cruel criminals. Most brutal. Beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Today was the 5th day Min Ji-woong was here. He despaired not knowing how long he had to stay here. He was just a juvenile offender. Min Ji-woong was lying down when Mario stepped on his face passing by. He was sleeping but needed to pee. Just pulled down pants to relieve himself when Min Ji-woong held a pin to his neck threatening. Mario didn't look scared either, asking what Min Ji-woong planned to do with that thing. Min Ji-woong asked how long he had to stay here. He was sure Mario heard something from Na Hwa-jin. He threatened him if he didn't want to die, then speak quickly. Mario laughed coldly contemptuously, headbutt once sending Min Ji-woong flying far. Mario leisurely put on the rest of his pants. A type like Min Ji-woong would never do anything to him. In the past, he was much more peak. Mario went a step on Min Ji-woong's head. He thought for a while before remembering the inspector Min Ji-woong mentioned was Na Hwa-jin. Suddenly, Na Hwa-jin stood outside screaming what they were doing during sleep time. He saw this situation and had no intention of stopping it. Just smirked saying, the kids still need to be taught a lot. Na Hwa-jin opened the cell door entering. Min Ji-woong saw him and hurriedly rushed to grab his shirt asking when he would be released. He threatened to sue him for daring to bring him to prison. Na Hwa-jin put a finger to his lips telling him to be quiet. He hit Min Ji-woong's head with a stick. He fell to the ground. Na Hwa-jin propped his hand educating. Where did you learn the habit of screaming while others are sleeping? He turned to ask Mario what happened. He said nothing happened here. Even having a warden come to quell a disturbance at midnight. There isn't even a sign here. Definitely a punishment room. Min Ji-woong was beaten confused. He started recalling the past. There used to be a very ugly cat. He didn't know if it was in heat or fighting with someone. Every time around 4 p.m. sure enough, he heard the cat screaming like wanting to pierce his eardrums. He was very annoyed. That day, although winning at LOL, his brother's team still had to hide in a cave. So his mood was very bad. Min Ji-woong intended to throw an ashtray at the cat, but broke the head of a passerby. He was called to the police station. At that time he was very scared, hands and feet trembling. He thought he would definitely be executed. However, after that Min Ji-woong got to go home. He returned to look up the law. According to juvenile law, minors from 10 to 14 years old won't bear criminal responsibility. Minors under 10 committing crimes, because they are small, won't be subject to any legal regulations. Just guardian education. At that time, Min Ji-woong was in 3rd grade. He completely understood what this meant. The people creating this law definitely thought children were stupid. Since then, he used this law to rampage everywhere. And absolutely never was punished by law. Min Ji-woong woke up finding himself in a very cramped place. He was taken to solitary confinement. At first he felt quite peaceful because that trashy thug bunch didn't bother him anymore. But after eating about 5 to 6 times, he realized something was wrong. He didn't know how long he had been here. What time is it now? He started going crazy, madly banging on the door, demanding out, begging to be in a normal cell. Na Hwa-jin opened the door asking if Min Ji-woong wanted to return to that hellhole and throw away the piece here. He gave him paper and pen telling him to think carefully why he brought him to this prison and write it here. If answered correctly, he would go home. Min Ji-woong heard that, and his eyes lit up asking again to be sure. Na Hwa-jin guaranteed firmly then left. He said every day he would come check once. If increasingly wrong, the prison term would increase. Min Ji-woong giggled happily. He thought this was easy. Just reflect on himself harshly, then act a bit pitiful, and it's done. Min Ji-woong started picking up the pen to write as pitifully, humbly as possible. The next day, Na Wajin read the heartfelt letter Min Ji-woong wrote. He crumpled it into a ball and threw it away. Told him to rewrite. Simultaneously added 1 day to the prison term. Min Ji-woong stood frozen. He couldn't believe he dedicated over 8 hours to write such a perfect reflection paper only to be rejected. He thought it wasn't pitiful enough, so picked up the pen to write more. The next day, after that, and many days later, Na Wajin finished reading and shouted requesting him to rewrite. Min Ji-woong couldn't hold back any more spewing profanities. He told Na Wajin to be reasonable. He asked what he wanted. Na Wajin took out handcuffs and cuffed Min Ji-woong's hands, warning him not to cause trouble in this punishment room. He told him today, no need to write anything. Just sit like this. Na Wajin said and left. Min Ji-woong lay alone in the room. He was handcuffed behind his back, so it was uncomfortable as hell. He was about to go crazy. Outside he was considered a child. But in here there was no mercy. Prison sucks. This is not a place for humans to live. Gimchin Juvenile Correctional Institution. Day 8 in solitary confinement. Min Ji-woong wrote again, and Na Wajin made him rewrite. He was now so tired he had no strength to resist. Na Wajin bent down to pick up the draft papers Min Ji-woong threw away. He opened them to read and burst out laughing. He told him he wrote the correct answer, but why give him crappy answers like that? Na Wajin held the paper in front of Min Ji-woong. He looked and teared up. Min Ji-woong's group finally got to change clothes to go home. They were moved to tears. Na Wajin opened the door, asking if they were done. They were obedient as puppies, shouting done in unison. He walked ahead, leading them out. Before leaving, Mario called out to Min Ji-woong. He said he would be here for 4 more years. He promised to meet Min Ji-woong again here. Afternoon came sports time. Mario was diligently lifting weights. Na Wajin came giving him a cigarette, praising him for being diligent. Mario said he didn't smoke. Demanded he give him a can of Coke. The two sat on the bench talking. Mario asked him if those kids woke up yet. Na Wajin took a puff looking at the sky. Min Ji-woong's group was put on the bus to return. John Hyunchul muttered, cursing Mario. That murderer ruined his mood. He wasn't crazy to meet that bunch again. Since getting on the bus, Min Ji-woong remained silent, saying nothing. The answer he wrote on the paper Na Wajin considered correct was, if I come here again, I will kill myself. He asked Na Wajin why the answer was this. He said he didn't want to see his self-reflecting appearance. 1 or 2 weeks couldn't change a person's nature. What Na Wajin wanted to show Min Ji-woong was his future. Most prisoners here were like him, disregarding juvenile law, and unable to realize the seriousness of committing crimes. That's why they entered prison, like eating meals like this. Committing crimes is like that. Once touched, it's very hard to withdraw. Like alcohol and cigarettes. Before, Min Ji-woong thought he was smart, exploiting legal loopholes to rampage everywhere. But it wasn't like that. That was the time he was addicted to crime. Na Wajin threw the paper to Min Ji-woong. He told him to live well. In Korea, there is only one juvenile prison, this place. When he returns to this place, half the guys he met here will still be here. This was a preview practice and also a warning Na Wajin gave Min Ji-woong. Everything in the future depends entirely on his actions. Min Ji-woong clenched his fist, gritting his teeth. Don't know what he was calculating. Mario sat confiding with Na Wajin. He heard the story from Jun-hyuk. He found it regrettable. If only back then someone like Na Wajin came to his school, so he didn't have to fall into this path. So he could live before stabbing those 7 monsters. If at that time the Educational Rights Protection Bureau appeared, then no one would have had to die. Mario stood up, asking him if everything would be better later. When there are people like Na Wajin, bullied kids driven to a dead end, monsters killing 7 lives without feeling a bit guilty like him won't appear anymore, right? Na Wajin flicked the ash, took out the lighter to light another. He sighed, lamenting this burden was too heavy. While sitting, someone came to call Na Wajin, saying the Major General allowed him to meet the prisoner. The person leading him reminded him the prisoner just came out of solitary, so was a bit sensitive. He asked what his name was. How old? He replied his name was Jo Kyu-cheon, 20 years old. He committed assault, robbery, gang rape, forming a violent gang, and something else. Jo Kyu-cheon asked Na Wajin if he remembered Chan. he asked, then suddenly burst out laughing like a crazy person. He was the one who brutally beat Choi Ji-eun, causing her death. Until now he spoke about it with a feeling of pride. Jo Kyu-cheon recounted. That time was May. He was hot enough to sweat soaking his back. Yet his crazy school didn't allow turning on the air conditioner before June. Because it was frustrating, Jo Kyu-cheon decided to skip school. But Choi Ji-eun stopped him. He didn't remember much, but she said something making him annoyed. That day was hot as hell, so he swung his hand, hitting Choi Ji-eun. Jo Kyu-cheon sat in front of Na Hwa-jin, recounting like an achievement. He even quoted a famous former boxer. The best punch in life is the punch that knocks away even your wife. Jo Kyu-cheon felt the same. He was extremely proud of his punch that day. Even the sound of shattering bones and the homeroom teacher's body folding. Jo Kyu-cheon happily recalled. He said if closing eyes, that scene still appeared clearly full HD and censored. The scarier thing was Jo Kyu-cheon didn't have a bit of remorse. He blamed the weather that day. If the school turned on the air conditioner for students. If the homeroom teacher didn't block his way. If she didn't die with just one punch, he wouldn't be here. Na Hwa-jin's face grew darker. Jo Kyu-cheon got carried away. He sat up, telling Na Hwa-jin to tell the prison he wasn't at fault. Just that his teacher was unlucky. Na Hwa-jin couldn't take it anymore, swinging his hand, giving Jo Kyu-cheon a punch. A while later, Na Hwa-jin went out to smoke. The Minister of Education also came to visit him. He thought he would be arrested for stabbing someone. Na Hwa-jin took a puff. He said he had no right to do that to someone paying for his crimes. If the minister were in there, he would understand. Even though the perpetrator was right in front. That bastard was still mocking his victim. He still couldn't do anything. Only knew to clench his fist and suppress the anger inside. 2 years ago, after Choi Ji-eun's death, the minister was the one who woke Na Hwa-jin up. He came to his house, dragging him up to create an organization to catch all the insolent ones daring to exploit juvenile law or probation law to escape punishment. At that time, he thought it was a crazy statement from the minister. Even now, that thought of his hasn't changed. However, now Na Hwa-jin saw, it also had some meaning. He asked what the next school was. The TV was showing sports news. Today's news was about the bright sister duo of the women's basketball team. Kang Soo-yeon and Kang Ji-yeon. Both were the youngest faces chosen for the national women's basketball team. Those two were studying at Silon High School. Currently, a practice match organized by the prestigious Kongyang University Women's Basketball Association was taking place. The commentator enthusiastically commented on the sisters' match. Finally, the result was the Kang sisters' team won. They were interviewed on television. Kang Soo-yeon was dubbed the queen of high school basketball. With a tall figure and outstanding appearance. Her Instagram account attracted over 200,000 followers, receiving much love from everyone. After finishing the interview, the Kang sisters returned to the changing room. The juniors and the team all admired the two, enthusiastically welcoming. Kang Ji-yeon and Soo-yeon went straight inside. The two opened the locker door. Their true faces were only now exposed. In the locker was locked another female student, Eun-ha. She was tied up and gagged with tape. On her body was pasted a paper written, "Sisters Kang Soo-yeon and Kang Ji-yeon are school bullies." Kang Soo-yeon looked at Eun-ha with contempt. She told her no matter how loud she screamed, no one would come here to help. Outside, Lim Han-rim was present in front of the gate of Sungyeon High School. She prepared to get to work. 13 days ago, Lim Han-rim handed the female students in Min Ji-woong's group to Han Se-ri. Then she asked Na Hwa-jin's opinion to let her go to the basketball school first. She just received news. The situation seemed very serious. If not quick, things wouldn't end well. In the dormitory of Seolyun School, student Eun-ha was hanging a rope intending to do something foolish. In 7th grade, she was taller than 175 cm. At that time, a coach from a sports club came to her house every day. Before finding the sport that brought true joy to herself, Eun-ha played through many sports like baseball, volleyball, judo. She had a reason to choose basketball. That was because of senior Kang Soo-yeon from the neighboring school. She was 1 grade above her. At that time, Soo-yeon was dubbed the high school basketball master because of her outstanding talent. Eun-ha fell for Kang Soo-yeon because of her confident demeanor and super cool one-handed shot. So she once wanted to wear the same uniform as Kang Soo-yeon. Throughout 2 years of trying her best, Finally, Eunha was admitted to the high school women's basketball team, where Kang Soo-yeon is a student. However, just like other sports clubs, life here isn't exactly easy. Morning assembly, lunchtime assembly, after practice, another assembly. Assembly. It's assemblies all day long. At the beginning of the semester, during training, the new members were always punished for the most trivial mistakes. It was all for discipline. This military-style culture was common in the sports world, so Eunha tried her best to endure it. But among the new members, Eunha was incredibly jealous of Jaeyeon, because she could suck up to Kang Soo-yeon to get out of punishments. Eunha's roommate was Jaeyeon. She was a very annoying person. She only ever acted on her whims. On the day they moved in, she had just said she wanted the top bunk. But then she said she wanted the bottom bunk. Eunha had to switch beds several times for her. And that wasn't all. Jaeyeon never lifted a finger to clean or put away her clothes. She just made a mess and always ordered Eunha to do all the trivial chores. At first, Eunha had happily done as she was told. But now she was sick of it. She didn't want to do it anymore. Eunha realized, if she kept listening to Jaeyeon, she would be the only one suffering. Rejected by Eunha, Jaeyeon flew into a rage, grabbing a box cutter and holding it to Eunha's neck, threatening her. However, Eunha easily subdued Jaeyeon. Her second favorite sport after basketball was judo, so there was no way she'd lose to that girl. The price for daring to touch the ace player's little sister was steep. From that day on, no one passed the ball to Eunha. Every time they had an assembly, she was blamed for everything, and everyone started to isolate her. Her role in the club was just to give massages to the sisters, Kang Soo-yeon and Jaeyeon. Even when she changed classes, the situation didn't improve. To this day, Eunha still hasn't been able to touch the ball even once. Every day, she was punished and had to constantly massage the two sisters. Everyone asked her why she didn't just quit basketball. It's easy for outsiders to talk. But she had been playing sports since middle school. Giving up was not an easy thing for her to do. Then one day, the coach announced that the sisters Kang Soo-yeon and Kang Jaeyeon had been selected for the national team to participate in the Asian Games next year. Eunha realized with bitterness how unfair this world truly was. They had bullied her so terribly, making her consider giving up on her dream. And yet, a bright future was still waiting for them. When reporters came to the school, Eunha risked everything to tell them about the issue, but she failed. That day, right before she did something foolish, she was bullied again, and the bullying was only getting worse. Her last ray of hope was the Educational Authority Protection Bureau, but in the end, they never came. Eunha was about to jump and end it all when a loud voice from outside called her to an assembly. There was a new coach today, so they had to assemble 30 minutes early. Eunha temporarily postponed her plan to exit the planet and went to the court. The Kang sisters were out there too. They were complaining about the sudden change in coaches. Lim Ha-jin came out with a stick and introduced herself as the new temporary coach. Kang Soo-yeon saw Lim Ha-jin and sneered, contemptuously saying she was just a commoner. She looked at the coach with a defiant expression. Lim Ha-jin was a whole head shorter than Kang Soo-yeon, but her presence was in no way inferior. She scolded Kang Soo-yeon, asking if she dared to speak to an adult like that. Kang Soo-yeon knew when to advance and when to retreat, so she proactively bowed her head and apologized. She said it was her first time meeting such a short basketball coach, so it was a slip of the tongue. Kang Soo-yeon jabbed, asking if Lim Ha-jin could even handle teaching her with such a small frame. Lim Ha-jin swung her stick, holding it close to Kang Soo-yeon's neck. She asked if she dared to look down on her. She said she'd let it slide this time, but there wouldn't be a next time. Of course, Kang Soo-yeon wasn't scared. A moment later, the basketball team began practice. Lim Ha-jin noticed Eunha wasn't on the court, just warming up on the sidelines. She approached and asked Eunha why she wasn't practicing her shots and just standing there stretching. She told Eunha to get on the court and practice. Kang Soo-yeon approached Lim Ha-jin and told her to just ignore Eunha. She said it was a special instruction from the head coach. Eunha's stamina was a bit weak, so the head coach had told her to do this for a week. Kang Soo-yeon said she would be in charge of practice, so Lim Ha-jin just needed to stand and watch. Of course, Lim Ha-jin wasn't that stupid. She said the head coach must be blind. Eunha had been stretching like that for an hour without a break, and they called her stamina weak? Lim Ha-jin turned and said the others were the weak ones. They'd only taken a few shots before hiding in a corner to drink water. Kang Jae-yun flinched when she was pointed out. Lim Ha-jin pointed her stick and demanded Eun-ha get on the court to practice. Of course, Kang Soo-yeon couldn't just stand by. She grabbed Lim Ha-jin's shoulder and told her to back off. This was the training system she and the head coach had agreed upon. A newcomer like Lim Ha-jin shouldn't interfere. Lim Ha-jin grabbed Kang Soo-yeon's wrist and pulled it off. She knew right away that this girl was the one who told Eun-ha not to practice. She gripped Kang Soo-yeon's wrist tightly and said, "A temporary coach is a substitute who has the authority to exercise the rights of a head coach. That means I'm no different from a head coach. So I have every right to interfere with the training." Kang Soo-yeon's wrist was caught. She tried to pull away but couldn't. Lim Ha-jin threw down her stick and called Eun-ha over so she could pass her the ball. She tossed the ball into Eun-ha's hands. The girl was taken by surprise. Emotionally, she took the ball and shot. The ball fell perfectly into the hoop. Eun-ha's eyes welled up with tears. Lim Ha-jin praised her, saying she was amazing. She asked the girl why she was crying. Kang Soo-yeon watched this scene, her face turning darker than the bottom of a pot. After practice, Kang Jae-yun and Soo-yeon's group dragged Eun-ha to a corner and beat her up. Jae-yun grabbed Eun-ha's hair and yanked it as if venting her anger. Kang Soo-yeon told Jae-yun to stop. She kindly approached Eun-ha and asked if she was tired. She placed a hand on Eun-ha's shoulder and pushed her down. She brought up the past. When Eun-ha tried to talk to the reporters, as the team captain, she had thought about it a lot. She said she wouldn't bother Eun-ha anymore. She told her to get the hell off the team. Kang Soo-yeon threatened Eun-ha, promising that if she never opened her mouth about what happened here, no one would dare touch her again. Not even the kids in Eun-ha's class. Eun-ha's eyes widened. A moment ago, she had intended to end her life, not her basketball career. But she thought to herself that she couldn't give up on basketball. Eun-ha bowed her head and affirmed that she still wanted to continue playing basketball. Kang Soo-yeon went crazy, grabbing her hair and dragging her away. She told her lackey to open a door. Kang Soo-yeon slammed Eun-ha against the door. Another girl grabbed her hand. She grabbed Eun-ha's hair and said, "Why are you so dense? I've been giving you signals for a whole year." Kang Soo-yeon told her lackey to close the door. Jae-yun complied. She started to close the door, aiming to break Eun-ha's hand. But Lim Ha-jin stopped it just in time. Her face was grim and anything but pleasant. Lim Ha-jin told the other girls to get out of the way. She stepped inside. Kang Soo-yeon let out a sharp breath. She quickly blamed Eun-ha for being disobedient, saying she was just trying to teach her a lesson. Lim Ha-jin didn't want to hear it. She swung her fist and punched Kang Soo-yeon right in the face, breaking her damn nose. Lim Ha-jin, radiating killing intent, warned Kang Soo-yeon. "I already told you, didn't I? I won't tolerate it a second time." Kang Soo-yeon's nose was bleeding, but she wasn't scared. She stood up and signaled to her lackeys behind her. They surrounded Lim Ha-jin. They basically didn't take someone with her tiny frame seriously. What were these girls planning to do? Lim Ha-jin could guess with her knees. Kang Jae-yun swung from behind, aiming to land a preemptive strike on Lim Ha-jin. But quick as a flash, she ducked and swept another girl's legs, making her fall to the ground. Lim Ha-jin then used her hands to push off the ground and kick another girl in the chin, sending her flying. Before Kang Jae-yun could even process what she was seeing, Lim Ha-jin elbowed her straight in the face. 3 tall female students were quickly taken down. Only Kang Soo-yeon was left. She was terrified as she saw Lim Ha-jin advancing toward her. She got close and then kicked the wall right next to Kang Soo-yeon's head. She told her to listen up to the new order from the head coach if she knew what was good for her. Lim Ha-jin sent everyone on the basketball team home. Kang Soo-yeon questioned it, asking if they weren't going to practice with the summer sports festival coming up. Lim Ha-jin didn't seem to care much. She said a good team will do well regardless. There was no need for any more communal living activities. Communal living is the starting point of all evil. The Ministry of Culture, Sports, and Tourism had already banned communal living, but this school was still doing it on its own. Even if the Olympics were happening, there would be no communal living. After saying that, Lim Ha-jin sent all the students home. She didn't let a single one stay. On the rooftop, Kang Jae-yun was gathering the new recruits, forcing them to practice. She was cursing them out. When she got annoyed with one girl, she was about to hit her when Lim Hajin stopped her. She appeared like a ghost behind Kang Jae-yun and forbade her from assembling the members on her own. On the court, Eunha bumped into Kang Soo-yun while moving. They both fell to the ground. Eunha politely apologized first. She even kindly offered to help Soo-yun up. But Soo-yun, in contrast, was sullen and didn't give Eunha a pleasant look. Lim Hajin shouted from the sidelines, asking Eunha why the hell she was apologizing. That was Kang Soo-yun's fault for the collision. She told Eunha not to worry about the upperclassmen during practice. Just give it your all. She didn't forget to taunt Soo-yun. Why wouldn't you let someone who can block a national team player's shot on the court? Kang Jae-yun photoshopped a realistic-looking wound onto Kang Soo-yun's face. She had to praise her little sister's amazing skills. Kang Jae-yun smiled slyly. She had planned to endure it and let it go, but Lim Ha-jin was too much. She was going to make her pay. Jae-yun posted the photo on Kang Soo-yun's Instagram, which had over 200,000 followers, with the caption, "Tomorrow is scary. I don't know what other injuries I'll have to endure in the future. Can I keep enduring this?" The post immediately received a lot of responses. Below, there were many comments exposing Lim Ha-jin as the one who hit Kang Soo-yun. Even crazier, they were spamming demands to call the Educational Authority Bureau. Of course, Lim Ha-jin also saw this post. She smirked and praised the kids for being so adorable. The next day, a celebrity named Bong So-hee came to Kang Soo-yun's school to livestream. She was also a serious clout chaser. Today, she wanted to cover the topic of school violence. The main characters were the head coach and the sisters, Kang Soo-yun and Kang Jae-yun. Bong So-hee showed Lim Ha-jin's picture with a face-covering effect that didn't really cover anything. She criticized Lim Ha-jin for using violence against Kang Soo-yun. This topic quickly went viral on social media. Netizens jumped in to criticize Lim Ha-jin. Kang Jae-yun was also very pleased with herself. She was sure Lim Ha-jin was done for. However, just as public opinion was siding with the Kang sisters, it suddenly shifted. Yesterday, an anonymous account had released Kang Jae-yun's text messages, and it was becoming a hot topic. The content of the messages was Kang Jae-yun cursing at Eunha and ordering her to do laundry. At the same time, she threatened to send a picture of Eunha tied up to her mother. Along with that were several pictures of Kang Jae-yun spouting vulgarities. When Kang Jae-yun saw this news, she broke into a cold sweat and her blood pressure dropped. But it didn't stop there. Someone in the graphics industry claimed that the image posted on Kang Soo-yun's account had been photoshopped. Public opinion shifted to criticizing Kang Jae-yun as the true ringleader of this school violence case. Furthermore, Lim Ha-jin's identity was also revealed. She was an inspector from the Educational Authority Protection Bureau, sent to investigate this school violence case. A few days ago, she had caught the culprit in the case of a teacher who did something foolish. The reason no one knew her true identity was because she had confiscated all the other students' phones during that time. Kang Jae-yun was shocked to her core when she heard the news. She couldn't believe Lim Ha-jin was from the Educational Authority Protection Bureau. Lim Ha-jin strode into the classroom, confirming Kang Jae-yun's suspicions. At that moment, Jae-yun's face was drained of all color. Lim Ha-jin asked Kang Jae-yun to step outside with her for a talk. Jae-yun bolted out of the room. Lim Ha-jin, with a bat on her shoulder, smirked and said she shouldn't go outside right now. Kang Jae-yun ran down the hallway as if being chased by a dog. Everywhere she went, judgmental eyes followed her. When she saw Eunha, she went berserk. She charged forward, ready to bully her. But out of nowhere, a milk carton accurately landed right on Kang Jae-yun's head. A group of male students on the second floor looked at her with contempt and told her to go take a piss and look at herself in the puddle. If she was so great, she shouldn't be running her mouth here. Immediately, a crowd of other students joined in, demanding that Kang Jae-yun apologize to Eunha. For the first time in her life, Kang Jae-yun was being criticized so harshly. Her face was all over social media with the headline, "Exposing the past of a bully since first grade." There were also articles questioning whether Kang Soo-yun was the mastermind behind it all. The news even made it to the 7 p.m. news broadcast. The station exposed the person behind this school violence case as Kang Soo-yun. Last night, a former teammate of Kang Soo-yun from middle school appeared on the YouTuber Bong 20's channel. She revealed the whole truth about Kang Soo-yeon's school violence and said that everything was directed by Kang Soo-yeon. The video reached over 1 million views in just 1 hour. After that, more credible information appeared in the comments section, and the incident took a new turn. Kang Soo-yeon was at home watching the news. She was also in a tight spot, not knowing what to do. Kang Jae-yeon was no better off. She was being criticized on all fronts. Her Instagram account was flooded with threatening messages. She sobbed, not knowing how to go on living. Kang Soo-yeon stood up to comfort her younger sister, telling her not to be sad. It's because we're outstanding that those people are doing this. She optimistically said that in 1 or 2 months, everyone would forget, and things would go back to the way they were. Kang Soo-yeon glared and told Kang Jae-yeon to film an apology video looking this pathetic. She had already prepared a script for her sister. She forced Jae-yeon to film a video admitting to the school violence, leaving the national team, and giving up basketball. Kang Soo-yeon made Jae-yeon admit that all the stories about her were slander. Everything was Jae-yeon's fault. In short, she made her little sister take all the blame. Kang Jae-yeon snapped. She refused. The reason she bullied Eun-ha was because she was following her older sister's orders. Kang Soo-yeon ruthlessly grabbed Jae-yeon's hair and ripped out a chunk. She told Jae-yeon to get a grip if she had any sense. If she didn't do this, they would both go down. Kang Jae-yeon was furious but could do nothing. She had to grit her teeth and endure it. In the end, she had to make a video apologizing to the victims. She admitted that everything was true. She also cleared Kang Soo-yeon's name, saying she had nothing to do with it. Below were a series of comments defending Kang Soo-yeon. She submitted Jae-yeon's withdrawal form to Lim Ha-jin. She smirked and put the form in her pocket. She didn't forget to taunt Soo-yeon as the type to push her own sister into hell to survive alone. Kang Soo-yeon turned away sharply. She told her to finish investigating Jae-yeon. She didn't want someone with no basketball expertise like her to remain as the coach. Lim Ha-jin took out a pen and paper. She simply wrote a few words. She said she would leave when she wanted to, and she had already decided on the starting lineup. Lim Ha-jin showed the paper to Kang Soo-yeon. Eun-ha's name was on it. Kang Soo-yeon screamed in anger. She refused to accept someone who didn't know how to play basketball like Lim Ha-jin directing her team's matches. She also refused to accept Eun-ha in the main lineup. Lim Ha-jin smirked. She asked Kang Soo-yeon back if she wondered why she had only released Kang Jae-yeon's messages. Because that was the greatest punishment she could give Kang Jae-yeon. But for Kang Soo-yeon, she felt that punishment wasn't suitable. Someone like her needed to have her arrogant pride destroyed. Lim Ha-jin said something that pierced right through Kang Soo-yeon's facade. The reason she had bullied Eun-ha all this time was because Eun-ha was better than her. Having her sore spot stepped on, Kang Soo-yeon jumped up and made excuses. Lim Ha-jin told Eun-ha to go warm up. She was going to have Eun-ha play against Kang Soo-yeon in a one-on-one match to prove it. The two quickly changed and went onto the court. The rule Lim Ha-jin set was no score limit. The first to lead by 5 points would win. Kang Soo-yeon told Lim Ha-jin she had to keep her promise. If she won, Ha-jin would have to leave the Ministry of Education. Lim Ha-jin shrugged, as if to agree. Kang Soo-yeon had the ball. She was 1000% sure she wouldn't lose. She told herself she just needed to play well. After all, how could Eun-ha, who hadn't been properly trained, possibly beat her? The two exchanged moves for a while, but neither could gain an advantage. The other members of the basketball team watched in surprise. They couldn't believe Eun-ha's skill level was so high. Kang Soo-yeon was furious. She remembered the past, 2 years ago, at the National High School Basketball Competition. That was the first time she met Eun-ha. Eun-ha's skills were on a completely different level compared to her sister, Jae-yeon. Even the coach had to praise how well the girl played. Kang Soo-yeon saw it too. She saw that Eun-ha was a formidable talent. Since Eun-ha appeared last year, she was still just a rookie. But unexpectedly, she had developed her skills to this level in just 1 year. Kang Soo-yeon realized that if Park Eun-ha went to high school, she would become a player who would stand in her way. If Eun-ha went to another school, she would become her competitor. So, she told the coach to recruit Eun-ha to keep her under her control. Since Eun-ha entered the school, her talent was so outstanding that even the coach was impressed. He said he would recommend Eun-ha immediately. He was extremely happy because Kang Soo-yeon, Kang Jae-yeon, and Park Eun-ha would be their school's power trio in this year's national competition. But Kang Soo-yeon wasn't so happy. With Eun-ha around, her insecurity grew larger and larger. Park Eun-ha wasn't just an ordinary student. She was well-suited to become a professional player. Same age, same school. If Eun-ha went professional with her, then Kang Soo-yeon would be compared to Eun-ha forever. Kang Soo-yeon told the coach not to let Eun-ha train. The coach was also confused. Kang Soo-yeon told the coach that since he had accepted money from the kids who were chosen this year, he should let them play. If not, she would expose the matter. Kang Soo-yeon had decided to crush Eun-ha before she could even sprout. She ordered her lackeys to bully and beat Eun-ha outside of practice hours. The coach completely changed his attitude and made the girl do handstands. Kang Soo-yeon had hoped Eun-ha would give up. She waited for the day she would quit basketball, but she waited, and that day never came. Now, Eun-ha was even standing in front of her, playing one-on-one. She had stolen the ball from Kang Soo-yeon. She gritted her teeth in frustration. No way. How could someone who hadn't been properly trained like Eun-ha be on par with her? How could this be so ridiculously impossible? Eun-ha woke up every day at 4:30 a.m. At that time, Kang Jae-yeon was still sleeping with her legs spread, oblivious to everything. She went to the basketball court alone to practice. Every single day. That's why she had now stolen the ball from Kang Soo-yeon and taken the lead. Soo-yeon couldn't take it anymore and went crazy. Seeing that Eun-ha was about to shoot the ball into the hoop, she resorted to dirty tricks. She rushed forward and grabbed Eun-ha's hair, pulling her back. Her true colors were torn away. She asked Eun-ha why she didn't give up. If she had given up, things would have been better. But this time, Eun-ha didn't endure the bullying anymore. She grabbed Kang Soo-yeon's collar and threw her to the ground. She stood over her, staring down at Kang Soo-yeon. Do you feel great trampling on other people's dreams? This time, I won't hold back. I will fight back. Eun-ha stepped on Kang Soo-yeon's right arm. She grabbed her hand. Soo-yeon recognized the familiar posture, as if she was about to break her arm. Eun-ha looked coldly at Kang Soo-yeon. This was not a fair match. While Kang Soo-yeon knew nothing about Eun-ha's basketball skills, Eun-ha had always been observing her. Her scoring posture, her techniques, even the way she timed her fakes or her training methods. Eun-ha had engraved all of Kang Soo-yeon's playing styles into her memory. She asked her why she did it. Eun-ha applied pressure. Kang Soo-yeon felt the pain. She thought Eun-ha was getting revenge on her. But Eun-ha said she actually really liked her basketball. Even though she didn't like her as a person, she had learned a lot from her basketball. Kang Soo-yeon had said that basketball only needed serious players. So she had practiced hard to one day be acknowledged by her. But she had betrayed basketball. Now, she was just trash. Eun-ha said that and walked away. Kang Soo-yeon gritted her teeth in silence. Lim Ha-jin approached her. She said this wasn't the punishment Eun-ha wanted. The girl had said that because Kang Soo-yeon was the treasure of the women's basketball team, she had only one wish, to play with Kang Soo-yeon and the team just once. Lim Ha-jin looked at Kang Soo-yeon as if she were looking at a dead person. Even if On forgave her, she couldn't let this go. Now, she was certain of one thing. Kang Soo-yeon was not qualified to participate in the national competition because she had dug her own grave. The next day, Lim Ha-jin announced the investigation results to the press. Kang Soo-yeon was the one who instigated the school violence on the Seoul High School girls basketball team. The Korean Basketball Association has accepted the investigation's findings and decided to revoke the national competition eligibility of the two sisters, Kang Soo-yeon and Kang Ji-yeon. The juvenile court is currently deliberating to issue a verdict for both of them on the charge of school violence. After summarizing the investigation, Lim Ha-jin added one more statement. To all those who dream of becoming professional athletes, a player's duty is not to show off their own style of play, but to bring joy and emotion to the audience through that play. Kang Soo-yeon watched the news at home, absolutely furious. She smashed her phone screen. At the 20th National Girls High School Basketball Competition, the teachers all felt it was a waste for Kang Soo-yeon. Even though her personality was shit, it was undeniable that she had the looks and skills of a professional player. This time, UI was allowed to play on the court. She had just scored an amazing three-pointer. Lim Ha-jin watched from the stands with a satisfied smile. The news of Lim Ha-jin's investigation results was broadcast publicly on social media. Somewhere, a female student was annoyed by Lim Ha-jin's demeanor. It bothered her how someone in the education field could wear such heavy makeup and dye their hair bright red like that. This woman is a teacher at some school. Seeing Lim Ha-jin so carefree made her resentful. She was constantly swamped with work. As busy as a dog. She had to do a million things. Uploading and editing reference materials. Writing reports on academic performance and career guidance to send to parents. In cases of unruly students, she would have to intervene indirectly. Lim Ha-jin returned to the Educational Rights Protection Bureau. In the office, Na Woo-jin had his feet up on the desk, watching her interview video. She was so embarrassed she didn't know where to hide. Na Woo-jin thoughtfully covered his mouth as he howled with laughter, making her even more embarrassed. Lim Ha-jin tried to save face, but Na Woo-jin was quicker. He was about to click on the next video, 5 facts about Lim Ha-jin. She couldn't take it anymore and lunged at him. The director, hearing their commotion, told them to get to work. He asked Na Woo-jin if he had decided on the next school yet. He said not yet. He was still choosing. The director tossed him a file, telling him to check it out if he hadn't decided. Na Woo-jin opened it. His face darkened as he saw the situation seemed serious. The document summarized that. In the classroom, there are students, especially those not well disciplined at home, who tend to disrupt the class atmosphere. Therefore, when there are unruly students, the teacher must indirectly create an atmosphere of isolation around those students, using psychological measures to make them lose their confidence. Documentation on psychological measures to prevent the deterioration of the educational environment and classroom atmosphere was attached below. The director then threw another file to Lim Ha-jin. He said that when he was young, the thing that frustrated him most at school was the state's anti-communist ideology and the glorification of the military dictatorship. So he could not accept the brainwashing of children. Children who are considered the future of the country. At some elementary school, a female teacher was making a female student kneel at the back of the class. She had to hold a sign that read, "I am a discriminatory person." The teacher used the punishment of this student to warn the others. She couldn't accept the fact that Kang Seok became the Minister of Education. If he's so great, he can come and arrest her. The child's father, Shin Soo-mi's dad, happened to read his daughter's diary. He had to immediately request leave from work to deal with the issue. In the diary, his daughter wrote, the little girl couldn't understand the things her teacher said in class. The teacher called her different and made the other students discriminate against her. From that moment on, Sumi was ostracized by everyone. In class, Shin Sumi had her hair pulled and her shirt tugged by other students. They all took turns calling her a discriminator. However, her teacher did nothing to stop it. In fact, she was the one who encouraged it. The team couldn't believe this was happening at an elementary school. Na Woo-jin and Lim Ha-jin were speeding on their way there. Lim Ha-jin couldn't help but curse. Why would an educator have such reactionary ideas? Inciting students in her class? That woman is a complete lunatic. She wanted to beat the hell out of her right now. Na Woo-jin told her to calm down. Patience. All in good time. If we shake the grass, the snakes will come out on their own. He was reading a message from a parent whose daughter was in the 3rd grade at Silabon Elementary School. He didn't know what the homeroom teacher was teaching, but his daughter came home and suddenly tore up all her fairy tale books, calling them outdated ideas with vulgar curses he couldn't repeat. He had complained to the teacher many times, but she paid no attention, so he was very worried about his daughter. In the teacher's office, the teacher, Sang-hee, was preparing materials for her students. But what kind of learning material was this? More than half of the 6 sentences were filled with curses. What the hell? She hit enter, saved the file, and stretched. That's it for this morning's work. Suddenly, Sang-hee received a message from a teacher named Jinmi. She said it seemed like their school's education website was down, and things were getting chaotic online. The school temporarily closed its gates, like the Blue House or the National Assembly. The Ministry of Education has already received the information. Sang-hee stood up and called out to Chanmi across from her, asking if they were also at fault. Why did she have to send a message like that? Chanmi nervously said that because they were conducting brainwashing education, they needed to be a little careful. Sang-hee cut her off. She argued that it wasn't brainwashing. They were striving for a world without discrimination. When Sang-hee went outside, she ran into Na Woo-jin and Lim Ha-jin. The two cheerfully held up their badges, introducing themselves as being from the Educational Rights Protection Bureau. When Jang Sang-hee saw the two of them, her face drained of all color. She stammered, asking what they wanted. Na Woo-jin remained cheerful and said that while teaching students, he had gotten into a dispute about gender discrimination, and he heard that Sang-hee was an expert in this field, so he came to seek her guidance. Being flattered like that made Sang-hee very happy. Her ego swelled to the sky. She enthusiastically led the two on a tour of the classroom. Lim Ha-jin whispered into Na Woo-jin's ear, "How can this teacher be so easily fooled?" She was speechless when she heard the initial plan. Na Woo-jin smirked, but said nothing. Sang-hee brought the two into a classroom to watch her teach. A student stood up to read from the textbook, but the content was something very questionable. After hearing it, everyone was shocked and frozen. Sang-hee said that the views in fairy tales have become outdated in this era. Therefore, her school had replaced them with modern views to teach the students. Lim Ha-jin scratched her chin. She thought that introducing modern views into fairy tales could be a good educational method, but because fairy tales are oral stories, they should still teach the students the original principles first, right? Third graders can still handle the original versions. Jang Sang-hee frowned upon hearing this. She insisted that those works were outdated. They would be of no help to the students' future. Jang Sang-hee taught another lesson to the students. This one was even more questionable. She pointed to a chart on the board showing statistics for male and female soccer teams. She said this was clear evidence that the soccer field is the exclusive property of men. She then showed the students another advertisement. She said men wear pants and women wear skirts. This meant that the media was unintentionally emphasizing gender roles to us. Sang-hee made the male students line up and bow their heads to apologize to the female students for looking down on girls. She insisted that children are innocent, but because of that, they sometimes don't realize their mistakes and need to be re-educated. Na Woo-jin saw a student wearing a sign that said, "I am a discriminator," and turned to ask Sang-hee why that student had to wear it. Sang-hee replied that it was because Shin Soo-mi had previously refused to participate in her class. Therefore, she needed to use strong measures to help the girl get back on the right track. Lim Ha-jin's eyes were opened. This woman teaches about discrimination, yet she acts like this when a student doesn't listen to her. She now knew why this woman had fallen for Na Woo-jin's scheme, because she was completely unaware of how contradictory her own words and actions were. Shin Soo-mi's father, standing outside the classroom door, couldn't bear to see his daughter suffer like this any longer. He stormed into the classroom and angrily confronted Sang-hee. "So what my daughter wrote in here is all true. How can a teacher incite students to discriminate like this?" Soo-mi's father demanded that Sang-hee apologize to his daughter immediately and get rid of that lesson plan. Sang-hee coldly asked Soo-mi's father to leave because they were in the middle of a class. Soo-mi's father's anger flared. "If you're in the middle of a class, then you should be teaching the students normal knowledge. How can you publicly criticize a bright and intelligent child like that?" Sang-hee pushed up her glasses. She said she had her own way of teaching. She asked Soo-mi's father back what right he had to judge her teaching methods as normal or abnormal. "Because you don't even know how to be a mother." Sang-hee accused Soo-mi's father of invading his daughter's privacy by secretly reading her diary. Sang-hee didn't stop. She taunted him about being divorced and raising his child alone, asking how he could be called both a father and a mother. When Soo-mi heard Sang-hee talk about her father like that, she became extremely angry too. Her father raised his hand to slap the woman, but was stopped by Na Woo-jin. He told Soo-mi's father that if he slapped her, it would be an infringement on educational rights. "Leave this to us." As soon as he finished speaking, Lim Ha-jin gave Sang-hee a slap across the face. Sang-hee asked in confusion what the two of them were doing. Na Woo-jin smirked. He stated clearly the purpose of his visit. He had received a report that Sang-hee was conducting extreme brainwashing education on her students. In other words, her teaching method was too authoritarian. Furthermore, she had an attitude that crossed the line when criticized by a parent. Sang-hee trembled with anger. She bent down to pick up a stack of documents. She admitted that she did have a bad attitude towards Soo-mi's parent, but she would not accept people saying she brainwashed her students. She would not accept Na Wujin's insult, calling the educational method she was pursuing brainwashing students. He asked her back if she really thought her teaching method was completely normal. She insisted that it was. Na Wujin smirked. Although he had only attended this morning's class, that was enough for him to understand everything. He and Lim Hajin decided to cosplay as new transfer students in teacher Jiang Sengyi's class. She was furious but could do nothing about it. The atmosphere among the students was quite normal. There were cute, sociable children, but also quiet, gloomy ones whose thoughts were a mystery. Jiang Sengyi walked and thought. Could it be that the Educational Rights Protection Bureau came to investigate brainwashing education because information was leaked from the school's website? She thought this was a good opportunity. She would use this chance to get her educational method accepted by the Ministry of Education and chosen as the official method in schools. He entered the classroom and saw two students arguing. She went over and asked what was wrong. One kid quickly tattled that the other had commented on student Yumi's appearance. He glanced at the male students. Without asking any questions, she scolded them. "How dare you do that?" The male student timidly explained that they were just complimenting Yumi's pretty dress. He didn't care. She made them go to the back of the class and raise their hands. Na Wujin stood up, walked over, and clapped, praising Sengyi's 10 out of 10 educational method. He added a few more sarcastic compliments. Of course, Jiang Sengyi knew it too. Her face hardened as she said this issue wasn't as simple as it seemed. As children grow up, they will receive more compliments on their hairstyle or clothes. From that, they will start to think that if they are prettier, they will receive more compliments. Thanks to that, the students will gradually learn to be more feminine. Sengyi insisted that helping students emphasize gender roles from everyday stories was not brainwashing. Na Wujin approached the two children. He patted their shoulders and said as long as they liked it themselves, that was all that mattered. He believed that a person wanting to be more beautiful had nothing to do with gender, but was their personal preference. Although teaching students basic values is very important, they couldn't let the children's personal views be crushed like what fascism did. Na Wujin bent down and asked Yumi if she liked to dress up. The little girl happily replied, yes. He was silent, unable to say anything. When class started, Sengyi lectured at the front. Below, Na Wujin and Lim Hajin flipped through the children's textbooks. She told the students to open their textbooks to page 57, then frowned and cursed. This world really has a lot of issues to discuss. She pointed to the textbook and asked the students to look. She said, pilot, doctor, police officer. They are all male. She directly skipped over the fact that the teacher profession was female. She said this was an old-fashioned concept of gender stereotypes in professions. While lecturing, she didn't forget to make a sarcastic remark. It would be great if those related to the Ministry of Education paid attention to this. Na Wujin smirked, but said nothing. A male student in the class bravely raised his hand to express his opinion. The boy said that male police officers would be stronger, because boys are physically stronger and run faster, so they can catch criminals more easily. Sengyi's face turned darker than the bottom of a pot. She gritted her teeth. Before, the students would never have dared to talk back to her like this. Even so, she had to suppress her anger and patiently explain. It's true that men are physically stronger than women, but every profession needs the role of women. She turned to ask Lim Hajin if that was right. She said she had watched YouTube and knew that she came from the special forces. She asked her to explain to the children about the role of women in the military. Lim Hajin smirked and stood up. She took off her outer jacket, tied her hair up neatly, and went to the front of the class. Lim Hajin didn't say anything but directly got down and did push-ups. The students were amazed when they saw her doing one-handed push-ups, praising how amazing she was. Lim Hajin said that during the Special Forces selection, she had passed the physical fitness test for men. Meanwhile, the number of people who passed could be counted on one hand, especially being at the top of the military in individual combat. Therefore, in her personal opinion, there is no role for women in the military. There is only the role of a soldier. Lim Hajin looked at Sengyi's face, which was as red as a monkey's butt. She spoke to the students as well as to her. I think all professions are the same. There is no discrimination. In the following lessons, whatever Sengyi said was refuted by Na Wujin and Lim Hajin. The students in the class also happily agreed. After class, Sang-hee went crazy. She pulled her hair and crushed a plastic cup. During lunch break, Sang-hee ate with some students. They ate and complained about how chaotic the school had been lately. The students were all giving the teachers a hard time and only clinging to the people from the Ministry of Education. The kids eating with Sang-hee were all insolent brats. So young yet so disrespectful. They even hoped Na Woo-jin and Lim Ha-jin would get kicked out. The school teachers group chat was also buzzing with discussion about this issue. They were a group of reactionary teachers who supported the method of brainwashing students. Sang-hee also sent a message, boldly declaring that she would make the Ministry of Education recognize this educational method. The others in the group enthusiastically chimed in. Sang-hee knew she couldn't back down now. She smiled slyly and spoke to the students eating lunch with her. Shin Sumi raised her hand to express her opinion. She believed that, if the restroom signs were all the same, it would be very difficult for people to distinguish them. It would also be harder for people to find the right restroom when they are in a hurry. That's why the signs were made to help people recognize them more easily. Sang-hee was about to angrily scold Sumi, but was intimidated by Na Woo-jin, who told her not to interrupt the student while they were speaking. He kindly added some knowledge to Sang-hee's narrow mind. The nature of pictograms is to attract visual attention. Since academics have not yet concluded what should be prioritized on restroom signs, he told her it would be better to let the students discuss it freely. That would help the students absorb the knowledge the teacher had imparted. Sang-hee's expression changed, and she switched her attitude. She told the class to have a free discussion. She asked if anyone had a different opinion from Sumi. A child from Sang-hee's faction stood up to give an opinion. He said it was pointless for people to always draw a skirt on the sign for women. Why does it have to be red? Only stupid people like Sumi can't tell them apart. That student mocked Sumi for not knowing Hangul yet. Sumi couldn't take it and stood up to argue back. There are still many people who don't know Hangul. The other child directly ignored Sumi. He rallied the class to see who agreed with his opinion. Immediately, 3 children in the class exchanged mischievous glances and stood up. Sumi alone couldn't argue against all 4 of them. They ganged up to laugh at her, making her burst into tears out of frustration. Sang-hee even went along with it. She perfunctorily reminded the misbehaving students not to speak ill of their friend like that. She smugly turned to Na Woo-jin and thanked him, saying this was a great teaching method. During recess and in the following classes, those misbehaving kids continued their tricks. They followed Sang-hee's every word. She was very pleased with herself. Her grin stretched from ear to ear. Sang-hee looked at Na Woo-jin with a mocking expression. Now you two have no right to object. Because this is the educational plan you proposed, and I am the one who stops the students when they cross the line. She usually had to listen to the big shots in this society. But in this classroom, as long as all the students here listened to her, the 2 of them could do nothing. Just as her ego was soaring, Sumi suddenly raised her hand to express an opinion again. The little girl thought that policy was too sensitive. Sumi confidently expressed her point of view. Sang-hee didn't hear a single word. She glared at the little girl so hard her face could have cracked. The misbehaving child representing her directly stood up, walked out of her seat, and pushed Sumi. She screamed, blaming Sumi for the continued existence of discrimination. That girl cursed Sumi, asking why she didn't just drop dead. Why are you still breathing oxygen and eating rice? Sang-hee was horrified because her pet student had gone too far. She moved to intervene, but another boy directly threw a shoe at Seo Narang's face. The boy cursed the girl, calling her disgusting. Narang's stupid logic is only for brainless people. No matter how arrogant Seo Narang was, she was still just a child. Her face turned red with anger, and she screamed. The other children in the class couldn't take it anymore and stood up from their seats. They couldn't stand Seo Narang's arrogant attitude any longer. The 2 factions of students started fighting. The situation was extremely chaotic, and Sang-hee couldn't stop them. Na Woo-jin stood up from his seat. He swung his hand and broke a desk in half. Seeing that, the children's faces naturally turned pale. Na Woo-jin glared at Sang-hee. This classroom is also split in 2. You only know how to tear each other apart when you don't agree with someone else's opinion. What a cheap, dog-eaten educational method. Sang-hee's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. This was not what she wanted. She remembered the past. At first, everyone at school was simply a group helping each other teach. She had been inspired by the enthusiasm of her colleagues, always striving for a true education, with love for the students. But she didn't know when. The topics of conversation had started to change to words of hatred about gender discrimination. She had joined a long time ago, saying he was the one who worked hard and dedicated herself to creating a society free of discrimination, to guide the students towards the right things, along with the recognition of her colleagues. That was all her motivation for working. She believed that what she was doing was completely right, and no one could deny it. She went crazy, screaming at Na Woojin, blaming him for meddling in how she educated her students, which made them become like this. Na Woojin glared at her. It's because I can't agree with your way of thinking. In the future, these children will continue to meet people with different thoughts, just like me. As they grow up, each person will establish their own set of values. There is absolutely no favoritism for others. But Sanghee's educational method taught them to think they were superior, that they could lecture others as they pleased. They would belittle and slander them if they didn't do as they wished. Gradually, they would rally a group and attack others to make everyone acknowledge they were right. Those who are attacked will in turn find their own forces to retaliate. And thus, a fighting South Korea is formed, divided into factions. He asked her if she wanted to build a society like that. Sanghee cried, her face a mess of tears and snot. She let slip the values that we pursue. Na Woojin immediately latched onto this point. He pressed her, asking if there were others teaching like this. She became flustered and quickly denied it. Teacher Chanmi stood outside nervously, biting her nails as she looked into the classroom. Na Woojin didn't press further. He said he had no intention of denying the value of gender equality that this school was pursuing. It was just that her way of teaching was wrong. Na Woojin placed his hand on Sumi's shoulder. He told the little girl to show Sanghee the right way to convey the message. He told her to bravely speak all her thoughts. Sumi was encouraged. She stood at the front of the class with a piece of paper. She spoke her thoughts on the issue of gender equality. The fundamental basis is that both men and women are equal in all fields and deserve to receive kind words. Following Sumi's words, Lim Ha-jin also wrote on the board, "First, everyone, please let go of the idea that girls must be weak and boys must be strong. Second, you shouldn't tease people when they wear what they like. Third, you don't need to join the male or female faction just because you are male. Follow what is right. Fourth, do not discriminate between men and women when it comes to future dreams. Fifth, respect everyone's interests. Sixth, clearly distinguish between gender differences and discrimination." Finally, when Sumi read this far, she couldn't hold back her tears. She said her parents divorced when she was in first grade. Dad was tired. Mom was also tired. Mom thought she was right. Dad also thought he wasn't wrong. Their battles always started with shouting. If they had stayed calm and talked to each other, Sumi's family would be like any other family now. So, the last thing she believed was, don't get angry and shout when you start a discussion with someone else. Things will be better if they stop arguing now. The students in the class and Sanghee listened and had to silently reflect. Na Woojin praised the speech as wonderful. He had no objections, pursuing correct and neutral values without causing conflict. That is true education. Sanghee stood up and walked to the front of the class. Lim Ha-jin thought she was going to bully Sumi and quickly moved to protect the girl. But she just went to the front, took out her phone, and took a picture of the 7 points Lim Ha-jin had just written on the board. That evening, Sanghee sent the picture she took to her education group. She mentioned Sumi and said she felt a lot of empathy for the little girl. She said she was thinking about how to incorporate it into her teaching materials. After Sanghee expressed her views in the group chat, the members of the group left one by one. They expelled Sanghee from the group so they could continue to carry out the educational mission they believed was right. Sanghee was stunned. She watched as person after person left the group until the very last one. She closed her laptop and sighed. The next day, Lim Ha-jin showed Jang Sanghee's resignation letter to Na Woojin. It was clear she was acting this way to cut off their investigation after being cornered by Na Woojin about "we yesterday." Lim Ha-jin muttered curses under her breath. Na Woojin opened the resignation letter to read. He told her not to jump to conclusions. Inside the envelope was also a USB drive. A period of silence passed. The news station began to broadcast information about the incident. After 2 weeks, the Educational Rights Protection Bureau revealed the results of an investigation that caused a public uproar online. It was about a group of teachers carrying out a plan to brainwash elementary school students. Specifically, yesterday morning, teacher Jang of S Elementary School submitted her resignation letter, along with an SD card containing all the information about this group of teachers' website, to the Educational Rights Protection Bureau. Just looking at the file names saved in it, like strategy to win over parents, method to control student groups, countermeasures for when investigated, when legal issues arise, is enough to send shivers down my spine. Each school would have about 10 to 30 participants, and each senior member would directly manage their own members. They often reported information like, members at school A are very worried about students constantly disrupting classes. I hope the teachers can help. I hope everyone will check the details of this month's operating expenses. Another person even planned ahead. I have posted how to deal with it if information on the web is leaked. Seniors, please check and forward to your members. Another issue is that because they don't operate in the same area, even someone at the senior level like Teacher Jang couldn't know all the members. There was School C in Seoul, School B in Donggu. The members in the group chat were teachers from all over the country. The Ministry of Education and the police have formed an investigation team to clarify the matter. At the same time, Ms. Jang Sang had realized the rottenness of their ideology and decided to resign. While struggling to carry supplies out of the school, Jang Sang didn't forget to say goodbye to her colleague. Stay happy, Miss Chanmi. Even so, Miss Chanmi didn't seem to care in the slightest. She continued to type away on her keyboard as if she hadn't heard anything. Miss Chanmi angrily typed 3 words on her computer. Traitor. Instead, Jang Sang didn't say anything more. Jang Sang walked out of the teacher's office with a determined will. At that moment, a hand helped her with the heavy pile of things. Na Woojin flashed a bright smile. Unlike his usual gloomy expression, he said softly, "Let me help you." The two of them left just like that. Neither said a word. Na Woojin broke the silence. "I don't know if you think I'm being nosy. I just want to help you." Hearing that, Jang Sang was silent for a moment. Then, she admitted in a low voice, "Until now, I have never doubted my teaching methods, because everyone around me whispered to me that my way of teaching was right. So I used that method to teach my students." When she thought back on that image of herself, Jang Sang felt she was no different from a crazy person. She sadly realized, I really was a teacher who was brainwashing my students. Then, Jang Sang continued, "Don't get me wrong. I don't mean to claim I'm a victim. She simply felt regret for what she had done. If an adult like me feels this way, then what about the children?" Jang Sang said with a heavy heart. After realizing that, I hated myself so much I just wanted to die. Just like that. The two of them reached the parking lot. Na Woojin helped Jang Sang put the supplies in the trunk. When he was done, Na Woojin asked softly, "Today is your last day. Don't you want to say goodbye to your students?" Jang Sang replied sadly, "What right do I have?" After a pause, she continued, "The only thing I can do for them now is to disappear from their lives forever." Seeing Jang Sang's negative and heavy feelings, Na Woojin glanced into the distance and spoke up. "Perhaps you." Behind Jang Sang at that moment were Shin Sumi and Seo Narang. Instead, Na Woojin continued, "Need to learn a few more things from your students." Seeing the two little ones, Jang Sang asked in surprise, "You too?" Before she could finish, Shin Sumi spoke up. "Are you quitting, teacher?" Seo Narang, on the side, held out an A4 sheet of paper towards Jang Sang. "This is for you." At that moment, Jang Sang could only stare in astonishment. Seo Narang cheerfully continued, "The whole class made it together." Inside were countless messages from the little ones for their teacher, Jang Sang. Seo Narang added, "Although some kids wrote some not-so-nice things in here, but since you're leaving soon, I didn't have time to erase them." As she scanned the childish handwriting, Jang Sang couldn't hold back. Tears just streamed down her face. Looking down, Jang Sang saw Shin Sumi's message. "Thanks to you, I've had a lot of thoughts about equality. Thank you, teacher." Jiang Sang he hugged the two little ones and said softly, I'm sorry, you two. Jiang Sang he was so full of regret she couldn't speak. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Seo Narang and Shin Sumi gently patted their teacher's shoulder to comfort her. At that moment, Na Wujin was very pleased with this scene, considering Jiang Sanghe's cooperation with the investigation and her sincere attitude in acknowledging everything. Her superiors rejected her resignation letter. In return, the school held a disciplinary meeting and decided to suspend Jiang Sanghe from work for 3 months. After that, the Ministry of Education conducted a large-scale survey for all students and parents to grasp the specific situation of this brainwashing education. The little ones held the papers in their hands with a certain excitement at being able to express their thoughts. Because all the website's activities had not yet been fully clarified, the Ministry of Education decided not to punish the teachers mentioned in this survey. However, the notice from the Ministry of Education sent to the teachers also stated clearly that if a similar case arises in the future, the ministry will deal with it harshly. When Chanmi read this information, she was extremely worried. She nervously bit her nails, not knowing how to face it. Furthermore, a portion of teachers and citizens who disagreed with this resolution held a protest right in front of the Ministry of Education. They claimed the website was created to deceive the community, and that Jiang Sanghe had used it to get a lighter sentence. At the same time, they also heavily criticized Minister Choi Kang-seo, accusing him of obstructing education on gender equality and infringing on teachers' educational rights. And so, Minister Choi Kang-seo, facing the protesters, said loudly, "Hey, I'm also the one hoping that story is fake." Minister Choi Kang-seo ended the whole thing with just one sentence. "But damn it, I have to start an investigation to know if it's true or false." The image of him shouting loudly was broadcast on all mass media outlets. Choi Kang-seo used a curse word again. "Damn it," sitting in the car watching the news. Lim Ha-jin asked worriedly, "Will they be able to uncover the truth?" Na Wujin chuckled and said calmly, "That old man is at it again. The police said their server is located overseas, so it's not easy to investigate." Na Wujin continued softly, "This case is already known to the public, so they won't have the motivation to continue anymore." Hearing that, Lim Ha-jin felt somewhat relieved. Suddenly, Na Wujin exclaimed in surprise, "A convenience store." Then he said softly, "Can you stop the car for a bit? I have to buy a pack of cigarettes before we get on the highway. You know the rest stops there don't sell cigarettes." Lim Ha-jin immediately replied, "Okay." Before leaving, Na Wujin didn't forget to ask, "Do you want to buy anything?" Lim Ha-jin quickly replied, "Banana milk. Remember to get me a straw." Na Wujin entered the convenience store with a very serious expression. He looked like he was about to rob a bank. He walked through the aisles looking for banana milk. Na Wujin looked around frantically and wondered, "Where is it?" While distracted, he bumped into a little boy who was squatting down below. Na Wujin turned in surprise. "Huh." Seeing the things fall, Na Wujin immediately bent down to help pick them up. "Oh shoot. I'm sorry." At that moment, he saw something was not right. The face of the boy in the hoodie was covered in bruises, big and small, as if he had been abused. After a while, Na Wujin found the banana milk and went to the checkout counter. He told the employee, "I'll take this and 2 packs of Ember Medium." The employee searched in confusion. "Ember Medium?" Losing patience, Na Wujin said, "Not that way. Top right." The employee pointed to one type and asked again, "Is this it?" Na Wujin said, "No, it's red, next to it." While the two were distracted, the boy from before grabbed his things and ran off. The employee shouted loudly. Seeing this, Na Wujin said, "Hey, sir." Then, he held out a 50,000 won bill and said flatly, "I'll pay for that boy." Outside, after successfully shoplifting, the boy was busy laying out his haul. Na Wujin, hiding behind, saw the boy just munching on all sorts of snacks. At that moment, his phone suddenly vibrated. Lim Ha-jin on the other end of the line asked loudly, "I only asked you to buy banana milk. Why are you taking so long? There's a parking enforcement camera here. I'm going to get a ticket." Na Wujin said softly, "Sergeant Lim, you go back to the unit first." Hearing that, Lim Ha-jin couldn't help but be surprised. Na Wujin came up with some reason. something came up. Ah, no. Something extremely serious just happened. At the same time, the boy was still trying to stuff food into his mouth. The sound of him munching on food echoed. The boy couldn't swallow in time and started to choke. At that moment, a carton of banana milk was suddenly held out in front of him. Na Wu-jin said gently, "If you keep eating bread like that, you'll choke." Then, he smiled brightly. "Drink this. It's okay." Seeing that Na Wu-jin seemed trustworthy, the boy started gulping down the banana milk. Na Wu-jin looked at this pitiful sight and thought for a moment. He asked softly, "Don't your parents feed you at home?" Then, Na Wu-jin moved closer and continued to ask, "Who did that to your face?" Seeing the boy panic, his face turning pale, Na Wu-jin said gently, "You can tell me. It's okay. I'm here to help you." Suddenly, the boy fearfully bolted without saying a word. Na Wu-jin wondered in confusion, "Hey, was I too direct? Talking to kids is really hard." Then, he also hurriedly chased after him. Dressed all in black and chasing a kid, he looked no different from a kidnapper. Na Wu-jin came across a woman with short hair, gently asking the boy from before, "Oh my, are you Michelle?" Seeing the boy nod, the woman continued to ask, "Do you remember me?" At that moment, Na Wu-jin stepped forward and said, "Excuse my rudeness. What is your relationship with this child?" Seeing that he looked dangerous, the woman immediately went on guard. "I'm his kindergarten teacher." After talking for a while, the boy obediently lay on the teacher's lap. The woman gently stroked Michelle's head and said sadly, "I can't believe things like this still happen in the world." She felt heartbroken for the young boy. It seems Michelle is still living in that suffering. Seeing this, Na Wu-jin said seriously, "Please tell me what happened to." He asked bluntly, "Was this child abused by his family?" The woman explained the situation clearly. "Michelle was a student in my class until the beginning of this year. At this age, all the little ones are innocent and carefree, playing around. But only Michelle sat huddled in a corner. He was the least active child, and had the most trouble getting along with his friends. Therefore, I always had to pay attention to him. Until one day, during lunch, the boy coughed with difficulty a few times. The teacher asked worriedly, "Michelle, are you choking? Here, drink some water." However, Michelle just kept coughing. Then, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Because she was so worried about the student's health, the teacher called his parents. "Hello, is this Michelle's mother?" "This is Michelle's teacher. Michelle suddenly coughed up blood, so I'm planning to take him to the hospital right away." Unexpectedly, the mother coldly said, "It's the same even if he goes to the hospital. Just leave him there. I'll leave him." However, the person who came to pick up the boy was a tall, large man. His hair was dyed white, and he had dangling earrings. Seeing this appearance, the teacher was a little scared. It was always Michelle's mother who picked him up, but that day, Michelle's father came. The teacher bowed to greet him. "Hello, Michelle's father. This is the first time I've met you. I'm..." Without listening to the teacher, he aggressively grabbed Michelle's hand and shouted, "Let's go." Seeing the boy quietly putting on his shoes and following his father, the teacher couldn't help but worry. At that time, I had a bad feeling. A week later, Michelle didn't come to class because she was so worried. I went to his house to check on him. The teacher was about to ring the doorbell when a loud shout came from inside. "You son of a bitch. I told you not to bother me when I'm playing games." From the room came the boy's frustrated voice. "Because I was so hungry." The heartless father cursed, "Damn it. Don't you have a brain? What are you explaining for?" Hearing these cruel words, the teacher was horrified. It didn't stop there. The father continued to shout, "Why the hell did you have to grow up? You idiot." After that day, I went all over the city to find the pediatric department where Michelle was hospitalized. The doctor suspected that Michelle's ruptured intestine was caused by abuse. This was also the reason why he was vomiting blood. I and the pediatrician immediately reported the case to the Child Protection Agency. After that day, Michelle didn't come to school anymore. And so 4 months passed. While she was walking down the street, she suddenly saw Michelle and his father. "You're the kindergarten teacher, right?" Seeing the boy's face beaten to a pulp, she was shocked. The father calmly said, "We've met before. Long time no see." He continued in a cold voice, "Our family had some issues, so the boy couldn't go to school. Seeing you like this, I have something I'd like to ask for your help with. Seeing the teacher staring at Michelle in surprise, the father glared with a murderous look. Then, he moved closer to the teacher and smirked as he spoke. Seeing you so surprised, proves you're the bitch who reported me, right? He growled, threatening the teacher. Go ahead and report me again. At that point, I'll really kill you. At that moment, she could only stand there, frozen. Her whole body wouldn't stop shaking. It turned out that after learning about the incident, the Child Protection Agency only went to meet and talk with the parents and didn't issue any disciplinary decision. The teacher was extremely furious. How could they do that? Clearly, the evidence that the boy was abused is still here. Hearing that, Na Woojin said softly, because in this case, the boy still wasn't going to school. So he couldn't explain to them himself what he had been through. Therefore, they had no choice but to rely on the parents' testimony. Then, he continued, moreover, the Child Protection Agency doesn't have special authority. The working environment there is also too harsh. So within just 2 years, they have been severely understaffed because so many employees have quit. In addition, although this is a professional agency, due to the lack of experts in assessing and handling situations, they are forced to handle their work this way. Seeing that Na Woojin was someone who understood the law, the teacher asked in surprise, how do you know about that? Is your work also related? And you look really familiar. Na Woojin handed over his business card and said, this is me. After a quick glance at the information, the teacher couldn't help but be astonished. Educational Rights Protection Bureau. I've seen it on the news. You're from the agency that specializes in handling matters related to school violence, right? Then, the teacher grabbed Na Woojin's hand and said earnestly, please help Michelle. She was worried that, if this continues, I don't know what Michelle will have to face. Please protect Michelle. Na Woojin bowed his head and said softly, I'm very sorry, but this matter is beyond my authority. These words were like a thunderclap to the teacher. Na Woojin continued to explain. The Educational Rights Protection Bureau is under the Ministry of Education, but we only have the authority to resolve incidents related to education. The responsibility for resolving this domestic violence issue belongs to the Ministry of Social Welfare and the police. Na Woojin was also helpless as he had to admit. Therefore, I don't have the authority to resolve this case. The teacher's glimmer of hope was extinguished. So that's how it is. It turns out, kindergartens are under the management of the Ministry of Social Welfare, not the Ministry of Education. At that moment, Na Woojin stood up and said, Teacher, it's probably time to take this child home. He was worried that, if we continue to keep him like this without the parents' consent, they could sue us for kidnapping. Then, Na Woojin continued, I'll take the boy home, so you just need to give me the address. If you come too, you'll get into trouble with them. Na Woojin carried the boy on his back and walked through several streets. By now, the sky had turned dark. He was still wrestling with his conscience. This matter is completely outside the authority of the Educational Rights Protection Bureau. So Na Woojin decided to call 172 to help him resolve it. Then he suddenly stopped. His eyes filled with fury. Then, Na Woojin hung up the phone and didn't call the authorities anymore. He carried Michelle home. He repeatedly rang the doorbell. The father shouted angrily, You son of a bitch. Even if you're ringing the bell, you have to do it slowly. Seeing the other person carrying his son, he asked loudly, Who are you? Where did you come from, playing that disrespectful game? Na Woojin replied coldly, I'm from the bureau. Ah, no. Thinking again, he continued, I'm just a citizen passing by. Seeing Na Woojin's murderous glare, the father asked in confusion, A citizen? Ah, no. I didn't mean. Seeing his son sleeping soundly on a stranger's back, he was extremely annoyed. The father shouted, Go Michelle. Na Woojin asked softly, This is the boy's house, right? Then, he said calmly, I saw the kid walking alone on the street, so I asked a neighbor for the address and brought him home. At that moment, the father repeatedly growled, You son of a bitch. When did you sneak out? He grabbed the boy's head, then dragged him inside. And here, you're dead to me. At that moment, Na Woojin said softly, The boy has a lot of bruises on his face. This sentence made him stop. Na Woojin continued, I bought him a piece of bread and he devoured it like he'd been starved for several days. The father slowly turned his head, his eyes glaring aggressively. Then, he shouted loudly, "Hey, you liar! What do you mean?" The father showed his attitude and asked in a loud voice, "Are you a cop? Or are you from that damn child protection agency that comes every day to tell me a father can't do that?" Na Wujin calmly replied, "It is a citizen's duty to report all criminal acts, especially suspicious incidents like child abuse." Hearing that, the father's expression grew even darker. He looked at his son and asked in a low, threatening voice, "Go, Michelle. Have I ever hit you? Have I ever starved you?" Faced with those questions, the boy's heart was filled with bitterness. Michelle stammered, "In dash." Then he lowered his head and added, "That never happened." The father shouted in delight, "Did you hear that, you dog?" He even acted annoyed, as if he had been truly wronged. "There's no child abuse here." The father coldly closed the door, not forgetting to add a few words of warning. "Don't stick your nose in my business anymore, or I'll kill you." At that moment, Na Wujin blocked the door with his foot. He said in a loud voice, "That's right. If insulted like that, most people would choose to stay away from this." Then, Na Wujin grabbed the door and growled, "But I'm not like that." The father screamed, "Damn it, this bastard." Then, he slammed the door shut, leaving Michelle inside. The father moved close to Na Wujin and said, "Fine. Let's just say I've hit him 100,000 times." He poked him in the chest as if challenging him. "So what does that have to do with you?" The father shouted, "I gave birth to him. I'll do whatever I want to him. What the hell are you doing here?" Na Wujin remained silent. Seeing this, the man pressed his advantage. "If you dare report this, I'll hit." Before he could finish, Na Wujin landed a powerful punch on the father's face. The attack sent him flying backward. The father couldn't keep his balance, staggering a few steps, then collapsing right at the door. Na Wujin cracked his knuckles. "Why do you keep talking so informally, like we've known each other for a long time? You're only about 25, 26 years old at most. You're 8, 10 years younger than me." After a moment, Na Wujin opened the door and found Michelle so scared he was trembling all over. He picked up the father and said cheerfully, "It seems your dad is so tired that he suddenly fell asleep and started snoring." Na Wujin threw him onto the bed. Then he turned to Michelle and said softly, "Your dad will probably sleep until morning." Na Wujin looked around the house for a bit. He saw a mountain of trash, instant noodles, and beer. On the kitchen counter was a pile of dishes that hadn't been washed in 1,000 years. Next to the laptop were several coffee cups and a pile of cigarettes. Seeing that the house was not cared for or cleaned, Na Wujin asked, "Where's your mom?" Michelle stammered, "My mom. She's at work. She comes home very, very late." Seeing this, Na Wujin was silent for a moment. Then, he gently stroked the boy's head and said, "Don't worry. I'll come again." In fact, Na Wujin suddenly stepped outside. The teacher saw him and jumped in surprise. Na Wujin asked in surprise, "I don't understand why you're here, teacher." She explained nervously, "I was so worried, so I came to see." The teacher scratched her face and said softly, "You're really like a martial arts master from a wuxia film. I can't believe you could take down a grown man with just one punch." So the teacher had seen that scene. Hearing that, Na Wujin smiled faintly. He turned to leave and said with firm conviction, "Nothing will happen from now until tomorrow morning. It's getting dark. You should go home too." The teacher followed him and asked softly, "But will what you did solve this problem?" Na Wujin calmly replied, "Of course not." Then he added, "That guy. He's about 25, 26 years old. His pale face shows that he's an unemployed loser. Always cooped up at home. Doesn't even bother to shower. And takes his anger out on his son. You could say, this is a classic case of domestic abuse." Na Wujin stated, "I'm sure that as soon as he opens his eyes, he'll beat the child. That's what domestic violence is like. If that house isn't closely monitored, we can't solve this case at its root." Na Wujin smirked calculatingly. That is, if it's not closely monitored. The next morning, the sun shone, signaling the start of a new day. Inside the room, the father groaned wearily. He sat up in pain and wondered, what was that? What happened? Seeing Michelle huddled in a corner, he walked over and growled, "What are you doing?" Michel was so startled that he dropped the piece of meat he was about to eat. The boy said tremblingly, The uncle from yesterday bought me pork cutlets. Hearing that, the father frowned in annoyance. Michel added softly, He bought some for you too, Dad. Will you eat with me? There was a note on top of the rice container. Seeing it, the father kicked it away without a second thought. He asked repeatedly, Where is that dog? Michel was now so scared he burst into tears. The father raised his foot, about to kick the boy in the head. I asked you where he is. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard. He looked around in confusion. What is that? Which bastard dares to play music so loud? A strange song started playing. How to make a child obey. Making each other's lives miserable, DV. Once this world goes crazy. The father opened the door with a question in his mind. Is it the neighbor? Usually this room is empty. Could it be that some new guy moved in? He banged on the next door and shouted loudly, Hey, you son of a bitch, turn off the music. The song continued to play. There are things that the heart, blinded by passion, becomes weak. The room next door was indeed occupied. The person greeted him, Hello. Sleep well. Seeing his neighbor. The father was so scared he almost pissed his pants. Na Wujin appeared with a muscular physique. His body was covered in scars. He held a cigarette and asked, Did you eat the pork cutlet for lunch, little bro? The white-haired guy stood at the door, his face full of fear. How did you move in here? Na Wujin, shirtless. His muscular body replied coldly. What's so strange about it? I just gave the landlord the money and moved in. He held the half-smoked cigarette in his hand, a forced smile on his face as if teasing him. He continued with a smirk. Because of the good deed you did, I decided to move in here for about a year. Luckily, the rent here is quite cheap, so from a passerby, I got promoted to be your neighbor. He continued to tease. Isn't that great? I can't believe the housing prices here have dropped in this chaotic real estate market. The white-haired guy got angry. His face contorted like a monkey's butt. Then he immediately lunged forward, wanting to throw a powerful punch to release his anger. As he lunged, he shouted, Are you crazy? In contrast to his angry appearance, Na Wujin calmly smoked his cigarette, one hand in his pocket. His posture was extremely relaxed. He didn't seem to take the guy in front of him seriously at all. Just as he threw a punch at his face, he quickly dodged to the side, successfully avoiding this critical blow. Then he used his hand to grab that forearm and pull it forward. The white-haired guy was caught off guard and staggered. With a thud, Na Wujin's move was as fast as lightning, making it impossible for him to defend. He was now pinned against the door with his arm twisted. His face was slammed hard. It looked very painful. Na Wujin held the cigarette in his mouth and growled. Hey, are you still using your fists without thinking? The white-haired guy was pinned to the ground, his face twisted in pain. He seemed to be trying to escape, but couldn't. Then he growled each word. You're too energetic, aren't you, Jiangxian? Hearing this name, the white-haired guy, who had been struggling, froze. He stiffened up. He fearfully glanced at him from the corner of his eye. He looked like he was afraid of something. Jiangxian stammered. How do you know my name? Na Wujin still held his arm tightly, preventing him from moving. He smirked. Of course, I have my ways of knowing everything, you dog. Na Wujin flashed a provokingly smug smile and teased, Jiangxian. Call me Hyung. Also, I'm very sensitive to noise between floors and the sound of flushing toilets. He continued, and especially the sound of a child crying. If I hear a child cry, I'll break your neck right then and there. Pay attention, got it? Go Jiangxian's face turned pale. He seemed very angry but knew he couldn't win a fight against him. He let out a curse to vent his feelings. This damn dog. At that moment, someone was playing a game. On the screen were 3 people. One with angel wings was holding about to shoot. A female character was holding a large blade, charging in for close combat. In the corner was a female character with a hand full of iron spikes. It seemed she was also a close combat fighter. All 3 characters were fighting a monster covered in holes. It looked like the surface of a star up close. It was Go Jiangxian. He was playing the game and cursing at his teammates. You think I'm scared, so you charged in? The raid has already started. What other choice do I have but to charge in? He played the game and laughed like a madman. Just you wait. In a dark corner nearby was the child. He seemed to be tied up tightly, unable to make a sound. This beastly man, afraid that the child's crying would make Na Wujin come down to deal with him, had tied the boy's neck tightly. The boy's face turned pale from lack of air. He tried to pull at the rope to loosen it. Echoing in the crime-filled room was Zhang Xian's excited shouting from the game. "If I catch you, you're dead." The boy tried to speak. "Dad, I can't breathe." But those small whimpers were drowned out by Zhang Xian's shouts. "You're really fired up this time, huh? You can even take on 7 at once?" The boy still tried to call for help. "I can't go outside now." "Dad, can you?" Zhang Xian was still busy immersed in the game in front of him. "Ooh, they're all here now. Get him, get him, get him." As he shouted, he clattered on the keyboard, moving the mouse with the desire to win the game. It seemed the match was about to end. He had just shouted with joy, "Got him!" But before he could finish, something seemed to have gone wrong. His eyes widened like an owl's. His mouth hung open as if he couldn't believe what was happening on the computer screen. On the screen, 2 large white words on a blood-red, splattered background. "Wipe failed. All revives used." Zhang Xian was stunned in front of the screen, unable to utter a word. As the room returned to silence, the boy's breathless cries for help could finally be heard. "Dad!" But the response was an angry shout. "Damn it!" Then Zhang Xian slammed his hand on the computer keyboard, as if trying to vent all his anger. Then he turned and stared at the boy. He growled each word. "Go, Michelle. Are you crazy?" Seeing him, the boy's face turned pale. It was clear that the person in front of him was not his father, but a savage demon in human form. A real father could never treat his child so cruelly. Zhang Xian's eyes were sharp and cold. He was so angry that veins popped out on his forehead. "Didn't I tell you? When I'm playing a game, especially during a raid, you're not allowed to say anything?" Zhang Xian continued to curse. "Why do you keep whining in my ear and distracting me? You made me die, you see." Michelle was terrified. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. His face was pale. At that moment, a loud banging came from outside the door, accompanied by a voice. "Hey, Zhang Xian. How could this be?" Hearing the sudden noise, both Zhang Xian and Michelle turned to look. The banging on the door continued relentlessly. "You died because of your own shitty skills. Why are you blaming the kid? And you son of a bitch. Didn't I say I'd break your neck if I heard a child cry? Are you deaf?" Hearing this, Zhang Xian realized whose voice it was. He roared in anger. "Go fuck yourself, you dog. My son is at school." Hearing this, Na Wujin certainly couldn't believe it. The doorknob was being twisted so hard it was about to come off. After a struggle, he finally managed to get into the room. He stared at him angrily. "This is at school according to you?" He stared at the scene before him. Zhang Xian was so scared his face turned pale. He froze, unable to move. "What if I take a picture of this and show it to everyone? Isn't this child abuse?" Zhang Xian was terrified. "I locked the door." "How could you?" Na Wujin put one hand in his pocket and replied nonchalantly, "Really? I didn't know that." He threw a metal bar on the ground. This was surely the tool that helped him get into the room. He said jokingly, "You probably didn't lock it." Zhang Xian trembled, stammering, "Wait. You saw it too. This kid went out on his own. He's so disobedient. So I was just punishing him a little. He did something wrong, so I have to teach him so that next time." The more he talked, the angrier he became. His face contorted. His already scary appearance became even more ferocious. Before he could finish his sentence, he reached out with one hand and grabbed his neck. The movement was so fast that Zhang Xian couldn't react in time. He growled each word of warning. "Teach him. You do this to teach your son to correct his bad habits? I'm all too familiar with the old tricks that trashy parents like you use to make excuses." Zhang Xian was being choked so hard he couldn't breathe. He struggled continuously. Gasp, gasp. He leaned in close to his ear and said coldly, "Listen carefully. Education is for children. But punishing your child so you can live comfortably is called animal husbandry." The more he spoke, the tighter he squeezed his neck, making Zhang Xian so breathless he squeezed his eyes shut. His mouth gaped open, trying to breathe. After the warning, Zhang Xian was now sitting at the dining table with Michelle. The boy, as if he had been starved for a long time, ate like a small animal. So hastily that rice fell all over the table and floor. The more he watched, the angrier he got. Zhang Xian seemed to want to hit the boy to warn him as he usually did. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Hey, you're pissing me off." He growled, "How many times have I told you not to spill rice when you eat?" The boy trembled. He tried to pick up the fallen rice grains and put them in his mouth, as if trying to clean up what he had dropped to appease his father's anger. But no matter what the boy did, in Jiang Xian's eyes, it was all just provoking him. Jiang Xian shouted, "Damn it! Put your hands down. You don't deserve to eat anymore." At that moment, a loud shout roared from outside, making Jiang Xian freeze. Jiang Xian. He's only 6 years old. Spilling rice while eating is a normal thing. You were the same when you were 6. Na Wujin banged on the wall. "Hey, kiddo. It's okay. It's all right if you spill a little. That's not a standard to judge a person's character. Because I know a 36-year-old comic artist who still spills rice when he eats." Hearing this, Jiang Xian trembled with anger. But Michelle smiled, overjoyed to have someone comfort him. Just as Jiang Xian was about to hit his son, it seemed he knew beforehand and shouted a warning. "Jiang Xian, don't." Another time, as he was chasing his son to hit him, his voice rang out again. "Jiang Xian, stop." One day, Jiang Xian was sitting by the window, sipping a beer. He was about to light a cigarette. Suddenly, from downstairs, Na Wujin's voice called up, "Jiang Xian, why are you smoking when there's a child in the house?" Then he waved for him to come down. He also had a cigarette in his mouth. "Come down and say hi. I'll be watching you carefully." Seeing that his every move was being watched from below, Jiang Xian was so angry he gritted his teeth. "Hey, I've already said that much, so you should get your ass down here too." He was so angry he slammed the window shut. He didn't bother to argue anymore. He screamed in his room in agony. "Damn it, that bastard. What should I do about that dog?" Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "Deal with him." That voice came from Michelle. The boy was playing with his toys, muttering to himself, "Deal with him. Deal with him. Clean up. Hee hee. So funny." Jiang Xian froze in his pose of pulling his hair. He stared at Michelle, who was giggling. "Clean up. Clean up. Clean it all up." It seemed an idea had come to him. Jiang Xian flashed a terrifying smile. Haha. Then he started to go somewhere. He laughed and muttered, "Now even this little brat looks down on me." As if reading his father's actions. Go Michelle's face turned pale. It seemed the boy understood what he was about to endure. He walked to a cabinet and opened it. Inside were woodworking tools like a hammer, screws, and other things. He turned his head to look at the boy and said, "Go Michelle. Listen carefully. I'm not coming back here." Hearing this, the boy's face turned pale with fear. Michelle looked at his father, who was brandishing a hammer, and asked tremblingly, "Where are you going, Dad?" At that moment, a shout came from outside the door. "Go Jiang Xian. I've been waiting for a while now. Why haven't you shown your face yet? Come out here. I have something to talk to you about." He muttered, "I'm going far away. I won't be back for a long time." His face became incredibly cruel. He gripped the hammer tightly in his hand. "Because I'll have to go to jail for a few years. After I kill that dog." Outside the door, Na Wujin tried to open the door. Finally, he managed to open the door and entered the room. As soon as he saw his face appear in the room, Jiang Xian swung the hammer and smashed it into his head. The hammer flew quickly towards his head, but it seemed not to be as he expected. His eyes suddenly widened. He seemed very surprised by what was happening in front of him. He had somehow prepared a baseball glove. This thing had helped him block a critical blow from that hammer. His face contorted with anger. A cold voice, as if from hell, was transmitted. "You're pathetic." Choi Kang-seo laughed happily. He laughed loudly and waved. "Na Wujin, light me another cigarette." Suddenly seeing the person sitting in the chair was Sergeant Lim Ha-jin, he stopped laughing. "Huh." And Sergeant Lim Ha-jin, who was sorting documents, saw him arrive and smiled in greeting. "Minister, you've arrived." He immediately asked, "So, that kid isn't at work? Or is he hiding somewhere?" She replied, "Don't you know?" Then she explained, "He's on leave. Although he said he doesn't know how long he'll be off, for now, he's taking about 2 weeks. Hearing this, Choi Kang-seo's face looked like a dog that had just eaten shit. He yelled, "Who dared to give him leave?" Lim Ha-jin was confused. "Huh, didn't the minister approve it?" "Haha, I signed the approval? There's no way that happened." Returning to the room from before, Na Wujin growled sarcastically, "This pathetic guy. How dare you do that in front of a child?" His face was grim. Come out and talk to me. Jiang Xian was now so scared he was about to piss his pants. He didn't dare to make a sound. Suddenly, he led him down to the park below. He put a baseball glove on him. Jiang Xian stood there staring at the glove, not understanding what was happening. While he was dazed, a baseball hit him straight in the face. He waved his hand dismissively. Hey, I threw it that softly, and you still couldn't catch it? TSK. That's because you just stay cooped up at home playing games. Provoked, Jiang Xian got angry. He held his poor nose with one hand. With the other, he bent down to pick up the ball. He put all his strength into throwing the ball back at him, as if for revenge. But he quickly caught the ball. It seemed to take no effort at all. Na Wujin continued to tease. Oh, you missed again. Don't you know how to do anything? Jiang Xian also angrily shouted back. How can I catch it if you throw it like that? Nearby, Go Michel was also dragged into this baseball battle. The boy stared blankly at the two men. One of them was the father who abused him every day. The two men's arguments echoed throughout the playground. Oh my! Is Jiang Xian angry? Jiang Xian had now also gotten into the spirit of the match. He caught the ball and cursed. If you're so good, you catch it. Na Wujin turned to Michel and said, This won't do, kiddo. Then he continued to throw the ball. He smiled as if he had achieved his goal. Michel raised his hand and caught the ball. His face showed a little surprise. But it seemed the boy was very happy. Seeing that, he continued to look at Jiang Xian and tease. The kid caught it on the first try? Jiang Xian, the kid plays better than you. Go Michel blushed with embarrassment at the praise. He continued to tease. Well now you try throwing it to your dad. Hearing that, Jiang Xian got angry. Damn it, what are you doing? I'm busy playing a raid. When Go Michel heard him say that, he looked towards his father. He gripped the ball tightly in his hand. Then the boy summoned all his strength and courage to throw the ball towards his father. The ball was thrown quickly and hit Jiang Xian's hand. Na Wujin suddenly took off his baseball glove. He shouted to the father and son, Keep going. The weather is so beautiful today. Seeing Na Wujin just chilling like that, Jiang Xian was so angry he was about to explode. But he didn't care. He continued to ramble on. Playing catch outside is still better than sitting in jail for attempted murder, right? And so, the father and son, Jiang Xian, continued to play catch. Michel happily threw the ball for his father to catch until he was exhausted. And he leisurely walked away. On the playground, Jiang Xian's curses still echoed. Hey you, don't you know how to throw? And he silently sat down on a nearby bench. He put his hand in his pocket to get something. He pulled out a white pack of chewing gum. Na Wujin put a stick of gum in his mouth. His eyes still followed the actions of the father and son in front of him. On the playground, Michel smiled brightly, playing with his father. In contrast, Jiang Xian's face was pale with exhaustion. He tried to catch his son's throws. He caught it and grumbled. Are you training a dog? I told you to throw carefully. Even though he was cursing, he still cooperated and played along. Unlike his previous dismissive attitude. Seeing that, Na Wujin flashed a pleased smile. Jiang Xian was extremely annoyed to see Na Wujin and Go Michel laughing like it was springtime. What's so funny that you keep grinning like that? After playing catch, the three of them went to a children's toy area. He had bought the boy a new toy set. He even pulled Jiang Xian down to squat with them. After that, the three of them went to a food court. Na Wujin was constantly smiling. Michel was like a small animal that had been starved for a long time. He ate everything in sight. And Jiang Xian, seeing his son eat so sloppily, turned pale. This was probably Go Michel's happiest day. After the dark days of being abused by his father, a happy smile bloomed on the boy's face. After that, the three of them returned. Jiang Xian asked, This kid won't understand. Why doesn't he eat his fill and then sleep? He smiled. Don't you find it miraculous? Jiang Xian was confused. It's not as miraculous as you say. Normally, you are a demon who only knows how to hit and curse in the eyes of the child. But today, he laughed happily and called you dad because you played with him. Jiang Xian grimaced. If I'm called a demon, who wouldn't? He stroked Michel's head and said, When I'm talking, you should listen. Don't interrupt me, Jiang Xian. Children are like that. Even if you're a piece of trash, he has no choice but to rely on you. Because you are his parent. Children see their parents as their whole world. So, no matter how you treat them, they can never abandon their parents. That's why I've let you live peacefully until now." Hearing that, Jang Xian turned pale with fear. He continued in a cold voice. "When I saw you ignore your son while he was choking a few days ago, I held back from smashing your face in. So right now, I really want to break your bones and throw your body in front of the police station right away." The more he heard, the paler and more frightened he became. It seemed he was also remembering his own beastly actions. After speaking, Na Wujin walked ahead, leaving behind his words. "But, just like I said before, parents are everything to their children, even if you're a bad person. If you suddenly disappear, then surely this child will be very scared. So, it's best for parents like you to change yourselves. This is the last chance and also the warning I'm giving you." He glanced back threateningly. "If I hear a child cry one more time, even if I feel bad for the kid, I will act the way I always do. So, just consider this me begging you. Don't ever do that again." With that, he walked ahead. "He's your own son." Hearing this, he turned his head to look at the son he was carrying on his back. Returning to the apartment building at night, Jang Xian was drinking beer and scrolling through his phone. On the screen was a picture of Go Michelle as a newborn. Looking at that picture, a mix of chaotic emotions filled his heart. Next was a picture of Michelle a little older. His innocent appearance was extremely adorable. Next was a picture of Go Michelle when he could stand. He was hugging a ball, smiling happily at him. The next picture was of Michelle in the present. He was hugging a toy, sleeping soundly and happily. He stared at that picture, not knowing what he was thinking. He just looked in silence. Suddenly, he glanced up at something. In front of him was a blonde woman. It seemed this was Go Michelle's mother. She exclaimed, "I'm home." Hearing this, Jang Xian's expression filled with disgust. It seemed he hated this woman very much. Then he threw the beer bottle at the wall next to the woman, causing her to duck in fear. Jang Xian stood up and cursed. "Damn it, you bitch. I told you." The woman ducked in fear, tears streaming down her face. Jang Xian was angry. "Never to show your face again." The woman's face was pale with fear. She could only cover her head and cry. Then she said loudly, "I was wrong." Jang Xian cursed. "What were you wrong about?" Na Wujin's room heard every detail of the events in the other room. He let the shower water run over his face, silently listening to the argument. Jang Xian's curses echoed endlessly. "Get out, before I beat you to death." The shower water still ran over his face. Na Wujin didn't move. The curses were mixed with the woman's pleas. "I'm begging you." As if he couldn't take it anymore, he turned off the water. He muttered, "This is hard." While drying his head, he continued to mutter, as expected of humans. "They can't change their nature, can they?" Michelle's mother's face was streaked with tears. She knelt down, clasping her hands, begging for his mercy. "I'm sorry. I won't be like this anymore." In contrast to her pitiful state, the contorted, angry face of that bastard was all the more hateful. Michelle's mother tried again to plead with him. At that moment, unbeknownst to them, Michelle had woken up. The boy innocently called out, "Mommy?" In her astonishment, she immediately rushed over and cried out, "Michelle." Michelle's mother hugged the boy and sobbed, saying, "Michelle, my son." The child also hugged his mother back. He asked innocently, "Why did you come home from work so late?" Michelle's mother lowered her head, apologized to him, and promised that from now on, she would never come home late again. Na Wujin, outside, was about to knock when he accidentally overheard the whole story. Na Wujin's eyes suddenly became pensive, as if he was contemplating something. Michelle's mother's apologies continued to echo outside. His clenched fist gradually relaxed, as if he had decided on something. The next morning at the boarding house where Michelle's family lived, the family scene was now the complete opposite of yesterday. It was strangely peaceful and harmonious. Michelle's mother smiled and served food from the plate to him, saying, "Here, this is your favorite fried egg." Michelle's eyes lit up with joy. The boy used a child's fork to spear a piece of egg and brought it to his mouth, saying, "So yummy, so yummy." Michelle's mother suddenly turned pale. She cautiously glanced at the boy's father and stammered, "Michelle, Dad doesn't like it when you spill food like that." Contrary to her expectation that he would become enraged and start shouting or acting violently, Michelle's father's expression remained normal. He just replied faintly, "It's okay, It's normal for kids to spill food when they eat. He continued to ask her, "Are you going to work after you finish eating?" Michelle's mother replied, "It's Sunday today, honey." Michelle's father lowered his eyes and said, "That's even better. After you finish eating, take our son out to play. He just got a remote-controlled car, so if you take him to the park to play, he'll be happier." When she heard those words from her husband, Michelle's mother was so shocked she was speechless. Suddenly, a voice from outside repeatedly called out, "Jong Seon. Good morning." That voice loudly urged Michelle's father, "If you still want to eat, put on a shirt and come out here. I have a good job opportunity to introduce to you. If you don't come out, you'll regret it for the rest of your life." Accompanying that booming voice was his face, purple with anger. Michelle's father muttered under his breath, "Ugh, it's this dog again." After that, at some construction site, he was forced to wear a uniform to the sound of a welcome that sounded like a military command from the other party. The two tall, dark, and not-so-fragrant men crossed their arms and declared grandly, "You have become an intern at our Special Forces furniture store, so we sincerely welcome you." Michelle's father asked with a blank face, "Why all of a sudden?" Before he could finish, the brown-haired man cut him off and shouted, "Rule number 1. Be brief and concise. When you speak, add 'sir' at the end of the sentence." "Got it." Michelle's father's face turned red with anger. He gritted his teeth, trying to hold back the anger that was about to erupt. While the two of them were busy lecturing Michelle's father, over here, Lee Jin-jeon, a reserve second lieutenant of the Special Forces, was leisurely smoking and commenting on the guy. "He stinks of a gangster from head to toe. But how can I refuse a request from the esteemed Captain Na Woo-jin?" He stood to one side, watching them, and thought helplessly, "Look at their outfits, my God. Do you guys have to act like you're in the army?" Lee Jin-jeon then seemed to remember something and asked Na Woo-jin, "But all the guys in the store are from the Special Forces. Will that guy be able to handle it?" Na Woo-jin smiled. He calmly replied to Lee Jin-jeon, "Although he's not a Special Forces soldier, he is a father." The sound of a toy car word. Michelle laughed happily, controlling the car with a remote while chasing after it. Michelle's mother, seeing him laugh so freely for a rare moment, also felt happy. She asked the child, "Michelle, did your dad really buy you such an expensive toy?" Michelle innocently replied to his mother right away, "It wasn't Dad. The uncle from next door bought it for me. He's really nice. Since he came, Dad doesn't hit me anymore, and he's become much gentler." Michelle smiled brightly at his mother. And indeed, the boy's father had changed. He was extremely diligent the entire day. He followed the others' instructions without any complaints. Michelle happily continued, "I'm very, very happy now. It would be great if every day was like this." Michelle's mother smiled when she heard those words from her son. She bent down, patted Michelle's shoulder, and said, "That's right. It's so good that your dad has become gentler, isn't it?" Now at the construction site, the sky had started to turn dark. Michelle's father gripped his hat tightly, covered in sweat, breathing heavily. The brown-haired man crossed his arms. His voice boomed like a cannon. "You've worked hard. You work better than I thought. You've helped me a lot. See you tomorrow at 8 in the morning." The brown-haired man handed an envelope of money to Michelle's father and said, "Please take today's wages." His face was a little surprised as he nodded and repeatedly thanked the man. In the distance, Lee Jin-jeon, who was observing Michelle's father, spoke up. "You really can't judge a book by its cover." Na Woo-jin replied, "You see it too. Although his physical strength isn't outstanding, he knows how to work. I'm sure he can survive in this construction industry for at least another 2 to 3 years." Michelle's father took out the money from the envelope. He exclaimed, "I got a whole 430,000 won. This is great." Na Woo-jin approached from behind, holding a pack of cigarettes, and glanced at Michelle's father's excited face. "I told you. This is a good thing I'm bringing you." He chuckled and replied to him, "If I had earned this much back then, I would still be working at the construction site now." Na Woo-jin bit down on his cigarette and reminded him, "Buy some fried chicken on your way. When I was a kid, there was nothing happier than my dad buying me fried chicken." Michelle's father laughed and took a cigarette from the pack Na Woo-jin offered. He lit the man's cigarette with a lighter. Na Woo-jin voiced the suspicion he had. "But you look so skilled. Does that mean you used to work in interior design?" He cursed and replied, "Interior design, my ass. For 3 years, whatever people hired me to do, I did it. We had Michelle when I was in high school, and Michelle's mother was in middle school. At that age, what could we do besides manual labor? Whatever people hired us to do, we did it. Michelle's father shrugged and said, "Damn, life was so hard back then. If Michelle's mother had told me a little earlier, it would have been better, but she tried to hide her pregnancy by wrapping her belly with cloth, but eventually, it was revealed. If we had an abortion, this damn country would brand me a traitor. After that, we were expelled from school and kicked out of our homes." At that time, he had told Michelle's mother, "It's okay, I'll take all the responsibility." But honestly, he just said it without thinking. The next words he said, "Just trust me," were also just because at that time, he thought it was cool. And the price came very quickly. During the day, he did freelance work. At night, he worked as a delivery man. Thinking back now, he still couldn't believe he could do both jobs at the same time back then. Until one day, while Michelle's father was carrying cement at the construction site, he ran into his old school friends. They laughed and mocked him. "Hey, Go Jongseon, come here. He's a father now." At that time, he was filled with resentment. He wondered why he had to live like that. And indeed, when he met those scummy school friends again and heard their damn words, he immediately received a slap in the face that woke him up to this harsh reality. Because he didn't get to go to school and couldn't go to college. If he hadn't made that mistake back then, he could have experienced his 20s like everyone else. As he finished speaking, Michelle's father was suddenly hit on the head so hard his eyeballs almost popped out. Na Woojin put both hands in his pockets and walked quickly ahead. "You are absolutely not to say the word mistake in front of the boy, because it will be engraved deep in his heart for the rest of his life." He turned his head and looked at him with sharp eyes. Parents may see their children as a mistake, but to a child, parents are fate. Although your life may have become difficult, because of the boy, you can't use him as an excuse. After a moment of silent lecturing, Michelle's father finally spoke up. "Hey, old man. I know you always think I'm a bastard who only takes his anger out on kids, but I still love him like crazy." In a trash can in the corner of the house, something red was sticking out. It was Michelle's newly gifted car, and the fact that it was broken also partly explains why he hit the boy. Crispy fried chicken that smells delicious. Na Woojin lit a cigarette. "You had a reason to hit him?" He sneered at Jongseon. "What are you talking about?" The man avoided his fierce gaze. "Come on." Na Woojin reluctantly conceded to him. "So tell me." His eyes flashed with a warning to the man. "Either way, you're just talking nonsense." Jongseon turned pale and looked at him in terror. After that, the two of them returned to the apartment building together. Na Woojin reminded him, "Don't be late tomorrow, because that director is famous for being a demon when he was still in service." Suddenly, a scream rang out, cutting them both off. Jongseon rushed in. "What's wrong?" Opening the door revealed a woman comforting the loudly crying boy, Michelle. "Damn it, what's wrong? Why is he crying?" Jongseon roared. The woman stammered in reply, "Well, when Michelle was driving the car, he crashed it into the wall, so it broke. I tried to comfort him, but it didn't work." The man was furious with the boy. "You broke it yourself and you're still crying your eyes out. This is why you deserve a beating." Noticing the bright eyes watching him, the man lost his nerve. "Really? Hey, go Michelle. Stop crying." His voice softened. "Dad has a job now. I'll buy you a new, better one later, okay?" Then he handed the bag of chicken he had just bought to the boy. "Dad bought you fried chicken. Here, eat up." The boy immediately stopped crying. He took it with both hands and cheered, "Fried chicken." Na Woojin watched for a moment. Ensuring there were no more problems, he left with peace of mind. The woman, his wife, to be exact, asked awkwardly, "How did you suddenly get a job? Did you go looking for one?" Jongseon handed his wife an envelope. "Take it." His wife opened the envelope. It was a stack of money. Her jaw dropped. "You earned 180,000 won in one day." Jongseon wearily changed his clothes and said, "I have to go to work again tomorrow, so take him back to daycare. Working at the construction site all day has left me covered in dirt." His wife smiled faintly. Then she uttered a strange sentence, setting the stage for the drama to come. "We're just like we used to be, aren't we?" Jongseon didn't pay attention. He opened his phone to look. He said casually, "Really? It really is like before." His wife's lips slowly curled into a chilling smile. The next day, at the daycare. Michelle also got to go to daycare like other kids his age. They were playing with cars together. Vroom, vroom. You idiot. An excavator doesn't go vroomed. It goes rumble, rumble. A child exclaimed. Michelle smiled sheepishly. Hee hee. Really? The daycare teacher watched them from a distance. Thank goodness. Michelle is much better now. It's all thanks to the teacher from the Education Management Bureau, isn't it? She happily remembered Na Wu-jin. Looking at the bright smile on Michelle's lips, she thought, how did he do it? I'll have to learn from him later. Just then, the director said to her, Ms. Yu, the snack truck is here. Can you go get the things with me? She immediately stood up. Yes, director. As she was about to step out the door, Michelle said, now I'll be the police officer. You trade with me. The child holding the police car refused. I like the police car. You just keep driving the excavator. Michelle pleaded earnestly. I have an excavator at home, so I'm tired of it. Let me try the police car just once. But the other child's next words made Michelle furious. Doesn't your dad work at a construction site? So you'll have to drive an excavator for the rest of your life. What did you say? The teacher, who had just walked in, was horrified by the scene before her. Michelle was on top of the other boy, punching him repeatedly in the face. He was cursing. Bastard, bastard, bastard. The teacher dropped the tray of food and rushed to separate the two children. Michelle was still holding the toy excavator in his hand, and on the other child's forehead was a severe bruise. It seemed he had used it to hit the other child. This incident was so serious that the parents of both children had to be called. The other child's mother cursed at Michelle's mother. How do you raise your child? If this continues, he'll grow up to be a criminal. And why does a child know to use a toy to hit instead of his bare hands? The daycare teacher standing beside them tried to intervene. Ma'am, it's my fault for not supervising the children carefully. Even so, she ignored her and continued to mock them. Now that I look closely, I see that his mother is still very young. No wonder she doesn't know how to raise a child. Could it be that you had him by accident? A mother and son walked hand in hand under the fading sunlight. Michelle's mom. The teacher called the two of them back. She bowed and apologized. I'm truly sorry. It's all because I wasn't paying attention to them that this happened. Michelle's mom just glanced back coldly. Although I may be overstepping my bounds and being rude by saying this, but the teacher hesitated. But children who have experienced domestic violence tend to have a higher tendency to attack their peers. So if the family stops criticizing Michelle, then, before the teacher could finish, Michelle's mother interrupted. She smiled. It's okay, teacher. Michelle's dad is much gentler now. The teacher, thinking she had won over Michelle's mother, felt relieved and said goodbye to the two of them. Yes, thank you for understanding. Michelle's mother said, right, Michelle? Your dad is much gentler now, isn't he? The boy's face turned pale. It seemed he had guessed what was about to happen to him. She flashed a psychotic smile. But why? When dad has become gentler. Has Michelle become so bad? Hey, you brat. When are you going to go to work? The voice of Mr. Choi Kong-seo shouted. Na Wu-jin, while folding clothes, replied, sorry. Don't be angry, sir. My vacation still has a whole week left. Oh, is that so? Are you planning to eat and sleep until the end of the 2 weeks? Even if you hadn't said anything, I was planning to go back to work tomorrow. You'd better. I've already deducted all your vacation days, so if you don't come to work tomorrow, I'll consider it an unauthorized absence. Na Wu-jin was shocked. Why is this agency so unethical? Are civil servants not allowed to take leave? I probably don't need to say goodbye to them, do I? He took out a cigarette. If he knew I disappeared, it's very likely that Jong Seon would turn back into a pile of shit. Suddenly, the man's voice roared in his face. Fuck you, you dog. Didn't I say that if you did that again, I would kill you? Fine. Then I'll kill you. Die? He kicked his wife. Today you have to die here, and then I'll die too. Damn it. Today this whole family will drink poison and die together. And Michelle was gasping for air in a puddle of water on the floor. It seemed someone had drowned him. Na Wu-jin rushed in. He only saw Jong Seon standing tall in the middle of the house, with two people lying scattered. Na Wu-jin assessed the situation. Then he stepped forward. The man had no regrets even in death. It's not like that. Na Wu-jin checked the boy first. Have you called an ambulance? The man was a bit dazed because Na Woojin didn't hit him right away. The boy is fine. Luckily, the boy is still breathing. He's been like this before, so I know. He'll probably wake up soon. Na Woojin checked Michelle's pulse. Ignoring the man's excuses, he dialed a number. Hello, there's a patient who needs emergency medical attention. Zhang Xian immediately became scared. He'll open his eyes in a moment. Why are you? Na Woojin continued. The boy's mother was abused, and the boy was drowned in water, so both of them are unconscious. He pushed the man's hand away. And the child's father is in mortal danger. Na Woojin punched the man. How could the man's skinny, drug addict-like body withstand that punch? He fell to the floor. I can understand you're panicking, so you didn't think to call an ambulance. Na Woojin was furious. He clenched his fist. But why did you try to stop me when I was calling for an ambulance? Are you afraid that if you go to the hospital, your child abuse will be exposed? Damn it. Has that shitty father mentality eaten into your brain? Zhang Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and staggered to his feet. It's all your fault. He rushed forward. If I were a scumbag, the boy wouldn't have been drowned like that. Na Woojin grabbed his head and slammed it onto the floor. You're wrong, and you're still talking back? You're still making excuses even now? You're really hopeless. Just as he was about to land a punch to punish him. Wait. It wasn't me. It was her. The man pointed at the unconscious woman. I didn't do anything to the boy. She was the one who drowned the boy in the water. The man rambled on. It was the same before when Michelle coughed up blood. And also when the car you bought for Michelle broke. It was all caused by that woman. Then came a flashback of the man's past. At 20, my life was completely stuck because of this child. And I wasn't the only one who thought that. Although I also hit my son a few times because I couldn't control my anger, Michelle's mother's actions really crossed the line. She beat her own flesh and blood. Why don't you listen to me? Why? Zhang Xian couldn't take it anymore and reminded her, You bitch. You made Michelle cough up blood. Even if you're angry and want to hit him, you have to hold back a little. Do you really want him to die? She just said calmly, It's okay. That won't kill him. Before he could understand what was happening, she pushed her hair back, revealing a wound on the back of her head. Look, I'm still alive and well. Compared to my old man, I'm still going easy on him. That's when I knew my wife had been abused since she was a child, and the reason we were kicked out of the house was because my father-in-law, after learning the truth about his daughter's pregnancy, chased us with a knife and said he would kill both of us. Zhang Xian froze. Then he placed both hands on her shoulders. Then let's do this. From now on, don't lay a hand on our son. If you're angry with him, just tell me everything. I'll discipline Michelle for you. Then followed a series of things he did to his son. If Michelle spilled rice, he would throw the food tray and not let the boy eat. While he played games, the boy was not allowed to move even for a second. Even if the boy was covered in bruises or clasped his hands and begged, he still said, I have no other choice. So I have to discipline Michelle before he gets killed by his mother for bothering her. That's the only way I can keep this family together. After hearing his disgusting story, Na Woojin immediately punched him. I knew you would talk nonsense to justify hitting the boy, but I didn't expect you to come up with such a ridiculous story. What a ridiculous story. And he still calls that keeping his family together. You torture your child like that, and you still dare to call it a family? He grabbed him by the collar. If you were truly for your family, you wouldn't have done those damn things just because you chose to sacrifice a child. I know why you chose that path. You just find them annoying. Because hitting a weak, voiceless child is still easier than dealing with a grown, depressed wife. That's the most comfortable way for you. Didn't I tell you before? Parents abusing their children for their own comfort is animal husbandry, not education. Na Woojin punched him again. You two have no right to raise that boy. A moment later, the emergency team arrived. Where is the injured person? They only saw a man beating a victim. After that, Na Woojin was thrown behind bars. Tisk, TSK, TSK. You pathetic kid. Mr. Choi Kang-seo has arrived. After seeing Hansel and Gretel return home, the father said, Please forgive me, my children. The gentle voice of the daycare teacher told the end of the story to Michelle, who was lying in the hospital bed. And so, Hansel and Gretel returned to their family, and they lived happily ever after. But the boy didn't seem very interested in the teacher's story. He sat up and asked her, Teacher, when are my mom and dad coming? Those innocent, naive eyes looked at the teacher. I'm not in pain anymore. I can go home now. So why haven't my mom and dad come to pick me up yet? The teacher just smiled faintly. She stroked the boy's head. Michelle, for now, your mom and dad won't be able to come. Her face was filled with sadness. Pity for this innocent child. Because your parents aren't ready to raise you yet, Michelle. The day Michelle's family was taken in the ambulance, the doctor discovered signs of abuse on Michelle and immediately reported it to the police. At the police station, Michelle's mother didn't say anything. But Michelle's father confirmed to the police everything he had done to Michelle over the past period. Michelle's parents were temporarily detained for suspected child abuse. The two of them were detained in separate places and are awaiting a verdict from the court. Meanwhile, at the office of the director of the Education Management Bureau. Hey kid. Mr. Choi Kang-seo handed Na Woo-jin a pack of cigarettes. He exclaimed, I can't believe your kid is so lucky. Luckily, the victim agreed to an unconditional settlement, so we were able to resolve the matter quietly. Are you planning to meddle in everything that happens in the world? Reporters have a good sense of smell, so you'd better be careful. Na Woo-jin just replied. Many places already see our Educational Rights Protection Bureau as a thorn in their side. Anyway, this can't go on for long. He looked at Mr. Choi Kang-seo. Didn't the director say so from the beginning? The Educational Rights Protection Bureau won't be able to exist for long because if we make just one mistake, this organization will be investigated and will have to be disbanded immediately. So don't worry about what people think and just do what you want. Mr. Choi Kang-seo was speechless. Hey, but this case belongs to another department's jurisdiction. Na Woo-jin quickly admitted his fault. I know I overstepped my bounds. I've always resolved matters by giving those at fault a chance. If they still don't change, they will have to face the appropriate punishment. But in this case, the perpetrator is everything to the victim. Michelle cried out for his parents, making the teacher unsure of what to do. Na Woo-jin said regretfully, so it's difficult. It's really difficult. 6 months later, the couple went to court for their trial. The wife, Go Seo-jeon, was sentenced to 1 year and 4 months in prison. And the husband, Go Jong-seon, was sentenced to 6 months in prison with a 1-year suspended sentence. At the same time, he must comply with temporary measures for child abusers. The trial ended in a gloomy atmosphere. Michelle can now run and play freely with his friends. The bright smile on the boy's face could melt the cold of winter. But Jong-seon could only watch the boy from a distance before turning and walking away. Michelle suddenly noticed a familiar figure. Or perhaps it was the instinct flowing in his blood that made him recognize his father. The boy ran after him, even as he tried to walk faster. Dad, don't go! The boy fell and burst into tears. Jong-seon couldn't help but turn back and ask the boy, Go Michelle. Is this place better than home? You have many friends and you don't get hit by your parents. I've been wrong to you all this time, Michelle. And you still want to follow me? The boy nodded blankly. Michelle, I'm a very bad father. I shouldn't be allowed to appear in front of you anymore. If anyone sees me with you like this, I'll have to go back to jail. Then he took off his mask and hat and said with a firm voice, So, if I become a better father and the state allows me to raise you, then I will definitely come to get you. I promise. The two of them pinky swore and smiled happily. Na Woo-jin watched from a distance. Finally, he could leave with peace of mind. Another scene. A mother knocks on her son's bathroom door. Son, how long are you going to be in the shower? Come out and eat. What's wrong? He's still not done showering? That's right. He's not answering me anymore. Move aside, let me go in and see. The door is locked. Give me the pick. Hey, Lee Sang-guk. When your mom calls, you have to answer. As soon as they opened the door, the bathtub was full of water and blood was all over the floor. The two of them panicked and rushed to call an ambulance. In the room, the computer screen lit up and messages appeared continuously, as if demanding the recipient's life. The parents' frantic calls for their son echoed. On a piece of paper were the words, "The demon will return," signaling that something terrible was about to happen. At this moment, Lee Sang-guk was sitting alone in an empty room with 4 walls surrounding him, and in front of him was a TV mounted on the wall. Perhaps he was very worried, which was why his whole body was trembling so much. His face clearly showed his anxiety. He was so scared inside that he was sweating profusely. His eyes became dazed, staring into the empty space. A moment later, a female teacher opened the door and called him over. Student Lee Sang-guk, it's time. She kindly guided him into the room. Come in. Hearing that, he stood up and followed her. Just as he stepped through the door, he could feel the suffocating, breathtaking tension of it. In front of Sang-guk now were many people giving him unfriendly looks. The School Violence Countermeasures Deliberation Committee. Scene change. Rock, paper, scissors. It's the fairest game in the world. A memory flashed back of Sang-guk playing this game with another boy. Unfortunately, he lost and was slapped hard in the face by the mischievous boy. And so, Sang-guk continued to play with them. Rock, paper, scissors. The other guy threw rock while he threw scissors. The victory belonged to the other side. That guy once again hit Sang-guk in the face. With each subsequent time, the force became stronger, and he looked to be in great pain. The next time, the other guy shouted, rock, paper, scissors. But this time was different. Sang-guk won. He threw paper while the other guy threw rock. He pulled back his hand and said in a low voice, I lost. Seeing this, he replied fearfully, that's right. Rock, paper, scissors is a game. I can win and I can also lose. The atmosphere gradually became more suffocating and tense. Unlike what Sang-guk thought, that if he lost, he would stop hitting him, but this guy's nature said no. He continuously beat him without stopping. This caused Sang-guk to be thrown to the floor. If I lose, I get slapped. And if I win, I get punched. His face, when he got close to him, looked extremely terrifying. His smile gradually lost its humanity, and his eyes looked like he wanted to eat him alive right then and there. But why don't I feel happy when I lose to you? Rock, paper, scissors is a game. That is not fair in the relationship between me and Hong Seo-hak. And this unfair game doesn't just happen with me. Another male student was in the classroom, playing a game with great enthusiasm. However, that happy moment didn't last long before it was extinguished by Seo-hak. He snatched his game console in an instant. He held it up and said bluntly, I'm borrowing this for 30 years. The boy didn't resist at all and just sat there watching him take it. Suddenly, another male student with a large build dared to stand up and speak his mind. Hey, Hong Seo-hak. His voice caught his attention. His face was filled with indignation. He felt sorry for the other classmates who were bullied by him at school. Why the hell do you dare to bully your classmates? He continued. Aren't you tired of playing that bullying game since middle school? Even though he was hit where it hurt, Seo-hak's expression showed no remorse. He just kept that emotionless face, thinking it was cool, and smirked. But no one at this school could touch him, because, he boldly declared, if you're so good, fight me. As soon as he finished speaking, another guy with curly hair behind him picked up a chair, intending to smash it over his head. Right after that, what was bound to happen happened. He was hit over the head with a chair by that guy. He cried out in extreme agony and pain. Seo-hak chuckled with satisfaction. He fell down, screaming and clutching his head. His whole body trembled. Mixed with his screams was the loud laughter of the other guys under Seo-hak. One of them said, Fight what? A screaming contest? You psycho. Then they continuously kicked him without mercy. Kick him to death. They were Kim Hoon-hong, Moon Tae-soo, Han Sang-jin. 3 loyal dogs who always followed Seo-hak's orders. Even so, many people still stood by my side. Because our suffering continued after school. The sky began to turn dark blue. The buildings gradually lit up. At a rest stop, Seo-hak's group, along with some other party girls, were sitting around laughing. They were joking around while their seats were other bullied male students. The girl in the pink jacket with brownish blonde hair said with delight, This chair is so comfortable. Seo-hak always brought us along when he went out to play. Someone else said, Mine is a massage chair. Why is it vibrating so much? The friend who was called a massage chair was probably so tired from their inhumane torture and violence that his whole body was sweating like a river. He trembled uncontrollably, especially when he went out with girls. They didn't hesitate to try bizarre games on the bullied victims. Now it's time for the point-based boxing game. The girl with the tan skin was ecstatic when she kicked him in the stomach. Yes. 10-point combo. He flinched. The pain was excruciating. He used us as a tool to show off to girls. We lived like toys, for them to humiliate. And we couldn't speak up about being bullied at school. They laughed mockingly. When they were bullied by the students, as if it were a form of entertainment, amusing their families. But the scariest thing I had to endure was scene change to the classroom. Seo Hack, with his bright pink hair, casually sat on Sang-uk's desk, joking with his loyal dog-like underlings. "Hey, I met a virgin yesterday." The words he uttered were truly incomprehensible. Then he bragged that girl was damn fine, making his loyal dogs so excited they were drooling. Sang-uk sat at that desk, unable to bear hearing the words they were saying. It was truly beyond his imagination for these scumbags. "We did it for sure." Suddenly, he slammed his hand hard on the desk and said loudly, "Right?" His appearance at that moment was no different from an addict. His cheekbones were high, and he had dark circles under his eyes. He said, "Virgins are very, right?" This statement he just made was so horrifying that it scared Sang-uk to death. He lowered his voice and softly ordered him, "Repeat what I said," as if possessed by a demon. His behavior, which was already despicable, was now more vile than ever. He repeated the phrase and shouted, "Virgins." He didn't dare to say a word, his lips tightly sealed. "That was my mother's name." Due to the intense pressure from him, he finally had to say that horrible phrase, "Virgins." Then he forced a smile to get through it. At that moment, I was determined to kill him. "You asked me if I thought about reporting it to the school? Don't you watch the news?" Even if I told the teachers, they would just end up burying the case. He opened the news on his computer and read it in horror. I thought it would be like that. On the screen was information about the abolition of the Autonomous Committee on School Violence for each school, establishment of the School Violence Countermeasures Deliberation Committee. He opened his computer to read, his emotions a mix of feelings. Last year, the Educational Rights Protection Act was amended, so the Autonomous Committee on School Violence for each school was abolished. In its place is the School Violence Countermeasures Deliberation Committee, established under the management of the Education Support Bureau with experts such as lawyers, etc. Seeing this news, he felt like he had found a glimmer of light in his life. This committee is not under the school's management. If so, then I can give it a try. In his hand at that time was a paper recording the crimes and punishments of all those who had bullied him over the past period. Sang-uk read it aloud with an admiring voice. Only the ringleader, Hong Seo-hak, was suspended for 5 days. The rest only had to write apology letters and receive special education. And that was it? This is the disciplinary standard of the new deliberation committee. Hong Seo-hak's cruel actions were only rated at 10 to 12 points by the committee. A moment later, the group that bullied Sang-uk came and threw an apology letter in his face. There was no remorse here at all. His face froze on the spot. The others ganged up and said, "This apology letter. Sorry for treating you like a dog all this time." Then they all burst out laughing together, treating it as a fun joke. And Seo-hak turned his face and gave him the look of a demon. He only got 12 points out of a maximum of 20. It's like getting 60 points on a test where the maximum is 100. He was so helpless that he just stared at them with wide eyes. His face was as pale as if all the blood had been drained from it. He froze on the spot. Those who scored it also scored my suffering. Now I understand why there are so many perpetrators like Hong Seo-hak and victims like me in this country. Because to adults, this is just a 60-point problem. Although I reported this to the Educational Rights Protection Bureau before I died, they probably won't pay attention to this 60-point case. Sang-uk was in a state of depression. Tired and haggard, he lay on the hospital bed. He slowly opened his eyes and saw the image of his mother crying right beside him. The mother said, "Sang-uk." She cried and hugged her poor son tightly. "Why did you do it? What?" Tears streamed down the mother's face in long lines. Without stopping for a moment, she whimpered, "If something's wrong, you have to tell me." It was only much later that I learned. If I wanted to die, I had to cut my wrist vertically and soak it in water for 8 hours, not cut it horizontally. Sang-uk's expression, as his mother hugged him, was cold, indifferent, emotionless. His lips were chapped, and his eyes stared into the empty space. He was extremely depressed, even when being held in his mother's arms. I could only think about suicide. His body looked severely lacking in vitality, no different from a withered tree, withered and worn out from lack of water. After a while, he regained his senses and said to his mother, "Mom, my phone." The mother gave her son the phone and said, "You wait here, I'll go call the doctor." On Sang-uk's phone The search bar only showed the words, "How to die." While browsing the internet for a while, suddenly a message arrived for Sanguk. He opened it, and his expression changed rapidly. His eyes widened as if he couldn't believe what he had just seen. Finally, he called his mother over. "Mom." And suddenly, tears streamed down his face without him realizing it. "I won't do it again." His face was wet with tears and snot. He cried out, "I won't try to kill myself anymore." He was so happy that he didn't even notice the tears dripping onto his phone screen. As time went on, he cried even louder. The image of his text message was shown. Someone had sent him a picture of the bully, Hong Seo-hak, who had been beaten by a beautiful older sister until his face was unrecognizable. It also came with this message. The Protection Bureau came to deal with Hong Seo-hak. Finally, he received his just deserts after a series of criminal acts he had committed against many students. The homeroom teacher handed Hong Seo-hak a stack of documents and said to him, "So, starting today, your suspension is over, right, Hong Seo-hak? Have you reflected on your actions?" The homeroom teacher frowned and continued, "This is a special education guide and the terms you need to pay attention to." Hong Seo-hak took the stack of papers and read while listening to the teacher's lecture. "If you do it again, you will be charged with school violence. At that point, you won't even have a loincloth left." Hong Seo-hak smiled with his eyes. He replied with a firm voice, "You don't need to worry about that anymore, sir." The sound of whips continuously lashed at the faces of the 12 male students kneeling on the ground. Hong Seo-hak stood behind, smoking a cigarette and watching his underlings perform the human training session on the rooftop. Echoing somewhere was the vow he had just made a moment ago when he met the homeroom teacher. "I won't bully them anymore." As expected, a dog will always be a dog. It can never become a person. Looking at Hong Seo-hak's smug face, as if he had just gotten high, it was clear he had completely forgotten the promise that reeked of lies. But that vow continued to echo, as if to emphasize his depravity. "Because I have already reflected on myself." At some point in time, when Go Jong-seon was about to beat his son, Na Woo-jin seemed to have a sixth sense. He sat in his house and still managed to shout in time, "Jong-seon, stop." Na Woo-jin was currently holding his phone with his shoulder while using both hands to open a bottle of Coke. The person on the other end of the line heard him mention a strange name and asked, "Jong-seon? Who is Jong-seon?" Na Woo-jin was about to answer, "He's." The clear voice on the phone cut him off and spewed out a long tirade. "Anyway, I've selected the important cases and sent them to you via email. I'm very sorry to bother you during your leave, but I really don't know which case to choose. So could you give me a suggestion?" Lim Ha-jin was swamped, busy with the stacks of files that had been sent over. To get through this pile, she would need 3 heads and 6 arms. Every time she looked at a file, Lim Ha-jin grew more and more furious. She kept cursing as she read, holding the phone close for Na Woo-jin to hear. "This little brat is really a reckless young horse. And this little brat too. I have to beat him up. Oh my God. I have to chain up this bastard too and beat him for 3 days and 3 nights to feel satisfied." Her anger reached its peak. She tore the files into small pieces and screamed, "Arg! Why is South Korea so corrupt? At this rate, even Satan would cry a river because there's not enough room to hold all these bastards." But in contrast to Lim Ha-jin's frantic state, Na Woo-jin just said calmly, "You decide." Na Woo-jin closed his laptop. He continued to calmly analyze for his colleague. "To be fair, although you are a military person sent here on a mission, in reality, you are the official supervisor of the Educational Rights Protection Bureau." He leisurely lit a cigarette. He continued to advise, "So you have to know how to judge your work yourself. If you want advice from me, I can only say that the Educational Rights Protection Bureau doesn't just simply save teachers and students who are suffering." Word by word, Na Woo-jin told Lim Ha-jin his true thoughts. "No matter how much authority a supervisor has, with just the 2 of us, the number of people we can help is just a drop in the ocean. Therefore, our activities are not just about helping victims. We also have to show society the dark sides that exist in the school environment." Finally, he concluded, "That is our true purpose." Lim Ha-jin was stunned. She hung up. After that, Lim Ha-jin tilted her head back and looked at the ceiling. Reflecting on what Na Woo-jin had just said, she repeated what she had heard. Do I have to let society know, no matter what kind of case it is? It's so hard. I'm not that exceptional. Lim Ha-jin got annoyed again, thinking about the mountain of files on her desk. She said to herself in frustration, "Whatever, but why do these damn school violence cases happen so often?" Returning to the familiar rooftop scene, Seo Young-jun was being held in a chokehold by someone. His face was flushed red from the lack of air. His eyes were starting to glaze over, yet the arm still wouldn't let him go. In front of them, Kim Gu was holding a phone, recording the scene of Hong Seo-hak choking Seo Young-jun with all his might. Moon Tae-soo, off to the side, was timing it on his phone and suddenly shouted, "It's been over 40 seconds. He continued announcing like a commentator. Can contestant Hong Seo-hak make it past 1 minute? Meanwhile, the whites of Seo Young-jun's eyes were already showing. It wasn't until he passed out from suffocation that Hong Seo-hak finally let go. At the same time, Moon Tae-soo and Kim Gu cheered loudly. 51 seconds. Contestant Hong Seo-hak has set a new record. The one-sided fight was over, but Moon Tae-soo continued his commentary. But contestant Hong Seo-hak, it seems you've gotten a little weaker, haven't you? I think you were about 1 or 2 seconds slower than before. Hong Seo-hak brought a cigarette to his lips and swore in response. Damn it, it's just because I haven't done anything for a week. Suddenly, from a distance, some girl stood with her hands on her hips. She yelled right in his face, "Hey, Hong Seo-hak, you're really beyond saving." That girl pointed at Hong Seo-hak and cursed loudly. He passed out the moment you let go. What a piece of trash. How could you do something like that? Then, like flipping a switch, she did a complete 180, ran over, and sat her but down on Seo Young-jun, saying with delight, "How dare you do that to my comfy sofa? This is so comfortable. Just when you thought a good person had arrived, it turns out to be a piece of shit." Even Hong Seo-hak had to give this girl a sideways glance. He didn't know what kind of face to make. He said to the girl, "You're something else." The preppy girl, while still panting, asked, "By the way, Seo-hak, do you have some kind of protection? Sang-wook reported everything you did. So how did you only get a 5-day suspension? If it were me, I would have been expelled." Hong Seo-hak smirked. He replied curtly, "Protection, my ass." While my old man was crying his eyes out, I just had to go before the disciplinary committee. He put his hand down to his crotch. As if to say he had balls too, he shouted, "I'm sorry." Hong Seo-hak put on his most shameless face and yelled, "I was wrong. I'll never do it again. I'll change." His 2 cronies saw this and burst out laughing. "Heh," the girl sneered. "EW. Seriously?" Hong Seo-hak, as if energized, continued to make things up. "See, I just had to spin around and shout apologies like that, and it was all over." Hong Seo-hak used every muscle in his face to imitate the expression of the judge who sentenced him. The investigation shows the student caused physical and mental harm to the victim. This is sufficient to constitute an act of school violence. He didn't stop there. Hong Seo-hak continued to embellish his story. Therefore, the disciplinary committee has determined this to be a very serious incident and has decided on a course of action for this son of a bitch. You will receive the severe punishment of a 5-day suspension. Tada! His dirty joke successfully made the preppy girl laugh her ass off. "Ha ha ha, really?" she asked, still laughing, and continued, "A 5-day suspension is really severe. Ha ha." Hearing the girl mock him, Hong Seo-hak cursed back. "What the hell are you laughing at? Of course it's severe." He continued sarcastically. "A model student like me can't go to school for a week. What's not severe about that, huh?" The girl played along. "You're killing me." Heh. However, Seo Young-jun, lying face down on the ground, heard them treating his punishment as a joke and felt humiliated, but he didn't dare to fight back. He could only hold it in, shaking as he cried silently. In the school hallway, a group of male and female students were laughing and joking around. Someone shouted, "School's out. Seo-hak is back. We have to go all out." A long-haired, preppy girl asked coyly Seo-hak, "Where are we going?" Her short-haired friend next to her quickly suggested, "Round 1, karaoke. Round 2, the club. Kiki." But Hong Seo-hak made a sleazy face and replied, "We have to go pick up our VIP guest first." His 2 female friends had no idea what the hell he was talking about. After that, Hong Seo-hak looked up to the floor above. He called out in a disgusting voice, "Sang-guk. My guk-ie." I miss you so much. So much that I dream about you day and night. After saying that, he turned around and showed off to his friends. See, I love Guk that much. Everyone laughed loudly and said, cut it out, haha. From behind, a figure approached and shouted, Hong Seo-hak. The homeroom teacher frowned tightly. He opened his jaw as wide as possible. He pointed straight at Hong Seo-hak and shouted, didn't I tell you this morning? You have to go to special education after school. The homeroom teacher continued to shout orders. The instructor is already at the sports field. Get over there now. If you don't complete the special education, you'll have to pay a fine of 3 million won. Got it. Hong Seo-hak and his 3 accomplices had to give up their fun and drag themselves to the sports field. As they walked, Kim Hoon-hong grumbled, we already wrote a self-reflection paper. Why do we still have to attend this special education thing? Han Sang-jin also complained. South Korea's education system is really a pigsty. Moon Tae-soo seemed very bored with this. He yawned continuously. From a distance, a figure was waiting for them. Seeing that the people she was waiting for had finally arrived, the figure greeted them, hello. Hearing that voice, Hong Seo-hak's bored expression vanished. He thought to himself, whose angelic voice is this? The owner of that voice turned around. She held a bamboo sword. She introduced herself. I am Lim Ha-jin, your special education instructor. She continued her introduction. The purpose of this lesson is to help you understand what you have done to the victim. But those eyes were focused on her full chest. They blushed and exclaimed, ooh, so hot. Long live the Republic of Korea. Lim Ha-jin didn't seem to notice their lecherous gazes on her, but she continued slowly, so that you don't commit school violence again. Finally, Lim Ha-jin threatened, if you have an uncooperative attitude, I will increase the teaching time. So, you'd better do a good job. Hearing that, Hong Seo-hak smirked. Perhaps an idea had just popped into his head. Hong Seo-hak approached Lim Ha-jin and asked, teacher, I think you might have misunderstood. He put on a punchable face and teased Lim Ha-jin. Aha, I'll volunteer to be a bad student. If the time spent with someone like you is increased. It seems Hong Seo-hak didn't check his horoscope today. He had already angered our big sister. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. Lim Ha-jin temporarily ignored the words of the animal Hong Seo-hak and threw a punch straight at his face. Lim Ha-jin flashed a mysterious smile and said, since today is the first class, we'll just play a gentle game of rock, paper, scissors. Hearing that, Hong Seo-hak was overjoyed. He smiled gently. The game begins. They both shouted, rock, paper, scissors. Hong Seo-hak threw rock while Lim Ha-jin threw scissors. The result was clear. Hong Seo-hak pretended to be hurt, pulled back his hand, and said, I accidentally won. Truly, he won't cry until he sees the coffin. He continued to speak as if yielding. What will you reward me with? Will you give me your phone number? Or your 3 sizes? Lim Ha-jin's face at that moment looked no different from a witch in a fairy tale. Full of cunning. She remembered the phone call with Na Woo-jin about her decision. The deliberation committee's punishment is as light as a feather? Na Woo-jin, while eating noodles, asked back. Is that why you decided to choose this case? Lim Ha-jin's voice from the phone explained. I've been thinking about it all day. Then she thought of a similar situation. This is just like bicycle theft. Na Woo-jin was slightly surprised. Bicycles. Lim Ha-jin, sitting on her bed, thought and explained to him. Our country's security is so good that, even if you leave your backpack on the street, no one will take it. But why is bicycle theft still so common? She came to a conclusion. That's because people have a special prejudice against bicycles. Even if their bike is stolen, they still think it's not a big deal. Finally, she concluded. School violence is the same. A sudden punch landed squarely on Hong Seo-hak's face, leaving him no time to dodge. His 3 accomplices' jaws dropped at the miraculous sight. Even the students walking nearby had to widen their eyes and turn their heads to look. Hong Seo-hak was punched and fell to the ground. Huh, what was that? He still hadn't figured out what the hell was going on. Lim Ha-jin condescended to approach and explain to him. If you lose, you get slapped. If you win, you get punched. Then, she grabbed his hair and yanked his head back, revealing a bloody face, with blood pouring from his nose and mouth. Lim Ha-jin continued. The first lesson of special education is that you must reflect on your own mistakes. She immediately locked Hong Seo-hak's neck in her arm. Lim Ha-jin thought with determination. I will shatter your belief. That school violence will be easily forgiven. She used Hong Seo-hak's own familiar bullying tactic to subdue him, not forgetting to glare threateningly. Next up is passing out, right? Lim Ha-jin tightened her grip on Hong Seo-hak's neck. Her eyes were like daggers stabbing straight at her opponent. Hong Seo-hak struggled in her tight grip. His eyes were filled with fear. He trembled and thought to himself, is she crazy? Why all of a sudden? The surrounding students quickly gathered. They whispered and gossiped. Isn't that someone from the Educational Rights Protection Bureau? That's right. That red-haired girl is Lim Ha-jin. A few mischievous students cheered. Awesome. So she came to deal with Hong Seo-hak. I can't believe the Protection Bureau is also keeping an eye on that dog. Hong Seo-hak's face turned pale. His eyes, filled with fear, looked up at Lim Ha-jin. She's from the Educational Rights Protection Bureau? He was shocked and cursed under his breath. Since when did the damn Protection Bureau have female employees? Truly a young man who doesn't watch the news. He doesn't even know about this. Hong Seo-hak squinted at Lim Ha-jin. His expression was full of suspicion. The School Violence Protection Bureau. Could it be that that dog Lee Sang-guk reported it to them? Thinking that, he recklessly reached out and grabbed the arm that was restraining him. Not expecting his action, Lim Ha-jin paused for a moment. She stared at his arm in astonishment and thought. His grip. The opportunity came. He quickly reached out and grabbed her wrist. Long ha-hai. But my gukai, you're so pitiful. If your family had been powerful for 3 generations, you wouldn't be in such misery. He taunted with delight. So you had to rely on this woman, right? But life is not a dream. Just when he thought he could break free from Lim Ha-jin, she quickly grabbed her opponent, giving him no chance to counterattack. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Ah, no, wait. He realized that if he tried, he could still escape. But he suddenly gave up that thought. He wondered why he felt so good. He excitedly imagined many scenarios. Could this be the pleasure everyone talks about? Lim Ha-jin squeezed his hand for a moment and then let go. Hong Seo-hak was like a rag doll. He collapsed to the ground, motionless. She tiredly looked down at her opponent, then glanced at the arm he had just squeezed. She held her bruised arm. She let out a sigh and smiled. She warned everyone around to look at him as an example. After a while, Hong Seo-hak was taken away. At another place, a terrified scream rang out. Everyone looked at him worriedly. Hong Seo-hak, are you dead? Wake up, you idiot. Seo-hak. His friends shook him hard in worry. Hong Seo-hak, annoyed by the noise. He groggily opened his eyes. Then he burst out laughing. Hong Seo-hak clutched his stomach and writhed. Haha, what is this? Why are you guys so swollen? His friends replied helplessly. We had to play rock, paper, scissors while you were passed out. So we also got beaten until we passed out. That lady is really strong. Kim Hoon-hong covered his face in shame and exclaimed, are girls' hands really that spicy? Moon Tae-soo added with a pout. When I won against her, I also got punched until my soul flew out. Han Sing-jin was no better off and said angrily. The worst part is that those nerds recorded and took pictures of everything that happened at the sports field. Hong Seo-hak sat up with a start. His friends calmly continued. They're saying online that she's from the Special Forces. Son of a bitch. What are we going to do now? Hearing his friends say that, Hong Seo-hak shouted angrily. If you're so stupid, why do you even have a dick? He snorted arrogantly and replied. Special Forces my ass. Isn't she just a woman anyway? After that, the group was discharged from the hospital. They walked home together, discussing as they went. You felt good getting hit by her, didn't you? Are you sure? Moon Tae-soo exclaimed in surprise. You really are a certified pervert. Hong Seo-hak rubbed his face in embarrassment. You guys should try it once too. I guarantee you won't be able to resist the temptation. I think I've been enlightened now. Suddenly, Moon Tae-soo's phone vibrated. He opened the message to read it. Then, unable to hide his surprise, he blurted out. Have you guys seen this? The whole group curiously leaned in to look. Hong Seo-hak frowned, his eyes scanning each line of text on the phone screen. Moon Tae-soo explained. This is the second-year group chat. Hong Seo-hak stared intently at the photo in the group chat and the harsh messages accompanying it. The bureau came to handle Hong Seo-hak. I knew that dog would get beaten up someday. She really is the embodiment of justice. Kim Gun leaned forward from behind and cursed. Don't those bastards know we're in this group too? Moon Tae-soo frowned, looking annoyed. Suddenly, I'm pissed off. Is this the lame duck everyone keeps talking about? The phone screen lit up continuously. Messages swirled around Sang-wook like a tornado. Sang-wook, fighting. You are the light of the party, Sang-wook. You did a great job. You don't need to put up with them anymore. That's right. Sang-wook has suffered enough lately. Hong Seo-hak smirked. He laughed out loud in amusement. Right. They're having the time of their lives, aren't they? The phone in Hong Seo-hak's hand trembled continuously. He squeezed the device tightly in anger. He spoke. If that's how they feel, then the person who called the bureau, Sang-wook, should strip naked and dance to entertain us too, right? The group glanced at each other awkwardly. Ew, shit. Just thinking about it hurts. Hong Seo-hak looked up at the sky with delight. Oh, just thinking about our dear Sang-wook being happy. I just can't stand it. Night gradually fell. The city was submerged in a sea of lights. Amidst the rushing traffic, a green taxi sped by, cutting through the busy streets. Sang-wook and his mother sat in the car. She looked at him with gentle eyes and spoke softly. Sang-wook, you can stay at the hospital for a few more days, you know. He replied dutifully. I'm fine, Mom. Flashing a bright smile, Sang-wook said innocently. Because now I don't have to worry about anything anymore. With bright eyes, he boldly declared. Tomorrow, I will go back to school. I want to go to school as soon as possible. His mother looked over with a relieved expression. After traveling for a while, the taxi stopped at an apartment building. The two stepped out of the car. Sang-wook's mother suddenly had something to do and told him. I have to go buy some things. You go up first, okay? He obeyed. Stepping into the elevator. While waiting, he pulled out his phone. Sliding his finger lightly across the screen, his eyes focused on the text. The messages hit him straight in the eyes. Sang-wook, thank you, and I'm sorry. You were so brave, but I... Sang-wook's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He happily replied to the other person's message. Not at all. Seo Young-jun. You've suffered a lot lately too. Now everything is over. From now on, let's have a happy school life together. At that moment, the elevator arrived, chimed once, and slowly opened. Hong Seo-hak's gang had been waiting for a long time. As soon as the elevator opened, he smirked, a cigarette in his mouth, and said, oh my, Sang-wook. His eyes widened in shock. Thinking to himself, how can they be here? Immediately, a long arm reached out and choked him, pinning him against the wall. They quickly cornered him, pushing him into the elevator and pressing the floor number. Hong Seo-hak gleefully picked up Sang-wook's phone and asked, where do you think you're going? In a mocking tone, the screen showed the chat with Seo Young-jun from earlier. Hong Seo-hak scoffed sarcastically. No way. Seo Young-jun. You've suffered a lot lately too. From now on, let's have a happy school life together. He read it aloud, deliberately mimicking the voice, then burst into laughter. KH. Look at these lunatics. Is this the ending scene of a porno or something? Kaka. Terrified to the extreme, Sang-wook stood rooted to the spot, his body trembling uncontrollably. Noticing the other's fear, Hong Seo-hak excitedly stood up, pressed close to him, and mocked. Oh my, Sang-wook. It seems you still don't understand me very well, do you? He draped his arm around his shoulder, his voice raspy as he hissed into his ear. I don't give a damn if the bureau or the police come for school violence. I don't care if I get expelled or go to jail either. The air was suffocating. Only his heavy breathing and hateful glare remained. You think a piece of trash like you can mess with me? Damn it. I can't take it anymore. At that moment, the elevator chimed and stopped at the first floor. The metal doors slowly slid open. A silhouette appeared behind the doors. Still unaware of what was happening, Hong Seo-hak smirked, deliberately pulling Sang-wook's hand up to tease him. Why is your wrist bandaged? He laughed in amusement. Is this some new fashion trend? Lim Hanrim's figure slowly came into view. She stood stunned by what was unfolding before her eyes. Hong Seo-hak's friends were startled and panicked. Why is she here? Immediately, Lim Hanrim dropped the paper in her hand and furiously charged at them. A direct kick landed straight on Hong Seo-hak's stomach. He howled in pain. Lim Hanrim quickly reached out and pressed the elevator button for the top floor. Her finger lightly touched the button for the 11th floor. Immediately, the elevator doors closed. Lim Hanrim narrowed her eyes, her tone aggressive. I guessed you guys would come here for revenge, so I came to protect the victim. She glared at them with unfriendly eyes. But I absolutely couldn't imagine you'd dare to do this on the very first day. Lim Hanrim continued angrily. Are you trying to screw with me? Are you guys brainless or what? As soon as she finished speaking, Lim Hanrim rushed at Hong Seo-hak and punched him right in the cheek. Hong Seo-hak groaned in pain. The correct answer is number 3. Lim Hanrim looked blank, not understanding what the brat in front of her was saying. Hong Seo-hak playfully stuck out his tongue and licked her fist, teasing with delight. It's because your skin is so soft. Lim Hanrim's eyes widened in shock. How can someone be this shameless? She smirked. Soft, huh? At that moment, the bell rang. The number 11 shone brightly on the display panel. The elevator doors slowly slid open. Lim Hanrim frowned. What did you just say? Soft. Hong Seo-hak smirked in amusement, his attitude incredibly flippant. He grabbed her arm tightly, challenging her. So what if it is? Are you unhappy? As he spoke, he squeezed tighter. Your skin is soft, so I said it's soft. Is that not allowed? The more he spoke, the more unruly Hong Seo-hak seemed. If you don't want to hear it, then find a way to escape my grip yourself. He excitedly leaned in close to Lim Hanrim, calling her an arrogant bitch. She smirked, staring at him with contempt. Then she lowered her voice and recounted. Actually, I hesitated a lot about doing this. Because after all, you trash are just kids. So I didn't know how much discipline would be enough. But it seems I don't need to worry uselessly anymore. Saying this, Lim Hanrim's eyes hardened with disgust. At that moment, the elevator suddenly stopped, clearly displaying the number 11 on the control panel. The elevator doors opened. Lim Hanrim slowly stepped out, not forgetting to add, Everyone, follow me to the roof. Fearing neither heaven nor earth, Hong Seo-hak and his gang boldly followed Lim Hanrim to the roof. They chatted excitedly. Haha, calling us to the roof like this. Is it to witness your tragic death? He added arrogantly. Is this how you bully others? Are you some kind of delinquent boss? Sang-wook stood behind, a bit apprehensive. Do I have to be here too? Lim Hanrim frowned, silently listening to Hong Seo-hak ramble. Whatever. Do whatever you want, just make it quick. I still have to go home, watch baseball, and go to sleep. I'm really curious to see which team wins today. Lim Hanrim's gaze swept across each face, then stopped. Her deep voice resonated. Now, we will begin the second special education lesson. Hong Seo-hak exclaimed in confusion. At this hour? Not caring in the slightest, Lim Hanrim calmly continued. In the first lesson, you only experienced about 1% of what you caused. So, in this second lesson, Lim Hanrim emphasized, you will have to kneel and apologize. Hearing this, the group turned around in bewilderment to look at Sang-wook with annoyed expressions. Lim Hanrim's voice rang out steadily, until Sang-wook is satisfied. Hearing his name, he jumped and trembled. Lim Hanrim continued. If you don't get Sang-wook's consent, you will have to kneel here all night. Hong Seo-hak arrogantly interrupted. Teacher, you don't need to do that. We already made up earlier. Lim Hanrim uttered a confused huh. He turned his back, grinning broadly. It seems you're misunderstanding. We came here to make up with Sang-wook, not to get revenge. Saying that, he walked over and draped his arm around Sang-wook, pretending to be close. He raised an eyebrow and asked, right? The boy was terrified, his face pale before the threat. We made up earlier, didn't we? You said you'd forgive everything too, didn't you? Lee Sang-wook trembled, sobbing in bursts. Even with someone from the bureau here, Hong Seo-hak hadn't changed a bit. He looked worriedly towards Lim Hanrim. Does he have that attitude because she's a woman? He clenched his hand into a fist. Staring at Lim Hanrim, he struggled internally. Do I have to live like this forever? But conflicting thoughts kept surfacing, tormenting his mind. He stammered out a cry. With the thought, if I don't do anything, everything will stay the same. Lee Sang-wook gained some courage. He dared to look straight into Hong Seo-hak's eyes and said, I never forgave you. He clenched his fist in frustration. Unable to hold back, he sobbed. If you were me, could you forgive? Hong Seo-hak, furious, smirked. Is that so? He clenched his fist tight, ready to strike, using all his strength to lunge at Lee Sang-wook. Then die, you son of a bitch. A shoe tip aimed straight for his cheek. Quick as a flash, Lim Hanrim rushed in, ready to land a blow. She smirked mockingly. Time for you guys to kneel, isn't it? At this point, knowing there was no way out, Hong Seo-hak gritted his teeth and cursed. You two dogs really are cut from the same cloth. Showing no respect for women, Hong Seo-hak swung forcefully at Lim Hanrim. You think I'll kneel? Lim Hanrim quickly lowered her stance, stepping back with one leg to maintain balance. Hong Seo-hak's fist was like an iron weight, forcing her to slide backward. Her hand swelled up because of it. He gloated loudly. Wow. I punched lightly, but you flew so far. Keh. Did you think I wouldn't hit a girl? Saying that, he reached out and ripped the buttons off his chest. Seems those cowards were scared because you're special forces or something. He threw his school uniform shirt aside and said, Then try it. Let me see your strength. He rudely put his hand on his chest and groped himself, making a super perverted face, licking his lips while looking at Lim Hanrim. I look like this, but I love exercising. I've fought 3 against 500 before. Lim Hanrim silently lowered her head, listening to Hong Seo-hak ramble. So just punch me. Let's see who dies first. With the fists of a woman like you, punching me all night won't do a thing. Hearing this, Lim Hanrim smirked. Meanwhile, at a modest apartment, Na Wajin was bored, bouncing a tennis ball against the wall while on the phone. The person on the other end shouted, When do you plan on coming back? Na Wajin rubbed his temples, his tone weary. Why do I feel like I'm being watched by a 70-year-old man? He complained gloomily. Does your mood only improve if you call me every day, sir? The person on the other end cursed helplessly. You brat. It's not that. His tone held a hint of worry. The person on the other end spoke anxiously. Aren't you worried about Lim Hanrim at all? Na Wajin paused, hurriedly asking, What happened to Sergeant Lim? Did something happen to her? Choi Kong-suk frowned at the document in his hand. The kids she has to teach this time are boys. Originally, she came here to handle cases involving female students. But because you're on leave, she has to take charge of this case too. Why don't you show even a little bit of responsibility? Choi Kong-suk's voice echoed in his ear. Na Wajin, feeling guilty, choked and coughed. He held his stomach and laughed loudly. Ha ha. Lim Hanrim. Her? Get hurt. Get beaten by those snot-nosed brats. Choi Kong-suk looked at the phone in exasperation, thinking, This brat. You dare laugh like that while talking to an elder? Na Wajin pressed the phone to his ear. He said confidently, Didn't I say it before? Lim Hanrim's independent combat capability, along with mine, is top tier in our unit. Indeed, just as Na Wajin said, Hong Seo-hak was miserably beaten by Lim Hanrim. He howled in pain. Looking like he was about to audition for a singing contest. His high-pitched scream shook the night sky. Battered and bruised, he clung to Lim Hanrim's ankle, gasping for air. She calmly tilted her head and teased, What's wrong? Didn't you say punching you all night wouldn't do a thing? Hong Seo-hak clutched his chest in pain. Why is her leg strength so powerful? Right in the middle of his torn shirt, a bright red mark appeared. The tear widened, revealing a patch of red, raw flesh. Hong Seo-hak thought in agony. It feels like she ripped it open with a knife. He furiously lunged at her, cursing, You bitch! Quick as a flash. With just a spin, Lim Hanrim vanished from the opponent's sight. She lowered her center of gravity, balancing on her hands, and swept her leg across Hong Seo-hak. He roared in pain. Then collapsed to the ground, clutching the wound on his side, unable to accept the truth that Hong Seo-hak was losing to a woman. He wondered, how could she tear my shirt? At that moment, a strong gust of wind pushed forward. Hong Seo-hak looked up, eyes wide in shock. Lim Hanrim was behind him, raising her knee, ready to deliver a kick. He helplessly uttered a sound. Damn it. Seeing the object clearly, Hong Seo-hak realized in awe. Turns out she's using her high heels. Lim Hanrim's heel immediately dug hard into Hong Seo-hak's thigh. He opened his mouth wide in agony. His scream tore through the air, echoing through the space and terrifying the rest of the gang. At this moment, Na Wajin's voice over the phone rang out. The issue of physical difference between men and women means nothing to Lim Hanrim. She can perfectly utilize all of her opponent's weaknesses, weapons, or the surrounding environment to overcome the physical disparity. Truly, just as Na Wajin said, Lim Hanrim was flawless. 10 out of 10, no buts. Even Lee Sang-wook was amazed by her strikes. So, even if the opponent is a burly guy like Mount Tai, he's no match for Lim Hanrim. Although I don't know where she learned that kind of martial arts. I wouldn't want to face Lim Hanrim in a real fight either. Na Wajin leisurely admitted to Choi Kong-suk. Back at the scene, Hong Seo-hak, after his miserable defeat, hugged his leg, crying in pain. Ugh, it hurts. Lim Hanrim looked at him coldly without blinking and spoke. If this case were handled by Mr. Na, you wouldn't have suffered this much. She tilted her head, smiling at the writhing opponent. Don't you know he would come up with all sorts of tricks to educate trash like you? While I only know how to beat you up? Not yet satisfied. Lim Hanrim continued to grind her heel into Hong Seo-hak's face. She leaned down and asked gently, well, ready to kneel yet? Or do you want to continue? After being thoroughly beaten by Lim Hanrim, Hong Seo-hak and his lackeys knelt down. He bowed his head, trembling, and spoke to the camera. I'm sorry, Sang-wook. During the past time, we were wrong. Please forgive us. Watching this, the corners of Lee Sang-wook's lips curled up slightly, feeling incredibly satisfied. Elsewhere, someone suddenly punched the door with a loud bang, then threw himself onto the bed and pulled the covers over his head. And that person was none other than Hong Seo-hak. He curled up and cursed spitefully. That bastard Lee Sang-wook. Meanwhile, on Sang-wook's side, he was happily replaying the video of his apology. The next morning, while Hong Seo-hak was walking to class, a boy in a brown shirt suddenly walked up and asked cheerfully, Seo-hak, are you okay? The boy in the white shirt smiled sarcastically and replied, how could he be okay? He got beaten by someone from the bureau. Usually, he even sexually harasses teachers. Serves him right. Kakik. He thought she didn't know how to fight. Kek. Look at his swollen face. Hilarious as fuck. Facing their mocking words, Hong Seo-hak could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. A moment later, he finally arrived at the classroom door and opened it to enter. And the first thing that caught his eye was Lee Sang-wook. As soon as their eyes met for a few seconds, he immediately lowered his head and trembled all over. His bright face suddenly darkened, and sweat poured down like rain. He didn't say a word, but quickly walked to his seat. As he passed Sang-wook's seat, he glared at him for a moment, as if to say, just you wait. You'll pay for this. Seeing Lee Sang-wook intently reading something, he peeked to see what it was, just as Hong Seo-hak was about to take a few more steps. To see the last few lines of text, Lim Hanrim suddenly appeared from nowhere and asked with a smile, what are you looking at? Clearly, yesterday you knelt and promised not to reoffend. But why are your eyes still full of hatred? Or should we retake the second special education lesson? Sweating, he asked in confusion. I was just looking. Is that not allowed either? She quickly rubbed her chin and replied sternly, of course not. Brushing her hair back, she explained seriously, why do you think a perpetrator looks at the victim with such fierce eyes? Because that's a sign they are preparing to take revenge on the victim. Hearing this, Hong Seo-hak frowned at her for a moment, then quickly turned around and replied, I got it. I won't look anymore, okay? Lim Hanrim suddenly complained. Humph. It seems your gaze won't change easily, huh? The students in the class won't easily change their view of you either, so isolating you wouldn't mean anything. TSK. So let's do this. While at school, you must always hunch your shoulders and keep your head down. Hearing her proposal, Hong Seo-hak jumped in panic. Seeing that, she quickly emphasized, that way, you won't feel ashamed anymore. That's the most suitable way for criminals like you. Hong Seo-hak immediately walked up to her and questioned loudly, even if you're joking, how can you force me? Before he could finish his sentence, Lim Hanrim immediately raised her knee high, as if preparing to strike him. Seeing that, he quickly raised both hands to shield his face and squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for the blow. She suddenly stopped and smiled praisingly. Very good. Just what I wanted. Since you cowered in fear. It fits your current situation perfectly. Let me predict a little. Soon, that expression will come from your sincerity. A moment later, seeing Hong Seo-hak slowly walking over, with his head bowed down, the crowd couldn't stop being surprised and immediately whispered, "He's really walking with his head down." Kek. Another student recounted, "I heard when he stormed Sang-wook's house for revenge, she beat him half to death." Kakik. Another student, hearing that, couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly a dog. Did they still not know their place and try to get revenge?" Seems the decision of the school violence committee was right. If they expelled him, society would just have another animal. A student suddenly smirked and asked, "Hey, should I do it?" The student next to him replied, "Do it. It's fine." Kakik. Suddenly, someone ran up and kicked Hong Seo-hak hard in the back, causing him to tumble to the ground. He turned his head back and asked through gritted teeth, "What the hell?" Seeing two students running, turning their heads to mock him, he immediately stood up and shouted, "You dogs, come back here." For some reason, he didn't chase after those two, but his face darkened, and sweat poured down incessantly. It turned out that many students were holding up their phones, recording him and threatening loudly. "Hong Seo-hak, keep your head down. Hurry up, or I'll send this to the bureau." "Hong Seo-hak, you're dead meat. You bastard. Where did a criminal like you get the nerve to walk around like that?" Lim Hanrim suddenly appeared and exclaimed. Intelligence reports are flooding in. Looking at the series of videos and messages constantly being sent to her phone, she smiled with amusement and said, "I was very hesitant about how to verify if you violated the rules or not. But looking at this situation, how did you live your life that your friends only want you to be punished?" Hong Seo-hak explained loudly, "Don't you think this is too much? Being hit like that, of course I have to lift my head." She didn't reply immediately but quickly reached out and squeezed his lower part, causing him to grimace in extreme pain. She smirked and asked, "Do you want me to hit you with my heels right here?" He didn't reply but lifted his head and screamed, "Ah." Lim Hanrim frowned slightly and questioned, "Too much, but I have no other choice. If I don't do this, you'll just glare and threaten your friends again, right?" "Ah. If the violence committee had decided to isolate you from the class, I wouldn't have had to go this far. This is the karma you have to accept." A moment later, at the school gym, Lim Hanrim stood before the four school bullies and declared loudly, "Now we will begin the third special education lesson. Today I have invited a special guest. First, relax your bodies. You guys have had your heads down all day." The boy in black heard her and asked, "Can we lift our heads now?" Rubbing his neck, the boy in white complained, "My neck is so stiff." Hong Seo-hak said nothing, bowing his head in silence, thinking about something for a while. Then suddenly he announced, "I'm dropping out. It seems you're not satisfied with the violence committee's decision, so fuck it. I'll drop out to please you. Originally, I planned to drop out anyway, but they suspended me for 5 days after I paid the fine, so I couldn't do anything else." He quickly turned to leave and grumbled, "I don't intend to take the college entrance exam anyway. I just need to take the GED. Best not let me meet you on the street. Otherwise, I'll really beat you up." Saying that, he quickly walked out and closed the door. Seeing many classmates waiting outside, including Sang-wook, he smirked and asked, "What's this?" "Sandbag. Wallet. My trio of toys. Even the gorilla is there." Kek. He stared at the chubby student and shouted, "Hey, Song Jiam-dong, get out of the way. Because I dropped out just like you guys wanted. So meet me at the school gate." Kek. The boy said nothing, but stepped forward and pushed him hard, causing him to fall flat on the ground. Glaring at the boy, he growled, "What the hell are you doing? You pig, are you crazy? I dropped out. The bureau can't do anything to me anymore." Suddenly, someone walked up and pressed a wooden sword straight into the middle of his forehead. Lim Hanrim asked sternly, "It seems you're misunderstanding something." He tried to struggle free and shouted, "Let go. I'm not your student anymore." She calmly questioned, "Do you think a drunk driver won't be allowed to drive anymore? What kind of education abandons people like that? You committed school violence. So receiving special education is natural. That means, whether you paid the fine or got suspended, you still have to complete this special education. I absolutely won't let you escape my grasp until this special education is over. A new day began. Students happily went to class. Only Hong Seo-hak was unhappy inside, because his days as the school king were coming to an end. Hong Seo-hak gritted his teeth in resentment. Damn it. Recalling the moment he was trampled by classmates like a dog. Those toys rely on the bureau being here. Hong Seo-hak suppressed the frustration inside, but couldn't do anything. Then he decided to turn around and not go to school. Forget it. Let's see what they can do if I don't go to school. Hong Seo-hak thought to himself. Anyway, the bureau doesn't focus on just one school. They'll give up if I disappear for a week or two. Lim Hanrim popped out from nowhere, making Hong Seo-hak jump, almost scaring the soul out of him. Lim Hanrim fiercely pinched Hong Seo-hak's ear and shouted, "You brat!" Hong Seo-hak howled in pain like a cow. "Ah!" Lim Hanrim asked sternly. "Why did you turn back when you reached the school gate?" Then, she reminded Hong Seo-hak of the humiliation. "Yesterday you boldly declared you were dropping out. But actually, you just didn't want to attend the special education lessons, right? You really are a bastard who only thinks of himself." While pinching Hong Seo-hak's ear, Lim Hanrim corrected him loudly. "If you're so capable, go ahead and drop out. I'll show you the ability of South Korea's top special forces soldier." After arriving at class, the gang of bullies gathered in groups to discuss plans. What should we do now? How long are we going to continue being humiliated? One guy suddenly asked, "Wait a minute. Why are we huddled like idiots? It's just us here. Just lift your heads." Another guy reminded him, "But this school has a lot of snitches. Someone might be secretly watching us." Hanjin came up with an idea. "Not a bad idea. Why don't we just skip school?" Moon Tae-soo soberly reasoned. "Even if you skip, she'll drag you back. She's special forces." After thinking silently for a while, Hong Seo-hak spoke up. "We don't need to hide." Calculating. Special education has a total of 5 lessons. We've already done 3. If we try to endure the remaining 2 sessions, the bureau will have to withdraw. Then we'll deal with that dog Sang-wook. Hong Seo-hak glared and continued. "Just 2 more lessons. Just try to endure it." A while later, Lim Hanrim had called the parents. Seeing them, the bullies were astonished. They exclaimed in shock, "Mom, Dad." Hong Seo-hak froze stiff. "Why, Mom?" At this moment, Lim Hanrim spoke up. "The content you are reading is exactly what your children did to the victim." Looking at the information before her, Sang-wook's mother was so angry her whole body trembled. She said indignantly, So that's it. Because of you, my Sang-wook." Seeing this, the bullies flinched. Sang-wook's mother burst into tears of rage. Then, she slapped Hong Seo-hak straight in the face, a blow that echoed to the sky. Sang-wook's mother screamed repeatedly, "Why did you do that?" Then she continuously hit Hong Seo-hak, questioning him about everything he had done. What did Sang-wook do wrong? Why could you torture him so horribly? At this moment, Lim Hanrim reminded them. The principle of special education regarding school violence is to educate both students and parents. Then she continued, "So I really hope you will realize your children's mistakes and understand how painful it was for the victim." At the same time, Moon Tae-soo's father's face darkened. Then he walked away without saying a word. A mother said worriedly, "But aren't you going too far?" Then, she trembled and said, "I admit my child was wrong, but how can you publicize what they did like this?" That mother turned to blame the teacher. They also wrote apology letters. "Why do you have to go to this extent?" Hearing this, Sang-wook's mother stopped hitting. She turned and asked sternly, "What did you just say? Apology letters?" Then, Sang-wook's mother screamed in fury, "My son had to slit his wrists to commit suicide. How can you say those words after what your son did?" Facing this situation, Moon Tae-soo's mother fell silent, not knowing how to respond properly. She only felt ashamed for her troublemaking son. At this moment, Moon Tae-soo's father spoke softly. Sang-wook's mother, "You don't need to use your bare hands." He held out a sturdy pipe and said, "Use this iron bar I just picked up at the construction site nearby to punish that big guy." Moon Tae-soo's father continued, "You don't need to worry about him dying. Just beat him until you're no longer angry." Seeing this, Moon Tae-soo's mother called out in shock, "Honey." Seeing him approaching with the pipe, radiating murderous intent, Moon Tae-soo was so scared he could only stammer, Dad. Dad. Not letting him finish. Moon Tae-soo's father delivered a blow that sent his unfilial son's teeth flying. He said furiously, "Don't call me Dad. I don't remember giving birth to a beast like you." At this moment, Moon Tae-soo prostrated on the ground, coughing up fresh blood. Then, Moon Tae-soo's father turned to the rest of the hooligans and shouted, "All of you lie face down," he said gently to Sang-wook's mother. "I think you don't need to touch them and dirty your hands. If you agree, I will beat them for you." Hearing this, Sang-wook's mother could only weep. Moon Tae-soo's father continued, "Until you are satisfied." Then he raised the pipe high, his face full of killing intent. 1 month later, the bullies' bodies were all bruised. Not a single spot was intact, lying on the chairs for their mothers to apply medicine. Hong Seo-hak couldn't swallow this anger. Now, he gritted his teeth, thinking, "I just need to endure one more lesson and everything will be over." A while later, Lim Hanrim's voice echoed in the hall. "Today is the last special education lesson, isn't it?" She stood strongly, leaning on a cane, and spoke. "You guys have tried very hard during this time." Then, Lim Hanrim requested, "Hong Seo-hak, come up and express your feelings." Hong Seo-hak asked in confusion, "Are we ending the lesson by expressing our feelings?" Lim Hanrim replied bluntly, "Just say it." Hearing this, Hong Seo-hak chuckled in amusement. Cuck. What the hell? Heaven is helping me." Then he began to speak falsely. "Yes. Through your lessons." Hong Seo-hak thought to himself that things seemed easy. That's right, the bureau can only do this much. Then, spouting repentant words like a saint, "I realized how much Sang-wook suffered and that my school violence was so wrong it couldn't be forgiven." Hong Seo-hak thought, "After all, she's an adult too. She's a salary earner, so if she handles it too harshly, she'll get in trouble." Looking at his victim, Hong Seo-hak thought, "Sang-wook, you think you beat me?" Then he continued his fake speech. "I want to apologize to Sang-wook again." Hong Seo-hak pretended to wipe away crocodile tears, but thought inside, "Just a little longer, and you'll stop crowing." He finished his speech. "And I sincerely thank you, teacher." Then, Hong Seo-hak lifted his head, finalizing his thought. "Because I will kill you immediately," he added, "for working hard to teach me." Hearing this, Lim Hanrim nodded slightly and said softly, "I hope this time was meaningful to you." Then, she continued, "So now, the special education to prevent school violence will be suspended." Hearing this, the bullies were extremely shocked. Hong Seo-hak asked blankly, "What do you mean suspended? Didn't we finish it?" Lim Hanrim cracked her neck and replied, "Don't you know the School Violence Prevention Committee has regulations about administrative appeals for the victim? If they oppose the decision of the School Violence Prevention Committee, then within 180 days from receiving the result and 90 days from the date of the measures, they can file an appeal to the administrative judge." Sang-wook's case is the same. He filed an appeal to the administrative judge right after receiving the committee's decision. At this moment, Lim Hanrim took out a paper. Then, she slapped it straight onto Hong Seo-hak's chest. "Open it and see." He could only stand frozen on the spot, his face stiff. Lim Hanrim said gleefully, "What a pity. Didn't expect the decision to come right at the last session of special education, huh?" Then, Lim Hanrim tilted her head with a challenging look. "Even though it was clear you guys try to grit your teeth and endure just for today, looks like we have to start over from the beginning." Hearing this, Hong Seo-hak could only grit his teeth and endure. The plan to turn the tables was ruined. Gyeonggi Provincial Office of Education. Lim Hanrim held a cup of coffee, turning to look at Lee Sang-wook sitting next to her. He looked timid and a bit worried. Avoiding eye contact with her, Lim Hanrim gently reminded him, "Maybe you'll have to write a statement later. Will you be okay? Having to recall such unpleasant things." Hearing her question, Lee Sang-wook raised his head slightly. But then he lowered his head, staring into the space ahead. Softly, "It's okay. I'm fine. I will do what I need to do." Turning to Lim Hanrim, Lee Sang-wook confessed, "I'm also a bit scared since it's my first time stepping into the School Violence Prevention Committee. But having you with me makes me feel somewhat reassured." Hearing him speak, Lim Hanrim rested her chin on her hand, happy inside, her eyes crinkling in a smile. Suddenly, the office door swung open. Attracting both of their attention, a man with a cheerful face walked in, asking loudly, "Egu, is this the place?" Following him was a man wearing glasses, looking very intellectual. This person approached, shook hands with Lim Han-rim, and introduced himself. "Hello. I belong to the School Violence Prevention Committee of the Gyeonggi Provincial Office." Kim Sang-hoon. She also greeted him back. "Hello, sir. I am Lim Han-rim, Inspector of the Educational Rights Protection Bureau." Then, Mr. Kim turned to introduce the man following him. "And this is Human Rights Lawyer for Adolescents, Lee Jun-bin." Lim Han-rim replied politely, her eyes remaining calm. "Ah, yes." Meanwhile, Lee Sang-wook looked panicked. His eyes suddenly widened, exclaiming internally, "That person!" Standing before everyone, Lee Sang-wook confidently raised his voice. "Definitely." The lawyer sitting down there, staring at the documents in his hand, thinking, "Belongs to the scoring side of the assessment council last time." Back in the office, Lim Han-rim stood in front of the lawyer, extending her hand to greet him. "Hello. I am an inspector from the Protection Bureau. Name is Lim Han-rim. I hope we will cooperate well in today's session." The lawyer stared at her upon hearing the greeting, but didn't reply. However, instead of shaking hands, the lawyer avoided Lim Han-rim's handshake. She was slightly embarrassed by the situation. But immediately, the lawyer spoke up. "Sorry, I'm the type who doesn't like introducing myself." His face showed a hint of disdain as he bluntly continued. "And honestly, I don't like your authority." Inside the meeting room, the presiding officer spoke up, his voice stern. "From now on, we will begin the hearing between the plaintiff and the defendant." Then he continued, "Now the plaintiff will state the reasons first." Lee Sang-wook stood up and replied, "Ah, yes." Seeing him stand up, another person gently reminded him, "You don't need to stand up. Sitting down to talk comfortably is fine too." Lee Sang-wook remained standing, replying clearly, "It's okay. Just let me stand." He began to present. "The reason I filed the complaint is memories of being bullied by classmates suddenly flooded his mind. From a very cheerful person, he gradually became gloomier. And now, standing before everyone, those emotions rose up strongly again." He continued presenting his reasons, his eyes not leaving everyone present in the office. His reason shocked everyone who heard it. He continued presenting. However, amidst that tense atmosphere, there was one person who remained calm. It was the lawyer, the only one who showed no surprise at his story. Standing before everyone, Lee Sang-wook recounted the story. "Seo-hak sent messages threatening revenge on me because of the penalties given by the assessment council. He even came to my house." Speaking to this point, he turned and pointed towards Lim Han-rim, voice full of indignation. "If the teacher from the Protection Bureau hadn't come to help me, maybe I would still have to grit my teeth and endure until now." Suddenly, he fell silent, making his face even darker. "I can't go to the same school as Hong Seo-hak. That is the reason why I filed a request for a retrial by the Authority Council." Having presented the reasons, the presiding officer looked at Lee Sang-wook and ordered, "All right, sit down." Lim Han-rim placed her hand on his back, gently praising him. "Good job." The presiding officer continued the meeting. He posed a question. "Tell me the reason why the Authority Council only gave a penalty of suspending the offending student for 5 days. The lawyer heard this and replied. The lawyer looked at the stack of papers in his hand, answering the question just asked. "I am Lee Jun-bin, member of the Assessment Council on School Violence Countermeasures in this case. To begin, I think the suspension decision made that day, hearing his sentence, was an appropriate decision." Lee Sang-wook and Lim Han-rim were shocked, as if they couldn't believe what they were hearing. Continuing the answer. "The job of the Assessment Council. Ah, no. The entire standard evaluation system, including the juvenile court. Their purpose is not to punish the perpetrator, but to correct mistakes." With an unwavering gaze, raising his voice sternly. "Even if the issue belongs to a serious category, but if the offender shows signs of remorse, it can still be considered. Usually, adolescents committing school violence often deny their criminal acts. But student Seo-hak confessed all the wrongdoings he committed. In the darkness, the image of Seo-hak fearfully accepting all blame. I did it all. He also showed remorse and promised not to reoffend." Seo-hak with a serious face spoke up. I will never do it again. A student who has repented, suspension is already an appropriate punishment. It cannot be heavier, and not transferring schools also has a good purpose for the perpetrator to have more opportunities to reconcile with the victim. The more she heard the lawyer's words, the more silent Lim Hanrim became. A feeling of frustration rose within her. She looked at him trying to explain to everyone. To me, I thought the assessment council's action was somewhat too severe. Lim Hanrim couldn't stay silent any longer. She immediately spoke up, voice full of determination. Hong Seo-hak has no remorse. She stood up, introducing herself. I am Lim Hanrim, Inspector of the Educational Rights Protection Bureau, handling Hong Seo-hak's case. A man sitting next to her saw her speaking without permission, immediately reminding her, you are not allowed to speak yet. But Lim Hanrim ignored the well-intentioned reminder of the person sitting next to her. She still spoke up on her own. I have monitored his attitude, his behavior at all times, and there is absolutely no sign of repentance. Looking straight at the lawyer sitting opposite, Lim Hanrim used the evidence she collected to rebut. As Sang-wook said before, he mocked the assessment council's punishment as too light and didn't hesitate to commit the crime again. I think the School Violence Assessment Council has a huge responsibility in this matter for taking the issue too lightly. But the lawyer's words rang out, surprising her. So is that the reason for the Bureau's special education lessons? He arranged the papers in front of him and spoke clearly. As a young lawyer, I have also talked to many adolescents. Do you know what the image of the Protection Bureau is like in their eyes? The lawyer gently uttered two words. Grim Reaper. Because most of the Bureau's punishments that go beyond legal limits have destroyed their futures. I also quite enjoy the Bureau's special education lessons posted online. Finished speaking, he brought out a video to verify. And it was the scene of Seo-hak being punched in the face. He said, because every video starts with violence. How terrifying would a Protection Bureau holding so much power suddenly appearing before students like Seo-hak be? Lim Hanrim and Lee Sang-wook could only listen in shock from their positions as he continued. They won't want to live anymore thinking their lives are ruined. Isn't the Protection Bureau itself the organization pushing them to the brink? He adjusted his glasses, voice full of reasoning. Minors are still considered children for a reason. They are not mentally mature like us adults. The lawyer summarized. That is called a mistake, and adults like us must not strip away their human rights because of those mistakes. Hearing this, Lee Sang-wook suddenly looked like he wanted to burst into tears, his whole body trembling with fear. Suddenly, Lee Sang-wook stood up abruptly, surprising everyone in the room. He removed the white bandage wrapped around his wrist, showing it to everyone. He said, right after receiving the revenge message from Seo-hak, the wound on my wrist hadn't even fully healed. Lee Sang-wook looked at everyone with teary eyes, voice choking. I was so scared that I tried to end my life. Looking at the lawyer's nonchalant demeanor, he continued to speak up. While the victim has to suffer daily in hell, the perpetrator deserves the word mistake. In his mind, he secretly mocked. That is proof of your immaturity. He asked back, I completely understand your feelings. But how are you sure Seo-hak will reoffend? Do you think the school will let Seo-hak run wild? Or is that just your imagination while in an unstable psychological state? Hearing him continuously rebut, Lee Sang-wook could only stand there dazed, not knowing how to respond. The lawyer narrowed his eyes, answering for him. Or is your purpose in requesting this hearing? I have to suffer. So he must suffer too? It's no different from the revenge of a selfish individual. Hearing those words, Lee Sang-wook continuously broke out in cold sweat, his body swaying slightly, feeling unable to stand steady. Suddenly, Lee Sang-wook covered his mouth tightly, letting out a dry retch. Unable to endure it anymore, Lee Sang-wook hurriedly rushed out of the meeting room. Lim Hanrim called out in panic. Sang-wook. Lim Hanrim turned to criticize the lawyer. How can you say such words to a victim? But he still sat there, criticizing her back. Seems you belong to the stupid type, just like that kid. Suddenly, he spoke sternly. Isn't your one-sided justice playing the role of inciting the victim's revenge mentality? Before his arguments, Lim Hanrim was so angry she was speechless, unable to utter a sentence. Lee Sang-wook covered his face and ran, but those words kept echoing in his head. See, A feeling of injustice welled up. He cried until his face was soaked, but those words seemed to have imprinted on his mind. That's right. It's always like that. Whether victim or perpetrator, all are just children in the eyes of adults. They always say they understand, but no one truly understands the victim's pain. Lost in thoughts, Lee Sang-wook didn't notice and bumped into someone while running. He stopped, bending over and coughing violently. The person he bumped into saw this, pointed in a direction, and told him, "The restroom is over there." After walking a bit, Lee Sang-wook couldn't help looking back at that person. He silently exclaimed in his head, "That person is." Back in the office, the lawyer still sat there. He spoke up. "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Mentioned as the principle of revenge in the ancient code of Hammurabi. But I didn't expect you to be so archaic. Do you really think violence should be solved with violence? Or are you mistakenly thinking that the Educational Rights Protection Bureau represents the new standard for justice?" Hearing him continuously mock her, Lim Hanrim trembled with anger, unable to control herself anymore. She was about to scream, but suddenly the office door opened. Na Wajin walked in and exclaimed, "Oh my God." Na Wajin spoke in a teasing voice. "That's not it, baby." His appearance made the lawyers sitting over there glance over. The meeting room was full. The atmosphere was extremely serious. Everyone sat in their places, back straight and neat. Na Wajin appeared, pushing the door open, waving his hand in greeting, extremely relaxed. "Agu. Sorry comrades for the delay." He added, "On the way here, there was suddenly a traffic jam." Lim Hanrim saw him arrive, her face lighting up with vitality, brightly calling softly, "Senior," ignoring her, or more accurately, ignoring everyone in the atmosphere surrounding the meeting room at that time. Na Wajin calmly explained further, "So I had no choice but to reteach those drivers how to drive." The lawyer and the meeting presider were staring at him, not uttering a half word. Walking to the empty chair next to Lim Hanrim, he asked casually, "I'll sit here, okay?" Then conveniently pulled the chair out and sat down. Opposite Na Wajin was the lawyer's position. He spoke, "You must also be from the Educational Rights Protection Bureau." Directing cold eyes and an expressionless face at Na Wajin, he asked, "But what did you mean when you said that's not it? Just entered and haven't exchanged a few greetings." The opponent attacked straight like that. He didn't rush to answer, first smiling slightly, meeting his eyes for a moment. Then, he said, "That is." But the meeting presider stopped him. He said, "Wait. This is starting to drag on. So let me summarize first." He looked at the thick stack of documents spread out on his table, starting to summarize. "The reason why our assessment council needs to decide to retry this case is because the offending student took revenge even after being punished by the school violence committee." The lawyer's side listened very attentively. He continued, "Accordingly, the student filing the petition was dissatisfied that we misjudged and gave an inappropriate punishment to the offending student, who showed not a bit of remorse." Na Wajin sighed too. Everyone focused. The presider's voice rang out steadily. As for the offending student, he said the special education lessons of the Protection Bureau inspector were too violent, seriously affecting his mind and body. He gave a preliminary conclusion. For us, indeed, the content of the special lesson was somewhat excessive. Looking towards Na Wajin, he posed a question. "Can the Bureau state the reason why those lessons were implemented?" Na Wajin replied immediately. He clasped his hands over his knees, eyes cast down, looking quite moody, starting to answer. "I completely understand the principles set by the Assessment Council, a judicial system for minors focused on correcting mistakes, not punishment." Looking at him like that, Lim Hanrim was a bit worried. She looked at him unblinkingly. Then, he looked back at the presider, giving his side's clear viewpoint. "However, our Protection Bureau focuses on individuals like students and teachers who have committed or have had their right to education seriously violated." He frankly affirmed the organization's goal. "Our goal also focuses more on reclaiming rights for the victims." From there, Na Wajin led to the incident in question. In this case, the victim had their right to education seriously violated by the perpetrator. The reason the punishments given were too light. Hong Seo-hak's lawyer stared at him. Harshly, he continued, So we had 5 special lessons to remove the perpetrator's revenge mindset. Even though the number of lessons was limited, I think it was a necessary method. Attacking every word, no matter how cautious Na Wajin was. The lawyer also twisted the meaning and spoke up fiercely. So that means to satisfy the victim. The offender must be punished immediately without even time to correct their mistakes? Na Wajin immediately raised his hand to refute. That's not it. The issue raised here is just which side should be focused on more. The lawyer immediately held his forehead, clearly showing boredom and helplessness. He said, "How irresponsible. I can't believe your protection bureau, holding high positions and power, has such simple thinking." After that moment of sarcasm, he looked up at Na Wajin opposite, starting to open his own argument. "Inspector, do you know why our assessment council focuses on correcting mistakes rather than punishing these adolescents?" The lawyer said, "Most offending individuals and adolescents grew up in a terrible living environment like difficult circumstances, parents not caring, neglect, abuse, continuing." He generalized. Result: they suffer homelessness and then gather to commit crimes with children in the same situation as them. Confident in his extremely logical and tight argument, he spoke fiercely as if fighting a life-and-death battle. In other words, because children don't choose the environment they are born into, and that living environment has a serious influence, playing a role in all their sins. Softening a bit, his eyes never leaving Na Wajin, he said, "Circumstances push them, so it is very difficult to accuse these juvenile criminals, because adults are the ones who must be responsible for their violations." Striking at the center of Na Wajin's organization's goal and ideal, he asked sarcastically, "Shouldn't they have a second chance to correct mistakes and receive necessary education?" Done with his part, the lawyer buried his nose in the pile of papers, continuing to diligently analyze. "Take notes." Suddenly, Na Wajin spoke up asking, "Hey lawyer, have you ever played video games?" Na Wajin recalled a while ago, when he practiced playing games until sweating buckets. Clumsy and awkward, he smiled and said, "Before taking this job as an education inspector, I didn't know jack about kids. So a kind, elegant old man told me to play games and directly experience the culture of the kids' world." In those layers of memory, the elegant old man was pointing at the screen, cursing him out. "Press here, you idiot." He was as panicked as him, not much different. He continued, "I don't have much experience with computers, let alone games. They talked about my parents a lot," recalling the toxic curses the kids exchanged in the game. "Stupid bastard. Get lost." Then he scratched his head, revealing information no one asked for. Embarrassingly. "So in every match, my team suffered because of me. So they always voted to surrender early. But because I have the pride of a soldier, I never agreed to vote surrender." Lim Han Rim, sitting next to him, nodded vigorously in praise. Senior isn't the type to like surrendering. "Back to the issue," Na Wajin said. "And do you know what happened?" He recalled those long-lasting game matches. The opponent never ended the game early, because it was always a one-sided game. Out of 10 games, 8 times the enemy would mock us and delay the victory. A person sitting on his side gently reminded Na Wajin, "Sir, please don't say irrelevant things." Na Wajin didn't even glance at him. He continued, "That is also." Looking straight at the lawyer opposite, he slowly said, "How school violence works." The room was completely silent. Na Wajin argued, "Whether good or bad, human nature always feels satisfied when feeling superior to others. School violence also works similarly." The lawyer had stopped reading and taking notes. Right now, eye to eye with him. Extremely serious. Na Wajin continued, "In other words, because enjoyment is the cause, so it is very difficult to control and change." He took a practical example immediately. Simply telling them not to do it anymore is no different from telling an addict to stop smoking. Na Wajin was confident. Therefore, the ideal way to solve this school violence plague is, concluding, the cause comes from the so-called enjoyment. So the most suitable way can only be temporarily isolating the perpetrator from the victim, not stopping there. He was no less competitive than the lawyer's side, striking back immediately at their main viewpoint. "I agree and very much respect the ideal of correcting mistakes for juvenile criminals. but based on the assessment council's actions. He said, then perhaps we should clearly distinguish what is called behavior determined by living environment, or violation to satisfy natural instinct, right? The lawyer adjusted his glasses, murmuring back Nawajin's final phrase like a question. Natural instinct? He was sharp. If that is your argument, then does the thing called education have any meaning in the first place? He continued to find fault. And on what basis do you dare to affirm that Seohak's violent behaviors are satisfying natural instinct? Nearby, Lee Sang-wook's seat began to stir. The lawyer's words became harsher and more hostile. Or is the inspector imagining that thing? Lee Sang-wook spoke up, interrupting him. He told me I was his toy. Taking a breath, hands clenched tight, he bowed his head and began to tell. When Seohak came to my house for revenge, he remembered clearly how he suppressed him. Lee Sang-wook recounted every word. He said he didn't care about the assessment council or the inspector. He just couldn't stand the feeling of a toy being in a higher position than its owner. That bit of memory made Lee Sang-wook pause for a moment. He squeezed his eyes shut, cold sweat streaming down, as if trying to drive that fear away. Next, he said, just now you asked me if I only wanted revenge, right? Honestly, I really wanted. All the adults in the room silently listened attentively to Lee Sang-wook speak. He continued, I had to suffer so much. While Seohak laughed and enjoyed that moment, Lee Sang-wook bravely confessed. Thoughts about wanting him dead appeared in my head thousands of times. Whole body trembling. He tried to speak. But the assessment council won't do that. I don't want that either. The reason why I gathered all my courage to report to the assessment council is just speaking to here. He couldn't control himself anymore. Tears poured like a waterfall. Face distorted, he affirmed, I just don't want to be bullied by Seohak anymore. And go to school in peace. Before all the adults with decision-making power. He was clear. That's all. The meeting presider heard this and pushed up his glasses slightly. He spoke calmly. I think I've heard enough opinions from both sides. So it's time to end the hearing. Please ask the parties to go outside to wait for the final decisions. Na Wajin went all the way to the parking lot to see Lim Hanrim and Lee Sang-wook off. Lim Hanrim would be in charge of driving him home safely. The two were seated in the car properly. Lim Hanrim said goodbye to Na Wajin with her usual bright smile. See you. I'm taking Sang-wook back to school. He replied. I'll wait here for the results. Standing and waiting for the red car to leave the parking lot, he felt reassured enough to go inside. Halfway there, feeling the urge, Na Wajin pulled out a cigarette, intending to take a puff. Just lighting it up was all that was left. Suddenly someone over there caught his eye. It was the lawyer from earlier. He also had a cigarette in his mouth. But it seemed the lighter wasn't cooperating. He still calmly clicked the lighter continuously as if clicking would eventually make the lighter give up and produce fire. While still busy, a small flame flared up right next to him, making him look up. Na Wajin, with a face full of goodwill, was holding the flame, saying nothing. Seeing him a bit bewildered, he invited, Here's a light. Instead of taking it, the lawyer pulled the cigarette out of his mouth, eyes still gleaming with that dislike. Decisively broke the cigarette in Na Wajin's extreme surprise, saying to him, You're pretty relaxed, huh? He looked at him, heavily said, But do you think you won? That evening, parcels were delivered to everyone's home. Both Lee Sang-wook and Hong Seohak held the result notification paper in their hands. The fateful moment dragged on. The air seemed to thicken. The two teenagers slowly pulled the paper out, reading the first lines. Both shared the same expression, faces pale with fear. Someone's voice echoed. The final result of this administrative appeal hearing. Lee Sang-wook read through the decision. Sweat started pouring out. His eyes widened. At his home, Hong Seohak gritted his teeth, forcing a smile, face extremely malicious, concluding, Wasn't it decided from the beginning? Back in that parking lot, the lawyer quickly switched to standing facing Na Wajin, frankly expressing dissatisfaction and his extremely subjective judgment. This administrative appeal is really unusual. The administrative appeal process usually lasts 3 to 6 months. Na Wajin, before his eyes, was still silently smoking. He continued, Yet this time, from receiving the complaint to issuing the rejudgment took less than 2 weeks. Without hesitation, The lawyer threw his suspicion right in Na Wajin's face. The reason is because you used the Protection Bureau's power to interfere in this case. So naturally the result. That same evening, two boys held two result slips, faces pale, line by line clearly stating the verdict. The 5-day suspension penalty for the offending student according to Item 6 Clause 1. Article 17 will be changed to Item 8 Clause 1. Article 17. Transfer schools. Lee Sang-woo cried, as if gathering all the tears of decades of living to let out at once. Hong Seo-hak, on the contrary, was furious to the point of wanting to crush the notification paper, letting out a dry laugh. Veins on his temples bulged, gaze and tone extremely fierce, spitting out a curse. Damn it, the lawyer's concluding words echoed. We'll go exactly as you want. That morning, he also said, that means, you won not thanks to reasoning, but thanks to your power. These words were truly not pleasant to hear. But Na Wajin calmly scratched his head. He said, it seems you're misunderstanding something. He intended to explain. We didn't do any. But before half a sentence, the opponent cut him off immediately. I'm not saying you directly pressured them. The lawyer continued. But in a bureaucratic mechanism like this, do you think people from the Education Office's Administrative Appeal Committee dare to ignore an agency directly under the Ministry of Education? Knowing the person in front didn't want to listen to reason, Na Wajin silently listened to his thoughts to the end. He said, besides, your Protection Bureau is receiving special public attention because of its unconventional actions. So the press always paying attention to your every move will make them have to consider when working. Again that gaze, cold, piercing straight into the opponent like an arrow that once fired can only hit the target. The lawyer affirmed. However, this won't end with transferring or expelling student Seo-hak. In front of the gym door, Hong Seo-hak was shoved out by the man inside, falling onto the street. He screamed, Coach, why are you doing this to me? The coach was speechless with this thick-skinned guy. Sighing, he replied, do you know how ashamed I feel for having taught you? The coach shouted loudly, questioning him. Why did you dare use the strength I taught to bully the weak? Finished speaking, the person threw an envelope of money at Hong Seo-hak's face. Turning his back to walk into the gym, the coach said the last sentence. I refunded your tuition. From now on, never appear here again. At this moment, new fear began to surround Hong Seo-hak. He cursed. Damn it, how far has this news spread? There were groups of students passing by the neighborhood. Seeing him struggling on the street, they asked each other, is that Hong Seo-hak from Gangyang School? Another guy immediately replied with an eager tone, watching a good show. Exactly. I read online. He's the guy who got transferred for daring to mess with the Protection Bureau. The students continued to mock each other. Look at him. Doesn't he look just like a hooligan? Kakik. The other guy spat at Hong Seo-hak's face. Without thinking, immediately spitting out a sentence. Disgusting trash. That lawyer argued. Because the problem here is when the public is agitated by your actions. Hong Seo-hak looked everywhere and saw people mocking him, spitting on him, terrified to the extreme. Another group of students was also there. A big guy said, come to my school. I'll teach you some manners. Surrounding him were cameras waiting. Giggling sounds. The lawyer continued. They won't hesitate to publicize the identity and attack the perpetrator. Humiliated, Hong Seo-hak jumped up and ran away before dozens of dry eyes. The lawyer argued. This stain of impulsive youth will follow student Seo-hak for the rest of his life. He stared at Na Wajin, questioning. Do you think what you did is right? Not stopping, he continued to hit his conscience with rapid moral questions. Do you really think that instead of giving them a chance to correct mistakes, making them bear that bad name forever is right? Hearing that, Na Wajin just smiled, waiting for this seemingly edgy lawyer to finish speaking. He countered. If he doesn't self-reflect, that is the real stain in his life. The lawyer immediately stiffened at this stance. Mouth gaping, Na Wajin leisurely continued. People who sincerely admit their mistakes won't consider it a stain, but know it's the price they have to pay and continue living. He recalled the stray lives he had experienced with before. He calmly said, from doing this job until now, I've met many people like that. Na Wajin then broke the lawyer's emotional argument. According to what the lawyer said, isn't the first opportunity we give them For them to honestly look back at themselves? Hearing this, the lawyer walked away first. Getting in the car, slowly said, "Seems I won't be able to share thoughts with you in this lifetime." Glaring at Na Wajin, saying the last words like a declaration of war. "If one day the Protection Bureau disappears, remember I am the one who contributed to making it disappear." Responding to this bold challenge, Na Wajin just smiled, enjoying the cigarette on his lips. The person gradually went far away. Na Wajin had more thoughts. He told himself, "Later, I'll clash with that gentleman a lot." The phone in his pocket rang continuously, urging Na Wajin to pay attention to it. He just pressed answer. "Hello." The other end transmitted a sweet voice. "Uncle, I want pizza." Na Wajin panicked. He stammered, "Who is this? Seems you called the wrong number." The other side immediately retorted, "Are you planning to deny responsibility after exploiting my labor?" The girl continued to shout into the phone. "You said if I straightened out all those messy brats, you'd supply me with food. It's only been a few months." Na Wajin now remembered. He exclaimed, "Hanseri." Hanseri bit into a slice of cheese pizza, stretching the cheese, filling her mouth. Expression extremely happy. Next to her was a ready cup of soda. She exclaimed, "Delicious." Na Wajin half-jokingly scolded her. "You're pretty bold too, huh? Daring to call me to deliver pizza from Seoul all the way to Cheongju." The girl happily ate while innocently replying, "I didn't know you'd come right away. You're pretty awesome." The brat didn't know her place and commented on his appearance, giving him more advice. "If you shave that dirty beard, your face would look much brighter." Na Wajin got to the point. "But how could you call me?" The girl sitting next to Han Se-ri, who had kept her head down silently all this time. She answered him, "I borrowed the supervisor's phone during gym class." She even boasted, "Here I'm the cute girl everyone loves most." He replied, "Don't look down on civil servants like that." But how could they lend a criminal a phone for such an absurd reason? Han Se-ri immediately made a cute gesture, retorting to Na Wajin, "Absurd? How about this? No more joking." He asked, "Surely it's because that girl's situation is too pitiful, so you wanted to entrust it to me, right?" He turned to look at the girl next to Han Se-ri, gently asked, "Does this friend want to say something to me?" The girl still didn't look up, voice extremely weak and full of fear. "Hello, sir. I am Oh Yoon-young, 19 years old this year. Convicted of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 3 years in prison." The girl struggled to squeeze out her name. "I am Oh Yoon-young," Na Wajin said. "Earlier I heard Se-ri briefly tell me about your situation." The girl said nothing more, face turning a bit grayer. Through his words, he asked to confirm, "Your 9th grade sister went missing, right?" Oh Yoon-young struggled to recount. "My dad isn't normal, so I ran away from home when I just started 10th grade. The girl continued, "My sister couldn't stand it anymore either. So half a year ago, she contacted me saying she ran away from home just like me." Oh Yoon-young held out a stack of letters, hesitantly said, "Although we still occasionally wrote letters to each other." The girl now raised her face a little, passing the letters to Na Wajin. "But since 2 months ago, she hasn't sent letters to me anymore." When taking the letters, Na Wajin didn't intend to touch the girl's finger. Unexpectedly, Oh Yoon-young had an extremely intense reaction because of that. The girl screamed loudly, covering her face and backing away. Han Se-ri immediately hugged the pale Oh Yoon-young. The girl comforted, "Yuni, it's okay. It's okay. He's not a bad person." Han Se-ri turned to look at Na Wajin and said, "Please understand. Sister Yoon-young, poor thing has a phobia of men." Opening the letter, he smiled wryly and asked, "Then why didn't you call Lim Hanrim?" Han Se-ri immediately rejected. "EW, that sister would drive me crazy." In the letter, the younger sister wrote very cute and honest words to her sister. "Yuni, are you still healthy? Although every day I have to worry about every meal. But just escaping that damn butcher makes these things nothing to me. Moreover, there is a very kind helper who gave me food, gave me a place to wash up, and gave me pocket money too. That person didn't even ask me to do anything. Currently, I'm living very well, so please take care of your health waiting for the day we reunite." Finished reading these lines, Na Wajin was a bit silent. A while later, he looked up and asked Oh Yoon-young, "Have you tried reporting to the police?" Han Se-ri was still hugging the girl. Immediately answered for her. Hey, are you crazy? Police. Han Se-ri said with disgust. Do you think the police will accept a report from a criminal? They'll dismiss it immediately. See. The girl pointed straight at Na Wajin's face and declared, Don't shirk anymore. This is your job. She continued. Middle school students are your compulsory education subjects. You have to know I rack my brain thinking about what would be best. If compulsory education subjects don't receive that right to education, aren't their educational rights being violated? Am I right? A lecture from a child really left him speechless, only knowing to nod along with a frozen smile on his lips. He commented, Maybe this is quite a popular story these days. Han Se-ri replied in surprise. Oh, even you didn't realize? She drilled into his eyes, questioning. That helper? Night had covered every small alley. In a certain neighborhood, in the dark, a girl pulled the zipper up to her neck. Acting extremely cautiously, she turned back to look at the person sleeping on the mattress nearby. Not knowing how tangled her heart was to pause a little longer. That girl was the missing Oil Young, her cheek full of scratches as if abused for a long time, looking extremely dirty. Hesitating for a few seconds, the girl tiptoed very lightly, turning to leave. Suddenly a hand grabbed her shoulder, making Il Young's heart drop out. That person asked, What are you planning to go out for? Not waiting for an answer, this person screamed with a savage voice, spitting saliva everywhere. Spit it out. A girl who starved for 4 days and 3 nights sleeping on a bench like you will only have the way to live as a parasite on people like me, or even worse than me. That person continued to roar. Listen clearly. In this country, children without guardians will have nowhere to go. Yoon Young trembled, clutching the corner of her shirt, recounting. I once killed a helper. At first I followed him because he was also a runaway, so he would help me. But every night he did depraved things to me. And finally, I couldn't stand it anymore, so I grabbed something and hit him on the head. Yoon Young covered her mouth sobbing, eyes filled with tears. So all those who say they will help children are that kind of people. Outwardly, they say they will help, but actually they are just plotting dirty things. Na Wajin's face darkened with every word the girl said. Who knows what they will do to my sister? Maybe my sister won't even survive. Han Se-ri wiped her tears to comfort her. It's okay, Yini. Han Se-ri voluntarily promised. He and I will definitely help you find your sister. Na Wajin, being set up, dropped his jaw in surprise. Na Wajin hurriedly asked, Hey, you just said you would search with me too? What do you mean by saying that? Han Se-ri looked at him with a sinister smile. Eyes sharp. Han Se-ri combed her silky hair, dressed in a seductive short black dress, wearing a red coat paired with a white handbag, looking in the mirror while applying pale pink lipstick to her plump lips. Here she confidently flipped her hair. Okay. Han Se-ri excitedly took out her phone to admire her beautiful face in the front camera. Lim Han-rim looked at the girl with wide eyes and open mouth. Lim Han-rim turned to look at Na Wajin and asked loudly, Are you crazy? Why do you dare take a criminal out? Na Wajin turned his face away, awkwardly replying, No, because the kid argued so well, I had to give in to her. I also spoke to the detention center manager. He agreed. Han Se-ri stood in the distance with hands on hips, interrupting the conversation. What's wrong? Besides me, who else can coordinate with you to lure the helper? Han Se-ri laughed mockingly. Or do you plan to let this auntie pretend to be a student? Lim Han-rim grimaced, gritting each word. Auntie. Han Se-ri continued to tease. Can't do it. This face is too old. How can you trick anyone anymore? Lim Han-rim was trembling with anger. Who are you calling auntie? 26 is the most beautiful age for a girl. Han Se-ri stuck out her tongue, making a face at her. Na Wajin helplessly held his face. All right, I'm going. You two take care of yourselves. Lim Han-rim turned her head back, angrily asking loudly. Are you planning to abandon us? Do you want to punch? Na Wajin waved his hand nonchalantly. With finding a needle in a haystack like this, it's better if we split up to search, isn't it? He turned to leave, leaving a sentence. So, you don't need to mind me. Just cooperate well with each other. Lim Han-rim was so angry she gritted her teeth, but couldn't say anything. Han Se-ri proudly flipped her hair. Han Se-ri posed seductively, taking a selfie. She smiled wickedly, excitedly playing with the phone. If I create an account, take a profile picture and post it. Han Se-ri excitedly showed the phone to Lim Han-rim. Look at this. Only 5 minutes and people already messaged. Lim Han-rim bit the straw of her cup, lowering her eyes to stare intently at the phone. Han Se-ri scooped up spoonfuls of ice cream to eat, looking satisfied at her achievement. Han Se-ri licked the ice cream spoon, squinting with a smile. So fast. She looked at the countless comments inviting underneath her post. Where are you? Come to my house to rest. At a growing age, but having to endure the cold. Uncle will give you spending money. Can you answer the phone? Where are you? My house still has room. I'll give you money. Do you want to earn money? I'll show you how to earn more than $200 a month. Concluding with a blunt sentence. Truly a bunch of animals in heat. Han Se-ri took back the phone and said proudly, if I get involved with these helpers, chances are high I'll be used by them to commit crimes. I'll start luring from the guys saying they'll give money to see. Lim Han-rim put the cup down on the table. Eyes worried mixed with a bit of sympathy looking at Han Se-ri. Why do you know so well about helpers? Did you run away from home before? Han Se-ri sucked on the ice cream spoon, scrolling through the phone while saying, why would I need to run away? If I say I'm going online because I feel lonely when my so-called dad can't stay home for a month all year, surely these sex-starved pigs will get all twisted up. Han Se-ri stood by the road waiting, not long after someone drove up. She said nothing, holding out the phone pointing at the post's comment section. The brown-haired man wearing glasses smiled sleazily. Han Se-ri stepped into the black, private car of the man. Lim Han-rim sat behind the steering wheel of another car, silently observing. The other car just started rolling was also when Lim Han-rim stepped on the gas to chase. The man used lustful eyes to look at Han Se-ri, mouth constantly bragging. Do you like cars? This is a BMW. Its price is over 100,000 USD. At my age, few people can do like this. Han Se-ri rested her chin on her hand, saying absently, is that so? I don't know much about cars so. He saw he was being ignored, feeling awkward. Is that right? The man wearing glasses changed the subject. How long have you run away from home? Han Se-ri rested her cheek looking out the window. Probably about half a year. Half a year here is prison time. Han Se-ri lamented. Ah, damn it. Since yesterday, I've only slept on the street and haven't had anything in my stomach. This country has gone crazy. I just wanted to go out to find food. Yet every job requires me to have my parents' consent. All of them. From inside the house to outside society, treat people like me as trash. Han Se-ri took her eyes off the window, turning to look at him. But what job do I have to do? The man was confused. Han Se-ri asked again. Can a kid really earn $200? He didn't look at her, answering hesitantly. Actually, I came here to help you. Just finished speaking, he stopped the car. Han Se-ri turned pale with disgust. The man used a disgusting look to cover up. How could I let a little girl like you do those things to earn money? I know you're not a bad kid, but probably because something happened so you ran away from home. Han Se-ri turned pale holding her head. I thought wrong. He continued to invite. And you having such bad thoughts is also because life is too difficult. The man tried to persuade her. Maybe you will change your mind when resting at my house for a few days. Han Se-ri showed her annoyance, ordering, stop the car. The man was surprised by her decisive attitude. Han Se-ri showed attitude. I came here to earn money. If you don't give me a job, then stop the car. The man sweated, stammering. Can't do that. Do you really think I came out to pick you up because I wanted a child like you to do that? I absolutely don't have that thought. I really just want to help you. Han Se-ri angrily grabbed the handle inside the car door. She decisively pushed the car door open. The car door suddenly pushed open collided strongly with a roadside electric pole. The man gaped, eyes wide looking at her. Lim Han-rim in the car also couldn't help being surprised by this bold action. The black car braked suddenly on the road. The man got out of the car screaming in despair. My BMW. The part of the car door that collided strongly emitted thick, white smoke. He angrily bent down looking into the car screaming. You bitch, are you crazy? Han Se-ri calmly unbuckled her seatbelt. She decisively launched a kick at the man's chin, making his glasses fly off. Nosebleeds splattered everywhere. She held onto the bar on the car, stabilizing her body, lowering her leg. disdainfully glancing at the man lying on the ground. Han Se-ri tucked her hair behind her ears, stepping out of the car mocking. Just now you pretended to be a good person wanting to help me, didn't you? Why are you cursing at me now? Turns out you're that kind of person. The man opened his eyes wide, staring at her. Han Se-ri continued to mock. You intended to help me? Look at your eyes full of lust. You are truly the savior of my life. Were you waiting for me to say that? The man, humiliated and angry, propped himself up and shouted angrily. Go to the police station with me right now. A brat daring to. She squatted looking at him calmly, saying. Police station? Han Se-ri rested her chin on both hands looking at him, smiling sinisterly. Don't know who will be the robber at the police station. Han Se-ri was sinister. I will tell the police that. I felt something was wrong, so I told him to stop the car, but he wouldn't stop, so I did that to escape. His face turned pale with every word she said. Don't know if the crime of destroying a car door is heavier, or the crime of kidnapping a minor will be heavier. Han Se-ri decisively turned away, leaving a sentence. If you really want to help runaway children, send more sincere messages. Because no kid is stupid enough to be tricked by your nonsense words. Han Se-ri didn't forget to turn her head back, mocking, looking at him. Ah, and you think no stupid girl can escape the temptation of your imported car from 20 years ago, right? Han Se-ri turned her back, walking away haughtily, flipping her hair. Just consider this a lesson for you, bastard. Lim Hanrim, sitting waiting in another car, saw her and exclaimed, You'll put yourself in danger. Han Se-ri ignored it, saying, So refreshing. She excitedly buckled her seatbelt, saying, Turns out he does this for this feeling, Hyuni? Lim Hanrim replied blankly, No way. Han Se-ri picked up the phone again, excitedly saying, Anyway, that old guy wasn't it. I'll try luring another guy. She licked her lips, busily typing a new post. This time I have to write some more pitiful circumstance. Lim Hanrim was speechless, looking at her. Her eyes stopped at the comment section. Comments from the same account, continuously messaging. Discovered the body of a runaway high school girl at Hotel 00. Did some helper kill her? Truly crazy. I know a gang of evil Sangchun fam, specializing in gang raping runaways then killing them. The last case was the same. Here is the link to the victim's personal information. Han Se-ri's face darkened, holding the phone, reading every word. Body of a middle school girl. Information quickly spread to the news. The body of a female student A in middle school, strangled to death, was discovered at 6 a.m. this morning at Hotel 00. According to initial police investigation, it was forced into prostitution by a person specializing in illegally helping runaway girls. Called a helper. The image of a purple-haired girl appeared on the screen. The announcer's voice rang out amidst the quiet space. Currently, police are tracking 2 suspects recorded by cameras. The investigator held a phone with the image of the purple-haired female student. Na Wajin waited a while, then asked, Is it that child? The investigator looked at the photo, only knowing to swallow nervously in worry. Sergeant Lim Hanrim shouted in panic. Isn't it? The friend in red next to Lim Hanrim heard that, and her face changed color. She put her hand on her chest, sighing, saying, Phew, then that's lucky. Lim Hanrim replied to her friend in a tense tone. What's lucky about it? There was a middle school student just before that. Lim Hanrim pressed the phone to her ear. On the other end, a voice emitted. That's right. We cannot consider this a lucky thing. Na Wajin held a cigarette in his mouth, coldly saying, According to the police, if such a big case has happened, then it is very likely the helpers will control the runaway children more tightly, and high chance a second, third case will happen. In a dark and cold room, a child sat leaning against the wall, head bowed down and face full of blood. A voice in the phone rang out. Hey, what are you saying? What do you mean you can't bring her? A gloomy voice immediately replied. Seems she felt scared after watching the news, so I disciplined her a bit. Darkness obscured half of the man's face. He held a cigarette in his hand, calmly replying. Now her face is smashed, how can I bring her? The voice on the other end of the phone gradually lost patience, shouting loudly. Damn it, customers booked everything for tomorrow. What do you tell me to do? He slowly brought the cigarette to his mouth. Smirking. Why do you have to be so flustered? Lack of anything but people to replace her. In his hand was a phone displaying the personal page of a beautiful young girl. Looking at the phone, he proudly said, Oh, this girl must be grade A, right? Darkness covered the whole city. High-rise buildings began to light up. Yellow lights along both sides of the road. The shower turned on. Warm streams of water began to flow down. The girl with charcoal hair stood under the shower relaxing. Small face with cherry lips leisurely relaxing. Lim Hanrim sat on the bed staring intently at the phone. Her face began to look ugly, exploding with anger. Lim Hanrim's eyes lowered, speaking in a low voice. Such an incident happened, yet messages still come a lot. The girl with charcoal hair stepped out of the bathroom and asked immediately, "Messages still coming steadily, Yuni?" Lim Hanrim crossed her arms sighing replying, "True that there are too many adults planning to do something with children." Finished speaking, she had a thought in her head. "I'm starting to hate humans." The girl with charcoal hair heard that and immediately unexpectedly retorted, "But with so many helpers, how long do we have to investigate? Oh well, have to accept it." But suddenly while showering, I remembered something. While drying her hair, the girl continued saying, "Until now I still don't understand why she followed that helper." Lim Hanrim, sitting on the bed, was stunned. Contrary to Lim Hanrim's surprised face, the girl with charcoal hair was completely calm, speaking in a low voice. "You also know the story that her sister killed a helper, right? Right when receiving the letter. Sister Yunyung also said she absolutely must not follow helpers. Clearly she knew how dangerous helpers are. Then why did she still follow him?" Standing before the argument of the girl with charcoal hair, Lim Hanrim began to think. A long while later she replied, "Could it be because she ran out of money and fell into a desperate situation, so she did that?" She was still diligently drying her hair, coldly replying, "Could be so. But I think surely there is still some reason helping us narrow down the investigation scope." Face. The girl with charcoal hair suddenly lowered. "Suddenly having low blood sugar makes me unable to think of anything at all." Finished speaking, she immediately excitedly continued, "Yuni, how about we eat chicken? I worked very hard. So buy chicken for me, okay?" Lim Hanrim heard that and immediately tilted her head. She put her hand on her face looking suspicious. "Will eating chicken help you get better?" But inside Lim Hanrim arose a question. Low blood sugar, why eat chicken? The girl with charcoal hair began to plead with Lim Hanrim. "Please, Yuni." Lim Hanrim happily replied, "Actually, on the table right now displayed enough delicious eye-catching food. Chicken feet, spicy, eggs, seaweed rice rolls." Lim Hanrim split the chopsticks saying, "I know Mr. Na bought pizza for you, so I decided to order something spicy. If you can't eat chicken feet, then say so I can order another dish for you." Hearing Lim Hanrim say that, the girl sitting next to her immediately blushed. She hurriedly used one hand to cover her face. This crazy sister. Damn it. I love chicken feet to death. While speaking, she rushed to hug Lim Hanrim tightly. She happily picked up a chicken foot, bringing it to her mouth, happily saying, "Prison rice, no matter how cooked, never has this red color." While eating chicken feet. Face. The girl with charcoal hair was satisfied. "It's so delicious it makes me forget my name." Not even swallowed, yet a loud scream rang out. "Let me go. Don't touch me, you bastard." Another voice immediately replied, "This crazy girl, where do you plan to hide? Where do you plan to go?" Lim Hanrim and the girl sitting next to her instinctively stood up. Both unexpectedly quickly ran out, bursting open the door. The scene before eyes only saw person behind chasing person in front, accompanied by loud shouting. It was a short-haired child wearing a purple jacket quickly running away. The door immediately slammed shut along with the voice, "You bitch. How dare you leave like that?" Leaving Lim Hanrim and the girl with charcoal hair, white t-shirt, standing outside the door. "Oh, uncle, that's not it. You said I just needed to come deliver things. Are you stupid? Why are you a middle school student already, but not observant at all?" Such loud noise rang out behind the door. Both Lim Hanrim and the girl next to her looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening. "Ah, please stop, uncle. Please let me go." Such dialogue made Lim Hanrim's face dark. Her eyes widened, but gradually realized what was happening. "What? Let you go? If you want to go, then pay back the money you ate, slept, bathed during the past time." Words just finished. Lim Hanrim acted on instinct. She didn't think at all, kicking open the door, stepping in. Hitting her eyes was a scene unacceptable. The man holding a cigarette in his mouth, swinging his hand high, but when seeing her he paused. Only managed to emit a sound. The poor child with face full of red bruises and 2 streams of tears flowing down cheeks. Unable to suppress the anger, Lim Hanrim swung her fist at the man's face like an instinct. The huge anger was so great it swallowed Lim Hanrim's reason. The force of the blow she gave him was strong enough to make blood splatter. One hit full on his face. Nosebleed. Mouth blood competing to flow along with eyes rolling back. He immediately collapsed. She stepped forward to shield the child behind her back, speaking clearly. Although I've met all kinds of despicable scum, you are the first son of a bitch to make me curse. Fury surged to the top of Lim Hanrim's head. She glared at him and continued. Truly only inhuman species make money off children's bodies. Finished speaking, Lim Hanrim picked up the phone and dialed 112. Bastards like you deserve to eat prison rice for life. Seeing this, the child in purple hurriedly snatched the phone from Lim Hanrim's hand and shouted, "You can't call the police." The child's quick action surprised her a bit. She replied, "It's okay. You didn't do anything illegal. It's just that he forced you to sell. It's not about whether I broke the law or not, but if the police come, they will definitely contact my family." As soon as she finished speaking, the child revealed a fearful face and panicked eyes filled with tears. The child continued, "If my family comes, I will really die." The girl in the white t-shirt and charcoal hair standing outside the door witnessed the entire conversation between Lim Hanrim and the child. The child hurriedly covered her face and wailed, drop by drop falling onto the cold ground. Seeing this, Lim Hanrim finally stammered, "No, Yini." The girl with charcoal hair accompanying Lim Hanrim saw this. She gently stepped forward, hugging Lim Hanrim tightly with a bright smile on her lips. Lim Hanrim was a bit confused and ordered, "What are you doing? Let go quickly." The more she spoke, the tighter her friend hugged. She directed her gaze towards the child and said, "You see, I can't hold this strong sister for long. So run away quickly." 2 streams of tears and nosebleed on the child's face flowed incessantly. The child and the charcoal-haired friend gritted their teeth together. The child turned and ran away. The friend used her strength to hug Lim Hanrim tightly. The child used all her strength to run fast to the stairs outside when a voice rang out. "Wait!" Lim Hanrim swung her arm, causing her friend to fall against the wall. She shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Tell me what to do letting her go like that." The fall was quite painful, making the friend involuntarily reply, "Ouch! But what did you plan to do when there's no way to help her? So just let her go." Hearing this, Lim Hanrim's face became furious. "Why is there no way? Shelters for adolescents are one." Lim Hanrim's words weren't finished when her friend interrupted. "Honestly, why do people who like to preach morals think so simply? Do you think the police or the shelter don't know to contact her parents first?" Facing the question of the charcoal-haired girl, Lim Hanrim was stumped. She didn't know how to answer properly. The friend walked away, but suddenly turned her head with a calm face and added, "What I felt when hearing the stories of people with special circumstances in the camp is that they had to escape a hellish home with a cozy cover to survive." Her calm face turned away. She spoke again. "However, in this country, if you request protection, they contact your parents first. Even working part-time to earn money requires parental consent. Tell me what those runaway children have to do to live besides breaking the law. Returning home is hell. Breaking the law is also hell. There will be no real answer for those children to survive. So you and the uncle try to think carefully. If you find Sister Yunyoung's sister, how do you plan to protect her?" Standing before the questions of the charcoal-haired friend, Lim Hanrim fell silent, bowing her head. The mobile phone rang, making her startle a bit. "Yes, senior." On the other end of the line, a voice rang out. "I also try to think a bit. But regarding the sister, maybe she wouldn't easily follow the helper like that." On the dining table were children and Nawajin. He spoke calmly. "But I tried asking the street kids." One of the children interrupted. "Uncle, can I order sweet and sour chicken?" "Order it. Order it." Finished speaking, Nawajin returned to the conversation. He added, "Around this area, there is only one helper whom she lowered her guard and followed. I sent his info. Try investigating from there." Lim Hanrim and her friend listened to this call together. Both looked at the mobile phone in Lim Hanrim's hand. The charcoal-haired friend shouted loudly, "All right." With this, she would definitely follow him. Lim Hanrim's eyebrows furrowed with a gloomy expression. She wondered, why didn't I think of this? This morning, the charcoal-haired friend walked on the street. Eyes on the phone, she encountered a stranger. She directed her eyes towards the stranger on the street. Lim Hanrim sat in the car. She said to herself, the object that she lowered her guard and followed. Despite her sister's fear, the charcoal-haired friend quickly approached the stranger on the street. She pointed at her own screen, eyes looking directly at the person in front. She thought to herself, if that helper is also a woman, sitting in the car. The helper gently asked Han Se-ri, you ran away from home for half a year, right? You must have faced many difficulties. She pretended to sympathize and said, I also ran away since I was 15 and lived alone until now. The helper smiled and continued, so I understand the difficulties that children, especially runaway girls, face. Therefore, whenever I have free time, I help female students who ran away from home. Han Se-ri just listened silently without saying anything. After a while, Han Se-ri probed, so there are still runaways like me at your place? The helper replied, that's right. They are all girls. She didn't expect that her every move was being monitored by Lim Hanrim. Han Se-ri opened her phone and asked, then have you ever met this person? Inside was a picture of Oil Young. The girl explained softly, she is my friend's sister, also running away from home. But her phone is always off. Can't contact her. The helper looked at the photo and suddenly fell silent. After a while, she opened her mouth to ask back, is she Il Young? Oh, Il Young. Han Se-ri happily replied, that's right. The helper grinned brightly and said, then that's correct. She happens to be at my house. The helper's teeth were missing a front tooth. Wonder if laughing like this causes a stomachache from the wind. After a while, the two turned into a seemingly cramped neighborhood. The helper actively led the way. We're here. Seeing her bring Han Se-ri back, the kids in the room greeted happily. Big sis is back. Is this a new member? They looked at Han Se-ri excitedly. Turns out she's pretty in real life, not just photogenic. On the other hand, Han Se-ri was extremely uncomfortable. This disgusting smell of cigarettes. The helper spoke up. That's right. Come greet everyone. Hearing this, Han Se-ri softly said, hello everyone. I am Han Yuri. Everyone looked at her with cold eyes. At this moment, the helper asked, where is Il Young? A kid checking her phone replied indifferently, I don't know. Maybe she just went out? The helper chuckled and turned to say to Han Se-ri, maybe Il Young went out to meet a friend. Sit there and wait a bit, okay? Then, the helper tied up her hair and cheerfully said, looks like I should also show off my skills to welcome the new friend, right? Seeing her roll into the kitchen, the kids gathered around and exclaimed in delight. It's been a long time since I saw Big Sis cook at home. Do you need my help? On the other hand, some kids approached Han Se-ri to chat. You're really pretty. I like beautiful people very much. Hee. Another kid lying on the bed asked, how old are you? Han Se-ri replied softly, 11th grade. Hearing this, the kid sat up abruptly. So you're the same age as me. Then the girl turned to introduce herself. I am Park Sul-ji, accompanied by reassurance. Don't worry. Here you can live comfortably without doing anything. Han Se-ri smiled, thinking to herself, she really looks like Kim So-hyun. After a moment, a cozy family meal was laid out. Everyone happily told each other, let's eat. Everyone praised it. Wow. Indeed, Big Sis's cooking is different. Kimchi soup is so delicious. Delicious to the point of fainting. We could even sell this dish. A child suddenly got entrepreneurial. Big Sis, how about we save money to open a restaurant later? Outside, Lim Hanrim quietly gnawed on a piece of bread. Secretly jealous inside. Damn it, they even get to eat kimchi soup. At this moment, the helper warmly picked up food for Han Se-ri. Yuri, eat a lot. You haven't had a full meal in a while, right? Then, she cleared her throat to create credibility. You see it too. Everyone here is very kind. Moreover, there are no dirty boys here, so these kids live very well. Han Se-ri looked around and nodded. That's right. Everyone here is completely different from other runaway kids. Because this place is a real family. Hearing this, the kids grinned ear to ear. On the other hand, Han Se-ri thought, you think I'm stupid? Your level can only trick kids. Looking at this warm scene, Han Se-ri, who already knew the harsh truth behind it, How can you think that in a place full of girls, there wouldn't be bullying of newcomers? Not to mention this place is very cramped. Don't you find it ridiculously absurd? Han Se-ri realized the evil nature of the matter. Clearly you guys are aiming for something. The girl thought to herself. You ask why I know this? Because this is the exact trick I used to use back in the day. At first, I would smile gently at the prey. Then boom. Kick it down to hell in one go. Then Han Se-ri smirked with delight. I'm really looking forward to seeing what you guys will do. After a while, the sky gradually turned to night. The streetlights came on. Inside the room, the kids gathered to whisper. Is she asleep? I see her breathing very steadily. Now, Han Se-ri was lying sprawled asleep on the bed, drool dripping messily. One kid saw and judged. She sleeps like the dead. Then, they asked each other, shall we start? Before leaving, the helper didn't forget to instruct. Just do as usual. The kids quickly replied. While they act, the helper and Park Seol-gi dragged each other to the balcony to light a cigarette. Park Seol-gi asked, I've been wondering about this for a long time. You put drugs in the rice, right? The girl raised the question in her heart. If not, why does everyone fall asleep like the dead after just the first meal? I was like that too. Hearing this, the helper chuckled. Haha, do you think there's any place that sells that kind of drug? But since you're curious, I'll let you know. Then she explained while putting out the cigarette. Runaways always have to starve or not eat enough. If they eat until their stomachs are full, they'll inevitably fall asleep. Tight belly skin, loose eyelids. Speaking of which, the helper smiled demonically. Moreover, when seeing the atmosphere here is intimate like a family, she won't be tense anymore, but will lower her guard and take a nap. Inside, Han Se-ri was snoring loudly, just as she said. Actually, the girl was just pretending to sleep. Han Se-ri thought. Just as Sister Yoon-young said, if I relax, everything will happen while I sleep. At this moment, the kids pulled out their phones to take pictures of Han Se-ri's sensitive areas. They told each other, let's start. Take clear pictures. Okay. Another kid raised her hand, intending to pull the skirt up a bit more. Han Se-ri was shocked, thinking, holy shit. No way. The girl gritted her teeth in anger. Outside, Park Seol-gi asked, since when did you notice her? The helper replied briefly. Today. Hearing this, Park Seol-gi couldn't help but be surprised. Today? That's not your working style. Normally you have to watch the prey for a week. The helper lowered her voice, saying, but that girl today is grade A. I have to grab her before she runs away. Park Seol-gi asked further. Yesterday you beat Il-young when she tried to sneak away, right? If that uncle comes later, remember to wake her up to go to work with me. Suddenly, a burst of screams came from the room. Ah! Park Seol-gi opened the door in annoyance, cursing loudly. Fuck, you idiots. The girl shouted, scolding. You guys have done this so many times, yet you still woke her up? However, different from what she thought. The kids inside had all been knocked out. Only Han Se-ri was sitting looking at the phone. Han Se-ri spoke in annoyance. Turns out it was because of this. You guys plan to team up to take nude photos? Not forgetting to be narcissistic for a few sentences. My legs are so sexy too. Han Se-ri whispered. This method is indeed very good. Seeing this, Park Seol-gi couldn't believe her eyes. What? Why are they all taken down? Han Se-ri continued jokingly. Who would have imagined a bunch of girls would do this? Unable to hold back anymore, Park Seol-gi angrily rushed over, intending to kick Han Se-ri. What the hell are you doing? Unexpectedly, Han Se-ri coldly turned around and used a taser to counterattack. The girl jammed the taser straight into the opponent's neck. Park Seol-gi rolled her eyes back in pain, opening her mouth, screaming loudly. Ah! In just a blink of an eye, Han Se-ri managed to take down another one. Seeing the helper flinch, Han Se-ri asked bluntly, why did you trash dare to do this to Sister Il-young's sister? She glared with sharp eyes, hand holding the taser. Come here. Don't worry. You won't die. The helper thought in despair. What kind of person is this bitch? She immediately opened her phone to call her accomplices. The helper shouted, Uncle, come to room number 6 quickly. There's trouble. Hearing this, Han Se-ri asked loudly, Uncle, room number 6. You plan to call the guys in your organization, right? Then the girl smiled demonically. But what to do now? At the same time, The bald uncle angrily threw open the car door, hissing a curse. Damn it. Why suddenly? Suddenly, a high heel kicked powerfully straight into that fancy car. Lim Hanrim calmly confronted the uncle. Han Se-ri also calmly spoke. I didn't come here alone either. At this moment, the helper was tossed, screaming loudly. Ah! Han Se-ri continued to step closer to the opponent. The girl mocked. Probably have to give you an Oscar. I only turned it to level 1. The helper panted heavily like a dog. Make your choice. Han Se-ri demanded strongly. Either you bring Il Jung here, or... The girl raised the taser high and smiled sharply. We will do a science experiment. See how a human being shocked at each level will be. At this moment, Han Se-ri had the upper hand. The girl shouted questioning. Speak now. Where is Il Jung? Han Se-ri threatened loudly. Otherwise, for every second that passes, I will increase it by 1 level. Now, the helper was helpless on the floor and answered weakly. She went out for work. Han Se-ri continued to interrogate. What work? The helper smiled demonically then spoke. Why do you ask such an obvious thing? You know it too, don't you? What else can runaways do? Not caring in the slightest about Han Se-ri's darkening face, she continued saying. Also have to add. Because she wouldn't listen, I disciplined her a bit. That's why her face is a bit swollen. But there are also old guys who like kids like that. Hi. Hearing this mocking laughter, Han Se-ri's hands and feet itched terribly, wishing she could kill the evil woman in front of her. The girl lowered her voice saying, I want to tell you one sentence. Then, Han Se-ri couldn't hold back and shouted loudly. I'm sick of your teeth. Go get porcelain teeth. Just as the girl was about to taste the helper, a group of kids suddenly ran up. They asked worriedly, What are you doing? Why has it been so noisy in here? Seeing this, Han Se-ri stopped. Seeing this dangerous situation, the kids shouted loudly. That bitch. Big sis. Are you okay? They told each other. Hey, catch that bitch. At this moment, Han Se-ri was slightly stunned. Guys? What? The girl asked. You guys are still accomplices? At the same time, the helper smirked with evil thoughts in her head. Outside, Lim Hanrim powerfully kicked the big uncle in the face, knocking him backward. In just a blink of an eye, Lim Hanrim easily defeated the opponent. She worriedly opened her phone to check the situation. Don't know if Se-ri is okay. I gave her the taser, so probably no problem, right? Suddenly, a strange voice came from the other end of the line. Big sis, are you okay? Followed by a burst of shouting. Hey, catch that bitch. The kids successfully suppressed Han Se-ri. They boldly grabbed her and covered the girl's mouth. One asked confusedly, What do we do now? Han Se-ri struggled and made a few sounds. On the other hand, one even took the opportunity to pull out a phone to take nude photos of the helper. Good stuff. The helper shouted angrily. Do you still have to ask about that? Then she ordered coldly. Take her to the boys' room. Hearing this, Han Se-ri was shocked. The kids immediately obeyed and began escorting Han Se-ri like a criminal, ignoring the girl crying out. They smiled excitedly. Keck, you're done for. Just stepping outside, Lim Hanrim arrived in time. She powerfully launched an attack on a kid. Lim Hanrim successfully rescued Han Se-ri, simultaneously causing them to panic. At this moment, Lim Hanrim quickly grabbed Han Se-ri's hand and pulled the girl to run. The kids hurriedly chased after shouting loudly. Another bitch? Catch them. Lim Hanrim powerfully kicked to open an escape route. After the two ran out to the street, the boys saw them. They told each other loudly. Is that them? That's right. They just ran out from the girls' room. Then the whole group aggressively rushed up like broken bees. Chase them. Big sis said if we catch her we can do whatever we want. Han Se-ri gaped in shock. What? They have males too? So the chase officially began. After a while, the kids lost track of Lim Hanrim and Han Se-ri. They asked each other loudly. Found them yet? One replied. Not on this side. At the same time, Han Se-ri was struggling, trying to catch her breath. On the rooftop of a building, Lim Hanrim quietly observed the kids. They aggressively cursed. Damn it, where could they run to? Then told each other. Hey, you go check that alley over there. Looking at the number, no different from a whole class. Lim Hanrim was extremely shocked. What is this? How many runaway kids did that woman take in? At this moment, Han Se-ri tiredly recounted the situation. Just now she said room number 6. So I think they must have at least 6 rooms like that. They are truly organized criminals. The girl panted and spoke worriedly. The important thing now is Il-young is in danger. That woman said she took her to work. Han Se-ri was extremely restless. Damn it, don't know what trouble she's in right now. At this moment, Lim Hanrim's phone vibrated. Just picking up. She quickly reported. Yes. Seems we found her. But now. Lim Hanrim fell silent for a moment and looked surprised. On one side, the kids were slapped painfully by the helper. She shouted, scolding furiously. Let her run away? There were so many of you, yet you dare open your mouths to say that to me? The kids were forced to bow their heads, silently listening to the scolding. Do you all want to go home together? Or should I call your parents right now? Park Seol-gi approached, lighting a cigarette for the helper, and asked gently. But what exactly did they plan to do, big sis? Did they come to find Il-young? The helper replied in annoyance. We'll know as soon as that brat Il-young comes back later. If she comes back here, I'll beat her to death. Park Seol-gi wondered. But why did you let her go to work? Her face was smashed like that. She should have rested at home for a while. The helper replied briefly. What does it matter? She claimed. He just needs her to be a middle school student. Doesn't care if her face is smashed or not. Oh no. Should say he likes kids with injuries. Hearing these cruel words, Park Seol-gi was also slightly startled. The girl said worriedly. Wait. If so, he's too dangerous. There was just a case of a crazy customer killing someone in the next ward. The helper said indifferently. Crazy customer? Why don't you think he's just a normal person who likes children? She smirked demonically. Thanks to those sick perverts. That we can live until today. Truly human nature is sold cheap by money. At the same time, the passenger car brought Il-young to a karaoke bar. The driver uncle said coldly. Il-young, get out. Seeing the girl hesitate, he shouted. I told you to get out. Il-young spoke worriedly. Uncle, today's customer seems a bit strange. Can I today? Not caring. The uncle shouted loudly. Damn it. You think you're a princess? We gave you food and clothes. Worry about earning money to pay us back. Then, he smiled demonically and asked, seems you're scared of the case in the next ward? But that rarely happens. The driver uncle was blinded by money. It's just because that guy was high on drugs. But this uncle is different. He played in the PvP room a bit long, so now he just needs a girl to bang. Got it. Do you know Golden Mad Dog? Hearing that, Il-young didn't know what else to say. After dropping the girl off, the uncle whispered reassurance. I'll come pick you up on time. Don't think nonsense. After the car left, Il-young still stared after it. Turning her head back, Il-young saw 2 police officers patrolling. Il-young raised her hand, intending to call them. The girl stammered. Help me. Suddenly, the image of the cold-blooded father appeared in Il-young's mind. That made the girl stop wanting to seek help. Il-young gritted her teeth and trudged inside. The meeting place today was a stylish karaoke bar. The manager saw Il-young and gave instructions. Are you the customer's friend? Room number 12. After opening the door, the girl clearly showed worry. Inside, the singing of some weird uncle was emitting. Bring money home for mom. Don't bring worries home for mom. Seeing him screaming like that. Without mom. I'm just trash. Il-young huddled right by the door and couldn't help being surprised. The uncle continued singing passionately until saliva flew everywhere. We'll have no manners. Even if putting myself on the sticky rice steamer. Bring money home for mom. Bring money home for mom. Il-young was confused. The girl saw and judged. Is he crazy? Even rapping Dan Vov's music. The uncle continued. Bring money home for mom. Suddenly the uncle pointed the mic at Il-young, making the girl jump. The uncle asked gently, what are you thinking, kid? Seeing this, Il-young couldn't help being surprised. Turns out the opponent was Na Wajin. He tied his hair and wore glasses, looking no different from perverted uncles. Na Wajin pointed the mic at Il-young and said happily, now is the era of rap music. Holding the mic in hand, Il-young immediately became a singer. Save the number MD. The girl immersed herself in the song. Whenever mom needs a daughter-in-law, call me. Long nights, sometimes having to be lonely alone on the porch. sitting behind watching for a while. Na Wajin happily gave a round of applause and endless praise. Wow, so good. You sing really well. You could become a singer. Il Jung shyly thought. At first I was worried to death, but didn't expect this guest to be so polite. If it keeps going like this, he won't touch me until time runs out. At this moment, Na Wajin suddenly spoke. So Yoon Young, now let's relieve some stress together. Il Jung asked back in shock. Why do you know my name? Na Wajin held out a paper. Then he continued asking. This is your letter, right? Il Jung opened the letter to see and couldn't help being surprised. Na Wajin explained briefly for Il Jung to understand. Your sister asked me to help, because she was too worried when she couldn't contact you. At this moment, Il Jung was so scared that sweat poured like rain. Na Wajin stood up slightly and said, we will move to a quieter place to talk more. However, Il Jung switched on the defense switch. What are you doing? That made Na Wajin a bit surprised. Il Jung shouted uncomfortably. How could you bring this thing here? What did you do to my sister? The girl lost her calm and continuously overthought. Did you follow me when I put it in the mailbox? Or did my dad hire you to come here? Seeing this, Na Wajin said confusedly. Oops. Calm down and listen to me. Il Jung stepped back a few steps and demanded loudly. Don't come near me. Then, the girl turned and ran away, making Na Wajin shocked. He hurriedly called after her. Hey, wait. Outside. The helper's accomplice puffed on a cigarette and wondered. Damn, why hasn't she come out yet when time is up? Did she run away? Suddenly, Na Wajin's call echoed from inside. Wait. He roughly grabbed Il Jung's hand and hurriedly explained. Calm down and listen to me. However, the girl tried her best to resist. Let me go. Seeing this, the accomplice raised his voice to remind. Hey, you can't do that. Then, he asked with amusement. Are you a new customer? Don't you know the person accepting you for round 2 isn't the manager but Golden Mad Dog? Na Wajin said nothing, gently took off his glasses and posed coolly. Then, he boldly punched the accomplice's face, mixing up his teeth and lips. Not stopping there, Na Wajin continued to feed the opponent onions. From this side to that side. After a while of being beaten, the accomplice fell flat on the ground. Na Wajin spoke disdainfully. Exactly 23 hits. Are you satisfied? At this moment, he saw Il Jung hurriedly getting into a taxi. The girl said worriedly, drive me anywhere. Hurry up, please. Before he could figure it out, Na Wajin was left behind with the accomplice. He exclaimed blankly. Na Wajin muttered regretfully. Damn it. Knowing this, I would have said I was from the Protection Bureau from the beginning. I was afraid the kid would run away if she knew I was a civil servant, so I hid it. I had to sacrifice my beard. At this moment, Lim Han-rim arrived in time driving the car. Han Se-ri asked worriedly, what are you doing? Why did she suddenly get in a taxi and run away? Not saying much, the girl slapped the car signaling. Get in the car quickly. Seeing this, Na Wajin could only sigh. Han Se-ri urged loudly. Hurry up, uncle. On the other hand, after arriving, the taxi driver angrily pushed Il Jung down. Are you kidding me? The girl screamed in pain. Ah. The driver scolded loudly. I thought it was strange from the beginning. You brat. Why did you dare call a taxi without money? Il Jung said trembling. I'm sorry, uncle. Not wanting to say more. The driver shouted. Give me your dad's phone number. Il Jung replied fearfully. I'm sorry, but I can't let you know. Then, the girl said softly. Just leave your phone number or account number. Within 2 days, I will definitely pay you back in full. So I beg you. Hearing this, the driver fell silent for a moment. Thinking for a while, then he approached Il Jung. Then asked back, looking at how you dress. I guess you ran away from home, so you had to run, right? Running from a customer? Oh no. Running from a pimp, right? The driver revealed the beast inside him, casting a sinister look towards Il Jung. If so, you have nowhere to go tonight, right? He continued saying, well then, this uncle will have mercy and let you sleep over for a night. You'll pay the taxi fare and have some extra pocket money too. Because of extreme fear, Il Jung ran away, not easily letting go. The driver chased after her. Hey, if you don't want to pay me. Il Jung ran in panic. tears, and snot smeared. The girl recalled terrifying memories from childhood. When I was in 7th grade, my sister ran away from home. Since mom left home, she took care of everything for me instead of mom. She was very good. Her face was always radiant. Nothing could trouble the model student sister. But I didn't understand why she made such a choice. And one day, Oil understood the pain her sister went through. Facing the lecherous father, Oil realized. Until my body developed to this point. Oil's eyes gleamed with fear and helplessness. Just like that. That room contained the unspeakable pain of 2 sisters. I knew she had no other choice. Experiencing such a dirty childhood is no different from forever running in the dark. Before, at the youth center, Oil asked in shock. What did you say? You said I have to leave my dad's contact address. The man reassured gently. You don't need to be too scared. I just want to get his consent. I won't reveal where you are to him. Hearing this, Oil couldn't keep calm. Do you think he will agree? He will come grab my neck and drag me back immediately. Then, the girl blamed loudly. Do you know how I escaped that hell? Why can you say you will contact that devil? The man said helplessly. Because we can't take responsibility for this without parental consent. He continued explaining. If your parents don't agree, then we will be the ones to bear all responsibility if something happens to you. Seeing Oil trembling, the man had no other choice. I'm sorry, but that's the rule. The ray of hope in Oil's heart was extinguished. Just stepping outside, the girl met the helper. She asked gently. They said they would call your home, right? Then, the helper showed sympathy. I also ran away from home. And now I'm helping people with nowhere to go like you. Then she started enticing Oil. Come with me. There are many friends like you at my house. Originally, the girl knew well the harsh truth behind that smiling face. I'm following her not because she's a woman like me. Oil thought with teary eyes. My sister once said, there will never be any adult helping us out of the kindness of their hearts, whether man or woman. But to survive, Oil accepted reaching out to the helper, because the girl thought, I have no other choice. At this moment, Oil had successfully escaped the driver and was sitting crying at the emergency exit of a building. The girl's body trembled slightly. At this moment, Han Se-ri gently approached and hugged Oil. Oil turned in surprise to look at the person next to her. The girl asked in confusion, Who is it? Han Se-ri replied, Who? Just someone like you. Then, Han Se-ri trembled and said, Tonight is really cold. If you don't want to freeze to death, cooperate with me. This surprised Oil. And so the two hugged each other all night. Empathy warmed both their souls. Oil closed her eyes in peace. The girl silently called out, Yuni. At this moment, Lim Han-rim and Na Wajin only watched from afar. Na Wajin understood the problem. So, after leaving home, she was tricked by those dirty people, so she didn't easily trust adults. Then he smiled satisfied. Bringing Han Se-ri here was indeed a correct decision. Na Wajin turned to leave and instructed Lim Han-rim. You stay here and watch. I'm going to the front of the building. Suddenly, Lim Han-rim called after him. Senior, what should we do with that female helper now? She continued worriedly. Just counting the people she brought back has reached dozens. As I see it, they are using runaway children to commit crimes. Lim Han-rim feared that, if we report to the police, all the children will be forcibly returned home. I can't leave them like that. Na Wajin praised softly. Lim Han-rim, you've grown up a lot. Didn't expect you to consider that too. Then, he joked. Actually, the way to solve this is very simple. Na Wajin opened his phone to look, then smirked and continued. Because people with high status don't care about small issues like this, so they don't bother solving it. Saying that, Na Wajin looked at the phone. Inside was a very prestigious photo of Na Wajin, Lim Han-rim, and Han Se-ri. The social media post had the content. The Educational Rights Protection Bureau officially provides a runaway fam shelter for runaway children. We will provide food and drink. No contact with parents. No recording of personal resumes. Support supplementing class knowledge and have resident psychological counselors. Runaway adolescents with nowhere to rely on can contact us at any time. Hashtags extremely cool. Runaway. Helper. Protection Bureau. At the time approaching New Year, the shopping mall opened a super sale on November 11th. Inside, the helper was dressed up in clothes, handbags. She excitedly admired her wealthy image in the mirror. The helper smiled with satisfaction. After a while, the store staff announced, "Yours is total 6.24 million won." The helper gave the credit card and said, "I'll pay in installments for 10 months. Suddenly, her phone rang continuously. Inside were messages from customers. Director Park messaged, "Madam Cho, send 2 babies tonight too. Director Kim has a strange taste. Old place. 3 healthy guys." Director Lee was even more generous. Rental fee. 3 kids for 1 hour. Room 11, and also, seeing money about to return to her pocket. The helper smirked with delight. Then she happily strolled in the shopping mall, not forgetting to call and order her juniors. Solji. She didn't forget to call and give orders to her underling. Seol Jong. Send 2 kids to Director Park's place. 3 to Director Kim's, and any 3 to Director Lee's. Director Kim specifically requested the girl who came 2 weeks ago. However, Park Seol-young's voice sounded somewhat shocked. She asked worriedly, "Boss, where are you?" Hearing this, Haibo sensed something was wrong. Her eyes widened at Park Seol-young's report. "Half of them ran away last night." Haibo exclaimed in shock. "What? Right now?" All the kids were flocking to the Youth Rights Protection Bureau. The newly arrived kids asked nervously, "Is it true? You really won't call our homes?" Han Se-ri immediately affirmed with certainty, "Of course. The Protection Bureau keeps its word." After that, she turned to guide everyone with a welcoming face. "Go on in and put your luggage away." When they met Oh Yoon-young again in such an awkward situation, the previously aggressive kids all lowered their heads, calling out softly, "Oh Yoon." Seeing everyone humble themselves, Oh Yoon-young was very flustered. "Yunis." The other kids continued, "I'm sorry for hitting you back then. It's my fault for forcing you." One of them complained irritably, "We don't have to work at night if we stay here, right? I'm sick to death of having to meet those old men." Another let out a sigh and replied, "Now we don't have to go to the karaoke bar anymore." Instead, Oh Yoon-young also smiled with relief. She said cheerfully, "That's right. You all came to the right place." Seeing the peaceful scene before her, Lim Ha-jin spoke up, overjoyed. "Is this for real? In less than 3 days. It seems like all the kids from there have run away to here." Na Woo-jin said coldly. "Because from the beginning, most of the kids who run away from home don't intend to commit crimes." Looking at the carefree kids living like their age, he continued, "Their biggest problem is having nowhere to go back to. If we give them a place where they can live in peace, they'll have no reason to return to a life of crime. And they can also start planning for their own futures." With that, Na Woo-jin turned and left. Lim Ha-jin said excitedly, "If that's the case, it's only a matter of time before all the kids come here. Once they're all here, we can cast our net and catch them all in one go. Although they might run away before then." Na Woo-jin said gravely, "If she were an ordinary woman, she might withdraw from this and run away. But if she's addicted to this easy money, she won't give it up so easily." Hearing that, Lim Ha-jin realized the problem. Na Woo-jin continued, suggesting that, especially since she has leverage over the kids and uses it to threaten them, this case will be even more complicated. Just as he thought, Haibo furiously kicked a child who had failed to escape. She yelled loudly, "You bitch." She repeatedly stomped on the girl's body like a toy. "Where do you think you're going? Where were you trying to run to, huh?" The poor child screamed in pain. "Ah." The girl sobbed, clasping her hands and begging, "I'm sorry, Uni. I was wrong." The child tried to plead for her life. "I won't run away again. Please, just let me go this one time." Seeing this, Haibo stopped the assault. Outside, Haibo spoke to Park Seol-young. "How many are left?" The girl hesitated before answering. "About 5, I think." While lighting a cigarette and staring into the distance, Park Seol-young asked softly, "Do you want to reconsider everything?" The girl said seriously, "You might not know this, but in their eyes, the Educational Rights Protection Bureau is crazy famous. It's an agency under the Ministry of Education, so it has a lot of power." Park Seol-young was afraid that, if they team up with the police, we'll be arrested immediately. After that, she eagerly turned to Haibo. "But you've saved up a good amount of money over the years, right? How about we open a coffee shop? If it's too competitive in the capital, we can open one near a university in the province. We've been doing this for a few years now. You must have saved at least 100 million won, right? However, she replied curtly, I don't have any. Hearing that, Park Seo-young was stunned. What? What do you mean you don't have any? What are you talking about? At this point, Haibo's true colors were revealed. I don't have any. I spent it all. Then she said sternly, but forget about that. If we don't drag those kids back here right now, we won't be able to afford next month's rent. We must use every way to find them. Park Seol-ji could only stand frozen on the spot now. The girl lost her calm, grabbed the helper's collar, and shouted loudly. Damn it! Are you kidding me? Park Seol-ji screamed accusingly. You spent all the money? So what about the half-year rent and security deposit I worked to give you when I became an adult? The girl couldn't believe this harsh truth. Don't tell me that's gone too. Park Seol-ji continued to question. Impossible. Don't tell me you spent that too. The helper said nothing, jammed the cigarette into Park Seol-ji's face. The girl screamed in pain. Now, the helper asked uncomfortably. Park Seol-ji, are you crazy? I let you manage them because you're the oldest. Who do you think you are? Looking at Park Seol-ji, sitting trembling on the ground, the helper continued. Who saved you from that bastard stepfather who always beat you like a dog? Gave you a place to eat and sleep? I know that dog's phone number. Do you want me to call him to pick you up right now? At this moment, she suddenly remembered something. Right. The helper turned on her phone and thought, if they see this, they will be very upset. Park Seol-ji asked in shock. What do you plan to do? The helper bared her teeth and hissed. The protection center doesn't call home? I don't believe it. If there was such a place, it would have appeared since I was little. On the other hand, Han Se-ri proudly told about the difficulties she experienced with Il-young. The prison debut ceremony is no joke. Girls have to do even scarier work. Even the famous Han Se-ri had to bend down to mop the floor until exhausted. Then Han Se-ri described Il-young's sister's cool appearance. But then Sister Il-young closed the book she was reading with a snap. Then threw it away. Do it properly. She only said exactly one sentence like that. Il-young lay on one side, quietly listening to Han Se-ri's story. So the whole cell suddenly became silent as a mouse. Although we all knew each other's circumstances. But anyway, Sister Il-young committed murder, so no one dared to intentionally mess with her. Han Se-ri reached the end of the story. I was attracted by Sister Il-young's appearance back then. The girl stretched and complained. I'm still not used to changing the schedule compared to when in prison. Only 9 o'clock and already sleepy. Hearing this, Il-young obediently sat up and said, Then Sister Jerry, go to sleep. Han Se-ri happily instructed. You sleep early too. Tomorrow I will take you to meet Sister Il-young. The sister at the Protection Bureau said we have to start early in the morning to make it for visiting hours. Speaking to her, Han Se-ri became even more annoyed. Humph. Tomorrow I have to go back to prison? But whatever. Anyway, I gotta eat a bunch of delicious food. Il-young quietly smiled, then reached out to turn off the light, while Han Se-ri had fallen into a deep sleep. Il-young on one side was still tossing and turning. The girl stared at the ceiling and whispered, Every day having to work all night, so now I can't sleep. Il-young thought to herself. But hearing Sister Jerry's story, seems my crybaby sister feels very comfortable in prison, huh? At this moment, the girl's phone suddenly rang. Il-young reached for the phone and muttered, Phone fully charged. Or should I play games a bit to sleep easily? Suddenly, the message line on the phone made Il-young turn pale. At the helper's neighborhood, it was getting late. Standing on the rooftop, the helper said gleefully, Just wait for them to come. At this moment, the balcony door gradually opened. Seeing the fearful kids seeking her out, the helper shouted mockingly, Oh my, back already? My lovely babies. She bared her missing teeth excitedly. Not late by a minute. Don't know what would happen if I pressed send, huh? Inside the phone was the message that made the kids return. The helper intended to message the parents. I know where your children are. Please come to the Youth Training Center in District O. The Educational Rights Protection Bureau forcibly took your children there illegally. Saying that, the helper grabbed Il-young's head and pulled hard. She shouted, scolding loudly. Fuck, you guys want to rebel, right? Then the helper slapped Oil Young's face painfully. The helper continuously assaulted Oil Young and continued scolding. Are you guys crazy? Ran out of people to trust, so you trust those civil servants? A stream of curses rang out. Do you think those dogs won't really call your parents? You're all just your parents' property. The terrified children could only bow their heads. After slapping Oh Yoon so hard her nose bled, and her face was bruised, Haibo still hadn't stopped yelling. You're all a bunch of trash born into trash families. There was never a peaceful place for you from the very beginning. At that moment, Oh Yoon spoke up defiantly. That's not true. There is a place like that. She slowly lifted her head and said, that place will give me a warm bed to sleep in. 3 meals a day at set times. Oh Yoon continued. A place where my bastard father and the trash who use kids to make money would never dare to show their faces. Hearing this, Haibo was a little startled. She sneered loudly. Are you crazy? There's no such place. Oh Yoon reached into her jacket pocket and said, why wouldn't there be? The girl's next action made Haibo jump in fright. Oh Yoon pulled out a sharp knife and said manically, I told you it's real. At the same time, Han Se-ri was completely unaware. She was busy rolling around in various poses, lost in a beautiful dream. Suddenly, Han Se-ri woke up. She sat up and rubbed her eyes like a cat. So expensive. Han Se-ri complained for a bit. Going out is such a pain. Turns out, only a jail cell is good. It even has a toilet inside the room. Suddenly, Han Se-ri looked over and saw that Oh Yoon was gone. There was only a piece of paper on the bedside table. She exclaimed in confusion. Inside the paper was a note from Oh Yoon. Se-ri uni. I'm going to find my crybaby sister myself. Han Se-ri held her forehead in frustration. What am I supposed to do now? There was no time to think. Han Se-ri said quickly, I have to pee first. Right now? Oh Yoon, with the sharp knife, was charging straight at Haibo. She quickly dodged to the side, but the knife grazed her shoulder. Fresh blood spurted out. Haibo clutched her wound and screamed in pain. She yelled loudly, you crazy bitch, you actually cut me? Oh Yoon said calmly, what do they say on the internet? The girl lowered her head and spoke in a low voice. Causing exceptionally serious injury is punishable by 2 to 20 years in prison. And what's the average of 2 to 20 years? Oh Yoon slowly lifted her head, her face battered from the earlier beating. Because I'm only 16, if I want to stay there until I'm an adult, I'll need at least 4 more years. Right? Didn't I just say the sentence is from 2 to 20 years? Oh Yoon continued. But 2 to 20 years is a bit vague, isn't it? Haibo exclaimed in shock. Hey, wait a minute. Oh Yoon menacingly advanced with the knife. I'm just a middle school student. So even if I commit a crime, my sentence will be reduced. Instead, Haibo screamed in panic. What are you all doing? She yelled. Grab her for me. Get the knife away from her. However, the 2 lead kids stood frozen like statues. Their faces were stiff. Oh Yoon closed in on Haibo, her voice low and sharp. That's right. If I just stab you a little, I won't get to stay there for 4 years. So, to be sure, after that, she slowly lifted her head. I'll have to kill you. Looking at her face, which resembled a murderer's, Haibo was so scared her whole body was covered in a cold sweat. Her mouth hung open as if her jaw was about to drop. After that, she bolted for the door. At the same time, she screamed at the top of her lungs. Aya! Oh Yoon was still in hot pursuit. Haibo threw open the gate in a state of utter panic. She ran towards the street. She thought in terror. That bitch is really crazy. She really wants to go to jail until she's an adult. Just to escape that house and to escape me? Haibo let out a demonic smile. She thought to herself, prison doesn't sound so bad. Remembering her childhood, Haibo was also a child who suffered from domestic violence and was forced to find a way to survive. She thought back. When I ran away from home, Haibo had also witnessed a terrifying and filthy society. She had been beaten until she coughed up blood and lay shivering in the cold. Haibo lamented. When I had to live in that filthy state, why didn't I think of that? At this moment, she was still running desperately through the darkness. Haibo panted heavily. Huff, huff. She saw Lim Ha-jin and Han Se-ri rush to the scene. Helper was stunned. Han Se-ri, the civil servant. Without hesitation, Lim Ha-jin immediately launched a direct attack. With just one punch, Helper's teeth were knocked loose. Such powerful punches. She immediately fell backward. Helper landed in a pathetic heap. Han Se-ri's eyes lit up with admiration from the side. You're so cool. That punch of yours was incredible. Lim Ha-jin replied, flustered. Not at all. I didn't expect it either. Han Se-ri continued her praise. It's fine. She took the full force of your punch. Just then, the two of them saw Oh Yoon-young approaching. Seeing her beaten face and the sharp knife in her hand, they were utterly shocked. Oh Yoon-young, a knife? Lim Ha-jin immediately tried to calm the girl down. Yoon-young, don't do anything rash. Put the knife down now. However, Oh Yoon-young twisted her wrist and spoke. I'm so tired of it. I'm tired of how every time I ask for help, they just call my family. I'm tired of being threatened because of it. The girl swung the knife and shouted loudly. I hate everything. Suddenly, Han Se-ri had slipped behind Oh Yoon-young and whispered softly in her ear. If you do that in front of that woman, you'll die. After that, Han Se-ri jumped onto Oh Yoon-young. She pointed at Lim Ha-jin with a tone full of disgust. That woman is from the Protection Bureau. Do you have any idea how cruel those people are? Just look at me and you'll know. Lim Ha-jin was very confused. Me? Han Se-ri continued to badmouth her. Her temper is really unstable. She threw me in jail just to feel better. Lim Ha-jin was speechless upon hearing that. So this kid holds such a grudge against me? Oh Yoon-young struggled and said loudly. I want to go to jail anyway. Let go of me. Han Se-ri boldly hugged the girl and asked, do you know what's more important to them than catching the perpetrator? Han Se-ri gently took the sharp knife and continued. It's the safety of the victim. Han Se-ri added. They always play games with criminals because they know exactly what to do to prevent the victim from suffering any more harm. I've been through it, so I know it well. Han Se-ri affirmed with certainty. You won't be dragged back home again. I promise. Hearing that, Oh Yoon-young was so moved, she burst into tears. Han Se-ri asked smugly. See, it worked. Seeing Lim Ha-jin's hand give an okay sign, the girl became even more delighted. Suddenly, Helper, lying sprawled on the ground, suddenly spoke in a mocking tone. Heh, you won't be able to keep that promise. She continued smugly. Because I've already sent the message to the traitors who dared to leave instead of coming back here. It turned out, a moment ago, Helper had sent a message to the families of the runaway kids. The content was as follows. I know where your child is. Please come to the Youth Training Center in District O. The Educational Rights Protection Bureau has illegally forced your child to go there. Helper thought. Perhaps by now. Meanwhile, at the youth center, the parents were shouting loudly. Is Seo Hiwoo here? That bitch, Park Seo-dang, where are you? Get out here right now. What are you people doing? How dare you drag our children here? They shouted as if they were the victims. Release my child now, or I'll call the police. You kidnappers. Someone even said defiantly. Go ahead and call whoever the hell you want. The father of the two Yoon-young sisters also chimed in. That bitch, Oh Yoon-young. Get your ass out here. At this moment, Helper said with amusement. Especially you, Oh Yoon-young. Your father replied to me that he's coming right away. She continued mockingly. I don't know about the other kids' parents, but yours is definitely here by now. Hee hee. Hearing that, Oh Yoon-young was so scared her whole body trembled. She couldn't even stand properly. Helper stood up and added. According to Article 914 of the Civil Code, a child must live in the place designated by their guardian. She believed, even if they are abused by their parents or whatever, they still have to go back home if their parents come for them. That's the reality of this country. Then Helper roared. That's why I need people like me. I am the evil this society needs. At this moment, Lim Ha-jin and Han Se-ri stared at her with expressions of utter disgust. Han Se-ri asked, annoyed. This is the final declaration of war from that monster. Thinking back to before, the girl wondered, was my expression like that too? Seeing the two of them so calm, Helper was extremely confused. Why are they reacting like this? Lim Ha-jin wearily held her head. If she's not threatening, she's spouting nonsense. How does Senior predict everything so accurately? Han Se-ri, at the side, spoke softly. Hey, you goblin lady. We've already anticipated all of this. They won't be able to take their kids back. The girl smiled meaningfully. You did a great job. If those people came looking at this time. Over here. Oh Yoon-young's father was handcuffed, utterly bewildered. He shouted loudly. What? Take these cuffs off. Na Weijin said calmly. How convenient. I don't have to waste time looking for each of you one by one. He began to point them out. First, the crime of raping your own child. Come on in. Hearing that, the father jumped in shock. Na Weijin held up the iron cuffs and grinned mockingly. Next, I wonder who will be the owner of these cuffs. He said sternly. Abuse. Neglect. Gaslighting. Don't worry. Your turn will come eventually. You trashy parents. They were utterly shocked to hear that. Cold sweat poured down their faces. All the unworthy parents were gifted a pair of handcuffs. Everyone was completely stunned. They couldn't understand what this bizarre situation was. Na Weijin coldly cuffed them one by one. They panicked, crying out. Wait. What? What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you a cop? After he was done, Na Weijin began to speak. Well, as I just announced, he stated bluntly, you are criminals who have committed domestic violence and kicked your own children out of the house. All of you will be taken to the police station for investigation. Na Weijin fiddled with the handcuffs in his hand with a mocking expression. I'll give you one last chance. If you want these cuffs off, please follow me. And inside a closed room, the parents were forced to sit still, as if about to be lectured. The bald man asked irritably, Tell me the truth. You're not a cop, are you? Na Weijin handed out papers to each person and said with a smile, I'll explain slowly, so please take this first. Holding the paper in their hands, everyone's face darkened. Na Weijin announced loudly, Starting from now, the parents started to feel a bit intimidated by this strange situation. Na Weijin continued, I will remove the cuffs for those who sign this. The paper in their hands was a consent form to send their child to a long-term youth shelter. Someone asked, A long-term youth shelter? What is this? Na Weijin explained calmly. The state will safely protect the children on behalf of parents who have committed domestic violence. After that, he said sternly, We have already collected evidence of your domestic violence through the victims' testimonies. And all of those children do not want to return home. Na Weijin continued, If you sign this and promise not to approach the children again, then we can end this here. Suddenly, a woman questioned loudly, You say domestic violence. But on what grounds do you dare say that? She said, trembling. I don't know about the others, but I have never laid a finger on my Seo Hiwoo. After that, the woman shamelessly retorted, Do you know how long she's been away from home, wandering around? Give Seo Hiwoo back to me. Hearing that, Na Weijin calmly took out his phone. You're Seo Hiwoo's mother? Seo Hiwoo's testimony played. I thought if I just got into the foreign language high school, everything would stop. But I never expected that was just the beginning. Mom always forced me to be number one. Number one among the most outstanding students. How could I always be number one? The next day, I studied so hard I fell asleep at my desk. But then, Mom suddenly came in with a knife. She held the knife to her own throat and asked if I would come to my senses if she died. It was like she had gone crazy. And I couldn't live because it was too suffocating. At this point, the woman froze solid. She could only let out a cry. Seo Hiwoo continued her story. At that time, I knew I could only do one of three things. Either I die, or I kill my mother, or I run away from home. And among those, there was only one best choice. Hearing that, the woman shot up and loudly tried to explain. That's not it. I just wanted to help Seo Hiwoo come to her senses. Na Weijin pointed out sternly. Your behavior is called gaslighting, manipulating someone's mind. I feel very lucky that Seo Hiwoo ran away instead of choosing death. After that, he smirked slightly and continued to play the recording. By the way, let's listen to another example. A boy's voice rang out, startling the aggressive father. Every time I go to sleep, I hear things being broken. Dad is too drunk today. And then, the thin woman also panicked when she heard her daughter's voice. I knelt down and begged Mom. I told her that if this continued, my stepfather might kill me. But Mom never said a single word to him. Not once. Not even once. The bald father was no exception. While I was eating bread a friend bought for me, Dad suddenly hit me with a baseball bat. He said, I have no money. I can't find a job. I'm starving too. How dare you eat alone? Why is such a scumbag my father? Sob. Even the fierce-looking father could only grit his teeth in anger as he heard his child recount the domestic violence. It wasn't until middle school that I realized. That dad not feeding me and making me wear a dog chain so I couldn't leave the house was wrong. Besides that, there are countless other stories. My mom left home. As for my dad, he was always drinking and beating me. Next was the voice of Yu Young. If it had just stopped there, I could have kept enduring it. Because I still had Yu Young. Because I could suffer alone so my little sister could be happy. The girl added. But, one day, when I was paralyzed and couldn't move after a beating from my dad, he suddenly lifted my leg and took off my clothes. It's a shame that it wasn't until I went to jail that I realized Dad's violence was meant to tame me. He did it so I couldn't resist anything. Hearing this, the father's face turned deathly pale with fear. After listening to the entire recording, Na Weijin asked sternly, "Do you understand now?" He continued, stating, "The children here didn't run away because they were rebellious or defiant. They ran away to survive." Na Weijin continued in a cold voice. "Since I started this job, I've heard many special circumstances from these kids, but your cases are especially serious. To be honest, I really want to throw all of you in jail for what you've done." Na Weijin added, "But the kids don't want their parents in jail. You should be grateful that the measures taken require us to respect the children's wishes as much as possible." Hearing this, the parents' faces were extremely grim. After that, Na Weijin said bluntly, "If you all understand, then sign it and leave quietly." Suddenly, a man in shoes spoke up. "Lies." He let out a breath and shamelessly added, "Yu Young and Yun Young always liked their mother, who left home, more than me. You know how it is. Kids always like their mom more than their dad." Then he played the victim again. "But it's really sad. Why does she hate her own father so much?" Seeing this, Na Weijin was extremely annoyed. "It's a shame I can't just rush over and beat him up." He pressed on. The man grinned challengingly. "Think about it carefully. What kind of father would dare to touch his own daughter's body?" At this moment, the others started to chime in. "That's right. They're just lying. Who knows what kind of people they've been hanging out with outside?" They roared, looking no different from wild beasts. "That's right. It's all lies. They just like to fool around outside. That's why they're saying that. Just because I lost my temper and scolded her once, she dares to run away and lie like this? It's because Seo Hiwoo doesn't like to study that she's saying such nonsense. It's all because they don't understand their parents' hearts. Human nature, as expected." Even those unworthy parents said arrogantly, "Fine. Call the police. Let's see who the real liar is." They shouted loudly. "What a bunch of bastards. Letting her out. We raised her, and this is how she repays us." Helpless, Na Weijin could only take out his phone, about to call 112. At this moment, the children could no longer endure the humiliation. They bravely spoke up. "That's not true," with a bruised face. Oh Yun Young asserted, "I'm not lying." She trembled as she looked towards her father. "Are you even human anymore? How can you lie so blatantly without your expression changing at all?" At that moment, he finally fell silent when he realized. It was Oh Yun Young. The girl clenched her teeth. She endured the pain from her numerous injuries. After that, Oh Yun Young stepped forward and said, "Ma'ams and sirs, I know why you want to call the police." The girl knew this better than anyone. "Because you've had the police called on you a few times before, haven't you? You know that even if you call the police, they'll let you resolve it yourselves because it's a family matter. So you think it'll be the same this time, right?" Having been read like a book, they could only remain silent. Oh Yun Young said, trembling, "Yes, that's right. That's probably it. You all know that, which is why you asked not to call the police. Do you know who did that because they were worried about you?" After that, the girl said loudly and firmly, "But this time, I'm going to confess everything. What my father did to me. To my sister. How many times? How many times?" Oh Yun Young was determined to bring this to light. "I'll make sure you wear an electronic ankle monitor for the rest of your life." The girl screamed, "You son of a bitch." At that moment, the fire of anger in his heart began to boil. He shouted at his daughter, "Oh Yun Young." He roared like a wild beast. "How dare you do this to your own father?" Instead, Lim Ha-jin and Han Se-ri quickly stepped forward to protect Oh Yun Young. At the same time, Haibo, standing behind them, started to see red. She glared murderously at the group of parents. After that, Haibo kicked Oh Yun Young's father straight in the face. Everyone was stunned by this action. As for the man, he was sent flying several meters. Teeth went flying. Fresh blood sprayed like rain. In the blink of an eye, he was lying flat on the ground. Haibo growled angrily. I was originally going to ignore it. She looked at Oh Yun-young's father with contempt and continued. And just watch the traitor get dragged home like a dog. Haibo's eyes were filled with a murderous glint. But your voice sounds just like that bastard old man. So I couldn't stand it for a moment. After that, she turned to the others. Hey, you pieces of trash. You say the kids like to hang out outside, so that's why they do this? So can you teach me how they managed to survive all this time? Haibo directly stated the painful truth. The girls are forced to entertain old men, and the boys are hired to do dirty work. Those who don't obey, or whose work results aren't good, have to starve for a whole day to be taught a lesson. Hearing this, even someone like Han Se-ri was filled with indignation. She clenched her fists, thinking to herself, I want to punch someone. Haibo bared her teeth and continued. But hardly any of them ran away. Do you know why? She said loudly. Because they'd rather be with me than in a family like yours. After that, Haibo burst into contemptuous laughter. Ha ha ha. Don't you find that ridiculous? She yelled. Want me to teach you something interesting? Most pimps like me started out as runaway kids. I am the future of your children. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Na Woojin just stood silently to the side because, no matter what she said was the truth. After her rant, Haibo let out a sharp breath. Tears welled up in her eyes. Suddenly, Haibo noticed the form lying right next to Oh Yun-young's father. She picked it up and wondered, what's this? A consent form? Haha. This is fucking crazy. After that, Haibo turned to Na Woojin and sneered loudly. Hey, Mr. Public Servant. What you're doing isn't going to change a damn thing. She continued. How about you let the kid who ran away from home 11 years ago teach you what you need to do? Haibo pointed at the form and stared, enunciating each word clearly. You need to change the word consent on this consent form to notification. She looked over at Oh Yun-young's father, who was foaming at the mouth. Haibo growled critically. These bastards no longer get to be parents. And this country won't judge that decision. You have to let the kids be able to abandon their parents themselves. Hearing this, Oh Yun-young was momentarily surprised. Because she was the direct victim, she couldn't stand up and fight back as strongly as Haibo. The man with a face full of rage and sharp eyes screamed. Oh Yun-young. He angrily turned back to curse at her. Damn you. Are you happy now? His questioning voice echoed. Who gave birth to you? Who raised you to this age, huh? The people around them began to whisper. Are they really calling the police? Faced with everyone's criticism, Yun-young fell silent. Her distant eyes seemed to be in deep thought. She still didn't say a word. Yo Hee-hang was being escorted to prison. As she was about to be held accountable for the crime she had committed, Han Se-ri ran after her, relentlessly teasing her. Hey, Goblin Auntie, she said with a bright smile. Her tone was tinged with sarcasm. We'll be seeing each other again soon. Make sure you live well until then, okay? Yo Hee-hang was dumbfounded upon hearing that. Her face was pitifully bruised. The police had collected all the evidence and documents. Na Weijin and Sergeant Lim Ha-jin stood to the side, watching the criminals being led away. Lim Ha-jin let out a sigh. Sigh. This is truly heartbreaking. Na Weijin listened to her thoughtfully, lighting a cigarette. She glanced over at the parents standing there. Her voice dropped as she lamented. Even though their parents came, not a single child was willing to show up. Lim Ha-jin paused, then continued pensively. I used to think that kids ran away from home because they had twisted ways of thinking. But now I've realized many things. And I've thought a lot about it. She sighed as if struggling internally. Although saying this might not be right, I really empathize with what Helper said. She turned to look at Na Weijin with a start, as if realizing she had said too much. I'm sorry. I don't know why I suddenly said that. Na Weijin calmly reassured her. Not at all. He couldn't hide the bitterness in his voice as he continued. Society might think it's a bad thing for children to be able to abandon their parents. But in terms of its meaning, it's not wrong. Lim Ha-jin's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at him. Na Weijin tilted his head, as if contemplating the current state of children. He analyzed further. The issue of children under 12 committing crimes. I remember. His expression was full of concern. And the process of school violence. All become serious when we judge their actions by adult standards. Na Weijin took a light drag from his cigarette. He sighed, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction, suggesting, "That means our country has absolutely no respect for a child's right to self-determination." His voice became firm, as if to emphasize his point. They only see minors as children, and they don't really care or want to know what the kids want. Na Weijin shook his head, his voice weary. Children are losing their voice, and adult thinking is pushing them into a quagmire. Furthermore, no one takes responsibility for the laws that are full of loopholes. They don't care about amending them either. While he was lost in his analysis, a boy approached and called out to him, "Sir." The boy looked very worried and asked, "Is it true that this place won't contact our families?" Besides that, he added as a warning, "Statistics show that every year there are about 24,000 cases of missing and runaway children." The boy stared at Na Weijin and said, "We had to take the subway all the way from Busan to get here. Can you take us in? Or is this place already full?" Faced with the boy's question, Na Weijin silently flicked the ash from his cigarette. Then he gently looked up and said, "Follow me." The boys' group obediently bowed their heads and replied, "Thank you, sir." Sergeant Lim Hajin listened to Na Weijin's words. Her face showed a hint of surprise, but she tried to remain calm in the face of the frightening numbers he had just mentioned, as well as his behavior towards these poor children. Na Weijin continued. His voice was calm, but didn't hide the seriousness of the issue. But the actual number could be as high as 120,000 cases. Meanwhile, the entire country only has 130 youth shelters, with over 1,200 staff members. This number is completely insufficient to help runaway youths. He lowered his voice, as if calculating in his head. The estimated budget to care for 120,000 children annually is about 240 billion won. That's less than 0.6% of the 43 trillion won, which is the budget the state uses to address the low birth rate. At that moment, in the women's prison, Yu Young received a letter and a picture from her sister, Yoon Young. In the letter, the girl wrote in great detail, "Sis, this is my high school uniform. I'm going to school now and living well, so you don't need to worry about me anymore. We'll see each other again soon." Han Se-ri came up from behind and exclaimed happily, "Yoon Young has gotten so pretty. She's also much brighter." She looked at Yu Young and suggested excitedly, "Yu Young, when you get to see her, let me come with you, okay?" Hearing that, suddenly, a guard's authoritative voice rang out. "Attention, everyone. This is a new inmate." Another woman stepped forward. She bowed to everyone with a solemn expression. "Hello, everyone." Han Se-ri and Yu Young's eyes showed clear shock. When they saw this person, the woman was flustered, as if having to confess something undesirable. "I was sentenced to 3 years and 6 months in prison for exploitation of minors and prostitution brokerage." The woman continued her introduction. Her eyes were sad but also a little defiant. "I am Yo Hee-hang. Because there is only one prison for female criminals in the whole country, the Cheongju Women's Prison. Most female inmates, including juveniles, will be held here." Yo Hee-hang seemed indignant, as if trying to explain herself. But it seems the judge misunderstood. "I was just helping the runaway kids." The words had barely left her mouth when a notebook flew straight into her face. Han Se-ri cursed with utter contempt. "You damn bitch. So you're finally here." She glared, her uncontrollable anger directed at the woman. "You tortured those kids like that and only got 3.5 years. If I were the judge, I would have given you 36 years. Yo Hee-hang was too flustered to speak. Finally, she remembered the person and exclaimed, "Han Yori." Han Se-ri replied casually. Her voice was calm but full of challenge. "Didn't I tell you? We'd be seeing each other again soon." Yo Hee-hang stood opposite her. Her angry eyes seemed to want to pierce through the person in front of her. "Why you?" Han Se-ri smirked. Her voice was full of mockery. "Hey, Goblin Auntie. There's one thing I absolutely had to correct after seeing you again." She didn't hesitate to step forward, point at the woman's chest, and say loudly, "I'm Se-ri, not Yori." Han Se-ri. "Got it." With that said, she turned to look at Yu Young. She pointed straight at the woman standing before them. "Yu Young, this is the bitch." She growled. Her anger erupted. "This is the demon who tortured and exploited Yoon Young." Hearing that, Yu Young's eyes darkened. She calmly scratched the back of her head and said, "We have to throw a welcoming party for the newcomer, don't we?" Han Se-ri chuckled with satisfaction. Hee-hang is so dead. Yu-young ordered coldly. Use your tongue. Lick the floor. Yo Hee-hang was so angry she gritted her teeth. Her whole body trembled, but she couldn't do anything to Yu-young. Back at the orphanage, after arranging everything, Na Wei-jin's group spoke politely but hastily. Well then, we'll be heading back to the Ministry of Education. Sorry for bothering you all this time, Director. The director replied gently with a friendly smile. Agu. It's no bother at all. I'm also very happy to be able to help children with nowhere to go. She paused for a moment as if she had just remembered something. Then she turned and said, Oh, that's right. Inspector. The director smiled. Her eyes were friendly. There's a new kid who just arrived who really wants to meet you. If you have time, could you give him some advice? Na Wei-jin was surprised and pointed at himself to confirm. Very quickly, he met the boy. The boy had messy black hair, and his name was Yu-young. His voice trembled, but it was also tinged with relief as he said, I managed to escape just before I was about to be killed. The boy recalled with a grateful smile. If it weren't for the men who were fishing there to help me, I might have become an ingredient in my mom's kimbap by now. Na Wei-jin looked at him, stunned. He asked with a sympathetic tone, What did your parents do to you? If you want them to be punished, I'll help you report it to the police. Yu-young was startled and quickly waved his hands to explain. That's not it, sir. My parents are good people. He continued. His expression was serious. His voice was full of indignation. Besides, even if you report it to the police, it's useless. Because they're all on the same side. Yu-young recounted with a trembling voice. His eyes were full of fear as he remembered. The people who tried to kill me were my neighbors. On a day that was pitch black, with pouring rain that showed no signs of stopping. In front of the neighborhood police station, where a red light was flashing. Inside the room, the TV blared. Now, I told you to come out. Get out here now. The man watched TV and laughed with delight. Haha, that's hilarious. The characters in the village all spoke with a local dialect. The police officer laughed so hard he couldn't close his mouth and kept praising it. Now that's what I call an entertainment show. But it was much better to watch 10 years ago. Now, the TV is just people having a war of words with the judges. Suddenly, the door to the police station was thrown open by someone's hand, startling the police officer, who looked up. This was the teacher, Sun Hee-sung, that the boy Yu-young wanted to talk about. Teacher Sun Hee-sung stood in the pouring rain. Seeing the light from the police station, she stepped inside. Her voice trembled with anxiety. Officer. The police officer turned around. He was surprised when he recognized the young teacher. Oh, isn't it the new teacher? He looked at her with curiosity and a bit of concern, asking, What brings you here so late at night, when it's raining so heavily? Sun Hee-sung looked at him with pleading eyes. Her voice was full of fear and desperation. Please, help me. The police officer nodded. He tried to reassure her. All right, just tell me slowly. As the teacher was about to speak, the people from the village. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. The village chief appeared, interrupting the conversation. He clicked his tongue, his voice full of annoyance. Why is it raining so hard? The police officer exclaimed in surprise. Oh my goodness. What brings you here? The village chief looked at him and replied gently, trying to act calm. It's nothing. It's just raining so hard I came in to take shelter. The village chief quickly glanced at the soaking wet teacher Sun Hee-sung standing to the side. The village chief bared his teeth in a smile and made a sarcastic comment. Oh my, isn't that the teacher? Did you come here to take shelter from the rain too? At the sound of his voice, Sun Hee-sung didn't dare to utter another word. The village chief suddenly suggested, I have an umbrella. My house and yours are close to each other. Let me walk you home. Sun Hee-sung hesitated. She wanted to say something, but didn't know how to start. Officer. He cut her off. Let's just decide it like that, sir. Hee-sung looked around. Her eyes widened in helplessness, as she was being cornered by the village chief. The police officer finally showed some concern for her and asked again. By the way, what were you about to say, teacher? Sun Hee-sung bowed her head. Her voice faltered as if she wanted to explain, but was terrified by the village chief's cold gaze. In the end, Sun Hee-sung had no choice but to return home with the village chief. The two of them shared an umbrella. The atmosphere was extremely tense. The village chief smirked. He asked in a sarcastic tone, I heard you graduated from a university in Seoul, right? Then you must know the law very well, huh? He continued in a threatening tone, making Hee-sung shudder. But have you ever heard this saying? The king's law bows to the village's customs. Hearing that, the teacher was suddenly horrified. Her entire face was covered in a cold sweat of fear. The red umbrella in the village chief's hand fell to the ground. He stepped closer. His eyes glinted with a cold threat. Therefore, whoever breaks the law in this village must suffer the village's punishment. He put both hands in his pockets. His perverted face uttered each and every word. As Hee-sung was horrified, she took a few steps back. She cried out in despair when she saw the entire village had gathered to surround her. Oh! Yu-young happened to be passing by. He hid behind a wall and witnessed everything. But he was too cowardly and only dared to peek at the scene before him and lament. They're all gone. Seeing the pitiful, crying teacher's son Hee-sung, he prayed silently. Someone, please save my teacher. Yu-young looked into the distance. His voice was full of emotion as he recalled his first time moving to the village, standing in front of a large house. He remembered his father's joy at that time. Look, this is our house. He lamented bitterly. My father always worked his fingers to the bone. He always longed for a free and comfortable life in the countryside. Yu-young's father put his hands on his hips and told his family with pride. It's magnificent, isn't it? How could we ever dream of a house like this in Seoul? Yu-young took a deep breath, remembering the initial excitement when spring came and the whole family prepared to move to the countryside. When spring came, we packed up everything and moved to this village. I was also very tired of the fierce competition in Seoul's schools. So, to be honest, I had high hopes for this country life. He paused, as if feeling the initial welcome from the neighbors again. His tone was a bit cheerful but tinged with irony. Oh, welcome, new neighbors. That's what they used to say? Yu-young shook his head. His face darkened as he began to realize the reality. But it wasn't long before I realized that. Two men approached and introduced themselves. I am the president of the Village Elders Association. The person next to him looked a bit younger. And I am the village chief. Yu-young growled. His eyes became sharp. This place wasn't heaven. It was hell. He let out a faint laugh. He shook his head as he spoke of the large sum of money his family hadn't anticipated. His own father was the most shocked. He exclaimed, 30 million won. The village chief stood in front of Yu-young's family's newly built house. His tone was calm, but his eyes couldn't hide their scrutiny as he said, city folks like you probably don't know, but in this rural area, there's a fund called the Village Development Fund that every resident has to contribute to. He emphasized, looking straight at Yu-young's father with an uncompromising attitude. If you want to become a resident here, your family must pay the fund by next week to follow the proper procedure. Looking at this magnificent house, your family must be quite well off, right? Yu-young's father was flustered. He tried to explain while his voice was a little anxious. Wait a minute. I know about the Village Development Fund, so I asked the people around here. They said the fund was only about 3,000 won. Why is it 30 million won now? He looked up at the village chief. He sighed softly and sincerely apologized. I'm truly sorry, but we had to borrow money to build this house. We really don't have such a large amount of money. Hearing that, the village chief and the association president glanced at each other. The village chief raised an eyebrow. He sneered with a contemptuous attitude and said, Hey, do you think this is a market? Why are you haggling like that? And who told you it was 3,001? His voice became sharp. His eyes looked at Yu-young's family threateningly. If you keep opposing the village chief like this, I'm not sure your family can become residents here. Yu-young's whole family gritted their teeth in anger but could do nothing to him. One day, when Yu-young's mother was driving him to school, as soon as they left the gate, a woman from the neighborhood had spread chili peppers out in the middle of the road to dry. Yu-young's mother tried to stay calm. She gently reminded her, Ma'am, the road is narrow. If you dry them in front of our house like this, what are we supposed to do? Please move out of the way for us. I still have to take my son to school. The old woman spun around. Her eyes widened in anger. She put her hands on her hips and shouted, You goddamn woman. What are you talking about, huh? My family has been drying chili peppers for 3 generations. On this road. Where did you people move here from that you're telling me to move? Yu-young's whole family froze. They didn't know how to react to the villagers' stubbornness and defiant attitude. The atmosphere around them became tense and heavy. Yu Young remembered the cold treatment from the villagers. The contemptuous looks and whispers behind his back made him feel like an outsider. He didn't belong here. The locals ostracized outsiders much more extremely than I had imagined. There was even a time when his whole house was covered in feces. What the hell is this? Feces? He sighed. His eyes were filled with sadness. A sense of helplessness welled up inside him. The image of a crowd of people flocking to his house, with taunts and rude attitudes, was vivid in his memory. We've come to visit the new house. Is your mom home? Tell her to prepare some food to treat us. Yu Young shook his head, thinking about what had happened and the difference between the city and the countryside. Even in the city, there aren't such rude actions and deceit like this. The neighbors' voices echoed like salt in a wound. It's the family that just moved in. I heard they embezzled all the company's money and fled in the middle of the night. Oh my, no wonder their house is so grand. The memory of the villagers' gossip made him feel like the whole community had turned its back on him. He lamented, my parents regretted their choice. My school life wasn't smooth either. Yu Young's voice became more bitter, but he could do nothing but endure. At that moment, he was being bullied by his classmates and buried in the ground. Only the upper half of his body was sticking out of the ground. The other person spoke up. This dog isn't from around here. He's not a tourist either. The one on the other side grinned mischievously. He continued to humiliate him. If that's the case, then he can only be a dog. He closed his eyes, remembering the face of Gu Rangcho, the village chief's third son, the one who had made his life miserable all this time. He sneered and ordered him, hey dog, bark for me. A feeling of anger welled up. Yu Young wanted to scream, but couldn't. He wondered. I don't know if he inherited the village chief's personality or not, but his bullying tactics were so unique that they didn't even exist in Seoul. His voice became choked, as if the words were stuck in his throat before they could come out. What am I supposed to do in this situation? Yu Young looked into the distance. He thought optimistically. It's okay. This is a vegetable field, so a lot of people will pass by. I just need to wait a little longer, and someone will come to help. He hoped someone would help. But then he sadly lowered his head to the ground. But they'll probably just laugh and add a few meaningless comments like, these kids are joking around too much. Kids will be kids. It's not a big deal. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, gritting his teeth. Being bullied here is completely different from in Seoul. Because you're not just up against the bullies and teachers, you become an enemy of the entire village. There's no one on our side. Yu Young's eyes suddenly lit up as if he saw a ray of hope. At that moment, teacher Sun Hee-sung was running frantically towards him, giving him renewed faith in life. Actually, there was still one person. Another voice rang out, gentle and comforting. Aren't you Yu Young? The only person who speaks with a Seoul accent here. The teacher asked anxiously, are you hurt anywhere? After being rescued, the two of them sat and talked. Sun Hee-sung smiled sadly, as if laughing at herself. They're really mean, aren't they? Sun Hee-sung continued to smile gently, trying to encourage Yu Young. Maybe they're just not used to people from Seoul yet. After a while, you'll all become friends. The teacher said with a bright smile. I'm also trying my best. So you have to try your best too, okay? As he recounted this, his voice trembled. Yu Young added, Ms. Sun Hee-sung was transferred here around the same time my family moved. She's also from the city, like me. So I could tell just by looking at her how much she was suffering. And one day, Yu Young, on his way home from school, saw the teacher struggling in the fields. The people around her were rushing her. Agu, why is the teacher so slow? Hurry up. So useless. Faced with their complaints, the teacher tried to maintain a calm demeanor, but the fatigue on her face. She couldn't hide it. Yes, I'll try to work faster. She was often forced to work in the fields with the students' parents after class. I don't know if it's because there aren't many young women in the village or not, but she was always called to attend useless drinking parties and forced to drink even though she couldn't hold her liquor. Yu Young suddenly felt angry when he mentioned these two men. The village chief and that old man are like the president and a congressman. If we go against their wishes, our family will have nowhere to live. Perhaps the teacher's life was even more terrible than my family's, since she didn't have any relatives here. Yet she was always by my side, comforting me, helping me feel a little less suffocated in this hellish village. Amidst the difficulties and pressure, sometimes the natural scenery brought a little peace to the soul. Teacher's son Hee-sung sat next to Yu Young and remarked, "The evening view is so beautiful. The scenery here is beautiful, isn't it?" A familiar figure appeared, but Yu Young and the teacher couldn't predict what would happen next. "Oh my, who's this?" A familiar voice rang out. The village chief appeared, and the conversation entered another spiral. "Isn't it teacher's son?" Teacher's son Hee-sung replied politely, "Hello, village chief." The village chief couldn't hide the suspicion in his eyes and asked, "What are you doing here?" Teacher's son Hee-sung gently explained, "I'm counseling a student." Yu Young quickly bowed his head to greet the village chief. "Hello, sir." But he couldn't help but feel a little strange having to work in such an environment. The village chief grumbled, making Yu Young feel even more confused. "You're not a resident here. Why are you greeting me?" With that, he turned to teacher's son Hee-sung and asked, "Teacher, are you free in 2 hours?" The teacher was startled and answered briefly. But in her heart, she knew her life would never be as comfortable as before. The village chief's words were like a command. "My house is hosting a party for the Elders Association tonight. You have to come too. The elders really like you, teacher." Hearing that, son Hee-sung's face turned pale with alarm. The teacher forced a smile. She had no choice but to agree to attend the party. "I'll definitely be there. See you later, sir." The village chief left, satisfied. "See you in a bit." Yu Young looked at her with a worried expression and asked, "Miss, are you okay? You can't drink alcohol." Teacher's son Hee-sung suddenly smiled brightly and replied, "Perfect timing. I'll take this opportunity to tell Rangcho not to bully you anymore." She even gave him a thumbs up to encourage him. "You can trust me." "Got it." Yu Young stood to the side, still feeling bewildered. Returning home, Yu Young's father handed him a thick, white envelope and didn't forget to remind him. His mother's voice was a little pained. "Yu Young, take this to the village chief." His mother sighed. Worry was clearly written on her face. Such a large sum of money can't be easily dismissed. "Honey, this is our family's living expenses for a whole year." But his father growled forcefully and bitterly. "So what do you want me to do? What am I supposed to do? We can't keep living like this." He casually took a drag from a cigarette to regain his composure and explained further. "You and I can endure it, but what about Yu Young? Is there any day he comes home from school unharmed?" His father's words were like a command. But Yu Young couldn't help but feel the injustice weighing down on his family. "Yu Young, you have to give it to the village chief directly and tell him to stamp it. Maybe then they'll stop giving us a hard time." Yu Young opened the door and stepped outside. Suddenly, a downpour began, making the air cold and suffocating. "It's raining?" The rain seemed to add to the difficulties of life here, making everything even more gloomy. He put on a bright yellow raincoat. And on that very day, Yu Young witnessed the scene of teacher's son Hee-sung in danger. "Ow!" The teacher's voice cried out, breaking the silence in the rain. "Village chief, I won't say anything." She looked at him in a panic, begging for mercy. "I won't tell anyone about what I saw at the village chief's house." She lowered her voice, making Yu Young feel as if a secret was being revealed. A secret he didn't know what to do with. But the village chief just stood there, sneering contemptuously. He continued. His eyes showed seriousness, unmoved by what had happened. "You can go ahead and tell, because that kind of thing isn't strange here at all." But then, the village chief's attitude began to change. His gaze became sharper, like a warning to the teacher and Yu Young. He gripped the teacher's hair tightly, causing her great pain. "Now I'll tell you the law of this village. You'd better listen carefully. I am the law in this village." The village chief's eyes were serious and cold as he continued. Every word spoken was like a prohibition. Everything that this village chief, Gu Moonju, says is the law. It's also the president's command. This statement carried great power, giving the feeling that in this village, everything was controlled by an irresistible force. The village chief bared his teeth in a savage grin, as if to emphasize that the next words would be more important than ever. "What did I tell you earlier? I told you to just sit and drink." He recalled the earlier scene. His voice carried a hint of disappointment. "But you trembled and threw it all up. The elders and I are very disappointed in you." This statement was steeped in sarcasm and contempt, as if the teacher had done something wrong and could not restore her image in their eyes. The teacher's eyes were dazed, as if she had fallen into complete despair. Suddenly, a blinding light shone directly on those evil people. startling them in surprise. It turned out Yu Young had gathered all his courage to appear before the village chief to rescue Miss Sun Hee-sung. He gritted his teeth in anger. He took a deep breath. His expression was a bit more serious as he continued to explain the situation. Although I don't know why they treated you like that. His voice shifted to a bit of sympathy, but it immediately changed back to firmness. Yu Young said, "But I can be sure of one thing. This village is not normal at all. Please just wait a little longer." When the villagers saw Yu Young's unexpected appearance, they angrily rushed towards him like a pack of hungry tigers wanting to pounce on him. Yu Young said confidently, as if he already had a plan in hand, "I will expose the true face of this village. I will find someone to help us. Someone even stronger than those who are above the law." This statement made him realize that there were invisible forces controlling everything, and without help from outsiders, his family would not be able to overcome these challenges. Finally, Yu Young and Na Weijin were on their way back to that village. Lim Ha-jin was startled when a wig was suddenly placed on her head. She was bewildered as she adjusted her hair and asked, What are you doing?" Na Weijin looked at her with satisfaction and said, "Your symbol as an officer of the Protection Bureau is your red hair." He explained slowly, "Because your red hair is so striking, it's very easy for people to remember. But if you change your hair color and wear glasses, you'll become an ordinary person with nothing striking about you." Sweat beaded on her forehead. Lim Ha-jin awkwardly fiddled with the wig. Her hands and feet were clumsy as she adjusted it. She smiled with satisfaction at her reflection in the mirror, shyly self-satisfied. "It looks good, doesn't it?" Na Weijin, beside her, spoke up. "This is an area isolated from society, so the people here not only don't care about state power, but are also extremely cautious." He quietly looked at the waves and continued, "So we also have to escape from the power of the state." Na Weijin looked thoughtfully into the distance and said, "From now on, we will." At that moment, at the pier, there were 3 middle-aged men. Their demeanor was relaxed. Their eyes were fixed on the approaching ship. It turned out they were the ones welcoming Lim Ha-jin and Na Weijin deep into the village. The group stopped in front of a small house, not too old, but not exactly new either. The 3 welcomers warmly introduced, "This is the new teacher's residence." The old village chief smiled and continued, "What do you 2 think? We hope you will take good care of us. We just welcomed 1 teacher, and now another new teacher has arrived from above. Anyway, we hope you will take good care of the people here." Lim Ha-jin stared at the house in astonishment with a disappointed expression. "When on earth was this place built?" The old man in the village spoke up. "But I heard only 1 person was coming." "Who is the new teacher exactly?" Lim Ha-jin spoke up hesitantly. "I am Na Ha-jin, the new teacher appointed here." Na Weijin awkwardly made up an excuse. "And I am her older brother." "To get by?" he said in a serious tone. "I just happened to be on leave for a while, and I heard the place where my sister works has very fresh air. So I decided to come with her to rest and recuperate." He really lies without blinking. The old man in the village laughed, nodded, and let it go. He turned to leave, then suddenly remembered something. He turned back and said to Lim Ha-jin, "Teacher, you still have to meet the principal, so you should go wash your face. As for you, big brother, follow me so I can introduce you to some of the village rules." Lim Ha-jin cheerfully said goodbye to Na Weijin. "Well then, I'm off to school." As she said that, she hesitated slightly. Na Weijin helplessly turned to remind her, "Not senior, but brother." Lim Ha-jin awkwardly covered it up. "My brother." While Lim Ha-jin hurried off to wash her face, Na Weijin and the 3 men from before went to a corner behind the house to whisper. Na Weijin's eyes widened in astonishment at what the old village chief had just said. 5,000,001. Is this old man robbing me, or what? The old man shamelessly continued his tale. "You city folks might not know, but in this village, there's a fund called the Village Development Fund that all villagers must contribute to." The old man rambled on. "Your sister was just transferred here to work, so she'll have to be here for at least 2 years. That means she has officially become a villager. Shouldn't you help her properly handle what's called a personnel evaluation so she can have a good life here?" Without realizing that Na Weijin's face had darkened, his hands were clasped behind his back. The old man acted as if nothing had happened. He casually added, "Usually, we would collect more. But since you 2 are still young." Na Weijin frowned in annoyance and said, "I don't agree. He wearily rolled his shoulders and said, "You're not robbers. Why are you demanding 5 million won from someone you just met? We don't do things this way." The old man huffily glanced at Na Weijin a few times, then ordered his subordinate behind him. The bald-headed man received the order, stepped forward, and grabbed Na Weijin's lapel, shouting, "You son of a bitch! You like being disrespectful? How dare you call someone old enough to be your father a robber? Are you looking to die?" He brought his stinking mouth close to Na Weijin's face and threatened him. "Do you see my hair? It fell out because I can't control my power. Do you want to taste my fist?" He coldly looked at his opponent out of the corner of his eye. The old man behind him suddenly changed his mind. He spoke up to intervene. Now stop." The old man grinned. He put on a fake act and said, "We're not thugs. Anyway, they don't want to become villagers. What else can we do? Just let him take responsibility for his own actions." The bald man brushed off Na Weijin's clothes a few times and let go, acting as if nothing had happened. He turned to leave, not forgetting to glance at Na Weijin and threaten him. "Watch your face. I can't control my power." The bald man irritably asked the old man, "Why did the village chief back down so easily? That's not like you at all." The man with the pompadour also chimed in. "That son of a bitch is so stubborn. How about I call some people from the village to gang up on him?" The old man calmly replied, "Things are a bit chaotic right now. What if the news spreads? We don't need to rush, just take it slow." He sternly ordered his two subordinates. "The most important thing right now is to catch that little brat who took pictures and ran away. Handle each matter cleanly. No need to say another word." The two men nodded in unison. Then the three of them slowly walked on. The two tall subordinates trailed behind the old man. Suddenly, as if remembering something, the old village chief stopped in his tracks. The two subordinates turned around in surprise. The old man tilted his head and wondered, "But we didn't even do anything. Why did he act like that?" Meanwhile, at the school where Lim Ha-jin was assigned, the principal warmly welcomed her. "You were assigned here, right? Agu, being sent to this godforsaken place must be tough for you." The old man continued with a few witty jokes. "A young woman like you must have cried her eyes out when she received the transfer order to come here, right?" Lim Ha-jin hesitantly bowed her head and replied, "Not at all, sir." She cheerfully explained, "Since I was 20, I decided not to have a grass is always greener mentality. I'll adapt to this place quickly." The old principal nodded with satisfaction and said, "And here I thought a beautiful woman like you would be afraid of hardship." Then the old man, bored, reached for the lighter on the table and slowly lit a cigarette. People who don't know what this island is like always think it's a backward place. But once they come, everyone likes it. The air here is fresh. The people are also very gentle. Hearing this, Lim Ha-jin frowned, showing her displeasure. She quickly spoke up to gently remind him. "Principal, sir, although I don't want to tell an elder about their smoking, isn't smoking prohibited in this room?" The old man slammed the table, stood up, and said, "Oh my, it's not a big deal." The old man brazenly held the cigarette and took a puff in front of Lim Ha-jin, saying, "Here, things like this are as small as a mosquito. You don't need to worry about it." She uncomfortably waved the smoke away with her hand. She glared at the old man with an unfriendly look. The old man lecherously reached out his hand towards Lim Ha-jin's thigh and said, "You just need to do your job well. Don't interfere in adult matters like you just did. You just need to know how to listen." The old man's wrinkled hand rested on her thigh. As if nothing was wrong, he even brazenly patted it a few times. Shamelessly, he even said, "Didn't you encounter things like this in Seoul before moving to this village?" Lim Ha-jin frowned uncomfortably. Meanwhile, Na Weijin, after talking with the village chief, hurriedly put away his things and buried his head in his phone, trying to find his way. He frantically searched everywhere, muttering, "According to the address, Yu Young's house should be right here." Suddenly, a crashing sound rang out, attracting his attention. Na Weijin was astonished by the scene before him. In the house across the street, the old village chief and his two subordinates were smashing everything. Blood rushed to the homeowner's head as he angrily shouted, "What are you doing? You have no respect for the law." The men continued their rampage. The homeowner helplessly screamed and begged, "Stop! Please stop!" He cried and asked the village chief, "Why are you doing this?" The man casually put his hands behind his back and calmly replied, "Didn't I just tell you?" The old man pouted and emphasized, "Your son stole the fund money. So, as his father, you have to take responsibility. Don't even think about paying it back. I'm going to drag him out here and make him answer for it." The wife was in tears, helplessly watching her house being destroyed. The husband was not so submissive, so he rushed forward, grabbed the old village chief's collar, and shouted, "Ridiculous!" Tears and snot streamed down his face. The husband angrily cried out, "We haven't heard any news from Yu Young either. For the past 3 days, we've been so worried about him, we couldn't sleep. He took the money you demanded and disappeared without a trace. Aren't you the ones who caused this?" The husband helplessly shouted. Before he could finish his words, the bald man, itching for a fight, rushed in and kicked the husband. Then he cursed, "TCH, you talk like a whiny old bitch. You think we don't know where you're hiding your son?" It didn't stop there. The man went outside. He raised a club high, about to hit the husband, along with a threat. "You won't hand over your son, will you? If that's the case, then I can't control my power." A firm hand reached out and blocked the bald man's club. He angrily turned his head and saw Na Weijin. He spoke up, annoyed. "Are you planning to interfere in this? Are you looking to die?" Na Weijin calmly glanced at the old village chief and replied, "Not at all. I just felt a little annoyed." He smirked and explained, "I originally came here to breathe the fresh air, to relieve stress. But I keep running into a bald guy spouting nonsense." Hearing himself being insulted like that, the bald man angrily spoke up, "Bald-headed? This is because of my power." Without letting his opponent finish speaking, Na Weijin moved closer, threatening him with his ice-cold face. "That 5 million won. Do you want me to pay it now? Or should I pay 5 million won for your hospital bill, Mr. Baldy?" He frowned in anger. "How dare you look down on me? Damn it. I really can't take it anymore." The bald man gripped the club tightly and rushed at Na Weijin. Meanwhile, at the school, the old principal here was no different. After the perverted caress, Lim Ha-jin gave him a handshake that reached the heavens. The old man screamed in pain. Ah, 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 ah. His arm was squeezed so tightly by Na Weijin that it swelled up. Lim Ha-jin calmly pouted, putting on a cute act, and asked, "Oh right, what happened to the teacher who transferred from Seoul?" The old principal couldn't help but writhe and scream. Ah, what are you doing?" She smirked and continued, "I have to learn from her to quickly adapt to life here. I won't let go until you tell me." With that, Lim Ha-jin delightedly squeezed her opponent tighter. Unable to bear it anymore, the old principal grimaced and screamed. Ah, 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 ah. It really hurt enough to make him cry. The old man's face was a mess of tears and snot. He spoke up. "Are you a thug?" Lim Ha-jin giggled and replied, "Oh my, of course not. How could I be a thug?" On this side, after the bald man's utterly foolish resistance, the result, after just a few minutes, was him, bruised and battered, lying neatly under Na Weijin's heel. The village chief and the remaining subordinates stared in disbelief. The bald man under Na Weijin's shoe mumbled and begged, I was wrong. My head is naturally bald. It has nothing to do with me not being able to control my power." Na Weijin turned his head and called out to the village chief. The man jumped and cried out, "Ah, huh." He tilted his head, looked at the old man, and smirked. "What do I have to do to become the village chief here?" The old man frowned in confusion and said, "What?" Na Weijin, his face covered in blood, turned his head and stared at the village chief. He growled, "Robbing people of their money and committing perverted acts. If that's the case, it's no different from what I'm already doing." He casually emphasized, "I've always wished to have such authority once. This position really suits me perfectly." The fat old man backed away a few steps in fear. He cried out in alarm, What are you doing?" Na Weijin frowned, smiled slightly, and stepped forward. "You still don't get it?" Over here, Lim Ha-jin, trying to hold back her laughter, put on a cute face. She boasted in a high-pitched voice, "My older brother is a thug." Her hand still hadn't let go of the principal. Na Weijin, on this side, was just the same, grinning with delight as he stared at the village chief. These two seemed to be made for each other. Even their style was identical. Overwhelmed by Na Weijin's power, the village chief and his accomplice helplessly retreated. After cleaning up the mess, he and the husband went into the living room. He took a thick envelope from his jacket pocket and handed it to the old husband. He said, "This is the money your son asked me to send back to the family." According to Yu Young, the boy used 1,000,000 won to thank the fisherman who saved his life and spent about 80,000 won on travel and food expenses. Na Weijin rubbed his hands and added, "Yu Young is currently living well at the youth shelter, so you don't need to worry too much." The man, with tears in his eyes, bowed his head and replied, "Yes, thank you so much." After thinking for a long time, Na Weijin smiled and remarked, "But I have to admit, your acting is top-notch. It's true that I told you to pretend you didn't know anything, because they might come here to cause trouble. But I didn't expect you to act so realistically." The husband shyly nodded and replied. A touch of sadness appeared in his eyes as he reminisced. "Although I was acting, I really felt that way in my heart. Even if Yu Young says he'll come back, I don't know if they'll leave him alone." Hearing these words, Na Weijin's heart ached a little. His eyes looked into the distance, lost in thought. After sitting with the husband for a while, Na Weijin stood up and asked to leave. The husband's words still echoed in his ears. He walked on, deep in thought. His heart felt like it had a large empty space. At that moment, from behind, suddenly, a voice shouted his name. "Senior." Na Weijin was startled and turned his head to see Lim Ha-jin. He helplessly took out a cigarette, lit it, and scolded her. "I told you, it's not senior, it's brother. What if someone hears you?" Lim Ha-jin replied with a slight startle. Brother. Brother." Na Weijin calmly cupped his hand over the flame and asked, "Have you met teacher Sun Hee-sung yet?" Lim Ha-jin replied with some difficulty. "Yes, but about that. According to the principal, she voluntarily resigned 3 days ago. He said that Seoul teachers often can't adapt to this place, so cases like this happen frequently." Na Weijin was a bit surprised. His hands, in the middle of their action, froze in mid-air. Lim Ha-jin's face was beaded with sweat. She let out a breath and continued, "But if it was 3 days ago, that's also the day Yu Young ran away. Isn't that a bit strange?" Lim Ha-jin smiled wryly. "I'm so used to speaking informally with the captain." The two of them walked for a long time before returning to their lodgings. Lim Ha-jin stepped up to teacher Sun Hee-sung's room, knocked on the door, and called out, "Teacher? Is teacher Sun Hee-sung home?" After knocking for a while with no answer, Lim Ha-jin pressed her ear to the door to listen, but she still couldn't hear anything. She turned her head and said to Na Weijin, "Brother." There's no sound at all. Na Weijin, on his side, was also busy searching and replied, "I've already checked the electricity meter. It seems like no one is here." He thought deeply. What is she doing? Is there anywhere else to stay besides here in this small village? Could it be? Hearing Na Weijin say that, Lim Ha-jin couldn't help but feel worried. At that moment, a sharp voice suddenly rang out, interrupting their train of thought. A police officer approached from a distance and asked, "What are you two doing here?" He adjusted his hat and said loudly, "This is the teacher's dormitory. What are you sneaking around here for?" His voice rang out sharply. "Wait a minute. I think this is the first time I've seen you two. What are you doing here?" Then he sidled closer. Seeing this, Lim Ha-jin immediately switched to her gentle mode. She bowed deeply and introduced herself. "Hello. I am the new teacher assigned to work here." Na Ha-jin. Only now did he remember. He let out a few ah sounds. "I've heard about that. You're the new teacher, right?" He vaguely pointed to the lodging across the way and said, "It seems you're lost. This side is Ms. Sun's room. The other side is Ms. Na's room." How strange. Why would a police officer know this so clearly? Lim Ha-jin timidly replied, "Ah, yes, sir, to get it over with." Then she and Na Weijin turned and walked towards the opposite side. The police officer, still being nosy, called out, "Do you need me to take you there?" The two of them helplessly turned their heads and replied softly, "No need, sir. I understand now." As Lim Ha-jin walked, she switched to investigation mode. Sensing something suspicious, she spoke up, "Brother, that person." Na Weijin calmly nodded in confirmation. "He was spying on us just now. The village chief probably sent him to do it." Lim Ha-jin looked at him in confusion and asked, "So what should we do now?" "I was originally planning to take Ms. Sun off this island if her problem was too serious." Na Weijin thought deeply for a long time, then turned to her and instructed, "Tomorrow when you go to work, you have to maintain your poker face. If possible, try to get information from the other teachers. He frowned and continued. And one more thing. If the village chief's side tries to do something shady to you, you have to act like a thug. Na Weijin instructed seriously. Then he turned his head and looked back to where the police officer had been standing. The man was glaring at them. Na Weijin lowered his voice and emphasized cautiously. Even more than me. Night fell, covering the entire village. The principal and the old men of the village gathered for a few drinks. While tipsy, the principal repeatedly recounted the events of the afternoon. He bitterly brought it up again. Where did a damn bitch who dares to call the principal a gangster come from? Ugh, so frustrating. That dog's personality isn't normal either. The old man boasted. I was going to teach her a lesson, but she dared to grab my hand with a snap. How is that girl so strong? She almost broke my arm. The village chief listened quietly, concentrating. He thought for a long time, then boredly raised his glass and drained it. The old principal continued to ramble. And I heard that thugs secretly went to that bastard's house, right? Could he be a wanted criminal? He said he got fired, so he came here to hide. At this moment, after a round of patrol, the police officer who had been following Lim Ha-jin and Na Weijin finally arrived. He greeted the elders. I'm here. The principal waved happily. The strategist has arrived. The village chief calmly put down his glass and said, Come in. The principal warmly reached for a bottle of soju in front of him. Sit down. Would you like a glass of soju? The police officer quickly refused. What's wrong with you, old man? Don't you know I hate soju? It's disgusting. Then he called out loudly to the person inside the house. Servant, bring the white liquor. The person inside the house hastily replied. The village chief, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. So how are they? The police officer replied as he took off his shoes. Those damn bastards went to the female teacher's house. It seems they're snooping around Ms. Sun's dormitory for something. The police officer's statement made the village chief pause for a moment. The glass he was about to raise to his lips stopped in midair. The old man quickly pretended nothing was wrong. He hastily drained the glass in his hand and asked, Ms. Sun's dormitory? What were they doing there? The police officer quickly replied. According to them, they were lost. He tilted his head suspiciously and guessed. But I find it strange that they were snooping around everywhere. At that moment, a middle-aged man carrying a liquor pot approached and said, The white liquor is here. Then he carried the pot around to each person. The police officer, not paying much attention, continued to talk. With my years of intuition as a police officer, I'm sure they're hiding something. He curiously turned to ask the village chief. But, sir, what are you planning to do? Anyway, he already assaulted someone. We just need to arrest him, and it'll be over. The man holding the liquor pot now approached. He moved to the position next to the police officer and slowly poured the liquor. The officer was engrossed in conversation and paid no attention to the person next to him. He let the man serve him freely. Just say the word, sir. I'll arrest that bastard immediately. At that moment, the liquor from the pot flowed steadily down. It gently overflowed the rim of the cup and touched the police officer's hand. His eyes suddenly widened. He immediately turned his head, glared at the man, and cried out. What? He burst out with a curse. Damn it. Then he threw the cup in his hand into the man's face. The police officer, furious, stood up and cursed. How dare you spill liquor on my hand? The man timidly bowed his head and apologized. He kept repeating, I'm sorry. So disrespectful. The heartless police officer immediately rushed forward and punched the man in the face, cursing relentlessly. You're older than me and you don't even know how to pour a glass of liquor properly? Without much concern, the village chief continued to raise his glass and mumbled. They just got here and they're already snooping around Ms. Sun's house. He let the police officer continue to assault the man. The police officer's curses rang out continuously, calling him a dog and other things. The village chief frowned, looked into the distance, and emphasized. It can't be a coincidence, can it? The next morning, Lim Ha-jin officially started teaching. She excitedly went to the school to greet the other teachers. I am Na Ha-jin, the new teacher officially assigned here. She gathered all her courage and spoke loudly and clearly. I'm in charge of physical education. I look forward to your help and guidance. Taking a deep breath, Lim Ha-jin bowed deeply to everyone in the room. As soon as her introduction ended, the room fell into a strange silence. No one paid her any mind. Everyone went about their business without even looking up at her. Lim Ha-jin, embarrassed, remembered Na Wei-jin's instructions from that morning. I have work to do, so you just act your part well. Rumors spread fast here. She immediately realized. So that's how it is. He's so annoying. At that moment, from the doorway, came the sound of an old man coughing. Lim Ha-jin was startled and turned her head. She saw a stooped figure approaching. She exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, village chief." The old man, with his hands clasped behind his back, pretended to be gentle and asked, "Is everyone still working hard?" Hearing the familiar voice, everyone in the room immediately shot up to greet him. "Why have you come here, village chief? Are you well? The abalone you gave me last time was delicious." Completely different from the atmosphere just now. The teacher standing next to her also quickly spoke up. "Oh, hello? If you wanted to come to the school, village chief, you just had to say the word, and we would have." The old man smiled dismissively, waved his hand, and asked, "Have you seen the weather forecast? I heard there's a storm tonight." He squinted and continued. "So all the villagers are gathered to repair the dike, and there are many young people here. I was wondering if you could lend me one person?" He glanced at Lim Ha-jin and suggested, "Even if it's the girl over there, I don't mind." Hearing the village chief's request, the other teacher immediately tilted his head, looked at her, and asked, "So, Ms. Na, you'll go?" One of them spoke up. "But today is her first day of work. Will that be okay?" Another person quickly said, "It's fine. This is a good opportunity for her to greet everyone in the village." Lim Ha-jin forced a strained smile. "You guys are acting, but you sure wrap it up quickly." With that, she trailed behind the old village chief, leaving the school and heading to a fish market pier. As he walked, he asked with his hands clasped behind his back, "You're probably wondering why I asked you to do this, right? But if I weren't here, everything would be in chaos because I'm someone who always wants to help everyone." Lim Ha-jin, annoyed, muttered to herself, "Poker face. Poker face, have to act deep, have to act deep." Then she replied, "Not at all, sir. I've lived in a community for a long time, so I understand." The village chief seemed to have figured something out. He smirked and said, "Is that so? Then you're completely different from that disrespectful teacher," who gave up and ran away. Knowing what he meant, Lim Ha-jin quickly bowed her head and apologized. "I've heard about what my brother did yesterday. After I finish work, I'll go find the person my brother hit to apologize." Hearing this, the village chief squinted his eyes thoughtfully. It seemed like he was plotting something in his mind. He pretended as if nothing was wrong, yawned, and began to ramble. Actually, 5 years ago, this village suffered a very damaging misunderstanding. The TV and newspapers kept spreading baseless rumors about our village. He bared his teeth and emphasized, "Especially among them, there was a very formidable reporter bastard. I'm sure you're not like him, pretending to be a fish market manager to snoop around everywhere. Are you?" Lim Ha-jin felt a little guilty. She lowered her head. The old man continued to ramble. "Just thinking about preventing the news from leaving here gives me a headache." After walking for a long time, he finally brought Lim Ha-jin to a small warehouse located next to the fish market pier. She asked him curiously, "Why suddenly? Is the village chief saying this?" The old man didn't answer. He focused on unlocking the door. The warehouse doors slowly creaked open. A group of men with messy hair and disheveled appearances turned their heads to look at the door. Lim Ha-jin cautiously looked around. The village chief then spoke up. "Didn't you two discuss something yesterday?" He moved closer to her and asked, "Tell me the truth, that bastard isn't your brother, is he?" A playful slap distorted the thugs' faces. An uppercut from below made the long-haired man foam at the mouth. A hook from the side contorted the crew-cut man's face. Lim Ha-jin mercilessly ground her heel into the blond man's face. The village chief watched from a distance. Seeing the scene before him, he exclaimed in surprise, "Well, what? In the blink of an eye, you've—" Lim Ha-jin gave him a stern look. Lim Ha-jin rushed forward like an arrow and grabbed his hand, blocking a slap from him. Lim Ha-jin immediately locked the village chief's wrist from behind, in a police-like posture for arresting a criminal. Not letting him struggle, he could only let out a few cries. Lim Ha-jin gripped his hand tightly and said sarcastically, "You've probably heard this line in movies a lot, right?" The village chief cried out in pain. Ah. Lim Ha-jin's voice was stern. She added, If you don't want to die, then confess. Lim Ha-jin's face darkened. Her eyes widened as she said seriously, "But when I interrogate prisoners of war on the battlefield, I beat them first." She decisively bent his finger. His face looked extremely ugly. His eyes looked like they were about to pop out. The village chief screamed miserably. Huh. Lim Ha-jin was calm. She slowly warned, "Remember this pain well, because I will break each of your fingers every time you don't answer properly." Lim Ha-jin's face was grim. She urged the village chief to answer her question. She asked loudly and slowly, "Where is teacher's son Hee-sung?" The village chief, in a weak position, repeatedly denied it. How would I know where she is?" The old man's face became increasingly ugly. He screamed, Ah. Lim Ha-jin pressed on. Her hand bent another finger. Her voice was powerful. "Don't play dumb. I already know you people dragged her away 3 days ago." The village chief turned his head back and shouted at Lim Ha-jin. 3 days ago? No, that's not it. At that time, teacher's son took the opportunity while we were chasing that kid to run in the opposite direction. The village chief continued to argue. After that, I don't know anything. We're still looking for her now. Lim Ha-jin silently came to a conclusion. She thought to herself, he's not the type of person who can withstand torture. His voice is also trembling. Lim Ha-jin fell into deep thought. She asked herself, if what he's saying is true, does that mean teacher's son isn't in danger? A deep voice came from behind. Go spoke up. Please stop. Causing Lim Ha-jin to be stunned for a moment. Go had a foolish look on his face. He spoke slowly. Violence is not good. We should only speak kind words to each other. Lim Ha-jin turned around. Her hand was already in position to elbow him. Her elbow immediately landed squarely on Go's chin. Go's face changed. He glared. Go lifted Lim Ha-jin up with one hand. She was too surprised to react in time. When Lim Ha-jin regained her composure, she could only stammer. Huh. Lim Ha-jin turned to look at Go doubtfully and thought, well, what? This strength. It had no effect on him at all. She thought further. Even if it were Captain Na Wei-jin or Uncle John. Go raised his hand to rub his chin. Blood dripped from his lip. He hissed. That hurts. Lim Ha-jin kept asking herself. It's real. The village chief on the opposite side looked straight at Lim Ha-jin. He said happily, well done. The village chief held up his hand. His 2 fingers were twisted together. The village chief said angrily, that bitch broke my hand. Go open the door and let Lim Ha-jin out. The village chief was stunned. He exclaimed, Go gently set Lim Ha-jin down at the door. She was confused, not understanding what was happening. Go went inside. He cracked the door open and waved goodbye to Lim Ha-jin. Have a safe trip home. Lim Ha-jin stared at Go with her mouth agape. Surprised by his action, a rake immediately flew into Go's head. The village chief helplessly cursed. Damn you, you idiot. He continued to criticize Go. Are you crazy? How dare you ignore my words? Go held his aching head. He explained. No, but how can I hit a woman? Go held his left eye with one hand. He continued. My father was the same. He told me that no matter what a woman does, I should never hit her. The village chief growled. He lamented loudly. Damn it. What the hell kind of day is this? The village chief swung the rake to vent his anger on Go. He shouted loudly. Even a dog dares to bite its master. Go didn't dare to fight back. He just quickly raised his hands to cover his head. The village chief's phone rang. He answered and said loudly. You called at the right time. Quickly call people to catch that bitch immediately. The village chief paused for a beat as the person on the other end reported. Village chief. Something big has happened. The village chief was stunned. He fell silent. The other side reported in a panic. That gangster is elsewhere. A baton smashed through a car window. The man in the black suit relentlessly rained down fatal blows on the car in front of him. The car owner cried out in fear. The car owner frantically grabbed Na Wei-jin's sleeve to stop him. Stop! Spare my car. Na Wei-jin slowly turned around without a word. Na Wei-jin forcefully threw the man to the ground. A truck driver approached. He said loudly, They're planning to build a homestay to keep tourists here, right? The other man replied immediately. That's right. He got permission. That's why he dares to collect a sand tax. Na Wei-jin stared at the car owner. The car owner could only timidly cry out. Hey. Na Wei-jin cleaned his ear with his pinky finger. He said sarcastically, "That's a good thing for this island. But why are you blocking the road and demanding a sand tax? As if these grains of sand are so foreign to you." Na Weijin sat down on a stall with the ladies who were gossiping nearby. He grabbed a handful of sweet potatoes, put them in his mouth, and said loudly, "Ladies, let's gather and gossip." The ladies were not very friendly towards the young man, wanting to join their group. They glared at him. The people commented on Na Weijin. "That damn little brat is causing chaos on this island. He threw trash at a hooligan." He shouted loudly, "Why do you dare to bring trash to someone else's house and dump it?" The woman behind him crossed her arms and added in a firm voice, "That's right. This isn't the first or second time this has happened." In front of everyone, the person who littered had to endure countless disdainful looks. Na Weijin solved countless problems. One after another, a police officer came to restore order. He shouted loudly, "You worthless street thug," making everyone turn to look. The police officer continued to shout, "How dare you disturb the people in broad daylight like this?" The old men watching quickly chimed in. They echoed, "Arrest him immediately. We only trust you, officer." The police officer took it upon himself to pronounce the sentence. He shouted, "You have been caught red-handed for your thuggish behavior." Na Weijin held a cigarette in his mouth. His face showed no fear. On the contrary, he even smirked. He landed a punch in the police officer's stomach, almost sending him flying. The police officer was terrified. He foamed at the mouth. He let out a cry. The nosy people around him quickly helped him up. They shook the police officer and said, "He's really crazy. He even hit a police officer." "Officer, are you okay?" The police officer lay flat on the ground. The two old men continued to question, "What kind of police officer is this?" One person spoke up, "All over this island. Things are happening everywhere, but you never show up. You're no different from the old men's dog, waiting for the old men to call you before you come running with your tail between your legs." Na Weijin took a drag from his cigarette. He smirked and said, "I went to see it for myself. That place called a police station is no different from a dog kennel with two dogs in it. If you've got the guts, then come and arrest me." That night, the villagers gathered in the courtyard of a house. A disgruntled man started the conversation. "Even the police got beaten up. Where did those violent thugs come from? Doesn't South Korea have any rule of law?" The president of the Village Elders Association slowly replied, "Officer, how about we request the district police station to send more manpower?" The police officer frowned. He said nervously, "I've already requested it. But due to the storm, they can't arrive for the time being." The president of the Village Elders Association turned to ask, "What? If that's the case, aren't we basically trapped? And what are their identities? They're turning this village upside down looking for teacher's son." The village chief conceded, "TCH, fine. Why request more people? We have to solve our village's problems ourselves." The village chief looked up at the sky. He said calmly, "Humph. It's already gotten dark so quickly." The village chief's expression changed. His face became extremely cunning. He laughed with delight. He chuckled softly. He said, "The weather today is very suitable for punishing one or two people, isn't it?" Elsewhere, Na Weijin was sitting and talking with Lim Ha-jin. Na Weijin pressed, "They don't know either?" Lim Ha-jin avoided Na Weijin's gaze and tried to answer, "It seems they're not lying. I even used military interrogation techniques, and they still said they didn't know." She added, "After that, I went to ask the teachers at the school, but no one knew anything. I also contacted the port management to ask if she had received help and left the island like Yu Young." Na Weijin's face was calm. He didn't say a word, just quietly listened to Lim Ha-jin's account. Lim Ha-jin looked at the dark house, lit only by a flickering lamp. She asked tentatively, "But, senior, why aren't you turning on the electric lights and using an oil lamp instead? You even drew the curtains." Na Weijin replied briefly, "Because we'll have some guests arriving soon." Lim Ha-jin asked, confused, "Guests?" Na Weijin frowned. He said softly, "And I think they've arrived." The villagers' whispers could be heard right outside. They carried hoes and rakes, slowly advancing in a group towards Na Weijin's shelter. One of them spoke up. "Are they asleep?" The other one replied, "They didn't turn on the lights, so I don't know." One of them said sarcastically, "I thought city folk stayed up late. I didn't expect them to sleep so early." Na Weijin threw a baton towards Lim Ha-jin. She caught it neatly in her hand. The two of them shot to their feet. Na Weijin was already in a fighting stance. He gripped the baton tightly in his hand. He asked, 2 against a few dozen. Are you confident? Lim Hajin asked back. Confident? Lim Hajin let out a soft breath. She smiled and replied, You disappoint me a little by saying that. She thought about the idiots standing outside. She said disdainfully, In a village surrounded by mountains with people who have no guns and no proper training. She slowly added, I can take on 100 of them. Na Weijin and Lim Hajin grinned from ear to ear, holding their batons, ready to sweep through all the villagers. That night, the men of the village gathered in front of the lodging with hoes and rakes and water pipes. The neighborhood watch leader took out a key, surprising everyone. They had originally planned to use the pressure of the crowd to break down the door. One of them asked, You have a key? The neighborhood watch leader smiled smugly and replied, The village chief gave me a spare key. He inserted the key and muttered, Those 2 came here and messed everything up. And even without the village chief's orders, these things would have fallen to me anyway. Suddenly, the neighborhood watch leader took a punch to the face, knocking him out. The key fell from his hand. The person next to him panicked as he watched the watch leader fall with a bloody nose. Na Weijin. Lim Hajin opened the door, fully prepared, having waited for these people for a long time. Na Weijin exclaimed with delight. So many people. In front of the 2 of them were the able-bodied men of the village, holding weapons and in a fighting stance, ready to fight. A fat man with a rake rushed forward. With a heart full of resentment, he screamed, You should have been asleep by now, because now you're going to get beaten a little more. Na Weijin calmly asked Lim Hajin, Do you still remember your tactical training? Lim Hajin replied with great confidence, Of course. The 2 of them slipped past the villagers as fast as the wind. The villagers were attacked without being able to react. To the villagers' astonishment, Na Weijin challenged them. If you're so good, try to catch me. Naya. The thug tightened his grip on his club. He gritted his teeth. Look at that bastard. The people behind him looked just as furious. So, because of Na Weijin's challenge, the men became even more enraged. They rushed towards the 2 of them, shouting, Get them. Lim Hajin was extremely panicked. She complained as she ran. This is too dangerous. How could you say something like that? Na Weijin calmly whistled and replied, You'll know when you turn 30. The sky poured down with heavy rain. The men of the village poured into the forest, trying to hunt down the 2 of them. One of them, annoyed, grumbled, Why did it have to start raining right now? We should have caught them before this. The man next to him reassured him. Isn't this the back of the mountain? Where can they run? The man shouted a threat. Just wait until we catch you. Na Weijin was hiding behind a tree right next to him, but he had no idea. The man arrogantly continued, We'll tie you to a tree and beat you until... Before he could finish his sentence, a hand grabbed his face. The sound of coughing echoed through the forest. The others heard it and looked around frantically. As for the arrogant man, he was being held in a chokehold by Na Weijin. His face was completely red. He struggled continuously and coughed. Cough, can't breathe. A moment later, the man stopped struggling. He went limp in Na Weijin's arms. Na Weijin was very satisfied and started counting. 1 down. A man with a chipped tooth shouted, Come out now. Seeing that using violent threats wasn't working, he changed his tune. We'll go easy on you. But who would be stupid enough to come out and get beaten up? Lim Hajin sat on a tree branch, silently observing them. She waited for the others to leave, until only the man who had been shouting was left, walking alone at the back. Lim Hajin suddenly jumped down. She wrapped her legs around his neck. The man couldn't shout anymore. He could only make gurgling sounds. Gurgle, gurgle. His hands tried to push Lim Hajin's legs away. But the more he pushed, the tighter her legs squeezed his neck. He desperately called out to the people in front. What the hell? Here. Over here. Lim Hajin teased. They can't hear you. The rain is too loud. The man froze on the spot. Lim Hajin smiled wildly and said, A rainy night in the forest. Under these conditions, a civilian chasing after a special agent is no different from suicide. The rain roared throughout the area. The village chief said softly, It's raining really hard. This storm is no joke. He clasped his hands behind his back. Watching the rain, he complained, Just catching 2 of them. Why is it taking so long? He took out his phone to call the other men. He asked with a commanding tone, Hello? Have you caught them yet? The person on the other end stammered in fear. The village chief. Something strange. A man with a crew cut, holding the phone, continued. There were originally over 30 of us, but now there are only 4 of us left. Behind him was a man with glasses. A small man with buck teeth looking around nervously, and a big man standing still like a bear. The crew-cut man described in terror. It's as if this mountain has a demon that's taking us down one by one. He begged, trembling. The village chief, can we just go back for today? We've messed with the wrong people. The crew-cut man screamed in terror. Behind him, Na Weijin and Lim Hajin approached. Hearing the terrified scream from the other end of the line, the village chief's face changed. From calm, he became a little worried. He shouted into the phone. Hello? Hey. Na Weijin picked up the phone from the ground. The crew-cut man had been taken down, unconscious on the spot. The 2 small fries behind him cowered and hissed. Only the big man, like a bear, remained calm. Na Weijin answered the phone and said, Village chief, you've done a very bad thing. Na Weijin's voice was gloomy. In this weather, it wouldn't be strange if a few unexpected things happened, would it? The village chief was speechless after hearing that. His head began to break out in a sweat. Na Weijin hung up. He took out a cigarette and asked, So, do you know what's about to happen to you now? He looked at them with threatening eyes. There's only one way for me to stop, and that is to tell me where Ms. Sun Hee-sung is. The 2 small fries were terrified when they saw his eyes. The tall man, his face still calm, stood firm. He spoke up. I know where she is. The buck-toothed man was very surprised to hear that, and turned around. The tall man continued to ask, But why is a thug like you looking for Miss Sun? Lim Hajin tried to recall. That person is. The thug exclaimed in shock. Go. Why are you? A baton flew into his mouth. He cried out in pain. Go saw this and asked with concern. Are you okay? Na Weijin spoke up. From now on, everyone except him, shut your mouths. Na Weijin looked towards Go. Na Weijin took the cigarette out of his mouth and asked, Well then, tell me. Right now, teacher's son is. Na Weijin stopped talking. Go had, at some point, appeared in front of him. His hand was ready to strike down. He brought his hand down on Na Weijin's head. The attack was like a rock falling on his head. Fortunately, Na Weijin was agile and managed to block it with his hand. But his hand was already red. Na Weijin silently looked up at Go. Instantly, Na Weijin counterattacked with a punch to Go's side. The man staggered back, clutching his stomach. Lim Hajin asked frantically, Senior, are you okay? Be careful. He's very strong. She looked at Na Weijin with great concern. Na Weijin rubbed his arm. It seems. My wrist is broken. Lim Hajin was extremely panicked to hear that. Na Weijin continued. I probably won't be able to move one of my hands for a while. Go cut in. I don't hit women, but I do hit men. He said in a low voice. Furthermore, a thug like you is a bad person. I can't let the kind Ms. Sun fall into your hands. Lim Hajin stood in front of Na Weijin and said, Please step back, Senior. I'll handle this. Na Weijin stepped forward and said, If you step in, you'll be breaking the rules. He doesn't hit women, after all. Na Weijin smiled and said, But don't worry. You can handle the rest of them. This is a perfect one-on-one match. In Go's memory, the words of the village elders appeared. TSK, why is he so slow? He even talks slowly. Agu. He's just big, but he acts like an idiot. Everyone, regardless of age, looked at me with the same eyes. Every day, the village chief would come to him to vent his anger. Why can't you understand what I'm saying? Even his son would bring his gang to find him for stress relief. Look at this. He's like a punching bag. Under the villagers' ridicule like that. Go always thought. Like that, I started to think of myself as someone who deserved to be beaten and cursed. But a gentle voice spoke up. Hello. At that time, Go was cleaning the boats. Hearing the greeting, he looked up. It was teacher's son, with a very kind face, striking up a conversation with him. The weather is beautiful today, isn't it? Teacher's son was the only person in the village who looked at me with eyes as warm as the sun. From that moment on, I decided, if anything happened to Ms. Sun, no matter what, I would protect her. Go moved to punch Na Weijin, but fortunately, he dodged. At the village chief put on a raincoat and went outside. He grumbled as he walked. You idiots. All of you gathered together, and you can't even catch two people? He glanced back, thinking deeply. What should I do now? He's chasing me. I should hide. The village chief came up with an idea. In the forest, Go and Na Weijin were in a tense standoff. But only Go was attacking, while Na Weijin continuously dodged. Not seeing Na Weijin fight back, Go shouted, "If you're a thug, then fight me head-on. Why are you only dodging?" Go threw a powerful punch like a dumbbell. Na Weijin ducked and dodged it. He let out a sigh of relief. He silently thanked his ancestors for protecting him. If I get hit by just one of those, I'm done for. Behind him, Lim Ha-jin was brandishing a baton. She continuously advanced and attacked, making them hesitate. A blow like a thunderclap came down on the thug's head. The man with glasses saw it and screamed in fear. He turned his head back. He ran and shouted, "I surrender. Don't come over here." Ha-jin, as if possessed, ran after him. And so, the man with glasses shared the same fate as the thug. He also took a baton to the head. Ha-jin turned to report to Na Weijin. "Senior, I've taken care of things over here." She asked, "Should I come help you?" Na Weijin was silently concentrating, so he didn't answer. Go was starting to get impatient. "Please just get hit." Na Weijin swung his right arm up, aiming for Go's face. An uppercut to Go's chin knocked him out. Go's eyes rolled back. He was dazed after Na Weijin's attack. Na Weijin continued with a leg sweep on Go, causing him to fall hard. Go fell backward onto the ground. So this was the reason Na Weijin had been dodging and not attacking him. Because if he had attacked, he would have been done for. Na Weijin looked down at him. His hand reached into his jacket pocket. A moment ago, a scar was clearly visible on Go's head. Go saw Na Weijin take something out of his jacket. He raised his hand to block it in fear. His heart was filled with terror. A knife? Na Weijin held up the card. Ministry of Education Public Service ID. Na Weijin. Educational Rights Protection Bureau. Na Weijin spoke in a gentle tone. "I apologize for being so rough. You were too agitated, so I had no other choice." Go's eyes widened in bewilderment. Na Weijin explained, "We are not thugs. I am from the Educational Rights Protection Bureau, here to help Teacher's son. You said you wouldn't let Teacher's son fall into the hands of bad people, right? From what you said, it seems you're protecting Ms. Sun from the village chief. Right now, none of the villagers can hear you. Can you tell me where Ms. Sun is?" Go was stunned by what he heard. So he had misunderstood a good person all this time. He remembered. It was another rainy evening. The village chief shouted orders to the whole village. "Catch that kid." His hand was gripping Teacher Sun's hair. He told the whole village, "I'm going home now, so bring him there for me." Teacher Sun, taking advantage of his distraction, broke free and ran. The village chief was furious and shouted, "What do I do now? Damn it." Ms. Sun ran headlong into the night. Even though she was out of breath, gasp, gasp, she tried to keep running, trying to escape this place. Suddenly, a hand clamped over her mouth. The village chief's voice rang out. "Ms. Sun, don't waste your energy. Come out now. Since you've seen everything, don't even think about leaving here." At this moment, Go was covering Ms. Sun's mouth, hiding behind a wall, waiting for the village chief to go far away. Go let Ms. Sun go. Ms. Sun looked at Go, utterly bewildered. Go told her, "Follow me. There's a place you can hide." He took her to a room. He asked kindly, "Do you feel any inconvenience staying here?" Ms. Sun was holding a file and looked up. Go was holding a bag of things. He explained, "Early this morning, I secretly brought some clothes and food from the teacher's house." Seeing Ms. Sun say nothing, he was startled and said shyly, "Oh, I didn't look at your underwear. I closed my eyes and took them." Ms. Sun said in a sad voice, "It's okay. Thank you." Go told her the escape plan. "I stole the village chief's boat key. It seems a big storm is coming. Once the storm stops, I will definitely." Ms. Sun cut him off and asked, "Can you make a phone call?" She said with great concern, "The police can't be trusted because the village chief also has connections with the authorities. Can you call the Educational Rights Protection Bureau to help me?" Seeing Go remain silent, she said in a small voice, "If you don't know the number, can you call 114 to ask? Is that possible?" Go was a bit stunned for a moment after hearing that. Then he scratched his head and said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, I can't make a call right now. At present." After remembering everything, he realized, that's right. There really is an Educational Protection Bureau, just like the teacher said. Go knelt down in front of Na Weijin. I'm truly sorry. Na Weijin replied. I'm the one who should be sorry. Go said honestly. Teacher's son is currently at the fishing club's house. Except for when I go to clean, only fishermen frequent that place. Follow me. I'll take you to there. Hearing that Ms. Sun was safe, Na Weijin and Lim Ha-jin smiled happily. Outside the lodging house, thunder rumbled loudly. Ms. Sun was writing something under the desk lamp. Looking out the window at the heavy rain, she thought, is it really true that I can go back after the rain stops? She immediately calmed herself down. Even if I can't go back, I can still send this journal to the Educational Rights Protection Bureau. A rattling sound cut through Ms. Sun's thoughts. The person outside the door was fumbling with the key. Which key is it? Hurry up. Ms. Sun thought happily to herself. Mr. Go probably can't find the key again. She went to open the door. You're back? Like a bolt from the blue. She froze, looking at the man in front of her. It was the old village chief, looking at her with a vile expression. He squinted and asked, Teacher's son, so you were here? Do you know the villagers were very worried when you suddenly disappeared? Hearing this, Ms. Sun's hair stood on end. Cold sweat poured down her face. The village chief entered the room and locked the door. Just in time. I have a lot of things I want to ask you, Ms. Sun. Then his voice changed to a growl as he shouted. You bitch. Did you call that thug here? Teacher's son's terrified scream came from behind the door. Although it was pouring rain, Na Weijin's group didn't seem to mind. Everyone was soaking wet. They frantically searched for Teacher's son Hee-sung. Kim Sun-jo pointed into the distance. He shouted, over there. Looking at the dark, single-story house on the edge of the forest, he asserted, Teacher's son is inside. The three of them didn't hesitate. They rushed forward. They threw open the door, but then they froze. In the room, besides the filthy mess, there was absolutely no sign of the teacher. Kim Sun-jo's voice trembled with denial. It can't be. Without wasting any time, they immediately rushed into the room, each in a different direction. They split up to search. Kim Sun-jo was bewildered. He stammered, where's the teacher? Lim Ha-jin quickly assessed the situation. She said to Na Weijin, Senior, it seems someone broke in here. She turned to Kim Sun-jo and asked him, Did you tell anyone the teacher was here? He immediately replied, No, I didn't tell anyone. Meanwhile, Na Weijin was focused on observing the broken details left on the floor. Fortunately, there was a clue left behind. Kim Sun-jo suddenly remembered. He exclaimed, The village chief. He also has a key to this room. Looking down at the floor, the small table was overturned. There was a rather thick notebook that had been torn to shreds. Na Weijin picked up the notebook. He began to flip through it briefly to look for more information. His eyes darkened. He concluded, It's all torn up. Don't tell me it was the village chief. As he said this, the puzzle in his mind seemed to solve itself. He knew. He rushed outside. He said to his two partners, Based on the tracks left behind, they can't have gone far. Let's go after them. Kim Sun-jo and Lim Ha-jin didn't doubt him. They rushed out into the heavy rain. Lim Ha-jin asked, Senior, do you know where they are? He was in a great hurry now. He replied as he ran. It's obvious, isn't it? Right now, the village chief and the teacher. At the seawall, furious waves crashed against the wall, turning it white. A man's voice spoke slowly. Teacher's son shouldn't have done that. Kneeling right at the edge of the seawall was Teacher's son Hee-sung. She was soaked in rainwater. Her hands were tied behind her back. Her mouth was tightly sealed with tape. She was in a kneeling position. The person continued, If you had any complaints, you should have just said them. Why did you have to write everything down like that? The village chief's face was vicious. Without any mercy, the old man was hidden in a dark green raincoat. He continued to preach his cheap morality and blamed the girl shivering in the cold before him. You brought all of this on yourself, so don't blame me. Cruel and malicious. Faced with such a person, Teacher's son Hee-sung looked up at the old man. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably. The dark circles under her eyes clearly showed how tired she had been these past few days. Remembering before, when she had just set foot in this land, she was still young and full of life. Hopeful. Her clothes were neat. She stood in the school staff room. She smiled brightly as she listened to her own introduction. This is Ms. Sun Hee-sung, the new appointee. Lately, there has been a shortage of teachers in remote areas. It's surprising that Teacher's son volunteered. The principal stood beside her. He shouted. Everyone, please give her a round of applause. Everyone applauded warmly, welcoming her to this place. She bowed politely. She introduced herself briefly. I am Sun Hee-sung. I look forward to working with you all. Teacher Sun Hee-sung began to retrace her first steps. The beginning of all the current events. I am 28 years old. As soon as I passed the civil service exam, I volunteered to come to this island village. A few volunteers like me were also appointed quickly. A long time ago, when she was still in school, she had been pondering and agonizing over this issue. When I was in college, I deeply empathized with my professor's words about the lack of education for children in rural areas because people often avoid those places. My colleagues were very worried about my choice and about adapting to life on the island. However, she suddenly stopped on the road leading to the small village. A brilliant sunset stunned teacher Sun Hee-sung. She remembered exclaiming with pure joy, "It's so beautiful." When I saw this scene, I thought I had made the right decision. But from the very beginning, I had to face problems I never imagined. From then on, a series of unexpected events occurred, from small to large. One day, the principal ordered teacher Sun Hee-sung, "Teacher Sun, go to the port and help clean the warehouse." She reported back, "But I have a class right now." The old man didn't even bother to listen and spoke immediately. "I'll teach your class for you. Young people should help the elderly." The villagers kept calling me out without any consideration. Another day, the village chief forced her to drink with him again. When she politely refused, "Village chief, I'm not a good drinker, so..." The old man immediately dismissed it. Drinking is like exercise. If you drink a lot, you'll get better at it. At its peak, even in the middle of the night, drunk villagers would come to my house. They disturbed my privacy many times. She still clearly remembered the feeling of fear and disgust that ran down her spine at that time. The noise outside the door didn't stop. Is the teacher asleep? They haunted her like a ghost. She had thought. Even so, I could still endure it because this only happened to me. A group of students walked by while teacher Sun Hee-sung was busy pulling weeds. One of them called out. His attitude was arrogant. "Hey, soul girl, have fun pulling weeds." Another one, walking right next to Gu Rangcho, asked hesitantly, "But aren't our rules a bit too harsh?" Gu Rangcho sneered and replied with a haughty tone, "It has to be this way so they'll listen." His expression was emotionless as he added, "My dad said, parents can endure pain, but they can't bear to see their children get hurt. Didn't they end up paying in the end? My dad said if they agree to pay, he'll give me 10%. His friend immediately exclaimed, 10% is 3 million won. That's awesome. She could only silently watch the backs of those children. She thought. The truth is, there was a conflict between the villagers and the newcomers over the village development fund. The feeling of confusion and extreme shock at that time was still there. But for them to use children for that, this wasn't something a teacher like me could interfere in. Another day, the old village chief had brought teacher Sun Hee-sung and Yu Young to a place. The village chief had invited us to a drinking party. Because of Gu Rangcho, I had to attend that party. She even gave a thumbs up to encourage her student. At that party, they still poured her drinks. She drank even though she didn't want to, just smelling it. Teacher Sun Hee-sung immediately covered her mouth, trying to hold back her nausea. The teacher said politely, "Village chief, it's too strong. I can't." He cut her off again. He silenced her again. The old man held up the bottle of liquor and said, "This is the ginseng wine that Mr. Park brewed." An old man next to him chimed in, "You won't be able to control your power after drinking it." The old village chief continued to pour from the bottle into teacher Sun Hee-sung's cup, despite her face, having turned a little pale. The old man said with a smile, "This is very good for your health, so have another glass." She spoke up hesitantly, "Village chief, I have something I'd like to discuss. You know, Rangcho has been bullying Yu Young." The old village chief leisurely sipped his drink. He replied to teacher Sun Hee-sung with indifference, "They'll all grow up on their own. Do you have any difficulties you need to ask me about?" The old man looked at the untouched glass in teacher Sun Hee-sung's hand. He said, "But your glass is still not empty." Her face paled. She was too surprised to speak. "I was determined before I came here, but..." The old man frowned. He adopted the tone of an elder and growled each word. "If an elder pours you a drink, you should drink it immediately, because that's polite." She had a thought. The village chief's face looks really scary today. That day, I didn't dare to say anything. Teacher's son Hee-sung chose to close her eyes and try to swallow the burning liquor in front of the indifferent, wretched old men there. The alcohol hadn't even kicked in yet. Nausea surged up. The teacher covered her mouth, her eyes wide. Sweat poured down her face. She immediately left the party table. Still very politely, she said, "Excuse me. I need to use the restroom for a moment." They didn't pay her any mind. They watched her turn and leave, all alone, fending for herself with no one to rely on. The four middle-aged men stared at her butt. Each old man had a savage smile on his face. Teacher's son Hee-sung went to a hidden wall nearby. She leaned on her hands and vomited violently. For her student. For herself. The sound of vomiting continued. Then the vomiting stopped, replaced by tears of shame. Pain. The helplessness of someone carrying the mission of a teacher on her shoulders. She blamed herself. "I feel so sad that I can't do anything." From inside, a voice called out, asking about teacher's son Hee-sung. "Teacher, are you okay?" The person sincerely advised her. "It seems you've had too much to drink. You should go home and rest." She recognized the voice of a local. She stopped crying and asked to confirm. "Is that you, Mr. Go?" Approaching the small window with iron bars, which looked no different from a prison cell. She peered inside and asked, "Why are you here at this hour?" The scene inside left her momentarily speechless. Kim Sun-jo was tied up and kneeling. His shirt had been torn off. His entire body was covered in bruises. She was still open-mouthed in shock. She stammered. After about a second, teacher's son, Hee-sung, screamed, "Why are you tied up like that? Are you okay?" Kim Sun-jo replied gently and calmly, "I'm being punished because I made the village chief unhappy this morning." He even reassured her, "This happens to me sometimes, so please don't worry, teacher." Of course, with such an inhumane incident, teacher's son Hee-sung was still terrified. She questioned, "Sometimes? How can they treat a person like that?" Kim Sun-jo immediately said, "I think you should run away as fast as you can, teacher." Not understanding why the person who needed to escape wasn't escaping but was advising her to run. Teacher's son Hee-sung was bewildered. Run away? Kim Sun-jo had difficulty explaining to her. "This morning, I heard the people here saying they were planning to drug you and do perverted things." He continued, "I can't let that happen. If you see anything strange, please go home immediately, teacher." Hearing these words, teacher's son Hee-sung's worldview seemed to collapse. Her whole body went cold. Her face was drained of all color. She asked inside, "What do you mean?" Before she could finish speaking, the old village chief appeared right beside her. He mumbled, "Oh my, what are you doing here, teacher?" She screamed in terror. "Village chief." The old man calmly remarked, "Agu, you must be surprised to see this idiot go." Teacher's son Hee-sung didn't know what to do. She was still clinging to the window bars, not moving an inch. The old village chief approached slowly. He said, "You know his mind isn't right, don't you? Get out of here and don't worry about these things." She stood facing the old man in fear. She questioned him, "But how could you do that to someone like Mr. Go?" The old village chief no longer bothered with pleasantries. He reached out and touched the end of teacher's son Hee-sung's hair. He said, "I told you not to worry about it." The old man grabbed her hair. He brought it close to his nose. He sniffed. The old man was savage. "Let's get out of here and continue drinking." His intention was too clear. Teacher's son Hee-sung was so scared she couldn't stand properly. From that moment on, she completely rejected this place. Everything, she told herself. The scenery here may be beautiful, but the people's hearts are not. I have to let everyone know, for students like Yu Young, for the new teachers who will be transferred here. The old village chief's smug, cruel words always haunted her. You know what? Even if Go reports it, it won't do any good. Returning to the present situation, the old man was still lecturing with his head held high. 5 years ago, there were also foolish people like you. They tried to tell everyone the truth about this island. The old man recalled that time with annoyance. He scratched his short, stubbly beard and said, "It even made it onto the 9 o'clock news. It was complete chaos. Something about slaves and oppressing newcomers. As if we were demons." Of course, teacher's son Hee-sung couldn't refute anything. She could only stare at the old man. The village chief gradually revealed. But just a few days later, the news disappeared. "Do you know why, teacher?" He clasped his hands behind his back. He approached the poor girl. Because it would stir up the prejudice of the people in this region. Well, that's why the reporters and politicians all clammed up. The old man threw a hateful glance at teacher's son Hee-sung. He grimaced and said, "But I also find it very annoying to be slandered by others." The old man looked at her savagely. "Are there any surveillance cameras here? So what do we have?" The village chief, with the heart of a wolf, calmly, as if nothing was wrong, said to teacher's son Hee-sung, "As long as we handle it to look like a disappearance due to the storm, not even God will know." Hearing these words, knowing that nothing could sway the old man, if a miracle didn't happen, tonight would probably be teacher's son Hee-sung's last night on earth. Tears welled up and mixed with the heavy rain. Despite the pitiful, pleading look teacher's son Hee-sung gave him, the old village chief was determined to place his foot on her. With just a push, he would immediately kick her into the sea. The old man said, "The thug you called will probably take a few days to find you. Even I can't think of a better way than this." The old man laughed maniacally. He gathered all his strength, preparing to send teacher's son Hee-sung to the afterlife. He said cheerfully, "Well then, have a good trip, teacher." But man proposes, God disposes. Kim Sun-jo came flying out of nowhere like a raging bull. He rammed straight into the old village chief's face, forcing the old man's plan to murder and silence her to be foiled. A thunderous blow from Kim Sun-jo successfully broke a few of the disgusting man's teeth. It also temporarily knocked the old man out. Teacher's son Hee-sung was horrified. She didn't understand what had just happened in the blink of an eye. She turned to look at the fat man lying motionless on the concrete. Her eyes widened. Kim Sun-jo now approached her. He called out gently, "Teacher." He asked her, "Are you okay?" Knowing that a miracle was really happening. Teacher's son Hee-sung's whole body trembled violently. She looked up at her savior, unable to hold back her emotions. Tears streamed down her face like a river again. Kim Sun-jo gently removed the tape from teacher's son Hee-sung's mouth. He asked her kindly, "Teacher, are you okay?" Beside them, blood from his nose and mouth was still streaming down the old village chief's face. Going around behind her, he untied the rope binding teacher's son Hee-sung's hands. Her eyes were still teary. She stammered. Unexpectedly, in just a moment, the old village chief had regained consciousness. He staggered to his feet. Looking at the young pair, the old man cursed, "You bastard, go!" with his filthy mouth. The old man barked like a rabid dog. "How dare a dog like you bite its master? Are you crazy enough to want to die?" Kim Sun-jo just stood there without saying a word. He calmly listened to all the old man's cruel words. And also very timidly, he replied respectfully, "I'm sorry, village chief. But no matter what, killing someone is." The old village chief's anger was like an erupting volcano. There was no way to stop it. The old man ran like the wind towards Kim Sun-jo. He continued to shout, "You idiot." He grabbed Kim Sun-jo's collar. He cursed as if throwing water in his face. "You idiot. Didn't you see what that bitch wrote? Didn't you see it? She almost destroyed our village." The old man ordered Kim Sun-jo without regard for right or wrong. He ordered him as if Kim Sun-jo were an animal that only knew how to obey, without the ability to argue. "We have to shut her mouth. Now you do it. Throw that bitch directly into the water now." As the two were struggling, a male voice came. No, you can't do that." It was Na Wei-jin. He walked slowly in the rain. He asked the village chief in a mocking tone, "You think it's just the teacher? What about us?" Na Wei-jin smiled provocatively. He challenged, "How are you going to shut this itching mouth of mine?" Lim Ha-jin looked at her respectable senior. She cursed. "Sometimes I really can't understand why he's like that." Na Wei-jin began his artistic performance. He sang like a real singer. I want to say that extortion, blackmail, bribing the police, hiring people for assault, threats, attempted murder, and Na Wei-jin threw his official ID card down right in front of the old village chief. He growled, "Obstruction of a public official in the performance of their duties." The old village chief was only now starting to get scared. He let out a small ah. He backed away in fear. Na Wei-jin smiled. He looked at the old man with utter contempt. He said bluntly, "With what we've seen here, plus the other crimes discovered when you're arrested, the rest of your life will probably rot in prison. The old man's limbs went weak after hearing that. A chill ran down his spine. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. Without wasting any time, as soon as he finished speaking, Na Weijin and Lim Ha-jin approached the village chief. The old man backed away and cursed. Damn it. So you really are government officials. That damn principal. They're from the Ministry of Education, and we didn't even realize it. Teacher's son Hee-sung's eyes widened in realization. The Educational Rights Protection Bureau. Seeing Na Weijin and Lim Ha-jin standing firmly on the same side as her, teacher's son Hee-sung thought, they're just like when I saw them on the news. They really came to help me. Thinking that, teacher's son Hee-sung was moved. Tears rolled down her face again. Na Weijin ordered Lim Ha-jin. Lim Ha-jin, arrest him. We'll escort him to the police station when the storm stops. She replied curtly. Seeing her approach the old man without hesitation, the village chief backed away in fear. He ordered Kim Sun-jo, go. Push them into the sea. He didn't understand. He asked back, like a wild animal cornered. The old man's eyes were bloodshot. He growled, if I go to prison, you know what will happen to your father, don't you? Mentioning his father was Kim Sun-jo's weak spot. He froze for a moment, stunned. Lim Ha-jin approached the old man. She held out the handcuffs. She said, cooperate with me before you get hurt. But before she could even act, an extremely strong force hit her. A blow that sent her flying away from the old village chief. It was Kim Sun-jo who had acted. The blow was so strong that even the old man had to cover his head. Kim Sun-jo looked worriedly at Lim Ha-jin, who was sprawled on the side. She struggled to get up. She asked him, why? Kim Sun-jo replied, I'm sorry. My father taught me not to hit women, but in the pouring rain, Kim Sun-jo had difficulty saying each word. Each small phrase came out of his mouth. As difficult as forcing a mute person to speak. You see, if the village chief is arrested, my father will die. He took a stance. He said firmly, the village chief has been sending my salary to the hospital for my father. That's why I can't let the village chief be arrested. However, his eyes betrayed him. Tears had, at some point, welled up and were now streaming down his face. Lim Ha-jin was furious. She stood up forcefully. She stepped forward. She declared, if you dare to interfere. Na Weijin, from behind, managed to stop her. Wait, Lim Ha-jin. In place of his subordinate, Na Weijin personally approached Kim Sun-jo. He asked, have you ever visited your father in the hospital? Have you heard any news from your father? Kim Sun-jo answered honestly, I can't go to my father because he can only lie in one place. The old village chief nodded eagerly. Yes, that's right. Because he's in a coma, he can't be visited. Na Weijin's eyes glinted coldly. Na Weijin took out his phone. He calmly questioned Kim Sun-jo. Go is probably not your real name. Give me your name and ID number. He answered him. My name is Kim Sun-jo. As for my ID number, I don't remember it clearly. The old village chief thought in fear. What is he planning to do? Teacher's son Hee-sung, standing beside him, recited it perfectly. She explained, I found it strange why you were being treated like that. I memorized it to look it up when I got back to the mainland. Hearing that, Na Weijin smiled. Human kindness is truly warm. The person on the other end of the line answered. Hello, Captain Na Weijin. He greeted him briefly. Sang-ho, you're up? Are you on duty? Sang-ho replied. Yes, I'm working. Is something wrong? He replied. Sorry, but I need to ask you for a favor. The name is Kim Sun-jo. ID number is X. Yes, just a moment. The old village chief was terrified, his face pale. He continued. Please check this person's background for me. The other side accepted the task. Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. Not long after, Sang-ho reported back. I found him. But this person is a missing person. Over the phone, the information continued to be given in detail. According to the missing person report from 15 years ago, his relatives include his father. Hearing a few details, Na Weijin froze. Na Weijin approached Kim Sun-jo. He asked Sang-ho, I can't hear clearly because of the rain. Could you repeat that? The other side replied clearly. Name, Kim Sun-jo. 32 years old. He held the phone close for Kim Sun-jo to hear. Sang-ho continued. He was reported missing 15 years ago. His relative is his father. The memory of that year appeared. A cowering Kim Sun-jo sitting on a boat. A man said, 17 years old. Are you out of your mind? The younger village chief tried to refuse. Go away. No matter what you say, it's useless. The other man replied. It's true he's a bit young, but he meets all the conditions you want. Strong and naive. He whispered in the old man's ear. He said slyly. It seems he's a bit slow. The old man approached the 17-year-old Kim Sunjo. Why aren't you in school? Why are you here? Kim Sunjo replied naively. My father is sick and dying, so how can I go to school? I need to pay for my father's hospital bills. Please let me work. After confirming that Kim Sunjo was indeed slow, the old man smiled brightly. Time passed. While cleaning the boats, Kim Sunjo asked the village chief, who was idly smoking. Village chief, I've been working here for a year now. Can I get my salary? I need to pay my father's hospital bills. The old man asked. Do you know how to transfer money? Kim Sunjo replied foolishly. Can't I just send it to them? The old man immediately cursed. You idiot. Do you know how far the hospital is? Do you want to pay for all the shipping fees? He bared his white teeth. The old man smiled slyly and said, I've been sending your salary to the hospital every month, so don't worry. If you mention your salary again, you'd better watch out, you hear me? And yet, the young Kim Sunjo at that time completely believed the old man. He even felt both guilty and grateful. He scratched his head and said, So that's how it is. Thank you, boss. From then on, Kim Sunjo didn't mind the hardship. He would do any job if he had the chance. Humph. I worked from morning till late at night. I was punished a lot for doing stupid things, but I didn't feel tired at all. Kim Sunjo still naively believed. Because I could help my father. I was very happy about that. Sang-ho confirmed over the phone. His father passed away 1 year after Kim Sunjo went missing. Hearing this, let alone understanding or processing the information, Kim Sunjo didn't even dare to. He snatched Na Wei-jin's phone. He shouted, You're lying. Hearing the sudden loud noise, Sang-ho's ear hurt. Who are you? The poor 32-year-old man roared like an animal. I am Kim Sunjo. What do you mean my father is dead? The other side replied. Kim Sunjo. So that's why the captain called me. Sang-ho announced. Kim Sunjo. I am an investigator from the Seoul Intelligence Police Agency. Unfortunately, your father, Kim Dakwon, passed away from a serious illness 14 years ago. Unable to believe what was happening, Kim Sunjo repeated in a daze. Kim Dakwon. That's my father's name. The voice on the phone continued. Furthermore, he had no relatives, so his body. Kim Sunjo turned to look at the old village chief. Village chief. What should I? The old man had already started running far, far away, to Kim Sunjo's utter astonishment. He screamed in fear. Damn it. 5 years ago, I blocked all information so he wouldn't find out. But how could he possibly escape? A large hand grabbed his head and slammed him to the ground. Kim Sunjo said, Stop running and tell me the truth. Is my father really dead? The old man was temporarily speechless, not knowing how to lie. The old man sneered and replied to him. Well, you heard what they said. But aren't you still alive? He continued to manipulate Kim Sunjo like a dog. All right. Listen carefully to the reason you're still alive. It's because I've fed and housed you for the past 15 years. Therefore, you can't live without me. A punch straight to the old man's face immediately made blood gush out, as if a watermelon had been smashed. Lim Ha-jin was stunned. Oh my God. He spent 15 years only to hear this news in 5 minutes. She asked Na Wei-jin, Captain, should I stop him? He might kill that man if we just let this continue. He calmly replied as he smoked. We should stop him. He said. We should stop him, but I don't want to at all. The scene before them now was no different from a massacre. Kim Sunjo lost all reason. He continuously punched the old village chief's face. Pain, rage, betrayal, helplessness. All of it could only be expressed through his fists. Go through a powerful punch into the village chief's face. In the middle of the rain, Na Wei-jin and Lim Ha-jin appeared together. They approached the two who were locked in a fierce struggle. Go continued to swing his fists. His eyes glinted with a violent light. He fell to his knees, sitting on top of the unconscious village chief. His chest heaved with rage. A moment later, Go looked up. He let the cold raindrops fall on his face. Trying to calm himself down, Go sat motionless on the village chief. He was silent for a long time, then slowly spoke. Teachers. What do teachers teach people? To everyone's surprise, His voice rang out like a plea. Then please teach me. What should I do now? He hesitated. Now Suddenly, Go choked up. His face was soaked. Rainwater mixed with tears, rolling down his desperate face. He cried out, "What am I living for?" 2 days later, the storm had stopped. Through the television, information was broadcast. The village chief and those close to him have been escorted to the police station on the mainland. On the screen, an image of the village chief with his head wrapped in bandages being led away by the police appeared. Following him were the other suspects. According to the police investigation, many people with similar circumstances to Go have also been discovered. At the village chief's house, a sum of illegal money from the village development fund and embezzled wages was found. The evidence was shown. It was 3 large bags filled with stacks of high-denomination bills. Lobbying of the district committee and the district court, and reporters was exposed. Not long after that, the media reports that the village chief had most wanted to avoid appeared continuously. The editor continued to report on an important event. The island, after 5 years of isolation. Once again, when the events of 5 years ago were replayed, the island's image had collapsed. Meanwhile, Mr. Go has been taken into custody on suspicion of assaulting the village chief. The village chief's nose was broken and his facial bones were fractured. Because the injuries were very serious, detention was unavoidable. However, seeing Go huddled in a dark corner of the detention cell, a police officer approached and gently comforted him through the iron bars of the cell. "Don't look so down, try to relax. In my opinion, you didn't do anything wrong." The police officer recounted the situation and told Go, "Looking at the current situation, it seems you'll have a chance. Public opinion is also very sympathetic to you. You did this to save someone rather than for other reasons, so you'll probably be released soon." However, even after hearing those words, Go's face remained dazed, without any expression. Looking at the information on the phone, he let out a sigh. "This isn't something a police officer should say, but you really hit him well. Those bastards are all animals." The police officer called out to Go, "Hey, take a look at this." Then he opened his phone and showed him some videos. The first video showed a resident standing in front of the camera, waving their hands. Their mouth was constantly criticizing. "Didn't I give him food and shelter, and he's not even grateful?" Hearing this, the police officer cursed under his breath. That old hag still hasn't come to her senses. The next video was of 2 men who were arrested with the village chief. They sat there and spoke up. "Do you have any proof that I was drinking?" "She was just hallucinating." Go watched the news on the phone intently. The police officer then said, "Lately, it's been all news like this everywhere. There will be more of this news in the future." Basically, the people there still haven't changed. Ignoring the police officer's words, Go sat quietly, lost in his own thoughts. In another scene, at a bustling scene where boats were docked along the shore, Na Weijin and Lim Ha-jin were gathered there. Suddenly, a voice full of surprise rang out, breaking the atmosphere. "What? Go back to the village?" Go looked at the 2 of them. His confusion was clear on his face as he explained his reason. "I've lived like this my whole life. What can I do if I go out there?" Lim Ha-jin quickly interrupted. Her voice was firm and encouraging. "No. Right now, there are a lot of people stepping up to help you, so?" Beside her, Na Weijin also agreed. "That's right. Now, Mr. Kim Sunjo will receive vocational training. There's enough money from all over for you to find a place to live. Come with us. We'll help you until you can take care of yourself." Faced with their sincere advice, Go silently bowed his head. He thought deeply. A moment later, Go looked up and gently confessed, "Thank you. I thought a lot about what I would live for while I was in prison." He recounted excitedly. "The kind police officer showed me the news and said that the village will continue to be like this." Lim Ha-jin stood next to Na Weijin with a look of astonishment on her face. As she listened to Go's confession, the news said that the old teacher's dormitory was not safe enough, and female teachers would no longer be sent to the island. Instead, they would increase the police presence. But my thoughts are a little different. I am a human being. Go was excited as he expressed his thoughts. If the people change, the island will also change. His voice was full of determination. "I've also lived on the island for 15 years. I will return as a resident of the island." His face gradually brightened. A smile appeared on his lips. His eyes also lit up with happiness. "People who come from outside, like Teacher Sun and Yu Young, I will help them. Won't the village be better that way? Hearing Go's words, Lim Hajin also felt happy, as if his hope was contagious. Na Weijin, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up to remind him. It won't be easy for you alone, because people don't change easily. But not wanting to bring the mood down, Na Weijin smiled brightly. His eyes were full of trust as he looked at Go and said, "But you'll do well. I'll guarantee it with this arm." Go also replied cheerfully with a playful tone. "Agu, I'm sorry for doing that to you." Time flew by. Right at this moment, the clock showed exactly 3:05 a.m. The phone on the bedside table suddenly lit up, ringing loudly, breaking the quiet of the night. The ringing made the person sleeping on the bed annoyed, pulling the blanket over their head, trying to get away from the sound. The person in the blanket weakly begged, "Please stop. It's 3 in the morning." The phone screen was still lit, displaying an incoming call. The light flickered in the darkness, but the ringing continued as if it didn't care about the plea. A moment later, the ringing stopped. A text message from Wu Jin's mother appeared on the phone screen. "How dare a teacher like you not pick up a parent's call?" A new day began, in the quiet space of the school. Suddenly, a surprised voice rang out. "What? Na Weijin got beaten up and has a cast? I can't miss this beautiful sight." Choi Kong-suk suddenly burst through the door. His face was beaming with joy. He said loudly, "Hey, Na Weijin, I heard you broke your arm somewhere?" Then he laughed heartily. But all that greeted him was the sight of Na Weijin doing push-ups nonstop. Suddenly, Na Weijin sat up. He held his wrist. Then he swung his arm up as if to prove to everyone that his arm was fine. He said arrogantly, "It's healed." In the office, Lim Hajin looked at Na Weijin with concern and asked, "How did your broken arm heal in a week?" As he put on his jacket, he replied calmly, "I want to get it checked. It wasn't broken, just a little sprained." Seeing a figure lurking by the door, Na Weijin called out softly, "Mr. Minister." Hearing that, Lim Hajin also spoke up, "You've arrived, sir." However, he slammed the door shut and left, leaving only his words echoing back. Not fun at all. Not understanding what had happened, Lim Hajin wondered, what's wrong with him? Only Na Weijin, who knew the situation, stood there and snorted softly. "Because of that old man, I tried to recover quickly." Then he turned to ask Lim Hanrim, "Since I've recovered, let's get back to work. Have you found the information yet?" She quickly replied, "Here it is." Looking at the document in front of him, Na Weijin gently reprimanded, "Why is there only one? I told you to pick out 4 or 5 cases." Hearing him ask, she could only stammer, "Because this one is very special." Na Weijin read every line on the complaint form intently. "I am a parent of a student in class 5-2 at Haiyancheng Elementary School. My child's homeroom teacher is a bit strange. She is definitely a psychopath. Every time I hear about the homeroom teacher from my child, I was so shocked that I spent the whole night wondering if I should continue sending my child to this school. I will summarize what I heard from my child, the class, and other parents to report to the Educational Rights Protection Bureau. She slapped students who didn't do their homework. She publicly humiliated them and said their family education was wrong. 6. During class, she even sent students to the mall to stand in line at luxury stores. 11. She incited the class president to isolate students who opposed her. Last year, there was a student who had to transfer to another school because of this. 12. No matter what, as a teacher, the students even came to congratulate her and give gifts. But she nitpicked and criticized them, like what was written in the complaint. Lim Hanrim was furious. She slammed her hand on the table, growling, "How can someone like that be an elementary school teacher? As far as I remember, before being appointed, teachers have to take a personality test." Holding the complaint in his hand, Na Weijin also spoke up. "There's definitely something unrealistic about this." Haiyancheng Elementary School. Arriving in front of class 5-2, Lim Hanrim whispered, "Here it is. Class 5-2. Through the glass of the classroom door, Lim Hanrim and Na Weijin stood peeking inside. Lim Hanrim said sternly, "Let me see what the class is like." Seeing the teacher standing on the podium speaking to the students below. People usually say that, right? If someone rebels later, what will become of them? The teacher continued to lecture enthusiastically. "So let's see how this problem is solved in the comic book." Seeing that it wasn't like what was in the complaint letter, she whispered to Na Weijin, "She's more normal than I thought. The kids are focused. And the teacher is smiling all the time. The class ended, while the students hurriedly left, making plans with each other. Let's go to the PC room. The teacher still stood on the podium, giving instructions. Go home safely and see you tomorrow. The teacher smiled. Then she walked out of the classroom. After walking a short distance, Na Wajin called out, "You are teacher Choi Ji-yeon, right?" Seeing the teacher turn around to look, Na Wajin immediately showed his ID badge. His voice was serious. "I'm from the Educational Rights Protection Bureau," Na Wajin continued, his voice firm. "I came here because there was a complaint about teacher Choi Ji-yeon. To confirm the information, I hope you will cooperate." Hearing this, the teacher suddenly turned pale. Her eyes widened in terror. The teacher suddenly screamed loudly. Before they realized what was happening, Choi Ji-yeon collapsed on the ground. Na Wajin hurriedly rushed over. He knelt beside the teacher, shaking her, calling out loudly, "Teacher! Teacher, please wake up." At the same time Na Wajin's call rang out. Choi Ji-yeon's phone screen suddenly lit up. A faint light emitted from under the book that had fallen on the ground. A threatening text message appeared. You bitch. I've sent complaints to the Office of Education, the Ministry of Education and the Educational Rights Protection Bureau. Teacher Choi Ji-yeon fainted with a thud. Na Wajin called out worriedly, "Teacher, wake up! Teacher! Teacher!" He hurriedly said, "Lim Han-rim, call an ambulance quickly." She replied, "Instead of that, moving her to my car will be faster. On the way here, I saw a hospital nearby." The two of them hurried. "Then we have to go quickly. Hurry up." At this moment, another teacher happened to walk by. Mr. Na Wajin carried teacher Choi and ran past. She couldn't help but be astonished. She called out in confusion, "Miss Choi Ji-yeon?" Inside the hospital, Na Wajin was extremely worried. "Teacher Choi Ji-yeon, are you awake?" Choi Ji-yeon stammered. "The Educational Rights Protection Bureau?" The teacher immediately sat up and blamed herself. "I was so careless." Na Wajin immediately waved his hand and said, "Not at all. Teacher, please just lie down first." He said gently, "The doctor said you fainted because of extreme panic. You've been under a lot of stress lately, haven't you?" Hearing that, Choi Ji-yeon was silent for a moment, not knowing how to respond. Then, she spoke. "Let's get to the main point first. Why were you two looking for me?" Na Wajin said kindly, "No need. Please rest properly. Get well, and then." Choi Ji-yeon proactively asked, "Is it because I gave the kids a hard time?" She said sadly, "I admit it. It was all my doing." Choi Ji-yeon continued, "I will wait to be processed. For now, please leave." Hearing that, Na Wajin and Lim Han-rim were a bit confused but had to leave the hospital room. Lim Han-rim raised a question in her mind. Why did she admit it so easily? There's something a bit strange. At this moment, a teacher proactively spoke up. "Wait a minute," she asked worriedly. "Is Ms. Choi Ji-yeon okay?" Na Wajin asked softly. "You are." At this moment, that teacher suddenly remembered she hadn't introduced herself. She said, "I am Park Jin-ju, a teacher at the same school as teacher Choi." Park Jin-ju asked in surprise. "Long red hair. Are you from the Educational Rights Protection Bureau? Why did the Bureau come to our school?" Seeing this, Lim Han-rim brushed her hair and thought, "I should probably dye it back. Everyone recognizes me." Na Wajin said frankly, "That's right. We came because there was a complaint about teacher Choi." He suggested, "If you have time, can we ask a few things to verify the incident?" Park Jin-ju stammered. "Could it be? Is it because of a parent's report? About her giving the kids a hard time?" Seeing this, Na Wajin immediately asked clearly, "You know something, right? Can you tell us?" Hearing that, Park Jin-ju hesitated a bit. Basically, what is the hardest part of being an elementary school teacher? Distracted students? Disobedient students? No, it is. Every time we get off work, Park Jin-ju was busy taking care of her small child, while having to listen to parents complain over the phone. "I'm going crazy because of Hyun's mom. No matter what, I can't accept my son sitting next to that bitch's daughter." Park Jin-ju said gently, "I know there are issues between you mothers, but the children's relationship is very good. It's not necessary to change seats." Seeing the teacher not taking her side, the parent flew into a rage. "What? Didn't you hear what I just said? Are you looking down on me? Oh my God, is it movie time or something? Fine. Change the seats tomorrow immediately." If you don't change them, you'll see what I can do. After hanging up, Park Jinju was extremely exhausted. She held the baby in her arms and let out a long sigh. Recently, most people work, so after work hours. Questions from parents pour in on the teachers. Park Jinju looked at the phone screen showing a call lasting 1 hour 43 minutes 52 seconds and thought, my fellow teachers, including me, even after we get off work, there isn't a day I feel at ease because I worry about when the phone will ring. At that moment, Hi-Ni's mom texted again. If the teacher takes so long to reply, how can I contact you in an emergency? Not just Park Jinju. Ms. Choi Ji-yeon fell into a similar situation. Even when busy with work, she had to listen to parents nagging about nonsense. You know what? The director glared at me for breaking that cup. Park Jinju thought, if it were related to the children, I would understand. However, stories of all shapes and sizes. They force teachers to listen to parents vent about anything. Someone even said, business people should know how to hide their emotions. How dare he do that to someone paying him? Teacher Choi Ji-yeon, despite being tired, still had to show empathy. Oh my. Woojin's mom must be very sad. After hanging up, the teacher slumped as if she had gone through an exhausting mental battle. Although this doesn't happen often, they still call occasionally about personal issues unrelated to the children. The worst case is when parents treat us like a trash can to vent their anger. Park Jinju added, but we can't do otherwise, because teachers cannot refuse to communicate with parents. However, that day, an incident happened in Teacher Choi's class. Two parents had a conflict in the classroom. One raised her voice claiming, your child hit my child first. Woojin's mother immediately retorted, who said that? My son said your child hit him first. The other parent angrily pointed at her son's forehead. Look, here is the scar on my child's forehead. If it leaves a scar for life, can you take responsibility? Woojin's mother stubbornly insisted she was right. Is a forehead more important than a face? Look at my child's face. What about these scratches? A parent shouted angrily. Apologize immediately and pay for the treatment. Woojin's mother shouted back in annoyance. Why should I apologize to a bitch like you? At times like this, Teacher Choi Ji-yeon had to step in to resolve it. All right, mothers, please calm down first. She advised gently. Both of you are in the wrong, so let's apologize to each other and make peace. Before she could finish speaking, Woojin's mother scolded her harshly. Hey, open a school violence committee meeting for me immediately. Let's see who is really wrong. The other parent didn't back down either. Fine. If you want it, you got it. This incident didn't need a school violence committee from the start. It wasn't bullying, just two kids fighting over a phone. If they just apologized to each other, everything would be fine. However, both parents wanted to pursue it to the end, and the committee was opened. The result was, after the matter was resolved, Teacher Choi Ji-yeon asked gently, Woojin's mom, are you okay? Woojin's mother said angrily, unacceptable. Why did we lose? Choi Ji-yeon still tried to look at it positively. Decision number 1 is that you just need to write a letter of apology. Suddenly, Woojin's mother asked in a low voice. It was you, wasn't it? You sided with them, didn't you? Hearing that, Teacher Choi Ji-yeon froze completely. Woojin's mother clenched her fists. The feeling of betrayal is making me shake. I thought we were close. Teacher Choi Ji-yeon said confusedly. Woojin's mom, you misunderstood. I didn't take anyone's side. Suddenly, Woojin's mother screamed as if someone had stolen her rice jar. I will never apologize to that bitch. You have to take responsibility. Take responsibility and fix this. From that day on, calls and messages came like daily meals. Late at night, Woojin's mother called to blame Choi Ji-yeon again. No matter how I think about it, it's all your fault. Another day, she even banged on Choi Ji-yeon's door. Open the door. Talk to me face to face. They came to the teacher's house. Complained to the principal. Woojin's mother shouted loudly. The homeroom teacher must take responsibility for this. So fire her immediately. Even the principal had to bow down to the parent. Teacher Choi Ji-yeon became more and more stressed. Finally, one day, Park Jinju said to herself, it's time to vaccinate the kids. Should we ask Mom's Cafe? Which type should a 15-month-old get? Suddenly, she was startled to see a notification on her phone. On the other hand, Ms. Jian endured even more. Woojin's mother posted on social media with the title, Our child's homeroom teacher is mentally unstable. The content was as follows. Is my child's homeroom teacher a bit strange? She is definitely crazy. I was shocked by what my child told me about the homeroom teacher and wondered if I should continue sending my child to this school. I will record this teacher's psychopathic behaviors based on what I heard from my child. The class and other parents. Forcing the kids to clean the classroom. Nowhere in the world forces kids to do that. She scolded children playing in the playground at lunch and told them not to enter the class until they washed up. If the kids left food over, she would force them to stand in the hallway and tell them not to come in unless they ate it all. My child gets traumatized every time he eats vegetables. Park Jin-ju felt aggrieved for her. Just like that, she became a violent teacher in the eyes of everyone in this area. When handing the phone to Na-Wajin, Park Jin-ju was firm, thinking this was the hope to return innocence to teacher Choi Ji-yeon and protect teachers' rights. Lim Hanrim, standing aside, said in surprise. Declaring this is completely different from the reported information. Park Jin-ju continued. I don't know since when Ms. Ji-yeon started saying these sentences like a habit. She recounted. I'm so tired now. I want to give up everything. If I can't quit, I'd rather be disciplined and fired. Then, Park Jin-ju said sadly, Ms. Ji-yeon is a better teacher than any teacher I've ever met. Even with 14 years of experience, Choi Ji-yeon was always sincere with the children, just like the first time she was a homeroom teacher. I found the right person, right? Park Jin-ju's eyes welled up with tears. I have always dreamed of this day. The day the Educational Rights Protection Bureau takes on cases like this. Please help Ms. Ji-yeon. No, help all elementary school teachers escape the fear of parents. After saying everything, she left to handle her work. Inside, Lim Hanrim asked confusedly, Senior, ultimately, is the parent or the teacher the innocent one? Before she could finish, Na-Wajin reminded her soberly. Don't jump to conclusions like that. That teacher might have lied to protect her colleague. He said in a low voice. However, according to statistical data, compared to students or third parties, the number of parents violating educational rights is much higher. The next day, the school sent a notice to parents. Dear parents of class 5 to 2, I am the principal of Hyeonchung Elementary School, Teacher Choi Ji-yeon. The homeroom teacher of class 5 to 2 has resigned for personal reasons. Starting tomorrow, class 5 to 2 will be taken over by a new homeroom teacher, so we ask for your understanding. Woojin's mother excitedly took a screenshot and sent it to the parents' group chat. The psycho teacher of this school has finally been fired. Everyone. Finally, the complaint has been approved. Finally, that evil psychopath has to give up the position of our children's teacher. I feel like I just saved all the kids. Thank you so much. Everyone's support has become a great source of strength for me. People constantly sent messages. Woojin's mom. You did it. Sanguk Flower, congratulations. You've worked hard. There was also a message from Yangung's mom. She just needed to quit. Why did we have to catch her immediately? Renai's mom. You are so talented. You protected all the children. At this moment, Woojin's mom was leisurely gnawing on chicken feet after what she had caused. Na-Wajin thought, if all these accusations are just for one person to relieve their own mood. Woojin's mother grinned happily as if she had achieved something precious. Na-Wajin glared with determination. If someone wants to end a teacher's career, I will definitely make that person cry tears of blood. The next morning, the new teacher happily introduced herself to the students. Hello, students of class 5 to 2. She asked energetically. Are you surprised to see me here? Then the new teacher explained the situation. Actually, yesterday teacher Choi Ji-yeon's health wasn't very good, so I will temporarily take over the position of your homeroom teacher. She happily introduced herself. I am Lim Hanrim. I look forward to your help. The little kids were slightly surprised. A child boldly asked, Is teacher Choi Ji-yeon in a lot of pain? Lim Hanrim replied gently. She needs to rest for a while. Another friend raised their hand. Teacher, I have a question. However, the child's words were like a knife stabbing into Lim Hanrim's heart. Why are your dark circles so big? Other kids nodded in agreement. That's right. It looks like you stayed up all night. Lim Hanrim replied annoyedly. I studied all night. Ah, no. It's because I was a bit stressed. A while ago, Na-Wajin had plopped a wig onto Lim Hanrim's head. He adjusted his clothes and said, We have to check which side is lying, right? Lim Hanrim wondered. Is that coat Doraemon's pocket or something? He just appears out of nowhere. Lim Hanrim put on glasses and whispered, "Ah well, currently, the possibility of the parent being innocent seems higher." She said confusedly, "Since I'm also a woman and young, parents will pay more attention to me. So I am the most suitable person." "But," Na Wajin asked calmly. "I know. But what's wrong?" Lim Hanrim voiced her worry. "Did you forget? Elementary school teachers have to teach all subjects." She made an X sign with her hands and shook her head vigorously. "When I went to that island village, I posed as a PE teacher. But now things are different. All subjects are too much for me. It really won't work." Lim Hanrim continued. "Anyway, I only graduated from high school. And you are from the army, so this time..." Hearing that, Na Wajin fell into deep thought. Then he said kindly, "That makes sense. I have the knowledge to teach kids, but it won't be easy to gain sympathy. You can make the parent reveal their true colors, but lack the knowledge to teach kids." Then, Na Wajin concluded, "There is only one conclusion. You have to study." He even smugly claimed, "That's the best way, right? So later you won't be called an ignorant teacher." Hearing this, Lim Hanrim was extremely indignant. Na Wajin's decision caused her insomnia. "Yesterday I stayed up all night studying, but when standing in class..." Lim Hanrim clearly showed her awkwardness. "Is this really okay?" She wrote an expression on the board and said worriedly, "You multiply it like this." "Got it." The students were silent for a moment. A child raised their hand and asked, "Teacher, isn't it 58, not 68? Being caught." Lim Hanrim said frantically, "Sorry." She gritted her teeth, hoping this nightmare would pass, thinking to herself, "I really admire elementary school teachers. How can they teach all subjects?" Suddenly, a carefree voice rang out. "Teacher, it's okay." The little kid smiled and said, "Basically, everyone is like that at first." "That's right." Teacher Choi Jian also said that if you do it a lot, you will improve. A friend even encouraged her. "Teacher, it seems you are too stressed. Please relax." "Teacher, fighting." Hearing that, Lim Hanrim was moved to tears. The kids are so good. After finishing the class, Lim Hanrim walked in the hallway and thought, above all, the kids are all worried and obedient to teacher Choi Jian. According to the complaint, the kids couldn't possibly behave this well. She also had her own guess. If so, indeed the problem lies with. At this moment, a message arrived. "Hello, you are the new homeroom teacher, right? I am Woojin's mother." Lim Hanrim replied politely, "Yes. Hello." Woojin's mother continued asking, "I am with other parents right now. Do you want to come to the cafe in front of the school so we can meet?" Lim Hanrim immediately replied to the message, "I'm coming right away." She thought excitedly, "Okay, here's the chance." After arriving at the cafe, Lim Hanrim introduced herself politely. "Hello everyone, I am Lim Hanrim." A parent proactively said, "Sit here." Woojin's mother asked warmly, "You are so pretty. This is the first time we've met, right? How old are you?" Lim Hanrim replied gently, "I am 26 years old." They continued to ask for the teacher's profile as if interviewing a daughter-in-law. "Which university did you graduate from?" "Must be in Seoul, right?" "Ah, probably." "Which area is that university in?" Lim Hanrim replied confusedly, "I graduated from KMA." The parents' eyes lit up. "Good heavens. Did you study abroad? You must be very good at English. We rely on you for our children." Lim Hanrim just silently sipped her water. Actually, KMA is the military academy. At this moment, Woojin's mother probed, "By the way, how is the previous teacher? She was fired, right?" Lim Hanrim pretended to be innocent and replied, "I heard it was just for health reasons." She pretended to be worried. "I don't know. But it seems she has a disorder due to stress. While she rests, I will replace her." Hearing that, Woojin's mother grinned. Then she raised her voice. "Oh my, so you don't know anything? You are not a substitute teacher, but will continue to stay. Because the previous teacher was disciplined." Woojin's mother blurted out excitedly, "Let me tell the teacher a little bit. The true nature of the previous teacher. They just kept babbling." Woojin's mother talked so much that she was spitting. Two other parents eagerly listened to the gossip. Lim Hanrim thought, it's almost completely different from the content of the complaint. She saw and judged this action. It feels like this is a story fabricated on the spot. If the content of the complaint was also written like this, I wonder if the person involved remembers the content they complained about. Lim Hanrim realized. Indeed, the fake complaint was from this woman. At the same time, Wu Jin's mother slammed the table in anger. My child was the one who was beaten. But she sided with Sangmin's mother. She just kept being noisy. Jin Sung's mom said she saw her with Sangmin's mom. Don't you feel there's something between them? The other parent also nodded in agreement. That's right. Looking at it, you know she took bribes. Funny. What era is this? Lim Hanrim suddenly spoke up. But that doesn't seem to be true. Then, she said seriously. Previously, the school violence committee was held within the school, so the teacher's words still carried some weight. However, now the law has changed. And the committee is managed by the Office of Education, not the school. Lim Hanrim thought. Luckily, I used to work at the school violence committee. Then, Lim Hanrim continued. The homeroom teacher's opinion is only for reference and will not play a decisive role in the final verdict. Seeing the new teacher not taking her side, Wu Jin's mother frowned like a monkey eating chili. What? Are you saying my child was the one in the wrong? Lim Hanrim replied innocently. I didn't mean that. But the committee's decision is not made solely with the homeroom teacher's opinion. Wu Jin's mother said annoyedly. When a parent is speaking, you should know your place. What nonsense are you talking about? What a killjoy. She looked visibly annoyed and said, Oh, maybe because you're young, you're not tactful at all. Seeing that attitude, Lim Hanrim was also speechless. At this moment, Wu Jin's mother slurped her drink loudly. After drinking it all, she turned to the waiter. Hey, refill my drink immediately. The staff politely said. Sorry, customer. Refills are limited to Americano only. The parents showed attitude again. Can't refill? Really? Wu Jin's mother was extremely annoyed. Unbelievable. Why do I have to pay 6,500 won for a drink that can't be refilled? She even raised her voice. If you want to do business here, you must meet mothers a lot, right? If someone comments that this is a stingy shop, business will surely boom. Right, everyone? Seeing this, the staff said gently, Sorry for making you unhappy. Then I will bring more cookies. At this moment, Lim Hanrim generously handed over her card and said, I'll pay for it. Lim Hanrim smiled and said, Just take this. Please give everyone exactly the same drink. The waiter breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, thank you. Seeing that, Wu Jin's mother was even more annoyed. She mocked. Seems like the teacher has a lot of money. Lim Hanrim waved her hand. No way. A civil servant's salary isn't much. Then Lim Hanrim smiled and added, I'm not rich, but I don't want to live cheaply just to save a few thousand won. Hearing that, the parents were extremely frustrated. What? They shouted loudly. What did you just say? Live cheaply? Lim Hanrim gently stood up and said, I have to go. It's time for exercise. Then, she left and didn't forget to say goodbye. Please continue chatting. Wu Jin's mother suddenly mocked. Exercise? Good for you. She growled. Sit down. Wu Jin's mother pushed her glasses and spoke condescendingly. How dare you stand up without asking the parents' permission? You 20-somethings are really rude these days. Lim Hanrim retorted strongly. Ajumma. Did you say I dare? Hearing that, Wu Jin's mother boiled with rage. What? Ajumma? She grabbed the glass of water on the table, intending to splash it on Lim Hanrim. Wu Jin's mother shouted loudly. You bitch, are you crazy? With just a few simple moves, Lim Hanrim knocked the glass away. The ice cube splashed straight into Wu Jin's mother's face. She screamed in fury. What are you doing? Seeing the opponent lying sprawled on the ground in a pathetic state, Lim Hanrim growled. You should know this clearly. The relationship between parents and teachers is not one of superior and subordinate. Sergeant Lim Hanrim rushed into training as soon as she got home. Lim Hanrim was doing a handstand. She panted while counting. Right at this moment, the phone screen notified an incoming call. The caller was Wu Jin's mother. Lim Hanrim ignored the phone ringing for a while, used strength to shout loudly, then kicked up high, completing the standard handstand posture. On this side, Li Wu Jin's mother was eating octopus balls while waiting for the phone, but the only response was the system voice. Because the other party didn't answer the call, please leave a message after the beep. Li Wu Jin's mother scowled angrily, cried out, Hey, what is this? She's not answering me? On this side, Lim Hanrim said firmly while doing a handstand, I won't answer the phone. I'm off work. leaving Li Wujin's mother with a gloomy face, angry to the point of turning purple. The next morning, Lim Hanrim showed the phone full of spam messages from Li Wujin's mother to Na Wajin. Messages like, "How dare you talk to a parent like that? How can a manly brute like you teach children? Why is your eyeliner so thick?" And blah 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 much more. Lim Hanrim immediately reported, "These are the messages I received. I also have 12 missed calls." Na Wajin asked while reading the messages, "Indeed, your conclusion is that the parent side created a fake complaint, right?" Lim Hanrim nodded. "That's right." Lim Hanrim said with some confusion, "I don't mind much because I only experienced this for a short time. But I think it will be very difficult for teachers to avoid such calls." Lim Hanrim continued cautiously, "I watched the news. In some local governments, they piloted a policy of only providing parents with the teacher's work phone number and keeping personal numbers confidential. During off hours, arising issues will be aggregated by the system, handling complaints and contacting teachers directly only in emergencies. Wouldn't it be great if this were institutionalized instead of just a pilot?" Hearing this information, Na Wajin was also very surprised. Then Na Wajin thought and replied, "That's also a good idea. Currently, the Ministry of Education is also pushing to institutionalize providing elementary school teachers with work phones. However, just that alone cannot prevent false or distorted information, because extremists exist everywhere." Seeing Lim Hanrim's surprised reaction, Na Wajin continued, "The problem is not just with the school, but lies in the entire administrative system of our country." Then Na Wajin looked at Lim Hanrim, who was nonchalant on the other side, with curiosity and asked, "Anyway, looking at the message content, it seems something happened. At that time Before Na Wajin could finish asking, the school announcement speaker suddenly rang. "Teacher Lim Hanrim, please come to the principal's office immediately." Lim Hanrim quickly went to the principal's office, politely called, "You called for me?" Sure enough, the principal and Li Wujin's mother were in the room. The principal looked at Lim Hanrim and said, "You're here?" Li Wujin's mother immediately smiled sarcastically. "Oh my." Looking at that refreshed face, the teacher must have slept well. Someone couldn't sleep because of resentment over yesterday's incident. Hearing these words, Lim Hanrim just smiled calmly in response and didn't refute. Seeing Lim Hanrim silent, the principal proactively confronted her. "Teacher, is what this lady said true? Did you scold her and pour ice water?" Not letting the principal finish his sentence, Lim Hanrim immediately interrupted. "Although it was distorted a bit, but I admit I called her a jumma." Hearing this sentence, the principal's face twisted and deformed, forehead covered in sweat. Startled, the principal hurriedly turned to look at Li Wujin's mother, smiled forcefully, and immediately scolded. "How could you say that to a parent? Apologize to her immediately." Li Wujin's mother frowned, put down the glass of water, arrogantly said, "Not yet. Do you think I came here just to receive an apology?" Li Wujin's mother sat with her legs crossed. Then she smiled condescendingly at Lim Hanrim and said, "If you kneel and apologize, I will forgive you." Hearing these stupid words from Li Wujin's mother, Lim Hanrim could only give her a pitying smile. Then Lim Hanrim's firm voice rang out, "I refuse. If I did wrong and the victim wanted me to do so, of course, I would follow." Then Lim Hanrim smiled, squinting, staring at Li Wujin's mother, and said, "However, Wujin's mother dared to look down on me and texted and called me all night. If you kneel and apologize, I will do the same. Although I suffered more, let's kneel together and end everything." Hearing this, Li Wujin's mother was so angry she wanted to smoke. Her face swelled up as she shouted, "What?" The principal beside her also stammered. Trembling like sitting on a fire, he said. Li Wujin's mother really couldn't take it anymore. She stood up abruptly, raised her hand towards Lim Hanrim and cursed. "Unbelievable. You bitch." The principal panicked, stood up, and quickly bowed 90 degrees in front of Li Wujin's mother, shouting, "I apologize," making Wujin's mother freeze. The principal fearfully began to explain. Because teacher Lim is a homeroom teacher for the first time, and is still young, so perhaps she doesn't understand things very well. The principal showed reverence and bowed even lower, guaranteeing, "I will teach her thoroughly and officially come to your house to apologize after school." Hearing these words from the principal, Li Wujin's mother calmed down a bit. She grabbed her bag and walked out, not forgetting to turn back and shout, "I will leave out of respect for the principal. I suggest you educate her immediately." The principal could only bow his head and lower his voice. "I will try my best." After Li Wujin's mother went out, she still had a sour look on her fat face. Annoyedly pressing her phone, she said, "Truly ridiculous." Then Li Wujin's mother dialed a number. Immediately called, "Hello? Is this the Civil Affairs Office of the Ministry of Education? I am a parent of Haiyansheng Elementary School. My child's homeroom teacher was rude." All these reporting actions of Li Wujin's mother were seen by Na Huajin, on the side of Lim Hanrim and the principal. Naturally, the principal boiled with rage, pointed at Lim Hanrim's face and shouted, "What is this attitude of teacher Lim towards a parent?" The principal saw Lim Hanrim showing no expression, continued scolding profusely. "Do you know who she is? She is a member of the school steering committee. Last year, because she was in a bad mood, she got the school steering committee to nitpick this and that. But this time it's a big deal." Lim Hanrim heard and immediately retorted, "It seems the principal is bowing down to the parent too much." The principal heard and froze, asking back, "What?" Lim Hanrim said calmly, "I don't ask you to take my side, but shouldn't you calmly listen to both sides and verify the truth?" The more the principal listened, the more his face distorted with anger. Stammering, the principal held his head in misery. His old wrinkled face screamed, "I asked teacher Choi to resign because she caused trouble. A child full of self-respect like you gives me a headache." The principal continued scolding, "Do you know about complaints? If she sends a complaint to the Ministry of Education and the media comes here immediately, will your self-respect still matter?" The principal continued pointing at Lim Hanrim's face and scolding, "It's all because you refuse to kneel, that this school will be ruined. Just because of you alone." Lim Hanrim listened and thought, "I understand what the senior meant." The principal kept rambling. "The future of a school can be turned upside down by just one complaint to the Office of Education. You should forget the truth. We could be done for if there's a complaint." Looking at the principal, Lim Hanrim thought in her heart, "This person doesn't want to do this either. Because if you just endure once and let it pass, the problem won't get bigger. Regardless of right or wrong, if a higher agency or the media comes here, this school will also suffer. Ultimately, the problem is, the administrative culture of this country also has to bow down to citizens' complaints." The more the principal spoke, the more aggressive he became. The more he spoke, the angrier he got. "Especially if the Educational Rights Protection Bureau comes, you will have to take responsibility. When teacher Choi was still in office, I was very worried when there was a complaint to the bureau." Hearing the principal pour out his heart like that, Lim Hanrim sighed and replied, "You don't need to worry too much. The bureau is not an agency that only takes one side without grasping the truth." The principal shouted loudly, "How do you know?" At this moment, Lim Hanrim stopped acting. Directly ripping the wig off in the principal's horrified gaze, she said, "I know." Lim Hanrim took off her glasses and said, "It would be better if I just sent an official dispatch to the head of the school, since I already know the principal's attitude clearly. The person in charge of complaints for this school." Sergeant Lim Hanrim coolly pulled out her ID card, extremely arrogantly introduced. "Let me introduce myself again. I am Lim Hanrim, Field Supervisor of the Educational Rights Protection Bureau." The principal heard and just stood there dumbfounded, his heart full of question marks, thinking, "What is this? Is this a hidden camera show?" Lim Hanrim suddenly walked to the principal's desk and slammed it hard, saying loudly, "Principal, you must have aged a lot living in endurance all this time, right?" Lim Hanrim smiled devilishly, looking straight into the principal's eyes, emphasizing, "We will give you a proper answer. So please help me convey the message without a single mistake." At this moment, Li Wujin's mother naturally still didn't know anything. As soon as she got home, she posted a long post titled, "The homeroom teacher changed, but this time, a woman even crazier has come as the new homeroom teacher." In the post, Wujin's mother recounted that Lim Hanrim called her a jumma and even threw ice water in her face. Also mentioned how the principal apologized and promised to come to the house to apologize. Right below the post was a series of comments from parents outraged by Lim Hanrim's behavior. Li Wujin's mother even posted a photo of Lim Hanrim's face and said sarcastically, "Do you see that expression? I couldn't sleep because of resentment." Naturally, below were rude comments saying Lim Hanrim looked like a street girl or a bar girl. Someone even said they would report to the Ministry of Education. Li Wujin's mother read and felt more and more gloating. "I just intended to accept an apology and let it go, but you keep forcing me to do this. You're done for. Now you won't be able to set foot in this area anymore. How dare you mess with me? You are nothing." Wujin's mother was speaking when she suddenly heard the doorbell. She opened the door with a smug look and said, "The principal is here?" Then Li Wujin's mother looked around the hallway. Discovering only the principal, she asked curiously, "Did you come alone? Where is that rude teacher?" The principal looked sternly at Wujin's mother and said, "The teacher doesn't need to come." Li Wujin's mother asked in surprise, "What story?" The principal explained, "She recorded the conversation that day. It sounds like you also attacked her similarly. Moreover, checking the surveillance camera at the cafe, the person who threw the water was you, not her. I hope you won't make a bigger deal out of it because both sides are equally wrong." Hearing this, Li Wujin's mother's face turned red with anger. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Equally wrong? Can a teacher and a parent be the same?" The principal didn't answer her. Continued speaking, "One more thing. Even if the teacher is wrong, I will no longer accede to inhumane demands like kneeling. The school is not a place for parents to do whatever they want." The next day, after arriving at school, the principal gathered all teachers and announced, "Well, did everyone see the official dispatch sent by the Ministry of Education yesterday? Finally, our school has provided work phone numbers for teachers. From now on, you will have no obligation to give students or parents your personal phone numbers, and no obligation to answer outside of working hours. Outside of working hours, all complaints will be received through the general number. School complaints. I will contact everyone when there is an urgent issue, although it is expected that parents will object just like last year. But unlike then, this time it is an official pilot policy issued by the Ministry of Education, so we can firmly deal with it. The policy is effective from now on." Immediately after, notice regarding teachers using work phones and not answering questions after 6 p.m. was sent to parents. As soon as she read the notice, Li Wujin's mother widened her eyes. Gritting her teeth, she said, "What is this? This personal phone number? Telling me not to contact after work hours? Yesterday too. Why do absurd things keep happening?" The more she thought, the angrier Wujin's mother got. She roared, spitting saliva everywhere. "Why? Is there something wrong with this school?" Noon the next day, when Lim Hanrim was enjoying her huge sandwich, suddenly a woman's voice rang out. "You. Are you the teacher from the Educational Rights Bureau?" Lim Hanrim turned to greet while sipping banana milk. "Hello, Ms. Jian." Ms. Jian smiled and replied, "It really is you. I suspected it." Lim Hanrim thought for a moment, then panicked and covered her face, asking, "Ah, but how did you know? Could it be I'm exposed?" Ms. Jian sat down and said, "I saw your face back then. I remember your voice too." Then Ms. Jian turned and asked, "So the work phone number, could it be due to the Bureau's intervention?" Lim Hanrim calmly took another bite of the huge sandwich. Then sipping banana milk, she said, "Counting today, I've been a teacher for 3 days. Just in those 3 days, so many things happened that made me see how hard teachers have to work." Lim Hanrim smiled brightly at Ms. Jian and said sincerely, "I hope you won't have to worry about contacting extreme parents anymore. Teachers are humans too. After work, you must rest." Ms. Jian heard and said worriedly, "But I think this won't be easy." Lim Hanrim asked curiously. Ms. Jian recounted, "Actually, last year the school also mentioned this measure, but because parents objected too strongly, they were forced to withdraw it." Lim Hanrim immediately asked, "You mean parents objected? But how?" Ms. Jian said reluctantly, "That is." But before she could finish, a noise caught their attention, only to see a group of parents led by Li Wujin's mother angrily entering the school, passing by where Lim Hanrim and Ms. Jian stood. Wujin's mother even glanced sharply at Lim Hanrim. Lim Hanrim acted as if nothing happened, bowed politely. Seeing the parents enter, Ms. Jian was worried, while Lim Hanrim remained very calm as if nothing was wrong. As soon as they entered the school, Wujin's mother went to the principal's office. opened the door and said arrogantly, "Principal, can we meet for a moment?" At this moment, Na Wajin's voice rang out. "No need to call the principal." Hearing that, the group of parents wondered. Na Wajin turned around. With an arrogant look, he said, "What are you angry about? Just tell me." Then Na Wajin smiled brightly and introduced. "Hello everyone, I am Na Wajin, Field Supervisor of the Educational Rights Protection Bureau. I received complaints from parents that educational rights violations were occurring at this school. I implemented the work phone policy under my authority." Hearing that, Wu Jin's mother gasped in shock. Immediately after, all the parents rushed into the room, making a loud commotion. "What is the Educational Rights Protection Bureau? Violating teachers' rights? Who said we violated teachers' rights? Are you kidding? I also work. If I can't call the teacher after work, what should I do? If our complaints are ignored or not handled in time, what should we do?" Na Wajin took a breath, then widened his eyes and shouted, "Silence!" Immediately, the parents were scared, froze completely. Seeing that the parents still had no further reaction after a while, Na Wajin spoke slowly. "Well, you see, my voice is very loud." Na Wajin laughed it off and said, "But I think we shouldn't raise our voices at each other. Once we raise our voices, we can't talk calmly." Seeing the parents' faces turn dark, Na Wajin suggested, "Since this place is too cramped, we should change the place to talk calmly." Then Na Wajin and the parents went into the meeting room. Na Wajin sat opposite and started speaking. "The reason I implemented this policy is to ensure the right to rest and reduce stress for teachers. I think no one here misunderstands this. Parents who think this method is inappropriate, please state your views. And don't raise your voice." Immediately, a short-haired parent spoke up. "No, I also know that teachers work very hard. I know. I am currently on leave. But for working people like me who can only contact during that time, what should we do? Do you know how worried parents like me are right now? If I work without seeing my child or have something to consult, what should I do? Consult on the weekend? Even losing our day off, we are right to speak up, aren't we?" Na Wajin sighed and began to explain. "It seems you misunderstand something here. I don't mean you can't contact outside of working hours. If it's urgent, of course, the school will contact the teacher, and if you need consultation, just make an appointment in advance. Of course, both parties can freely talk on the phone after work hours if mutually agreed. We will also implement a paid leave system so teachers can provide consultation. Although there are some inconveniences for each other, ensuring the teacher's health is also beneficial for your children." Hearing this, the short-haired parent understood. Stammered, "Is that so?" At this moment, a parent in a red shirt raised her hand to speak. "But contacting outside of working hours isn't a problem either. Every family has its own circumstances, right? 2 years ago, my child's homeroom teacher also valued privacy very much. Everyone knew he had a separate phone for work. But my child has severe asthma. When the illness becomes serious, the homeroom teacher should also pay a little attention, right? For this reason, I asked for his personal number to know the boy's condition in time. At that time, the teacher happily sympathized and gave me his phone number. Then other parents made a fuss asking why he didn't give them his personal number. There were even rumors that I bribed him, not because of asthma or anything. At that time, both the teacher and I received a huge shock." Na Wajin listened and nodded to acknowledge the information. The parent in red continued. "The school, counting students, teachers, and parents, reaches over 1,000 people. This is a complex environment. Of course, unwanted things are inevitable. But continuing like this will only increase conflicts, won't it?" Na Wajin heard and gave his opinion. "This is a very meaningful innovation. We can make exceptions considering not only illness but also family circumstances. Clearly, because of that, criticisms about discrimination may arise. However, disputes only occur when teachers have to persuade parents. Regarding this part, I think giving teachers the right to decide is correct. If the teacher's decision is an authority that no one can infringe upon, then arguments will be partly eliminated, because the teacher is exercising their authority, not discriminating." At this moment, the most toxic character in the parent group, Wu Jin's mother, spoke up. "Honestly, I feel very dissatisfied now." Wu Jin's mother smiled slyly. "We have to worry about so many things. How can you do this so bluntly? Do you have no conscience? Isn't a teacher a second mother? Doing this makes you no different from those civil servants. What will children learn, and how will they feel about a teacher who always keeps a distance like that? Seeing Na Wajin just silent, Wu Jin's mother turned to look at other parents seeking agreement. Honestly, everyone came here because of dissatisfaction, right? A parent in blue stammered. That's right. We disagree a little. Na Wajin bowed his head, voice firm. Because of dissatisfaction. The wording is a bit incorrect, but I completely sympathize. As you said, teachers and children are master and disciple. A teacher can also determine a child's entire life. Limiting interaction in such a relationship is not very appropriate. Therefore, many teachers are unhappy about this. But who crossed the line first? What is the reason why even teachers are uncomfortable and need such a system? Isn't it because some extreme parents consider themselves to be of higher status? Wu Jin's mother heard this, and her face twisted with anger. She immediately stood up, slammed the table, and shouted, "Extreme! What did you just say?" Other parents also stood up in unison, clamoring, "That's right. How can you call us destroyers? If you are tired, we are tired too. As soon as I get off work, I have to take care of my child. Being a teacher means accepting it. What privacy? Entrusting precious children to others. Is it okay to do that?" The more Na Wajin listened, the more his face turned dark. A cold voice slowly rang out. "I just said it, right?" Na Wajin's eyes were full of murderous intent, growling, "Please don't raise your voice like that." Wu Jin's mother heard this threat. Not only was she not afraid, but she also sneered. "So what if I raise my voice?" Then Wu Jin's mother pointed at Na Wajin's face and cursed profusely. "Anyway, you're just a civil servant." Click. On Wu Jin's mother's wrist was a fancy silver bracelet that made her startle. Immediately, Na Wajin also gifted the other parents lovely figure-8 silver bracelets, making them panic. Stammering, "What is this? Just a state civil servant?" Na Wajin sneered back. "You have no right to say just to teachers and civil servants. Because I represent the state performing national duties. So you can ask as many questions as you want. Those who shout, curse, insult character, make exaggerated allegations against officers performing official duties, can be severely criminally punished for obstruction of official duties. Obstruction of official duties. Slander. Defamation of character." As Na Wajin spoke, Wu Jin's mother sweated profusely. She cried out in horror. "Criminal punishment. Although you say that." Na Wajin used handcuffs to arrest Go Huisuk. Her face twisted, looking extremely angry. In his other hand, he held another pair of handcuffs, swinging them around with a smug look. Na Wajin swung the handcuffs and added, "Criminal prosecution for something like this is abuse of power." Go Huisuk's face at this moment was distorted with anger. Her face. She turned bright red. Na Wajin continued, "This is just a warning. So when asking questions, please behave properly." Go Huisuk was extremely annoyed hearing him say that. She screamed, "Are you kidding?" I was startled. Na Wajin was still leisurely swinging the handcuffs and added, "However," then he continued to add, "For malicious and false complaints, the level will be a bit different." Hearing this, Go Huisuk suddenly stopped. She stood frozen. Na Wajin smiled smugly, standing in front of her. His face darkened. He spoke again. "Actually, we came to this school because of this parent here. Said that the homeroom teacher frequently abused the children." Na Wajin's voice was like a heavy rock, making Huisuk and the girl standing next to her stunned. Then he continued with a teasing voice. "But no matter how we investigated, there were no signs of student abuse." "Oh, what should I do now?" Go Huisuk was so angry she wanted to breathe fire. She shouted that, "It's because you didn't investigate properly that this happened." She, not letting her finish her sentence, Wajin immediately interrupted. "Currently, since she is no longer under suspicion, Teacher Choi John will return to work tomorrow." Then he looked at Huisuk with a terrifying face and said, "And the final investigation result showed that she is innocent." Looking at Huisuk, who was extremely angry and standing in a defensive posture ready to fight back immediately, Wajin continued, "This is considered a malicious complaint that ended a teacher's life with lies. So a criminal complaint will be filed mercilessly." Scene changed to Huisuk at home. She was reading news on her phone and laughing loudly. Truly funny. Threatening criminal punishment for what? She sat with one leg on the sofa, laughing loudly while continuing to speak. Anyway, you guys are just a bunch of civil servants. How can you win against parents? Just wait and see. I will lead other parents to the Ministry of Education. A commenter named Sanguk Flower commented that. Truly crazy. They are trying to cover everything up. I will go. Let's go to the Ministry of Education together. Immediately, Somok's mom replied to that comment. The Educational Rights Bureau has had problems for a long time. Stubborn children were beaten by them and shoved into lockers. Because their power is huge, so please wake up. Really? Huisuk smiled strangely while reading the comments. It seemed she scrolled to another comment. Turns out Jinju commented that. I read this person's post. Can it be trusted? It seems the brutal behavior of that teacher is very unrealistic. And seeing that the school itself stands by the teacher, I feel this person is causing trouble for the school. Immediately, a new comment appeared. It was Jinsu's mom replying to that new comment. I am also a parent of Hyeonchung School, but I have never heard my child say there is such a teacher. Suddenly, Huisuk seemed to realize something. She said to herself, What? Why did the atmosphere suddenly? A new comment from Yangung's mom appeared. I think there is something unusual. Are you doing this out of fear? Immediately, Chanbai's mom replied to that comment saying, If it's all lies, please don't post it here. That's why Mom's Cafe gets criticized often. Another account named Minjong's daughter is the prettiest also commented that. Even the Educational Rights Bureau is like that, so it's 100% she's lying. If this continues, we will be implicated. Should we kick her out of here? Huisuk read up to here and saw the situation had reversed. She shouted angrily that, What is happening? Then she threw the phone hard on the ground. Then Huisuk held her head and sat sadly on the sofa. She held her face tight and thought to herself, If I really get criminally punished, what should I do? Huisuk felt like falling into a bottomless abyss. She was immersed in thoughts of a dark future. She thought, Will I have to go to jail? Or be fined? If his dad finds out, what should I do? If people in Mom's Cafe know I lied, then I won't be able to live in this area anymore and have to move? No, absolutely not. Housing prices are a fortune. Then Huisuk comforted herself with tattered thoughts. In her mind, she told herself, A fine is just a fine. Her face at this moment was completely deformed, becoming extremely grotesque. She thought, But if there are bad rumors in this neighborhood? The sky was now dark. Night covered the city, only the faint lights of buildings glowing. A young teacher was sitting in front of Na Wajin and Lim Hanrim. Wajin spoke. Our investigation results concluded that the teacher did nothing wrong. Her face looked a bit haggard and scared. Wajin looked at the teacher and continued. You can return to work tomorrow. The young teacher heard this and hurriedly bowed to reply. Thank you. Wajin heard this and quickly said, Thank you for what? During the past time, you have worked hard. Then the young teacher asked Wajin, But will Wu Jin's mother really be criminally punished? Wajin heard this. He slowly raised the glass of water to his mouth and replied, We also think so. Then he continued, According to statistics, more than half of elementary school teachers have been harmed like you. Although it is to set an example, I think this is a necessary measure to limit parents infringing on educational rights in the future. Hearing this, the teacher seemed a bit thoughtful, looking at the teacher's appearance. Wajin didn't know what else to say, so he just stayed silent for a while. Then he asked, Do you have anything to say? The young teacher heard this and replied somewhat reservedly. I am also human. Honestly, Wu Jin's mother's attitude wasn't very good. I also want her to be punished. Then the teacher asked a question. But what about Wu Jin? Making Na Wajin and Lim Hanrim freeze. Both of them suddenly realized. The teacher lowered her face and added, Although Wu Jin unintentionally sided with his mom once, he is not a bad child by nature. The teacher clenched her hands and continued. 5th grade in elementary school is 12 years old, approaching puberty. At this time, if his mother is criminally punished, the boy will surely be hurt. Then the teacher looked up. Her face. She was extremely worried. She continued. Just the fact that the Educational Rights Bureau trusts me makes me very happy. So can we overlook this matter for Wu Jin's sake? Na Wajin heard this. He gently put down the half-drunk glass of water. Then he spoke. We are not an organization operating just for one person violating educational rights. As said earlier, to raise vigilance. I think punishment is inevitable. Then Na Wajin lifted the glass again. Expressionless face. He said, It's not that I don't understand your point. It's true that children are innocent. Then, Wajin with a cold face, mouth slightly curled up. He said, then let's do this. After the conversation, the young teacher walked home on a deserted street. Street lights were only enough to illuminate a corner of the street. The teacher could only sigh at this moment, mind confused and thoughtful. Suddenly a voice spoke up. Hello, teacher. Startling the teacher, Wujin's mother appeared from nowhere, holding a box of juice in her hand. She spoke. It's late, isn't it? Did you just come from somewhere? The teacher seemed a bit scared at this moment. She stammered. Wujin's mom. Immediately, Wujin's mother approached. The teacher startled and took a step back. The teacher asked, why are you here? Wujin's mother heard this and immediately replied, I heard from my son that you are on leave because of poor health. Then Wujin's mother bowed. She said, you must have thought a lot because of me during the past time, right? I admit I was a bit excessive with the teacher because of my child. Wujin's mother continued, I wanted to come here to apologize for that. Hearing this, the teacher immediately smiled. Then the teacher replied extremely happily, not at all. You saying that? I also. Not letting the teacher finish her sentence, Wujin's mother hurriedly interrupted. Then, teacher. Suddenly Wujin's mother's face distorted. She said with a scary tone, at the school violence committee, you sided with Yongmin's mother. Admit it. Then her eyes turned bloodshot. She added, then I will also admit that I was too agitated and made a false complaint, okay? Wujin's mother continued to say absurd things. She said again, if we concede to each other a little, the teacher will also be disciplined lighter, right? Hearing this, the teacher was extremely scared. She asked fearfully, disciplined? Wujin's mother continued, honestly, you siding with Sangmin's mother is true, isn't it? The teacher couldn't take it anymore. She pursed her lips tightly. Then she replied frankly, I will not admit it. I submitted a copy of the Educational Rights Bureau's opinion, and they confirmed it wasn't true. Then the teacher bowed and walked quickly past Wujin's mother. She added, if that's all you wanted to say, I have to go. This made Wujin's mother extremely stunned. She hurriedly shouted, teacher, and pulled the teacher back. Startled, the teacher swung her hand, accidentally hitting her face. Because of that, Wujin's mother screamed again. What is this? The teacher calmly continued. I will convey the message from the Educational Rights Bureau. With a serious face, the teacher clearly told Wujin's mother that, if you admit that it was 100% a lie and publicly announce this at school, then you won't be criminally punished. Then the teacher turned her back to leave. Before leaving, the teacher still spoke, also for Wujin's sake. I hope you will do that. Wujin's mother shouted angrily. She threw the box of juice on the ground. She looked at the discarded items, then shouted loudly, only by conceding to each other can we escape. Public apology? Are you crazy? Letting rumors spread? Then Wujin's mother gritted her teeth. Then she said, for Wujin, just wait and see where everything will go. Then, on a beautiful sunny day, at school, the teacher's voice rang out. Long time no see, kids. I feel better now. The scene in the class was so beautiful. All students were attentively listening to the teacher. It's great that you have such a young and beautiful teacher, but that means this old lady is back. A student said, no, teacher. Another student said, it's lucky that you recovered. Another student heard and said, that's right. Nice to see you again. Then the teacher smiled, clapped her hands and said, well, let's give a round of applause for Ms. Lim Hanrim, who worked hard during this time. Everyone in the class clapped with very bright smiles. Suddenly a student spoke up. Ms. Hanrim, even though you were scary, thanks to you, we were very happy. Your lessons also improved. Yesterday you didn't make any mistakes. Another student heard and also said, please be our 6th grade homeroom teacher next year. Another student agreed. That's right. You must definitely come back. Another student also spoke up. That's right. Next time you must definitely come. Hearing the students say that, Ms. Lim Hanrim was extremely happy and smiled brightly. Then she bowed and said, teacher, I'm going. The teacher also bowed and replied, yes. Thank you very much. Suddenly, Li Wujin stood up, slammed the table and shouted loudly, don't ever come back. Li Wujin pointed at his head, then with a disgusted face said, Ms. Hanrim can't teach. You don't even know how to do math. How can you be a teacher? Wu Jin continued to shout loudly. Incompetent at teaching. Just stay at home. The teacher heard this and was confused, not knowing what to do. Lips trembling, she said. After Li Wujin's prank, the teacher got angry and spoke up. Li Wujin, how can you say that to the teacher? Apologize to her immediately. Wujin raised his hands, making a funny gesture, and said, I don't want to. Then he rolled his eyes and said with a mischievous tone, Is telling the truth wrong too? What are you looking at? What can you do to me? Hanrim at this moment. The person who had to endure everything. She just looked at Wu Jin and smiled faintly. Li Wu Jin. In the profile photo is a boy with glasses. Crew cut, young face. Because of the parents' issue, I paid close attention to him. But the boy only occasionally played games during class and hasn't caused any serious problems. Sergeant Lim Hanrim walked and thought about this student. Recalling what her colleague told her, doubts couldn't help but rise in her heart. As teacher Choi Jian said, the boy is not a bad child by nature. But why suddenly? Could it be? In the classroom, the teacher was lecturing when Li Wujin said loudly, I don't want to, making the whole class curious and turn around. He made a condition with the teacher. Within 5 seconds, you must tell me why I have to read this, making her extremely confused. Li Wujin put his hands on the chair, making a funny face, sticking his tongue out upside down. Time's up, arrogantly replied. You're disqualified. While friends were busy doing homework, he kept interrupting. Unbelievable. Why do you keep saying I can't eat beef soup because I can't eat it? Laughing mockingly. Haha, you look so funny, stupid. He was even so rude as to wave his hand and reply nonchalantly. What homework? Did you assign homework to me? When all friends were attentively studying on computers according to the teacher's instructions, he blatantly turned on YouTube with the speaker loud. Where are you looking? Let's play soccer with Rio. The volume was too loud, making the teacher remind him. Wu Jin, that tablet is for studying. Can you turn off YouTube and focus on the lesson? Ignoring it, he still focused on the tablet screen, blaring loudly. Jenny turned into a fat pig, interrupting to chime in. Haha, the pig looks so funny. No matter how many times. The teacher glanced helplessly, not knowing what to say anymore. Slowly walking to the student who was engrossed in watching with sound coming from the tablet. Eggman won't fall, she said sternly. Li Wujin, if you don't want to study, give the device to me. He hugged the computer tightly, moving away, asking stubbornly. Why? Even arrogantly shouting that. Isn't this discrimination? Are you planning to infringe on my right to study? Not knowing that outside the door, 2 people had been witnessing everything. Sergeant Lim Hanrim was red with anger, saying indignantly, I can't stand it. Really? Na Wajin just stood watching. Continued. I also taught a class, but the boy behaved like that. In class, Li Wujin argued stubbornly. If I file a complaint, can you handle the responsibility? She couldn't help but wonder. So what is the reason the boy suddenly acts like that? Na Wajin calmly gave an answer that was clearly instigated by his mother. Since she couldn't do anything, she used the boy to vent her anger. Na Wajin turned to leave. Hearing the answer, Sergeant Lim Hanrim still couldn't swallow her anger. She gritted her teeth. I will secretly drag him out and interrogate him. Receiving discouragement. Let's go. Sergeant Lim Hanrim obediently replied. Na Wajin walked ahead, hands in pockets, explaining. Currently, it is class time. A third party intervening would be a violation of educational rights. Sergeant Lim Hanrim stubbornly called after him. That child already violated educational rights. How can we let everything? Before she finished, Na Wajin interrupted. It's okay, even if what you say is true. A wire plugged into the tablet screen. The teacher regained her composure and smiled at the student. Wu Jin, then at least you should wear headphones. Handing the headphones back to him, she advised kindly. When you feel comfortable, please return to studying. If it were teacher Choi Ji-yeon, she would handle it well. He plugged in the headphones while thinking. After an extremely unstable lesson, she carefully advised again. Well, remember to go home safely. See you tomorrow. Students played around. Some packed books. The class was like a broken beehive. The teacher carefully approached Wu Jin, who was busy preparing to leave. His eyes noticed her gentle voice caring for him. Wu Jin, do you have time? Bowing very brightly with care. It seems Wu Jin is unhappy today. whispering. Can you tell me what it is? The boy's face changed, not knowing what to say. She continued to comfort. If it's not convenient to talk here, let's go out and eat while we talk. I hate it. He sat in the middle of the room, shouting in front of his mother. Why do you keep causing trouble with the teacher? His mother hissed. Woojin, if you don't listen to Mom, do you want to see Mom being isolated by people? Mom's fat face leaned in, eyes narrowed behind glasses like an owl when hearing him reply. Everyone likes Ms. Ji-yeon. I do too. But why are you the only one who doesn't get along with her? Lee Woojin. She tapped the pestle in her hand, eyes fierce like a beast hissing. Do I have to pick up the rod for you to listen? He gritted his teeth, recalling the tug-of-war yesterday between mother and son. Her voice echoed. What does Woojin like to eat? Hamburger? Pizza? Seeing that, Teacher Ji-yeon patted his shoulder gently. If not, there is a new shop in front of the gate. Flinging the teacher's hand off his shoulder hard, shouting, Ah, let go. Making her astonished. The teacher coaxed gently. Woojin, why are you acting like this today? He still bowed his head, standing still, not reacting. That's because of the bad breath coming from the teacher. Woojin spoke with a sharp tongue against his conscience. Before the astonishment of friends hearing their classmates say, I felt nauseous throughout the class. Now being close, it's even more disgusting. The teacher's face darkened, eyes lowered, stunned to the point of dazing. Lee Woojin, what is that tone? Apologize to the teacher immediately. A serious voice came through the purple headphones. A child's voice argued back. Why should I apologize? I didn't do anything wrong. Woojin's mother sat stubbornly in the middle of the cafe, eavesdropping on the argument in her son's class. It's the teacher's fault for not brushing her teeth, making the staff angry. Why does that person sit there all day? Lee Woojin, you really? The lady was extremely satisfied, thinking. Very good. Raise your voice more. Mom's son did very well. Thought I would be caught today, making me so nervous. A cold beep rang out, making the lady's eyes freeze. Beeps kept ringing through the purple headphones. Beep beep. Then silence. Behind the lady's headphones. Head bowed down to the table. Because, was that the sound of fighting just now? Hands clutching the table tightly, muttering. I only intended to record a few audio clips. Smiling a perverted smile to the point of disgust. Excited eyes. What? Complaint? Malicious? Falsehood? Running hurriedly in the deserted hallway. Then the simple solution is using chubby fat hands to push the door into the class, happily saying, is to make them come true. Teacher Jian was hugging the lady's son, blood flowing from his nose, lying sprawled on the ground in a sorry state. The whole class looked towards the door. The teacher and the lady's son also looked out in astonishment. The lady held the phone menacingly towards the teacher and student, smiling scarily like holding victory in hand, thinking smugly, good, evidence secured. Opening her mouth wide enough to stuff an egg in, shouting, how dare you hit my child? The teacher explained, please calm down, rushing into the class like a mad dog, raising her voice to question, don't you deny it? I heard everything. The student hurriedly put his glasses back on, clutching his bleeding nose in pain, muttering, Mom, I heard that you were returning to work today, so I attached a recorder to his shirt. She was stunned hearing the lady loudly boasting without hiding anything. Perverted smile. Eyes almost closed tight. Now you're done for. Standing in front. The teacher screamed arrogantly. Call the Educational Rights Bureau here immediately. A student stood up bravely. It was I who hit him. The student's face was also injured, but eyes were determined. I apologize, but... He spoke rudely to someone like the teacher. Face blank, stammering. What? Another female student spoke up. Wait a minute. Annie, you heard everything through the recorder, right? Without saving face, just pointing straight and speaking loudly. Then you heard what Woojin said to the teacher today, right? Before the stunned mother of Woojin, frankly questioning. If so, why didn't you call to stop him? You are his mother. Suddenly realizing the problem, asking. Wait. Woojin is not naturally like that. Don't tell me you intentionally made him do that? Students in the class indignantly surrounded the lady, spitting, taking turns shouting. That's right. This auntie is truly fake. Another voice continued. How can you use your son for such things? Elementary students now are not like that. A child even raised their voice, fearlessly saying, my mom said that because of the school violence committee incident, You constantly called and bothered the teacher, shouting loudly in the lady's face without respect. I will tell my mom everything, making the lady freeze. Oh. A child also replied, I will post it online. Knowing she slipped up, ignoring her injured son, she turned to run, cursing. Damn it. The main door right in front of eyes. A large male figure blocked the stunned lady's way, pushing the lady hard to the ground. Na Wajin looked at Wu Jin's mother with a voice feigning innocence. Oops. You bumped into me. Are you okay? The lady's glasses were askew. Panicked eyes. When hearing Na Wajin speak. Heard you called us here. Just in time. I also intended to contact you. Na Wajin's eyes scary, voice like rising from hell. The final investigation result of the Educational Rights Protection Bureau is that teacher Choi Ji-yeon is innocent. The girl beside smiled and waved. He continued in a deep voice. Malicious complaint. Falsehood. And just now, infringement of teachers' rights. What happens next? Holding the figure-8 handcuffs towards the panicked lady. I probably don't need to say, you understand, right? Before the witness of the whole class. Na Wajin looked straight into the lady's eyes. What happens next? No need to say, you surely understand, right? The lady trembled, teeth grinding, unable to speak a sentence. Too ashamed, she turned angry, standing up abruptly, screaming at the two people. Innocent. Who said she is innocent? Constantly questioning. Where is the evidence? Show evidence proving she is innocent. Lim Hanrim brushed her hair, voice soft. I investigated. There's no way it's like that. Ironically, the two words, evidence, she spoke straight out. You haven't even asked the victim, which is me. Flipping the wig before the lady's wide eyes. Let me introduce myself to you again. Bright red hair, delicate face, adjusting glasses, smiling a business smile saying, I am Lim Hanrim, field supervisor of the Educational Rights Protection Bureau. Before the gaping mouth big enough to stuff a duck egg. Huh. Lim Hanrim's voice was light. We specially investigated you, so don't worry. Na Wajin spoke up. The kids are watching. We shouldn't argue here anymore. Before the seedlings listening to the story, not wanting them to be influenced by deviant thoughts. Looking out the classroom door. Turning to leave. Let's go somewhere quiet to talk.